The story begins with the fact that on this day the weather was pleasant and bright outside and many people wanted to walk and do business. A guy named Chen Shuo was sitting in his dorm room and he was very busy with his business and thinking about how to fix things. Chen Shuo was eating his noodles and thought that in this harsh life you need to always be on trend, otherwise competitors can easily overtake him. Chen Shuo looked at the video on his phone and realized that the results were bad and he had to radically change something, otherwise he would fail soon. Chen Shuo hit the table with his fist and thought that this was unfair, and he could not achieve success in this profession, and it made him nervous. Chen Shuo was a classic student and an enthusiast of some Western countries, and made educational videos for his viewers. But Chen Shuo's videos were unpopular, and he couldn't understand why it was worse than those who show off their wealth because it's very uninteresting. Chen Shuo liked the video of the blogger dancing and thought that he should also change the content, and maybe then people will appreciate his video. Chen Shuo wondered if there were more than 6 million likes for such simple head movements, and why do viewers like such videos? Chen Shuo was despondent and realized that there was absolutely nothing in this world that could be rationally explained, and he could not understand them. Chen Shuo remembered how he met a beautiful girl and she wanted to tell him some information that day, and it was very important. The girl asked Chen Shuo if a beautiful face could be food and he has no money, but he still wants to eat good food and it's strange. The girl got into the car and told Chen Shuo that it was naive to say what was good, but it was a shame to say bad, and he should remember her words that way. Chen Shuo wondered whether the poor are also worthy of love and all this talk about ideals, and it seems to him it's time to wake up and work. Chen Shuo thought that in this world money is the main thing, and all feelings are for the rich, and he should not hope in vain that he will soon find happiness. Chen Shuo thought that it was probably time for him to give up his feelings once and for all, and any girl would not date beggar Chen. And then Chen Shuo's gaze fell on the phone, and he thought and realized that this was strange, and he did not expect to see this at all, and what was happening there. Chen Shuo noticed that a notification had come to his phone, and he immediately had to figure out what it was, and maybe someone had sent him a virus. But suddenly, a notification came to the phone that the verification period for their owner had expired, and the travel system in the West was starting now. Chen Shuo was at a loss what was happening and why his phone was making sounds by itself, and he was 100% sure that it was a virus. Chen Shuo's phone loaded all the data and immediately reported that the Western journey system had been successfully linked and whether the owner would enter. Chen Shuo didn't know what it was and where the system came from on his phone because he didn't download anything and he can't understand it all. But the system continued to ask Chen Shuo if he wanted to enter the Western world, and he did not want to give up such a chance. And this is an intrigue. Chen Shuo paused for a split second and realized that this seemed like nonsense. But he believes in miracles, and maybe today he is lucky and will make his dream come true. Chen Shuo agreed with the system and realized that he was very interested in looking at the Western world, because who wouldn't want to see new places there? And at that very second, a bright light appeared on the phone, and the system wanted to quickly do what the owner wanted. And he remembered this day. Chen Shuo was alarmed, and the system blinded his eyes, and he could not see anything there and thought that it was in vain that he submitted to its virus. The Western world was a beautiful place, and there were huge palaces, and the system wanted the owner to study the area, and then Chen would understand. In the Western world, there were beautiful waterfalls, and nature was amazing in its beauty. And this world was not very different from the dull world of Chen Shuo. A girl was standing in the water, and she realized that today the water was warm and she could swim without any problems on such a hot day because there was no one. The girl was still not aware that the owner Chen Shuo had come to this world and wanted no one to distract her from swimming on a wonderful day. Chen Shuo was amazed to see the girl and realized that he was there in a different place, and had this system really moved him to this place? Chen Shuo was angry and thought that maybe he ended up in a women's bathhouse, and how can he get out of this place? And the system infuriates him greatly. The girl was very beautiful, and Chen Shuo realized that in his world it was so difficult to meet such a lady, and he should not scare her there now. Chen Shuo was shocked and thought that no one could resist this now, and he was no exception. And these were his instincts and his whole nature. But Chen Shuo knew that he was a good person and could not do this, and therefore he doubted everything, and it had never been so difficult for him. But Chen Shuo realized that his body has its own thoughts about this, and he doesn't know where such a girl came from, and she makes him happy there. Chen Shuo continued to look at the girl, and she had long and silky hair, and thought that no one was watching her. Chen Shuo decided that he should leave before the girl found him, and she would think that he was a scoundrel if she caught him, and he would not allow it there. Chen Shuo started to leave from there, and that's right, because he doesn't want to stand there and watch someone else's lady bathe, and he'll run away from there. Chen Shuo walked on the water and made sounds, and thought that he forgot that he was in the water and his every step was heard, and that was his problem. The girl heard that there was someone behind her, and in a menacing voice immediately asked Chen Shuo who was there and why the person was hiding. Chen Shuo froze in surprise and realized that he was finished, and this girl noticed that he was looking at her and now she will punish him now. The girl turned and asked Chen Shuo what he was doing there, and she was angry because the guy was secretly looking at her and it was brazen. Chen Shuo said, "Good afternoon" to the girl, and he was glad to meet her, and she misunderstood him. And he didn't want to look at her, and it was an accident. But suddenly at that moment, the girl started screaming loudly, and she didn't want some guy to look at her, and what he allows himself? Chen Shuo asked the girl not to scream and said that she could scream there as much as she wanted, but not now. And she invented this nonsense for herself. The girl grabbed a towel and thought that she would not allow the guy to dictate his terms, and he did not know who he was communicating with, and he would regret it. The girl covered herself with a towel and thought that now she could leave from there because she couldn't swim when the insolent person was standing next to her. The girl looked menacingly at Chen Shuo and realized that he seemed to be an idiot and did not understand the words, because she told him 100 times to leave there. Chen Shuo wanted to tell the girl that he didn't want to follow her there at all, but how could he explain to her that the system was definitely to blame for everything? But suddenly at that moment the girl jumped high and she flew up, and Chen Shuo could not believe his eyes and what he just saw. The girl wanted to quickly punish Chen Shuo, and she hadn't seen it yet, and he didn't seem to be from these places, but he shouldn't have been hiding behind her back there. Chen Shuo thought, "Is this girl really a celestial being, and he will soon find out all the information?" And the system didn't tell him anything then. Chen Shuo realized that this was not a dream or a joke, and he really found himself in some other dimension, and maybe it was a portal to this world. Chen Shuo wondered if his phone was successfully linked to the system then, and it transported him to this world. And how is this possible? Chen Shuo understood that it was not a virus. And everything happens to him in truth, and he must be careful because he knows nothing in the world. Chen Shuo noticed something and realized that in his world, he had definitely not seen such buildings before, and he must find out everything quickly and find the lady. Chen Shuo saw a huge building, and it fascinated him, and there he can find answers to his questions, and maybe people know all this. Chen Shuo realized that this was indeed the Western world, and the system did not lie when it said that it would transfer the owner to this world, and he was convinced for himself. But Chen Shuo couldn't realize who the immortal he saw in the bathhouse was now, and it seems she was offended by him, and he didn't want to offend. Chen Shuo couldn't forget the immortal and thought maybe something was wrong with him, and that's why she had such a reaction, and he got confused himself. And then Chen Shuo looked at the sky and noticed a huge sword. And now it dawned on him that it was not in vain that he could not forget about the girl and the lady next to him. The girl began to fly towards Chen Shuo and said that he was a scoundrel and she would finish him off, and she said that he would regret everything. The girl looked intently at Chen Shuo, and he asked her to wait, and he did not have any bad intentions, and this is not what he thinks. Chen Shuo could not believe that the girl was flying there with a sword and she wanted to finish him off, and why he was in this bathhouse at that moment. And then there was a roar and an explosion, and the girl wanted to show Chen Shuo all her strength so that next time he would not dare to look at her. Chen Shuo could hardly step aside and realize that he was in a very difficult situation and how to explain to his sister that he was a kind guy. The girl waved her sword and thought that no one could defeat her, and how could this guy challenge her, and he would regret it now. Chen Shuo told his sister that this all happened by accident and let him explain all the information, and she misunderstood him. But the girl told Chen Shuo that she would not listen to a scoundrel like him, and he should have thought about it before, and now she will not forgive. The girl struck with a sword and almost wounded Chen Shuo, and now he no longer knows how to convince her that he is right and she is a very stubborn lady. Chen Shuo realized that he had to run and save his life, otherwise this girl would easily finish him off, and he would not defeat her in a fight there. But at that very second, Chen Shuo realized that the girl was standing right behind him, and even with all his desire, he would not be able to escape, and now he was doomed. Chen Shuo asked his sister to calm down, and she should not rush to punish him because they can resolve everything peacefully and become friends with the lady. Chen Shuo told his sister that he could explain everything and realized that he had made a mistake, and then he should have immediately run away from there faster. But the girl didn't want to listen to any excuses from Chen Shuo, and he wants to run away from her, but this is impossible, and she is the strongest fighter. Chen Shuo put his hand in front of him and asked him not to do this, and she is a kind girl and knows that she cannot harm him there. The girl listened to Chen Shuo and he said that he woke up where she was washing and saw nothing because of the fog, and she should believe him. Chen Shuo asked the girl if she really wants to send him to the next world because of such a trifle, and he thinks that this is a mistake and will convince her there. Chen Shuo told the girl that she was unreasonable and should seriously think about her behavior and correct her rude character. The girl asked Chen Shuo what kind of nonsense this was, and then the royal harem stopped in this open-air bathhouse, and what does it have to do with it? Chen Shuo was amazed and wondered if the girl was lying, and he himself did not expect that he would immediately see a harem in the new world, and he was very lucky. And then Chen Shuo was shocked and told the girl that he understood, and then she was the queen, and why the system sent him to this particular bathhouse of theirs. The girl thought that the fool finally understood, and she didn't know that he was so stupid and wouldn't be able to understand what she meant all the time. Chen Shuo thought that he had just arrived in the Western world and had already seen the queen's body, and it looked like he would remember this journey for a long time. Chen Shuo realized that this girl is the emperor and how he came across her there, and she can levitate, and he must find a way to escape. The Empress told Chen Shuo that since he knows who is standing there in front of him, maybe he will introduce himself and then she will know who this guy is. But at that moment, Chen Shuo pointed his finger somewhere and asked the girl to look, and said that he saw Sun Wukong there and she should look. The Empress turned around and asked Chen Shuo if he had seen the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, in their place, and she wanted to talk to him. But the Empress told Chen Shuo that there was no one there, and why didn't he want to communicate with her like cultured people, and it seemed like he had gone crazy. The Empress thought that Chen Shuo infuriates her, and why is he strange, and the guy thinks that he can joke with her and does not realize who she is. And at that very second, Chen Shuo quickly ran from there and realized that this was the only way he could save his life, and he knew how to defend himself from her. The Empress was angry and told Chen Shuo to be damned. And how dare he deceive the Empress, and where did he learn to lie like that? The girl asked Chen Shuo who gave him the right to invade her chambers now, and she would take his life for this, and he would not joke like that there. Chen Shuo realized that this was a problem, and the girl was very fast, and now he realized that a flying person is faster than a walking person, and how can he escape? Chen Shuo looked around this building and realized that there was nowhere to hide, and he didn't know where the exit was, and the girl began to catch up with him, and she was angry. The Empress wanted to clearly show what would happen to those people who treated her so disrespectfully, and her sword would punish any guy. Chen Shuo thought that he had just come to this world and he should have thought about all this better, and if he knew that he could die there. And then the system informed Chen Shuo that he had successfully met with this Empress of the Empire of Women, and for this he received a gift set. The system informed Chen Shuo that he would receive a real estate talisman and a tablet to raise the cultivation level and a magic item. Chen Shuo was surprised and thought that this was great, and he did not expect that he would receive so many great gifts from the system, and she makes him happy there. Chen Shuo realized that he had to study the system better, and then he would definitely be able to easily adapt to this world, and it would be interesting. And at that moment, Chen Shuo passed by the Empress, and he became much faster there, and the system helped him improve some of his strength. The girl did not have time to grab Chen Shuo, and he simply ran away from her. And she already knows that he is a treacherous guy, and she should already be on alert. The Empress called Chen Shuo a scoundrel and told him to stop running away, and she was tired of chasing him and he must answer questions. The girl was surprised and wondered how this guy knows so many spells now. And then soldiers and guards of her castle approached her. The soldiers told the Empress that they came late, and for this they ask her forgiveness, and they know that they are to blame, but everything will be corrected. The Empress told her soldiers that they must catch Chen Shuo alive for her, and he must seriously understand who they are there. Chen Shuo ran away from the palace and realized that now he is not so weak, and the girl underestimated him and she had to keep a close eye. Chen Shuo realized that what a good talisman he had, and he would be able to carry out many plans thanks to it, and he opened it in time. Chen Shuo continued to run and thought that he should hide safely from the girl there, and then she would not find him and interrogate him. Chen Shuo slipped past the girls, and in this world, people live very well, and the Empress takes excellent care of her people in the city. People looked at Chen Shuo in surprise and thought that this was a very strange guy, and why was he running, and maybe he had a meeting there. And after a couple of minutes, Chen Shuo stopped running, and he learned that with this skill, neither the Empress nor the Monkey King would have caught him there. Chen Shuo thought that thanks to this system he was able to save his miserable life now, and it gave him energy, and he quickly ran away. Chen Shuo was so interested in what he could do with the system, and he had to try all his skills, and then he would fight back the girl. Chen Shuo sat on the grass and looked at the city and was delighted. and it was so beautiful and he can soon get used to life in this new world. Chen Shuo thought that what a wonderful day and he will not forget what happened to him today, and the new world was a new experience for him. And then Chen Shuo's phone began to vibrate and he received a message and he should check it, because it could be important information. Chen Shuo was thinking and he completely forgot about his phone and what notification he received from the system and what it wants to tell him about. And at that moment, Chen Shuo froze in place and thought how this is possible, and he knows it, and maybe the system will explain to him all these nuances. Chen Shuo noticed that the system reported that the Western world was now successfully linked to short videos, and the owner now knows it all. Chen Shuo didn't know how to react to this news and didn't know what it all meant, and how the Western world was attached to short videos now. The guy was very intrigued by what else he could find out, and Chen Shuo decided to log into the system and what other surprises she had prepared for him there. And then a screen appeared in front of Chen Shuo, and he was very surprised, and he thought maybe this is a system code and he has no idea. Chen Shuo was so interested to know what would be in the game store, and he would not be afraid of enemies and would fight back if he received the weapon now. The system notified that the player can shoot short videos to get likes, and they can be exchanged for goods in the shopping center. Chen Shuo saw a lot of useful things in the store that could improve his skills, and she got into the game. She needs to pump up her strength. Chen Shuo realized that there were spells, pills, and magical techniques, magical treasures, fruits of immortality, and much more. Chen Shuo was amazed because he found out that there are even pills that can bring the dead back to life, and how is this even possible? Chen Shuo saw the book of transformation and elixirs and all the mythical techniques of the Western world, and all this is available to him in this store there. Chen Shuo can now come up with a plan to improve his life because he always fails at work, and maybe he is so lucky today. But Chen Shuo knows that short videos are already being made all over the world, and is there any way to make a splash in this industry of theirs? And then Chen Shuo remembered that there is an option with the Empress, and she can already help him develop in this area, and she is a very beautiful lady. Chen Shuo realized that the girl's face and temperament surpassed all the most beautiful girls on earth, and she would help if he asked. But Chen Shuo knows that there is one problem, and how can he convince the lady and she will not be able to forgive him because she is angry for everything and already hates him. Chen Shuo thought about how he could convince the queen, whom he recently so accidentally noticed at the waterfall, and she really wants to get rid of him. And then Chen Shuo came up with a plan, and in the package for beginners he has an amulet of invisibility. And how could he forget about it, and it's so brilliant. At night, the head of the city stood on top of her daughter's land, and she was so pleased that everything was under control and there were no problems in the city. Chen Shuo used an amulet of invisibility and looked everywhere for a girl, and he was sad that they started dating like that and he wanted to make friends. And after a couple of minutes, Chen Shuo found the girl and realized that he would definitely not miss the lady because he had difficulty finding her there tonight. The queen stood on the top of the hill and thought about something, and she cannot allow anyone to be sad in her city, and she will protect everyone. The queen could not forget about Chen Shuo, and he needed to be found because he himself wanted to explain something to her, and she then did not listen to him and was angry. Chen Shuo decided that it was all over, and his heart was about to jump out of his chest, and how then could he communicate with the lady because she was dangerous? Chen Shuo turned to Buddha and said that he saw such a beauty, and it was a sin, and he asks for forgiveness for everything he did, and he is sorry for everyone. The Empress looked at the clear night sky and realized that all the stars were sparkling so brightly, and she couldn't take her eyes off it, and it was incredible. Chen Shuo thought that the Empress was not even able to find a person there with whom she could share secrets during breaks. Chen Shuo couldn't understand if he had any opportunity to help her, and it was unpleasant for him to see such a beauty sad, and it hurt. Chen Shuo thought that he was so pathetic and could not do anything, and how could he be an ordinary guy to make friends with such a lady in their world? Chen Shuo started filming the girl and thought that she was standing on the top of a high mountain, and she was such a cold and lonely beauty. Chen Shuo thought that this is the most beautiful girl in this world, and she doesn't need any filters, much less jewelry, and she's perfect. Chen Shuo thought that if the world saw the queen's face, it would be sacrilege for him, and they had never seen such a girl. Chen Shuo knows that only he can see such amazing beauty there, and she herself will not agree to act in short videos with him. Chen Shuo logged into the system and realized that now he can leave there, and tomorrow he will try to communicate with the lady again and achieve success. Chen Shuo disappeared from there at that very moment and thought that he would leave the beauty there alone because she was thinking about important things and would not disturb her. The girl heard some sound behind her and was surprised because when she arrived, there was no one there and maybe someone was hiding behind. The girl turned around and saw glimpses of the system and realized that it could be one person, and she even knows who could come at night. The Empress thought that this couldn't be true, and was it really that same stupid thief again who managed to escape from her? And she would remember. The girl decided that it looked like he was that legendary person. And he was the first who dared to talk to her like that, and she was waiting for such a guy. Chen Shuo, at this time, returned home to his familiar world, and it was an educational experience, and he was so glad that he ended up in the Western world. The system congratulated Chen Shuo on his successful return, and the system discovered that the owner likes to make videos, and now she is there too. Chen Shuo told the system that she had a strange excuse for now getting into his phone like that, and maybe she couldn't come up with arguments. The system informed Chen Shuo that he would find out the reasons in the future, and he could also call her at any time by opening the phone or returning. Chen Shuo asked the system if he could really go and take a walk in another world whenever he wanted, and that's cool. The system agreed with Chen Shuo, and he thought that he should rest a little, and in one day so many important plans fell on him. The system told Chen Shuo that he can enter this world of traveling to the West for free when completing tasks, and this is its condition. The system informed Chen Shuo that if he wants to get there without a goal, it will cost 2 million likes, and he will also be given a task. The system informed the owner that only after reaching the 30th level, he will be able to travel freely, and he does not need to complete tasks. Chen Shuo told the system that if this is the case, he should post the video and collect a lot of likes, and then he will return to the West and achieve his goal. Chen Shuo published the video and thought that although he did not film the leader's face at the time, the video was no less beautiful and people would appreciate it. Chen Shuo got out of bed and he wanted to take a walk because he really missed his world, and there are also a lot of interesting places to go there. Chen Shuo went out onto the balcony and looked at the people who were walking on the street now, and realized that until that day, he thought that this was all fiction. Chen Shuo thought that this queen has a too cold and proud character, and there is hardly anyone on earth equal to her, and he already doubts it. And then Chen Shuo's phone began to vibrate and notify him that he had received an alert, and he realized that this was definitely important for his work. Chen Shuo couldn't understand who could write him a message, and he definitely didn't expect it, because in this world, he doesn't have a girlfriend and she doesn't write. Chen Shuo decided that it was already late and it was unlikely that anyone would write messages to him, and what kind of notifications are these that haunt the phone? Chen Shuo realized that these were reactions to the photo of the queen, and all the people were happy with her and thought that she was very beautiful and mysterious. Chen Shuo was clearly surprised by this reaction from people, and he thought that it would not interest all the subscribers of his channel at once to such an extent. Chen Shuo couldn't believe that the queen's photo had already received so many likes, and people were clearly delighted, and she gave impetus. Chen Shuo noticed a notification that people did not stop liking his photos, and the subscribers were very active and liked the content. Chen Shuo realized that in just 20 minutes his photo had already received 200,000 likes online, and he knows why everyone is delighted with the lady. In the comments, people said that this was cosmic beauty, and they even wanted to marry her in this life, and she amazed all the people. One of the subscribers wrote that he would pay 500,000 yuan for dinner with her, and he liked the queen so much and she is wonderful. Chen Shuo thought it was so trivial and decided to delete the unnecessary comment, and he knows that this is not enough for dinner with such a beauty. Chen Shuo wondered if such a queen would pay attention to people like them and she would not communicate with such guys. Chen Shuo went to bed and he must gain strength and energy, and then tomorrow he will be able to bring all his unique plans into reality. The next day in the dormitory, Chen Shuo woke up and thought that he seemed to be sleeping so soundly that he did not notice how quickly morning came. Chen Shuo immediately began to reach for the phone and thought that it seemed like it was a dream and he would take care of business today and he would return to his dull life. Chen Shuo didn't know. Even if it was a dream, it was very similar to a very colorful truth. And it was as if he had visited another world and returned. And at that very second, Chen Shuo suddenly jumped up and realized that it was not a dream, and the system was in his phone and he could go there. Chen Shuo realized that he had very little left to reach 3 million likes, and he quickly gained so many likes, and this makes him happy. Chen Shuo was delighted because there were so many likes, and now he can afford spell technique pills from the store, and that's cool. Chen Shuo asked the West travel system to open, and he so wants to test one hypothesis and learn a lot about the unique system. Chen Shuo doesn't know much about it yet, but he thinks that a cool amulet of stealth or functional techniques will be useful to him in the West. Chen Shuo knows that the world of Western travel is very cruel, and he must increase his strength and fight back the enemies and monsters of the West. The system informed the owner, Chen Shuo, that the exchange was completed, and the guy saw the elixirs and thought, is this really the formula for his success? Chen Shuo looked at the pill and thought that he was doing everything right, and with this approach he would soon improve his skills and become strong. Chen Shuo ate the pill and wanted to know what result awaits him, and he believes that it will give him skills, and the main thing in his business is patience. Chen Shuo immediately felt a surge of strength and thought that the pill met all his expectations, and he did not think that it would change him so quickly there. Chen Shuo closed his eyes and imagined how he becomes powerful and very strong, and visualization helps him, and he believes in his idea. Chen Shuo wanted to quickly go to the world of the West and try what he was now capable of, and whether he could defeat enemies and monsters with a blow. Chen Shuo was very happy and realized that these are cool things, and he should continue to exchange likes for such useful things for his development. Chen Shuo was confident in himself and believed that if he punched the wall there, he would probably break through it. And it seems he is a brave superhero. And from one blow, Chen Shuo shook the wall and he realized that he really liked gaining strength. The system really helps him improve. And at that moment, Chen Shuo started calling Wang Shui. And she wanted to tell the guy something so that he would listen to her opinion on this matter. Chen Shuo went to the phone and realized that it was Van Xu, and it was his ex-girlfriend, and he did not know why she was calling him in the morning. Chen Shuo replied to Wang Shui, and she told the guy that she was giving him a minute to give her the contacts of that girl with the video. And this is so important. Chen Shuo thought that Wang Shui was an arrogant lady, and she had already broken up with him a long time ago and had never called before that day and thought he sucked. Chen Shuo asked Wang Shui who she is to him and let her stop calling him, and it's better for her to get down to business and not suffer from nonsense there. Chen Shuo ended the call and thought that he didn't like Wang Shui, and she always thought only about money and believed that happiness was also in it. Chen Shuo thought who Wang Shui thought she was, and did she still think that he was in love with her, and why would she not leave him alone? Wang Shui wondered if this poor freak Chen Shuo dared to brazenly reject her call, and didn't care that she had already called him. Chen Shuo exhaled and realized that he was tired of his relationship with Wang Shui. And on the one hand, it's good that they broke up because the lady makes him nervous. Chen Shuo decided that he would test his new strength, and then he would understand what pills he should buy next time to improve his strength. But at that moment, Wang Shui called Chen Shuo again and wanted to tell him something so that he would know who he is in this life, and these are facts. Chen Shuo didn't want to answer Wang Sui's call, but if he doesn't do this, she will call him until he answers and she is harmful. Chen Shuo was angry and told Wang Sui that he had rejected her call, and didn't she understand what she needed and why she called so many times. Wang Sui yelled at Chen Shuo and asked if he really thought that he had already become a tough guy when he filmed that girl, and that was absurd. Wang Sui told Chen Shuo that this world is full of guys cooler than him, and if she wants, she can easily destroy him, and it's all true. Chen Shuo told Wang Sui that then she must destroy him, and in words, she is tough and must show herself in action, and he will appreciate the anger. Chen Shuo told Wang Sui that he almost forgot and she only knows how to talk and she has a long tongue and she has no character. Chen Shuo thought that now he has a system and he doesn't care about the opinions of any garbage and they can say whatever they want about him. Wang Sui was furious at Chen Shuo's words and thought that she would punish the impudent guy, and he became insolent, and he would definitely know that it was better not to anger her. Chen Shuo told Wang Shui that if she really wanted to see him, they could meet at the hotel at night and he would show her his talents right away. Chen Shuo told Wang Sui that if she does not offer him this, then she should no longer call him with her threats, and he will already block her. Wang Sui asked Chen Shuo to wait and said that she wanted to discuss her boyfriend's business idea with him and find out his opinion on their business. Chen Shuo asked Wang Sui if she was talking about a business idea and thought that her boyfriend liked the queen and wanted to buy contacts. Wang Su agreed with Chen Shuo and said that this is a huge business and their company liked this girl and wants to sign a contract. Wang Sui told Chen Shuo that she would definitely pay him 50,000 yuan for this girl's contacts, and he should think about it. Chen Shuo thought that Wang Sui is a fool, and she thinks that he is an idiot, and she wants to offer only 50,000 for the queen, and this is robbery. Chen Shuo remembered that there was some guy there who was ready to have dinner with her for 500,000. And Wang asks for the lady's contacts for 50,000. Chen Shuo asked Wang Sui if she thought that he was completely short of money and that he needed all those 50,000 yuan. Wang Sui asked Chen Shuo if his heart trembled from the whole amount and he had never seen such money. And that's why it was so profitable for him. Chen Shuo told Wang Sui that he agreed, and thought that the same should be done with scoundrels and he would find a way to frame the lady in return. Chen Shuo thought that he wanted to look at the man who wanted to offer him 50,000, and he personally did not know this guy of hers. Wang Sug told Chen Shuo that this is great, and then they will meet at the school and she will give him the entire amount and he will not regret anything tomorrow. Wang Shui thought that Chen Shuo is a loser, and for 50,000 he is ready to do anything, and she even feels sorry for such a guy because Chen is easy to deceive. Wang Shui thought that Chen Shuo is so predictable and he hasn't changed at all since they broke up, and it's good she left him. Chen Shuo thought that what a fool he was when he allowed Wang Shui to treat him like that, and it's good that he broke up with her then. And after a while, Wang Shui and the guy drove up to the school, and he asked if this idiot was making fun of him and where was the loser Chen Shuo. Wang Sui asked her beloved not to be nervous, and Chen Shuo is not worth wasting his nerves on him, and he must deserve all this. Wang Sui told the guy that she thinks that Chen Shuo is just afraid of meeting him, and he should give him time for Chen to become brave. The guy realized that Wang Sui was right, and Chen Shuo was afraid that the tough boss would bully him, and that's why he didn't have the courage to come there. The guy told Wang Sui that Chen Shuo still hasn't arrived yet, and this means that she has time to help him with something, and this is very important. Wang Shui was surprised, and the guy told her that he wanted to kiss her and let her not push him, and then he would be so pleased with her. Chen Shuo stood nearby and thought that Wang Sui deserved such a guy, and she likes being treated so badly, and this is stupid. Wang Sui told the guy that Chen Shuo had already arrived, and they should do the real thing with him there and resolve this issue with their idiot. The guy told Wang Sui that then today he will feel sorry for her and let her get out of the car, and they will go to him together and decide all their affairs. Wang Shui thought, who Chen Shuo thinks he is? And if he had come on time, then she would not have angered her boyfriend, and he is angry with the lady. Wang Shui and his beloved got out of the car and thought that the dialogue with Chen Shuo would not be long, and he would quickly explain to him who the alpha boss is. Chen Shuo saw the guy Wang Shui for the first time and thought that they both really deserved each other, and he was lucky that he was not with this witch. The guy asked the former Wang Sui if he really was that same type of Chen Shuo, and he had heard about him until that day and knew who he was then. Chen Shuo asked the guy who he was and thought that this guy behaves like this. He will have billions of dollars and he is the head of space. Wang Sui told Chen Shuo that this is her boyfriend and his name is Liu Ran, and he wants to sign a contract with that girl, and this is all very important. But suddenly, at that moment, Liu Ran hit Wang Sui in the butt and thought that he could do whatever he wanted and no one was his boss. Wang Sui was embarrassed and thought that her beloved Liu Ran definitely shouldn't behave like that because he's embarrassing her in front of her ex-boyfriend. Liu Ran agreed with Wang Sui and said that she was right and he was her new boyfriend, and they would live happily ever after with her, and no one would stop them. Chen Shuo started clapping for his friends and thought that he expected this guy to be such an idiot, and now it was time for the plan. Chen Shuo told Wang Sui and Liu Ran that they were very suitable for each other, and now he realized what they found in common in their characters. Liu Ran told Wang Sui that it seems that guy is not so stupid and he was able to understand their hint and she agreed with him, and it's so funny. Chen Shuo thought that Wang Sui only knows how to talk and Liu Ran shows off so much, and this is a bad couple and he is not surprised by him. Liu Ran remembered why he and Wang Sui came there, and he does not forget anything and will always keep his word, and the guy will recognize all the kindness. Liu Ran took out a card from his pocket and told Chen Shuo that his card contained 50,000 and the password was 6 zeros, and he should not thank him. Liu Ran told Chen Su that if he gives him the contact of that girl from the video, he can take this card for himself and use all the money. Chen Shuo thought that Liu Ran thought that he was smarter than everyone else and could easily outwit him. But he was also not stupid and immediately recognized the deception. Liu Ran told Chen Shuo that he should not worry, and he would soon take this money which he had never seen in his life. Liu Ran told Chen Shuo that this was the first large sum of money in his life, and did he really want to take it without showing any politeness? Chen Shuo told Liu Ran that he was right and he almost forgot about it, and it's good that his friend reminded him of how he should behave with him. Chen Shuo extended his hands and told Liu Ran that it was his fault, and he immediately apologized to his friend for forgetting to show respect. Wang Shui was happy and told Chen Shuo that he was a pitiful dog and people like him would serve people like Liu Ran all their lives. Liu Ran threw a card into Chen Shuo's hands and said that he is an obedient boy and the kind of guys get from their uncles, and he is such a good guy. Liu Ran told Chen Shuo that he is very similar to his dog, and they both do things so obediently, and he likes to boss them around. Chen Shuo smiled and thought that the game was just beginning and friends should be ready because he also prepared surprises for both of them. But suddenly, at that very second, Chen Shuo broke the bank card, and he was waiting for a reaction from Liu Ran and Wang Sui. And they should be surprised. Liu Ran thought that Chen Shuo was stupid, and why did he break the card and he wouldn't be able to get the money? Maybe he didn't understand the meaning of his action. Wang Sui told Liu Ran that this loser Chen Shuo seems to be tired of living, and therefore he does whatever comes into his head. Chen Shuo asked his friends for forgiveness and said that he squeezed the card too hard and what a dirty hand he had, and what he touched with his hand. Liu Ran was very angry and asked Chen Shuo, how dare he provoke him now, and it looks like Wang Sui is right, and he has gone crazy today. Liu Ran grabbed Chen Shuo tightly by the scruff of the neck and asked maybe he was looking for trouble and he could arrange everything for him if he wanted to. But when Liu Ran didn't expect this at all, Chen Shuo hit him in the face with all his might and thought that now the major would be more modest. Liu Ran flew a couple of meters and crashed into his car, and realized that Chen Shuo was very fast, and he couldn't even understand the moment of impact. Wang Sui screamed, and was scared because she was worried that her Liu Ran was injured, and Chen Shuo would be punished for this blow to the face. Liu Ran called Chen Shuo a poor freak and asked why he hit him, and maybe he doesn't know who his father is and he will make a show for him. But Chen Shuo told Liu Ran that he doesn't care about his father and he will learn how sweet it is to get punched in the face and there will be no mercy, and that's for sure. Wang Shui thought how dare Chen Shuo beat her beloved like that, and maybe he forgot that in their country there is a law and you can't beat people there. Passers-by looked at the fight and said that this was that same inconspicuous guy named Chen Shuo, and why was he beating the guy? Chen Shuo told Liu Ran that he hopes that he will remember this day and he must come to terms with the fact that he was beaten like a weakling on the street. Liu Ran was angry with Chen Shuo and thought that he would not allow this guy to beat him up and just left there, and he would take revenge for everything. And at that moment, Liu Ran rushed at Chen Shuo with a knife and said that he would not rest until he crippled him, and how dare the freak beat him. Chen Shuo looked intently at Liu Ran and said that he just asked for it, and now he will definitely suffer because he did not put up with the beatings. And at that moment, Chen Shuo hit Liu Jian's foot and realized that this should be enough for the guy could no longer attack there. Liu Ran fell to the ground with a roar and realized that Chen Shuo was a very nimble and powerful fighter, and he would not be able to defeat him in a street fight. Chen Shuo approached Liu Ran and said that he was a weakling and could only talk about how strong he was and how many people he could beat up. Chen Shuo told Liu Ran that they hadn't even started the fight yet, and he fell to the ground so easily, and now he even felt sorry for beating him there. Wang Sui approached Liu Ran and asked her beloved how he was feeling there, and she could take him to the hospital if he had wounds. Chen Shuo told Wang Xue and Liu Ran that the two of them are trash and he doesn't want to communicate with them anymore, and don't let her call him, otherwise she'll regret it. The girls approached Chen Shuo and said that it was beautiful and he was so brave, and he beat up Mr. Liu Ran in front of everyone, and that was so cool. Wang Sui told Chen Shuo that he was finished and he would soon find out that he had angered very influential people there, and there was no need to beat the guy. Chen Shuo smiled and told Wang Sui that he would wait for her and the guy to strike back and let them both prepare better. Wang Sui thought that Chen Shuo was a coward and a sycophant, and he changed so dramatically, and what happened to him and she cannot understand. Liu Ran began to come to his senses and realized that he had not been in such pain for a long time, and in vain he contacted the idiot Chen Shuo, and he fights well. Wang Shui asked her beloved if he was okay, and thought that if something happened to the only son of the Liu family, then she would definitely be finished. Wang Xiu asked cute Liu Ran if he was safe, and she was worried about his health there, and he didn't need to fight with Chen Shuo. And he's cool. Liu Ran told Wang Sui that she infuriates him and stop calling him sweet and beloved all the time, and better call an ambulance for him as soon as possible. Liu Ran said that Chen Shuo has now definitely found problems and he will not forget what he did, and he will beg for mercy and cry a lot. After all the events, Chen Shuo returned to the dormitory and thought that now he was satisfied, and it was good that he decided to meet Wang Sui there. And then Chen Shuo heard a notification arrive on his phone, and he forgot that he had to do business in another world of the West. It was Chen Shuo's mother, and she told her son that his father was already in the hospital, and he was in serious condition, and asked him to come quickly. Chen Shuo was very scared, and he decided to immediately call his mother and find out all the information from her in order to be aware of all the events now. Chen Shuo asked his mother what happened to his father and he will help in any way he can, and he asks her to reassure him with good news. Mom was sitting in the hospital and asked Chen Shuo just not to be afraid, and he shouldn't worry because it was fate and it was meant to happen. Mom told Chen Shuo that his father lost consciousness due to illness and he has been in a coma for 24 hours, so she decided to call them. Chen Shuo asked his mother not to be nervous and said that he would definitely come up with something, and she should trust him because he would never deceive her. Mom told Chen Shuo that father needs imported medicines, and they cost more than 1,000,000 yuan, and they don't have that kind of money. And that's the problem. Chen Shuo told his mother that he understood her and let her take care of her father in the hospital, and he will come up with something and he will definitely save his father. Mom asked Chen Shuo to take care of himself and not to overwork himself, and together, he could find a solution to the problem in this situation now. Chen Shuo remembered that he has a system and he can turn to it and find a solution, because he no longer knows to ask him for money. Chen Shuo realized that he needed to look in the system for medicine suitable for his father, and he must hold on, and his son would save him and he would search. But Chen Shuo was tired and realized that he still had a lot of restrictions and he couldn't take anything even if he wanted to, and this was stopping him. And at that moment, Chen Shuo remembered that he had the Juyun pill and he must cling to any chance because his father's life was at stake. Chen Shuo was happy, and if he can sell the Juyun pill to some rich stars, he will definitely be able to get the required amount right away. And then Chen Shuo froze in place and realized that he had not thought everything through and forgot about the most important thing and why he decided that he would succeed. Chen Shuo was horrified and thought, where would he get the contacts of all the rich stars and where did such an idea come from in his head now? Chen Shuo thought maybe he should sell the Juyun pill on the black market, and there he could also find buyers faster. And at that second, my mother called Chen Shuo again and wanted to tell him the news so that her son would be aware first of all, because this is so important. Chen Shuo thought that he was asking God that this was not bad news and that he would not be able to survive the loss of his father, and may he recover. Chen Shuo picked up the phone and asked his mother what the news was and what she wanted to tell him. And he listened carefully to his mother and was alarmed. Mom told Chen Shuo that he was smart and he helped them, and he should thank her because no one but her would have helped their family. Chen Shuo was very surprised and asked his mother, and who was Miss? He did not know her. And it looks like his mother was mistaken or he was too stiff. Mom told Chen Shuo that she knows that he doesn't want to cause them problems and he transferred money to them, and father is now in their VIP room. Chen Shuo listened to his mother, and she said that he said that she would reimburse all their treatment expenses and she needs to say thank you for everything. Chen Shuo ended the call and thought that amazing things seemed to be happening, and he doesn't know anything about it, and who helped his father now? Chen Shuo realized that judging by his mother's intonation, she thought that he immediately asked Miss He to help them, but he did not contact her now. But Chen Shuo thought that he didn't even know who Miss He was and how he should thank her then and how he could find her phone number. Chen Shuo realized that, besides, he allocated such a huge amount, and why give 1,000,000 yuan to a stranger, and this is so strange. And at that moment, someone called Chen Shuo from an unknown number, and he immediately guessed that it looked like He was calling him, and this was very likely. Chen Shuo was interested in talking with Miss He and finding out why she saved the life of a stranger and why she thanks her father so much. The woman asked the guy if his name was Chen Shuo, and she wanted to discuss something with him and believed that they could come to an agreement quickly. He told Chen Shuo that he thinks correctly and that she paid for all of his father's treatment, and he need not thank her for this help. Chen Shuo definitely decided that he is a stranger to him, and why then did she do this, and he cannot reach the truth in this matter. He being Shuo told Chen Shuo that her goal is very simple and she wants to get the contact information of this girl from the video from him, and this is a personal request. Chen Shuo was furious and asked he being Shui if this was all she wanted, and he thought that this was some kind of big setup from enemies. He being Shui told Chen Shuo that he can consider that the payment for his father's treatment is her gift in honor of meeting him, and she is happy to help him. He being Shui told Chen so that if he wants, he can ask her for something else and she is ready to listen to his words, and he is her friend. But he being Shui told Chen Shuo that the request should only be within the bounds of decency, and he should not become impudent because she is kind. Chen Shuo thought that he could ask her daughter not to call him, but it would be arrogant because she might not even know this. Chen Shuo decided and told He Bingshu that he had no more requests and she had already done a lot for his family and he would not forget it. He Bingshu stood still and thought that Chen Shuo does not communicate like a young guy, and he can demand his own conditions, and he surprises her. He Bingyue was surprised and wondered if Chen Shuo had refused her so directly, and she didn't expect that he wouldn't accept her demands for payment. Chen Shuo told He Bingshu that in fact he would like to give her contacts, but the girl asked him not to give her contacts to anyone. Chen Shuo told Miss He that this girl does not want to become famous and she wants to enjoy a quiet and peaceful life always. He Bingshu thought that this girl really doesn't want fame, and how can she influence her to change her mind? He Bingshu asked Chen Shuo if he could film this girl's face for her, and she promised that she would not show this video of his to anyone. He Bingshu told Chen Shuo that if he makes this video for her, she will do anything for him and she will keep her promise. But Chen Shuo told He Bingshu that he didn't need anything and he would try to do everything for her because she also helped him. And that's the most important thing. Chen Shuo realized that he was ready to do anything for this video, and he definitely couldn't refuse her because she saved his father's life in the hospital. Chen Shuo asked Miss He what her name was, and she paid for her father's treatment, and he doesn't even know her name, and he should remember it. Chen Shuo told Miss He that he will return all the money to her and will not forget that she helped his family, and she must believe, and he will not deceive. The woman told Chen Shuo that her name is He Bingshu, and there is no need to return this money to her because she wanted to do a good deed for the man. Chen Shuo thought about He Bingshu, and somewhere he heard this name, and he will try to remember, and it looks like this woman is a famous person. Chen Shuo decided to search the internet for information about Bingshu, and he can't be wrong because he definitely remembers everything about everyone. And at that moment, Chen Shuo froze in place and was in shock because he found information about this woman there, and she is truly an influential lady. He Bingshu was the head of an Oriental pharmaceutical company, and she has a lot of money, but she does not forget to help her friends. Chen Shuo realized that this was a rich beauty, and she helped him so much when he didn't know who to ask for help because he needed money. Chen Shuo remembered that He Bingshu is the most beautiful of all women. And why then does she want to get the queen's contacts? And this is strange. Chen Shuo told the beauty He Bingshu that he will not delay for long in returning the money, and he always remembers those who helped him out and thank you. Chen Shuo thought that with the help of the system, he would quickly earn this money, and he hated being in debt to people and would return all the money to her. He Bingshu agreed with Chen Shuo and realized that he is a good guy and can be negotiated with, but he must believe in her promise. He Bingshu was pleased, and she will wait for Chen Shuo to soon find the beauty's contacts for her, and then they will sign the contract. He Bingshu completed the challenge with Chen Shuo, and now she can only wait, and she thinks that together with this girl they will achieve success. And after a while at night, Chen Shuo thought that he should once again go to the world of the West, and then he would personally convince the queen there. Chen Shuo was having dinner and realized that the audience liked the queen, and he himself would be delighted with such a woman, because there is definitely no one more beautiful. Chen Shuo looked at the phone, and it's funny because he didn't expect that all the people would leave so many reactions to his video, and everyone really liked it. Chen Shuo realized that the video with the beauty had received 4 million likes, and at first, he thought that it would be difficult to achieve this mark. Chen Shuo realized that it was already close to 10 million, and he would be able to exchange likes for goods from the Western World store soon. Chen Shuo decided to go to the browser, to go to the site and find out what they think about the beauty, and he has not yet seen a single dissatisfied. Chen Shuo decided to search for the site where he posted the video, and there was also activity there, and people said that this is an angel in the world. People were still happy and said that she was a beauty, and he fell in love with her, and she didn't need filters, and the view of her back was already wonderful. Chen Shuo went to another messenger and wanted to check what kind of reaction people had to the video with the queen, and there were viewers there too. Chen Shuo was pleased and realized that even foreigners began to write comments, and even they were captivated by the beauty of the queen, and she is a super lady. Chen Shuo remembered that a couple of days ago he had 2 subscribers and now 5 million, and people need a beauty, and everyone is delighted. Chen Shuo now clearly understands that all people like to look at beauties, and such content will attract many more people to the channel. Chen Shuo returned to his room and thought that he should find a compromise and study the Western world even better and return the money to Miss Pai. Chen Shuo thought that he needed to find out what kind of pills he could buy in the store so that he could develop his skills and push them to the limit. Chen Shuo logged into the system and found out all the information about how he could exchange them for more valuable goods, but he needed to study it soon. Chen Shuo found data about the black element pill, and it has the effect of strengthening the body and increasing strength, and he can exchange it now. Chen Shuo decided to exchange likes for pills and found out that one pill costs only 50,000 likes, and this is very little for him. Chen Shuo thought that he already had more than 9 million, so this was mere trifle. He could quickly develop his powers in their world. Chen Shuo doesn't know what will happen if he eats 5 pieces, and maybe then he will become too strong and will be able to defeat any opponent. Chen Shuo was confident in his opinion and decided that he would conduct his experiment, and then he would certainly be able to find out that this would happen. Chen Shuo ate the pill and thought that now he needs to wait and what he will feel from it, and he can't wait to understand all the benefits to his body. Chen Shuo felt like he had a very high fever and he had only eaten 2 pills and was already full of strength, and it was so cool. Chen Shuo was very interested to know what would happen to him if he ate all the other pills, and the result might shock him there. Chen Shuo wondered if, then, he could simply defeat 10 enemies with one fist and that would be great, and he is looking forward to it. Chen Shuo was quite satisfied, and he feels even stronger, and these pills help him get into better shape and no one will stop him. Chen Shuo thought that this power would soon explode his body, and it seemed that he was too carried away with the pills and he shouldn't eat everything at once now. Chen Shuo began to scream from the power that filled his body, and he does not want to be the same, and now he will reach the peak in the state of his body. Chen Shuo glowed with a bright light, and he thought that it was like his game where the character upgrades his skills and he becomes the boss. And 10 minutes later, Chen Shuo calmed down and the system congratulated him on reaching the peak of the basic level and withstanding all the pain. Chen Shuo was surprised and wondered if there were still cultivation levels in the Western world, and he thought that only his game had this detail. Chen Shuo thought that if he found even more level-raising pills in the store there, it would be great, and he really needed it. Chen Shuo realized that then he would immediately be able to break through even further, and he likes this development of his character, and he is now a strong type. But the system told Chen Shuo that it doesn't matter how many pills he eats, and in order to break through after the basic level, he needs to master the techniques. The system gave the owner Chen Shuo a new task, and he must visit Chang'e Moon Goddess and ask her to pose for the camera for the networks. Chen Shuo realized that he had received the task but was at a loss, and he did not know why it was so difficult because he was new to the Western world. Chen Shuo thought that, after all, Chang'e is not just a queen, and although this queen is strong, she is not a deity, but this does not change anything. Chen Shuo introduced Chang'e, and he knows that the system said that he will receive a reward for this task, but how can he convince her? Chen Shuo knows that Chang'e is the mistress of the lunar palaces, and she is incredibly strong, and if she gets angry, she can harm him, and he thought, Chen Shuo decided that he could find the answer to the question, and the browser should help him because otherwise he would not know how to complete this task. Chen Shuo entered in the search how to please a girl, and this time he should not be so arrogant, and he needs to be prepared for their meeting. Chen Shuo read on the internet and found out that it says that ladies need to buy cosmetics, handbags, and food, and then they will be happy. Chen Shuo thought, did he really give enough gifts to Wang Sui, and these girls will never please and they will always remain dissatisfied? But Chen Shuo knows that Chang'e is still a goddess and she is unlikely to be like all ordinary girls, and Chang'e may have completely different interests. Chen Shuo thought that when he completes the task, the system will send him to the peach garden, and this is so cool, and he can't wait. Chen Shuo thought that he would have fun there with the elders and eat the fruits of life, and he had long dreamed of getting into this garden, and it is so close. But suddenly, at that very second, someone knocked on Chen Shuo's door, and he didn't think that anyone needed him because no one had contacted him now. Chen Shuo was perplexed because it was already so late, and who was knocking on his door and why people bother others and don't think, and it infuriates him. Chen Shuo opened the door and asked the man who was there and why they came to him so late, and could he help them with some of their business. Behind the door stood the woman who was in charge of the dormitory along with the guy, and she looked at Chen Shuo seriously and seemed to be very angry. Chen Shuo asked the woman what brought them to his room at such a late time, and she could call him and he would answer her immediately. But suddenly, the woman immediately pushed Chen Shuo and entered the room, and he didn't know why she entered the room without permission, and this is a problem. Chen Shuo asked the guy what the woman was doing and what she was looking for in his room, and she seemed to think that he was hiding something, and it was all wrong. A guy recently knocked on Chen Shuo's door because he heard him screaming there and asked if he was okay, and he didn't answer questions. The guy told Chen Shuo that he was alarmed by the fact that he could not enter his room, so he called the commandant to help his friend. The commandant told Chen Shuo that being alone in the dormitory, he should follow safety precautions and not use an iron there. Chen Shuo agreed with the woman and said that he will follow all the rules and she can be calm and he will not deceive his lady. Chen Shuo said goodbye to the woman and thought that developing his powers in the dormitory was a bad idea and all his friends would be worried there. And then the system told the owner Chen Shuo that he could enter whenever he wanted into the system's cultivation room and it would be convenient for him there. The system informed the owner Chen Shuo that the system hall would provide ideal conditions for cultivation and no one would disturb him there. The system said that 1 day in the real world is 10 days in the training room, and after the entry of consciousness, he will begin. The system told the owner Chen Shuo that this passage of time is so slow and he thought, why not speed it up to 100 years? Chen Shuo was surprised because this service costs 1 million likes just for a day, and this is too much, and he definitely needs a discount on this service. Chen Shuo thought that the system gives him a chance for convenience, but it will cost him too much and he cannot afford the luxury. Chen Shuo exhaled and realized that all that remained was to shoot more and at the same time collect more likes and it would help him in his business. And then Chen Shuo suddenly remembered when he first came to this world and saw the queen and she was beautiful and wants to see the lady again. Chen Shuo realized that he had not met her for a long time and he wanted to meet her in the Western world and they could become great friends with the queen. The next morning, Chen Shuo came to the world of the West, and he thinks that in this world of girls, they are even stronger than boys and they fight with enemies. Chen Shuo thought that even in the outfit selected by the system, he now looks not male, but it is better than being caught by the guards there. Chen Shuo thought that it was surprising that none of the many doctors in the palace were able to cure the queen, and maybe the whole reason was different. Chen Shuo decided to listen to girls from the Western world because they know a lot of new events and he needs to listen to them, and he will find out. The girl asked her friend if she had heard that several doctors had already been convicted of incorrectly diagnosing the disease. Chen Shuo was very surprised and wondered if the queen was sick, and he didn't know that she was sick, and how he could help the girl because he was worried. Chen Shuo asked the system if she could find out what the queen was sick with, and she said that for this, she needed the queen to have symptoms. The girl said that the queen only gets sick from the smell of food and vomits while eating, and she usually drinks ginseng soup and a lot of medicine. Chen Shuo thought that these symptoms were similar to anorexia, and maybe she had this disease, but he still had to find out everything. And then Chen Shuo approached the girls and asked the ladies for forgiveness, and he wants to ask his friends something, and they can help in one matter. The girl asked Chen Shuo who she was, and he told her that she was a doctor who had come to examine the queen and she was not lying to her. The girls came closer to Chen Shuo and wanted to make sure that he was not lying to them. And in fact, the doctor and the guy froze in place in surprise. Chen Shuo thought that he was so ticklish and he wanted them both to examine him quickly, and then he could immediately help the head of the West. The girls moved away from Chen Shuo and made sure that he was not lying and the queen needed help and maybe fate had sent this man. The girl asked Chen Shuo to follow them, and he told his sisters thank you, and he would make every effort to help the leader. And after a while, they went into the queen's bedroom, and Chen Shuo thought that he believed that the system would help the head and she should not suffer. Chen Shuo asked the girls since when the visa began to disgust her, and they said that about half a month ago and she was sick. Chen Shuo thought that just half a month ago he came to the country of girls for the first time, and he had one reason, and it was possible. Chen Shuo wondered if the lingering longing for him had caused the head to lose his appetite, and she missed him and wanted him to come back. The soldier asked the girl if she also believed that the queen had an aversion to food, and she had heard many diagnoses for her problem. The girl told the soldier that according to her arguments, everything is so, and therefore they should take tests from the queen and maybe then they will help her. But the girl said that they had thought so before and the queen took medicine and they thought that it could help her, but they were very mistaken. The girl said that after taking the drug the head's health was not affected at all, but she remained depressed and had no appetite. A friend said that maybe the queen is very worried about something and she can't forget about it, and they don't know what will help their leader. The soldier asked whether no doctor could cure this disease from the chapter, and why the masters of their craft could not help her. But suddenly, at that moment, Chen Shuo told the girls that he would definitely be able to help the head, and he would heal her because she was not indifferent to him. The soldier heard Chen Shuo's voice and did not understand what the guy was doing there, and he should not come to the queen's palace, and she did not understand it. The soldier called Chen Shuo smell check, and how he dared to penetrate the palace of the head, and ordered the guard right now to grab him, and he violated. Chen Shuo realized that he was nervous and forgot to imitate a woman's voice, and he told the girls that now the most important thing is to treat the head. Chen Shuo said that he promises that he can cure the head's illness, and she will be happy as before, and she cannot be sick for many days. Chen Shuo approached the head and said that he knew that the queen would hear his call in time, and she knew that her friend could help there. The chapter told Chen Shuo that if he had not said that he could cure her illness there, she would have thrown him away immediately, and that's all the truth. The soldier told Chen Shuo that none of the best doctors could cope, and why did he decide that he would be able to help the head, and she did not understand. And at that very second, the soldier ordered her ladies to take Chen Shuo to prison, and such a person should sit in prison and not anger their leader. But Chen Shuo asked the sisters to listen to him, and he would really be able to cure the head there, and why don't they believe him because he never lies? But then the head asked the guards to stand and thought that she wanted to listen to him there, and maybe Chen Shuo could heal her today. The queen told the guards that let Chen Shuo go there, and she couldn't wait any longer because none of the doctors would help her anyway. But the soldier told the head that Chen Shuo is a man, and they never allow men into the palace, and that's why she wants to kick the man out. But the head asked the soldier not to force her to repeat the order, and she agreed with her and said that she would no longer argue with her now. Chen Shuo walked into the head's room and thought that the soldier was strict and she didn't want to let him in and he would remember this lady's act. The girls stood next to the queen and thought that they believed that she would get better. And why was she sick? Because she had recently been healthy. The queen was lying on the bed and she was not in the mood at all, and she thought that she wanted to get better and do business and she was tired. Chen Shuo saw the queen and thought that he missed her so much and wanted to see her there, and the system will fix any problems of the chapter now. Chen Shuo thought that he needed to calm down and not think about the figure of the head, and it is very beautiful, and then he can think as much as he wants. The head asked the girls to leave the room, and they told the head that she could call them at any time if she needed anything there. Chen Shuo told the queen that he should feel her pulse, and then he could find out how her heart beats and what the whole reason for the disease is. But the head looked intently at Chen Shuo and thought that if he could help her, it would be great, and she also had no appetite at all. Chen Shuo hoped that the head would not recognize him because he was the one spying on her while swimming, and she is still angry with him for this impudence. Chen Shuo began to check the head's pulse, and the system told him that her primary diagnosis was an aversion to food, and she was very sad. The system told the owner Cheng Shuo that this was due to the psychosomatics of the head, and the psychological problem needed to be solved to help her. But suddenly, at that moment, the queen grabbed Chen Shuo's hand, and she didn't want to let him go, and she will ask him a couple of important questions now. The head looked straight into Chen Shuo's eyes and did not look away, and he realized that he was doomed, and now he would not be able to escape anywhere, and this was an obvious disaster. And then, the head told Chen Shuo that it was he who spied on her that day and ran away from her a couple more times and why he did this to her. Chen Shuo froze in place in surprise and thought how the head recognized him because he didn't give himself away, and it looks like she definitely has a strong intuition. Chen Shuo told the queen that he doesn't understand what she's talking about, and he's an ordinary doctor, and he doesn't understand why she doesn't believe him now. But at that very second, the head took the scarf from Chen Shuo's face, and she was tired of listening to his nonsense, and he had to admit that she was right and recognized him. The queen told Chen Shuo that she knew it was him, and why he decided to come to her again, and why he didn't want to leave her alone. Chen Shuo realized that this was a problem, and now he doesn't know how to answer her questions because she can beat him for that act, and he feels so bad. Chen Shuo told the head that he once again asks for her forgiveness, and he did not do it on purpose. And that day, he accidentally ended up in a waterfall, and this is a fact. Chen Shuo told the queen that by curing her, he could now atone for his guilt and she should forgive the fool for that act. The head asked Chen Shuo if he is really a doctor, and she doubts that he is an experienced doctor and generally understands what he is doing, and this is her opinion. Chen Shuo told the head that he knew a little about this and how recently he heard that she was sick. He immediately decided to rush to help. The head thought it was cute, but beautiful words will not cure her illness now, and she has lost hope that someone will help her. And this is a problem. Chen Shuo told the head that she just has enough strength to be angry with him, that the illness is not that serious and she is healthy, and this is his verdict. Chen Shuo told the head that since they have solved all the problems, he can already go, and he wishes all the best and may he be so healthy. But the head shouted and asked Chen Shuo to stand, and thought that she didn't want him to just leave there, and why was he so stubborn? Chen Shuo looked at the head and realized that she was furious, and he didn't know what happened to her because last time she was much kinder to him. Chen Shuo was surprised, and could not understand why the head was so angry with him because he had not done anything bad to her and wanted to help her with the disease. Chen Shuo asked the head not to be angry, and he was joking and didn't want to offend her at all, and she misunderstood everything, and that's the whole reason. But the head wasn't funny and she doesn't feel very well and she needs help, and Chen Shuo decided to joke with her and it pisses her off there. Chen Shuo realized that his approach was wrong and he shouldn't joke about her like that because she has a different character and doesn't understand the joke. Chen Shuo decided that she was still the queen and he should behave more decently, and the head could kick him out of the palace if he wanted to. Chen Shuo asked the head not to worry and said that he would definitely cure her 100% and let the head not put pressure on him. The head asked Chen Shuo what he was doing in the place where she was swimming, and he was forever stuck in her head, and she immediately wants to hear the reason. The head told Chen Shuo that if he had not suddenly disappeared, then she would not have gotten sick and now her health would be excellent for sure. Chen Shuo asked the head if she really wanted to say that she got sick because of the point about him, and did not want him to leave and stay there with her. The head was alarmed and told Chen Shuo that she didn't mean it, and he misunderstood her, and why he thought she was bored. All the girls were waiting for Chen Shuo to help the head, and they are worried about their sweet queen, and without her no one can rule the world. Chen Shuo came closer to the head and asked the lady if she really didn't get sick because he left her alone and left there. Chen Shuo realized that the head has some feelings for him, and she cannot hide her emotions from him because he is still a bit of a psychologist. The chapter turned away from Chen Shuo and told him that, of course, this is not so, and he was mistaken, and should not think that she fell in love with the insolent. Chen Shuo asked the head if she was feeling better now, and he was worried that she would not be able to recover, and all people needed her. The head told Chen Shuo that he was right and now she feels better, and it's not that he's back and she thinks it's different. Chen Shuo said that it turns out that the queen is already healthy, and then he will avoid punishment because he kept his word and helped her with trouble. The head was furious and told Chen Shuo that he was a pervert and this all originally started because of him. And why did he think that he helped her like that? But Chen Shuo did not allow the head to hit him on the head and asked his friend if she really wanted to take revenge on him because he respects her for everything. The head told Chen Shuo that he was a scoundrel, and he made her suffer so much, and she could not understand the reason for so many days, and she was in pain. The head realized that she had not yet gained strength and energy and could not stand on her feet there for so long, and it looked like she needed to get some sleep. The head pressed herself close to Chen Shuo and thought that on the one hand it was so good that he returned to her because now she is not sick or in pain. Chen Shuo immediately realized that the head is very beautiful, and how can one ever resist such a girl and no one will ever compare to her? The head said that Chen Shuo is a vile, and why is he staring at her like that? And he has no shame at all, and how can she correct his character there? And at that very second the queen's clothes tore a little, and she realized that she was twitching to beat Chen Shuo, and that's why it was torn. Chen Shuo now couldn't control himself, and he also wants to immediately marry the head, because the queen is the best thing that happened in his life. The head punched Chen Shuo in the face and said that he was incorrigible and he did not follow orders and disobeyed the head. And why did he allow himself to do this? The girls listened to their conversation, and the head asked Chen Shuo what he was doing, and he asked his friend to be patient and said that everything would pass right away. The soldier was in complete shock and wondered if the leader was flirting with this guy, and she didn't think that anyone could surprise their leader there. The soldier asked the head if she was okay, and she could help her, and she was worried about her because she was screaming at the doctor, and maybe he was dangerous. But the head asked the soldier to leave and told her that she didn't need help, and everything was fine there, and the doctor was helping to cure her illness, and that's cool. The soldier was at a loss and asked the chief why she didn't want her to come to her, and if she could explain what was going on and what was important. And after a couple of minutes, Chen Shuo left the room and thought that he had found the perfect moment to return to the Western world and help her. Chen Shuo told the soldier that he had cured the head and they could go there themselves and see for themselves and understand that he kept his promise. The girls entered the room and asked the head if she was okay, and they asked the doctor to examine her, and then they would understand her condition there. The girl began to measure the pulse of the head and thought that for some reason she believed the doctor's words, and he did not look like the one who would deceive everyone. The girl was shocked and realized that the head had a very steady pulse and she no longer had signs of illness, and a miracle happened to the head now. The girl told the soldier that Chen Shuo is really an excellent doctor, and she asked her if he should be thrown into prison now for all this. The girl asked Chen Shuo for forgiveness and asked how he cured the head because all the doctors could not do anything with the head. Chen Shuo told the girl that this is his secret method and he definitely cannot divulge it, and the girl said that this is also a correct opinion. The soldier asked Lian to provide the doctor with a good rest, and now she must serve him well so that he is satisfied, and this is important. Lian asked Chen Shuo to follow her and she would do whatever he asked of her, and the guy told her thank you for believing in his strength. Lian told the soldier that what a skilled doctor Chen Shuo is, and she was shocked. And the warrior said that now she is calm about the head, and that's great. Chen Shuo thought that he was very lucky, and if it weren't for the system, he definitely wouldn't have survived, and so she found him in time and helped him. Chen Shuo thought that he still had to try hard to force the head to swallow the pill of peace of mind now. The system congratulated Chen Shuo on completing the task, and he has now managed to gain the favor of the head, and not everyone is capable of this. Chen Shuo received a reward of 3 spells, and it turns any material into gold, and the price for it is 2 million likes. And that's great. Chen Shuo was delighted because he managed to achieve the love of the head and also receive an award. And this is super and good that he is so active. After this, Chen Shuo decided to rest because he spent so much effort trying to cure the head and therefore he needs peace, and this is a fact. Chen Shuo sat on the bed and developed his cultivation level, and he was sure that no one was trying as hard as he was and therefore he would become the boss. Chen Shuo thought that he was doing everything right and he just needed a quiet place where no one would stop him from improving his skills in everything. Chen Shuo realized that in half a month he had managed to move forward 3 levels, and he did not know that he had such potential. But Chen Shuo was upset because he still has many restrictions, and besides, he did not completely cure the head, and he is not the top. And at that moment, Chen Shuo heard as if someone was knocking on the door, and he doesn't know who could come to him because he doesn't know anyone there yet. Chen Shuo asked who was standing behind the door and thought that it looked like someone had the wrong door because it was already late and the head couldn't come to visit. Chen Shuo opened the door and didn't notice anyone and thought that this was very strange because he clearly heard a knock on the door and maybe he was mistaken. Chen Shuo wondered if he had begun to hallucinate, and he was so young and had never had any mental problems before, and it was so strange. And at that moment, Chen Shuo realized that someone had put a sword behind his back, and he was a good and kind guy and who wanted to finish him off there. The head stood behind him, and Chen Shuo asked his sister not to do this, and they would calmly discuss it, and there was no need to kill him, and it would not help. Chen Shuo thought that he had already won over the head, and why does she still want to finish him off, and the beauty surprises him every time? The head told Chen Shuo that he should not tell anyone what happened during the day, otherwise he will greatly regret it and he will be angry. Chen Shuo thought that the head is a miracle, and she loves him and doesn't want to admit it yet because he feels how strange she is behaving there. Chen Shuo told the head that he was wondering what happened during the day and he had already forgotten, and thought that they were having fun then, and he cured her right away. The head told Chen Shuo that he himself knows what she is telling him, and he should not pretend that he does not understand what she means there. Chen Shuo asked his friend to put the sword down, and then they could drink tea with her and discuss what happened during the day, and this is important. Chen Shuo asked the head what was wrong with him and why they always and everywhere want to beat him, because he wants to help his friends when they are in trouble. The head lowered her sword and realized that she was in a hurry with her decision, and she should not punish Chen Shuo, and it is not his fault that she got sick. Chen Shuo turned and thought that he should find out what happened to the head, because she was acting suspiciously quietly after his words there. Chen Shuo asked the head not to take his words seriously, and he is just joking a little and he thinks that she is his coolest girl. Chen Shuo asked the head not to worry, and he definitely won't tell anyone about this, and she should take care of her health, and this is important. And then, by chance, Chen Shuo's hand touched the head's body, and he thought that it was in vain that he did not keep a distance between them, and now she would punish him. Chen Shuo was horrified and asked the head of Ha for forgiveness for accidentally touching her, and he had completely different intentions now. The head thought that Chen Shuo was impudent, and why was he pestering her again because she clearly explained to him that he shouldn't behave like that with her. The head said Chen Shuo that since he touched the queen's body, he already owed her, and asked if he was understanding what she was telling him about it. Chen Shuo told the head that he didn't think that their relationship would develop so quickly, and there was some kind of chemistry between them, and it was a shock. The head asked Chen Shuo if he didn't agree with her, and she would no longer have serious demands, and he could listen to her calmly. The head told Chen Shuo that he must promise her that he will not disappear again like last time, and he should not abandon his friends. Chen Shuo thought that these were all the requirements of the head, and told her that he would fulfill her demands without any problems, and would never leave her there. The next morning, Wang Sui came to the hospital where her dear Liu Ran is lying, and he received many serious injuries and he is suffering from it. Liu Ran told Wang Sui that he would finish off the bastard Chen Shuo and he should understand that he never needed to beat him hard. Liu Ran hit the bed with his fist and said that this scoundrel will definitely answer for everything and will regret that he contacted him that day, and this is a fact. Liu Ran screamed and said that he was in a lot of pain, and Wang Sui asked her beloved if he was okay and could she give him a massage on his hand. And then Liu Ran told Wang Sui that it all happened because of her, and she told him that Chen Shuo was too cowardly to fight back. Wang Sui told Liu Ran that she really didn't know that this would happen to him and didn't think that Chen Shuo had already learned to fight so well. Liu Ran pushed Wang Sui and told her to go away, and he no longer wants to see her, and she infuriates him, and in vain he contacted her in life. Van Shui fell to the floor and thought that Liu Zhen should admit that he himself was to blame for Chen Shuo so much. Beat him for his words. Wang Sui went out into the corridor and thought that she was in pain, and Liu Ran no longer thought about her health, because her beloved would not push his sweetheart. Wang Sui decided that Chen Shuo was to blame for all her failures, and he suddenly became different and decided to take revenge on her for leaving him. Wang Sui thought that this loser Chen Shuo set her up with his behavior, and he should have immediately given them his girlfriend's contact information. And at that moment, suddenly Wang Sui noticed a familiar woman in the corridor and decided to strain her mind to remember who this lady was. Wang Sui looked at Chen Shuo's mother without taking her eyes off and thought that she had seen this woman before and knew that the lady was related to someone. And then Wang Sui remembered how Chen Shuo looked at the photo of this woman on his phone, and she is his mother, and he loves her very much and always helps. Wang Sui grinned insidiously and realized that it seems that luck is on her side today, and she will be able to take revenge on Chen Shuo for what he did. The next morning, Chen Shuo sat outside the castle of the Land of Maidens in the forest and thought that he should calmly develop his strength. Chen Shuo has gathered all his strength, and now he can accomplish what he has in mind and learns what he is capable of when he is motivated towards a goal. Chen Shuo used the separation technique, and everything around him was in rubble, and he broke the ground, and all his strength and power depended on him. Chen Shuo was shocked and realized that there was such a powerful cultivation in this world, and he could become a powerful fighter. Chen Shuo decided that he would return to the real world and would be able to do whatever he wanted there, and no one would stop or interfere. But the system told Chen Shuo that this is impossible, and the Western world is filled with spiritual energy, and therefore he cannot cultivate. Chen Shuo asked the system if there is no energy in the real world and it will not become as cool as there, and it has a lot of limitations. Chen Shuo thought that he was in vain to rejoice, and the system said that when he reaches a higher level, the restrictions will be lifted from him. And then the head approached Chen Shuo and said that now he is brazenly spoiling the land of her possessions and why he always harms her possessions. Chen Shuo asked the head how she ended up there, and he didn't expect to see her there at all because it was still very early and he thought that she was still sleeping. The queen told Chen Shuo that she wanted to look into his eyes and he is a ruiner of the family and she wants to understand if he is suffering because of this matter. Chen Shuo was very surprised and asked the head why she called him a ruiner of the family and asked him to say again what she meant. But the head turned away and told Chen Shuo that she was leaving and she still had a lot to do, and all the residents of the city believed that she would fix all this. The head realized that Chen Shuo is a good guy and he doesn't want her to be sad, and maybe they can become good friends with him. The system congratulated the owner on completing the task, and he had already solved the psychological problem of the chapter, and he was surprised and he did nothing. But Chen Shuo realized that it doesn't matter. And the most important thing is that everything is fine and the head is no longer suffering, and how glad he is, and she is a wonderful girl. And after a while, Chen Shuo came to the queen's domain and wanted to discuss some matters with her there, because he had finally established business with her. The head was in a great mood, and she was no longer sad and knew that everything was fine, and she was glad that Chen Shuo returned and helped her right away. Chen Shuo told the head that this is an incredible beauty and he definitely can't come to terms with the fact that such a girl communicates well with him. The head looked at Chen Shuo and thought that he could be a great guy for her because he is always ready to listen to her and she likes it. The head threw petals into the air and realized that now she has complete harmony and she should not be sad over all sorts of trifles, and this is harmful. Chen Shuo thought that he almost forgot about why he came to their world of the West, and he had a clear goal and he had to do it. Chen Shuo looked at how the head was dancing and realized that it would be a sin now, that there would be no way to film such beauty, and it would get so many likes. The head was delighted with everything, and today the weather is pleasant and she wants to dance there. and she has not been as happy as there for a long time. Chen Shuo clapped the head and said that it was wonderful and it was definitely an incredible dance, and she was just a goddess who came down from heaven. The head asked Chen Shuo if he was really capable of just a couple of compliments, and she thought that he was a romantic who was peeping. Chen Shuo told the head that he simply admired her very much, and all this praise of his was unnecessary and she may no longer understand many of his words. The head told Chen Shuo that what a talker he is and that no one can shut him up because he can burst, and he himself will come up with any excuse. The head told Chen Shuo that this dance is a reward for the fact that he recently cured her, and she really suffered without him, and he helped her. Chen Shuo asked the chapter what she was telling him, and for him, the honor that he had cured the queen and she could turn to him with any trouble. Chen Shuo and the head decided to have lunch, and people brought them the most delicious dishes, and the guy deserved it because he always motivates her. The head thought that she really liked such a friendly atmosphere, and Chen Shuo transformed her palace and it became so pleasant there. And then Chen Shuo heard his phone vibrate and thought that he knew that the system wanted to tell him about something, and he hoped for it. Chen Shuo took out his phone and realized that he was right, and the system decided to notify him about something. But he believes and is waiting only for good news. And then Chen Shuo was excited and asked how this could happen. And he thought that everything was under control, and how did he not notice all this? Chen Shuo still continued to have lunch with the head and thought that he realized that she was very hospitable and she missed communicating with him. The head noticed that Chen Shuo was worried and asked his friend what happened there, and it seemed like he was angry about something, and she didn't know what it was. Chen Shuo told the head that he was afraid that he would have to disappear for a while, and she should not be angry with him because this is all very important. The head was upset and asked Chen Shuo if he really wanted to leave so quickly because they didn't even have time to have a proper lunch there. Chen Shuo realized that he offended the queen, but he cannot tell her the whole truth because she will ask him many questions about his case. Chen Shuo asked the head not to worry, and he promises her that he will soon return once he has sorted out his affairs and they will both have dinner. The head told Chen Shuo that he just has to keep his promise and she will wait for him to return, and then they will have fun together. And suddenly, at that very second, Chen Shuo disappeared, and the head was in shock and wondered if her best friend had disappeared. And where could he quickly go? The head hopes that Chen Shuo will be okay, and that he is kind and shouldn't get hurt, but for some reason, she has a strange feeling now. At this time, Wang Sui was standing in the hospital corridor, and she was so unhappy and wanted to frame Chen Shuo's mother because her son is an idiot. The guards were holding Chen Shuo's mother, and Wang Sui told them that it was definitely this old trash that stole her jewelry, and the lady was very mean. Chen Shuo's mother told the guards that she didn't steal anything, and she doesn't know why this girl says such things and is sure of her theft. Wang Sui asked Chen Shuo's mother how she wasn't ashamed of stealing things at that age because she should set an example for young people. Wang Sui asked Chen Shuo's mother if she was really wandering around this elite hospital to find some rich man for herself, and she was strange. Chen Shuo's mother was in complete shock and told Wang Sui that there was so much slander from her, and she didn't understand why this girl was so angry. Wang Sui asked the guards to take this thief to the police station, and it is better not to make noise in the hospital and not attract the attention of patients. Chen Shuo's mother told Wang Sui that she didn't do anything, and why was she setting her up, and she should at least find out the reason for her action. Wang Sui told Chen Shuo's mother that she didn't do anything, but her son is to blame for everything, and he shouldn't have made her angry, and now she will take revenge on him. And at that moment, Wang Sui heard Chen Shuo's voice, and he asked the guards to let his mother go, and what are they allowing themselves, and this is impudence. Mom asked Chen Shuo what he did to this girl, and he asked the guards what kind of chaos they caused, and they will be punished. The guards told Chen Shuo that that girl was accusing that woman of stealing her jewelry, and so they wanted to take action about it. Chen Shuo looked at Wang Sui and thought that he would finish her there because she wanted to frame his mother, and she allows herself a lot. Wang Sui asked Chen Shuo why he was staring at her, and his mother stole her necklace, and the evidence is in her hands, and she is sure. And then, the system helped Chen Shuo understand the truth, because he couldn't find out, and he needed help, because Wang Sui is lying, but he doesn't know anything. And then, Chen Shuo saw how Wang Sui quietly threw the jewelry into his mother's pocket, and she wanted to put it there in this way. Chen Shuo realized that Wang Sui is a pathetic girl, and how can she do this to an adult woman without even thinking about anything? And she is evil. Chen Shuo asked Wang Sui if she was sure that it was his mother who stole her necklace and why she immediately blamed her and let him explain. Wang Shui told Chen Shuo that she was sure that it was his mother who stole her necklace, and the necklace was worth $500,000. Chen Shuo asked Wang Shui where the necklace was now, and she asked him if he really decided to chat with her, and it was in her pocket. Chen Shuo listened, and Wang Shui told him that this is an important piece of evidence in their case, and so now they will go to the station and let the police decide. Chen Shuo asked Wang Shui if she was sure that her very valuable necklace was in his mother's pocket, and he wanted to see. Wang Shui told Chen Shuo that how did he get her, and she had already told him 100 times, and why did she have to repeat it again, and she was so tired? Chen Shuo listened to her, and Wang Shui asked the guards why the two of them were still standing there and let them move to the station, and his mother is dangerous. Chen Shuo asked Wang Shui if the necklace is not in her pocket now, and she should check it and then blame others there. And at that second, Wang Shui noticed that the necklace was really there in her pocket, and she doesn't understand how it got there, and this is absurd. Wang Shui was shocked and said that this was some kind of mysticism and she definitely put it in this woman's pocket. And how did the necklace end up there? And then Wang Shui realized that she had accidentally said a lot of unnecessary words, and she covered her mouth with her hand and realized that she had told everyone a secret, and that was bad. Chen Shuo was pleased and asked his friends if everyone had heard what Wang Shui said and why they didn't all check all the information. People gathered around Wang Shui and said that this is a disgrace and she is the most vile girl and she even dared to blame other people. Chen Shuo asked the people what kind of police they were, and only after hearing the accusations they captured an innocent person and they are newbies and idiots. The policeman bowed and asked for forgiveness from Chen Shuo's mother, and he admitted that they made a mistake and should not have done that. Mom went to Chen Shuo and said that everything is already fine and she is in perfect order there and he should not worry, and he saved her from prison. Chen Shuo told his mother that he would better understand this matter of theirs to the end, and he knows what to do in such a situation with the scoundrels. Chen Shuo began to approach Wang Shui and thought that he wanted to finish her off now and could not forgive her for what she did to her mother. Chen Shuo came close to Wang Shui and she was afraid of him and asked her ex-boyfriend what he was up to and did he really want to harm the lady. Chen Shuo asked Wang Shui if she was ashamed to show off cheap jewelry because it was clear that this necklace was cheap and also from the market. Wang Shui was angry with Chen Shuo and thought that she would show him that there was no need to communicate with her in such a tone because she could take revenge on him. But then Chen Shuo took out a wad of money and thought that he did not expect that Wang Shui was such a mean girl and would want to frame the old lady. And at that very second, Chen Shuo suddenly threw money in Wang Sui's face and said that she should take this money because that's what she wanted. Chen Shuo told Wang Sui that now she can go wherever she wants and he hates such people and wants to beat this stupid fool with all his might. Chen Shuo thought that no one dares to touch his mother because she is an angel and she cannot offend anyone, and how can one not understand? Chen Shuo asked Wang Sui if she didn't like money, and was she ready to endure humiliation from Liu Ran just for the sake of his dirty money? Wang Shui thought that Chen Shuo is a scoundrel, and how can he communicate with her in such a tone, and he will regret being rude to her in their hospital. But then Chen Shuo came close to Wang Shui, and she stopped yelling at him there and thought that he could punish her for this act. Chen Shuo told Wang Shui in a menacing voice that next time he would definitely not stand on ceremony with her, and she would know how angry he was with his ex. Chen Shuo thought that he was smarter than Wang Shui, and he would not beat her there, but he really wanted to do it, but his mother would be against it. Chen Shuo took his mother with him and thought that it was good that he came to her on time, otherwise she would have been taken to the police station for nothing. Wang Shui was angry with Chen Shuo and said that he should wait a little and very soon he would find out what a lady's rage and revenge looks like. After Chen Shuo and his mother went into his father's room and they know that he needs their support so much and then he will definitely recover quickly. Mom wanted to ask Chen Shuo about the money that he threw right in Wang Sui's face and where he got it from and whether he needed the money. Chen Shuo asked his mother not to be nervous and said that he received a bonus at work and that's why he so easily threw money in the face of this snake. Chen Shuo asked his mother why he would deceive her and thought it was cool that the system awarded him a spell that helped him. Chen Shuo remembered how he came to the restaurant and this spell helps him turn matter into gold, and now he will not be poor. And then a message came to Chen Shuo's phone saying that his card had now received money in the amount of more than 300,000 yuan. Chen Shuo couldn't believe that he now has more than 3 million yuan on his card, and maybe he's dreaming and it's unreal. Chen Shuo realized that he was mistaken, and now he already has 3,320,000 yuan, and he cannot believe his eyes. Chen Shuo met with a merchant who could buy gold from him at a profit, and he was glad that he was realizing all his dreams at once. The merchant told Chen Shuo that if he needed to exchange gold again, he would do it at a very favorable price and he would be satisfied. The merchant wished Mr. Chen Shuo a good day and was very happy to meet him, and they will always work together with him. Chen Shuo thought that thanks to the system, it would not be so difficult for him to climb to the highest level of life, and he would always remember it all. Chen Shuo told his mother that he wanted to tell her something else, and she should listen to him, because his mother can give him the right advice right away. Chen Shuo handed the bank card to his mother and said that with this money she could buy the best for dad and then he would be healthy. But mother did not take the card from Chen Shuo and said that her father's condition had fortunately already stabilized and therefore she did not need money now. Mom patted Chen Shuo on the shoulder and said that he still needs to organize his life, so now he needs this money more than she does. Chen Shuo thought that he had the best mother in the world and she never wants to take money from him and is always worried about his health. But Chen Shuo still handed the card into his mother's hands and said that he has a lot of money and she doesn't have to think about him because he's not lying to her. Mom listened to her son and Chen Shuo said that after rehabilitation, dad will need to eat a lot and need to feed him the best dishes. Mom exhaled and was glad that she has the most caring son in the world and he does not forget about his family and always gives them all his money. Chen Shuo asked his mother to just take good care of his father so that he would be strong as an ox and then they would have complete harmony in their house. The system asked the owner to complete a task with Chang'e, and he needs to quickly win her attention and film her dancing too. Chen Shuo walked along the alley with packages and realized that now he needs to try very hard to win Chang'e's attention so soon. Chen Shuo put his bags on the ground and thought that he was very tired and needed a break because he was exhausted and losing his mind. Chen Shuo thought that although now his cultivation is exactly at the peak of the base level, it is still difficult for him to carry so much junk. Chen Shuo asked the system if the store had something like a storage ring, and it told the owner that there was such a ring too. Chen Shuo realized that the vault ring costs 500,000 likes and he can already afford a very necessary item, and this is so important. Chen Shuo immediately exchanged the likes for a ring, and he should explore the store, and there you can find so many valuable things, and he didn't know about it all. And at that very second, a ring appeared in front of Chen Shuo, and he can put all the objects in this ring, and this way he will make his life easier, faster. Chen Shuo closed his eyes and began to accumulate all his energy, and he will try to immediately move all his things into this ring, and it will be more profitable this way. Chen Shuo was able to realize his ideas, and his level of cultivation already allows him to cast spells, and he really likes it. Chen Shuo looked at how the ring glowed and his packages disappeared, and this suited him and how he didn't think of this before and tormented himself. Chen Shuo picked up the ring, and he must study all its properties and he will use it for its intended purpose and fit all his things there. Chen Shuo was pleased and realized that now everything has become much more convenient and he really needs to put on new videos so that people like him. Chen Shuo took out his phone and now he can complete the task and no one will interfere with him, and all his attention will be on friendship with the goddess. The system asked Chen Shuo if he would like to go to the lunar palaces for a task, and after successful completion, he would receive a reward. Chen Shuo agreed with the system, and the faster he completes the task, then he will be able to devote more time to his family and make them happy. Chen Shuo began to disappear from his familiar world, and the cat standing there next to him was very scared, and she did not understand what was going on. At this time, everything was calm in the lunar palaces, and Chen Shuo thought that he was beginning to get used to the tasks and would soon be a master. And then a portal appeared in the lunar palaces, and Chen Shuo realized that this was one of his first tasks, and he might experience difficulties, and he was ready. And at that very second, Chen Shuo fell from the portal to the ground, and he was in great pain, and he realized that he had to work on his landing. Chen Shuo was furious, and asked the system if it could have landed him softer, and she told him that she had done everything in her power there. Chen Shuo thought that the system was deceiving him, and she wanted it that way on purpose, and she was happy when he was in pain, and he didn't understand why. Chen Shuo looked at the huge palace and thought, if these were the lunar palaces, and he imagined them differently in his fantasy. Chen Shuo was in anticipation, and does not believe that he will soon meet the best and legendary Chang'e, and he does not know what she looks like. Chen Shuo was happy and thought that he often heard about Chang'e as a child, but he didn't know that someday he would be able to meet her, and it was so cool. Chen Shuo imagined the image of Chang'e, and she always seemed to him a gentle and very graceful lady who could charm any person. Chen Shuo thought Maybe Chang'e looks sophisticated, and very soon he will definitely see her with his own eyes, and it seems he will remember this day for a long time. Chen Shuo noticed the silhouette of a girl nearby, and she stood motionless, and he assumed that it was Chang'e because he could not meet another. The girl held a rabbit in her hand and told the sweetheart that today is his special day because it is his birthday and she congratulates him on this. The girl asked to look at this gift and asked if he liked it, and she thought that this rabbit was the cutest in the world and she was happy with it. Chen Shuo looked at the girl and realized that he seemed to have found the one he had been thinking about all these days, and he so wanted to meet the goddess now. Chen Shuo thought if this cute girl was Chang'e, and he thought that she was older, but she turned out to be also beautiful as he thought. Chen Shuo was pleased, and now he knows what the legendary goddess really looks like, and he thinks that they will soon become friends. Chen Shuo froze in place and thought that he never expected Chang'e to be like this, and he couldn't put words together and was simply speechless there. Chen Shuo decided that Chang'e is a pretty nice girl, and she looks at him and doesn't understand where he came from, because she wasn't expecting guests. Chang'e asked Chen Shuo who he was, and she was glad to meet him, and she did not expect to see new people in the Lunar Palace today. Chen Shuo told Chang'e that he broke in there on purpose and he travels through worlds and accidentally ended up in this world and knows nothing. Chen Shuo told Chang'e that the aura of loneliness pulled him there and he unwittingly ended up in this place, and now he will find out all the information. Chang'e asked Chen Shuo about the aura of loneliness and was he really lying to her? And was drawn there by such an aura, and she immediately believed his words. Chen Shuo told Chang'e that he asks for her forgiveness if he accidentally offended her, and he didn't mean to do it, and he just doesn't have enough communication. Chang'e told Chen Shuo that he really has magical powers and why did he come to the lunar palaces, and she cannot understand it. Chang'e asked Chen Shuo if he really travels through the worlds, and he agreed with her, and she was so interested in learning a lot of things. Chen Shuo told Chang'e with complete confidence that now he would dispel all her doubts and she would personally be convinced that he never lies to a lady. Chen Shuo thought that he was a real charlatan and how ashamed he is now to deceive an innocent girl, and she also listens with interest. Chang'e thought that she missed such communication with the guy and he knows a lot of things. And she also wants to know all this because she heard about the magician. Chang'e asked Chen Shuo what other worlds look like if he had visited many of them and learned a lot of different cultures and peoples of the worlds. Chen Shu was happy in his heart because he managed to capture the attention of his new friend Chang'e, and she is a naive and kind girl, and that's cool. Chen Shuo told Chang'e that in his homeworld there are tall buildings everywhere, and people ride carriages without horses, and many live at such a pace. Chang'e asked Chen Shuo what is delicious in his homeworld and what they all eat, and he intrigued her very quickly and clearly. Chen Shuo told Chang'e that in his world there are grilled kebabs and cuisines from different countries, and girls her age like to go shopping together. Chen Shuo showed Chang'e the phone and said that with the help of this thing, he immediately captured a bunch of beautiful moments from his world everywhere. Chang'e smiled and told Chen Shuo that his world is so interesting and she didn't know about it, and he told her so many new things today. Chen Shuo told his friend that if she liked his homeworld, he could take her there with him and she could see everything with her own eyes. Chang'e told her friend Chen Shuo that she was sorry because she really wanted to see his world, but there was one nuance that prevented her from leaving the city. Chang'e told Chen Shuo that the Jade Emperor does not allow her to leave the lunar palaces at all, and he is seriously watching her step. Chen Shuo felt sorry for Chang'e and thought that she definitely did not deserve to live in the same world and not go anywhere, even if she wanted to. Chen Shuo thought that although Chang'e is a deity, her life is always spent completely alone, and she does not communicate with anyone, and this is bad. Chen Shuo handed Chang'e the chips and asked his friend to try it and she would be delighted and it would cheer her up, and he was sure. Chang'e was at a loss and asked Chen Shuo where he got all this from, and he told her that it was his secret and he didn't want to tell her the secret. Chen Shuo asked his friend to try these chips and said that he really likes their taste and that's why he always eats chips whenever he wants. Chang'e opened a pack of chips, and she had never seen such a product, and she would not wait and would rather appreciate the taste of the chips, and maybe they are delicious. Chang'e took the chips and thought that such a small thing could really lift the mood so dramatically, and it looks like this is the medicine in the world. Chang'e took a bite of the chip and thought that she shouldn't rush, and he didn't rush her, and she could understand the true taste of the best chips. Chang'e was delighted with the chips and told Chen Shuo that it was incredible, and he was right, and she immediately forgot about why she was sad in the room. Chen Shuo didn't think that the little goddess Chang'e loved food so much, and it's good that he brought so many chips with him and was able to treat her now. Chang'e licked her finger and thought that even the filling of the chips was delicious, and how she didn't know about such delicious food, and now she will eat chips. Chen Shuo was surprised by Chang'e's action, and she does not behave as he thought. And all the other girls are serious and very different from the sweet Chang'e. Chen Shuo turned away sharply and thought that he would not stop Chang'e from eating these chips, and he looked at her non-stop, and this could scare her. And then Chang'e realized that this was a disaster, and now she would be greatly embarrassed, and she definitely shouldn't behave like that, and she was happy about the arrival of her friend. Chang'e was very ashamed, and she thought that because of the delicious food she had completely forgotten about her image, and now she would improve and she would do it. Chang'e asked Chen Shuo for forgiveness and thought that she definitely shouldn't behave like this, and therefore she will explain everything to him thoroughly. Chang'e told her friend Chen Shuo that these chips were too tasty, and she forgot about everything because of them, and he fed her them, and now she is bad. Chen Shuo almost laughed and thought that Chang'e had no reason to ask him for forgiveness because she didn't do anything and she eats, and that's cool. Chen Shuo laughed and told Chang'e that she is so cute and he can't scold her because then he will be a monster, and she is a cool friend. Chang'e asked, Chen Shuo, doesn't she look sloppy now, and she eats chips and doesn't pay attention to her manners, and it's a disaster and she's so ashamed. Chen Shuo told Chang'e that right now she looks very cute, and if she likes it, she can eat as much as she wants and won't forbid it. Chen Shuo decided to film Chang'e eating, and he will remember this moment and remember when he is sad and happy about her. Chang'e was surprised and looked at the phone and asked Chen Shuo what he was doing and why he took this thing out of his homeworld again. Chen Shuo told Chang'e that you should always try to capture beautiful moments in time so that you can look at them years later. Chen Shuo told Chang'e that in fact, besides this function, this phone of his has many more interesting things, and he will teach it if he wants. And then Chang'e heard someone walking and moving towards them, and these were familiar steps, and she knows that this could be dangerous for him. Chang'e was alarmed and told her friend Chen Shuo that he should quickly hide, and he did not understand why she was so afraid, and she was scaring. Chang'e asked Chen Shuo to hide behind this column, and then this person would not be able to find him, and she would be happy and protect him there, and would not let him be offended. Chang'e knows that whoever goes there should not see all these chips, and she must quickly hide them. Otherwise, she may be punished for eating such food. Chang'e removed all the chips from the table in a split second and thought that Chen Shuo should not be afraid, and nothing would happen to him if it didn't work out. And then a woman came up to her and told the goddess Chang'e that she now had to tell her something, and she should not interrupt and listen. The woman said that after the 15th, Lady Wang wanted to have a banquet, and the emperor ordered her to prepare a dance for that day. Chang'e told the woman that she understood her and would do everything, and they could be calm, and she would not offend the emperor and would be ready to dance. The woman agreed with Chang'e and thought that she should keep an eye on her because she might not have time to prepare her dance these days. Chen Shuo was angry and thought that he felt sorry for Chang'e and people shouldn't do this to her because everyone has the right to vote in any world. The maid closed the door and left Chang'e's room. And Chen Shuo there realized that he had to have a conversation with Chang'e and find out what was happening. Chen Shuo approached Chang'e and asked what this lady allowed herself to do, and the girl was upset and told her friend that she was already used to it there. But Chang'e told Chen Shuo that participation in the banquet is the only way to leave the lunar palaces, and so she can escape from the world. Chen Shuo thought that Chang'e should enjoy life because she is so young and hasn't seen so much, and he himself is ready to show her the city. But Chen Shuo realized that Chang'e is like a bird that was locked in a golden cage and she cannot leave it. Otherwise, people will immediately scold her. Chen Shuo decided that he would do everything in his power to help her, and he doesn't like the way everyone treats Chang'e, and it's so infuriating. Chang'e remembered and asked the guy what his name was because they were already friends with him, but she still didn't know his name and she was interested in finding out. Chang'e's best friend told her that his name is Chen Shuo, and he is very glad to meet her and did not know that he would one day be able to see the goddess there. Chang'e thought that Chen Shuo was a beautiful name, and she was glad that she had another great friend who was always ready to help her. Chang'e realized that the maid would no longer come there, and she could return to the meal again, because the woman distracted her from an important matter there. The girl took out the lollipop that she had hidden and told Chen Shuo that she was also glad to meet you, and her name was Chang'e, and now he knows it. Chen Shuo thought that Chang'e is a girl who loves to eat, and how cute it is, and he can't take his eyes off such a funny lady. And then Chen Shuo told Chang'e that how could he forget about it? And she didn't understand what he wanted to tell her and asked his friend what he would show her. Chen Shuo took out a beautiful thing from his pocket and thought that this thing would definitely surprise Chang'e, and it seems she still doesn't know what he will show there. Chang'e looked at this shining thing in delight and asked Chen Shuo what kind of beauty this is, and she likes it, but she doesn't know what this thing is. Chen told Chang'e that this thing is called a music box, and he will show her how to use this thing correctly now. Chen Shuo took Chang'e's hand and told his friend that if she pressed this button, music would start playing and she should try. Chen Shuo told his friend that she could dance to this music because she had to prepare for the banquet and rehearse the dance. And then Chen Shuo looked at Chang'e and was surprised, and he thought that it would be much more difficult, but it seems his girlfriend trusts him now. Chen Shuo saw that Chang'e was dancing, and did she really start dancing there? And she is a wonderful girl, and he is glad to meet a new friend. Chen Shuo took a video of Chang'e dancing and thought that perhaps Chang'e was now happier than ever before, and that's why she wanted to dance. And then Chen Shuo turned around and realized that a personal system had appeared behind him, and she wanted to notify him about something, and this could help. The system informed Chen Shuo that the task was completed, and he had earned the trust of Chang'e and the reward for the task of 72 transformations. Chen Shuo was happy and he received 72 transformations, and this is simply incredible, and he will try to complete all the missions. But Chen Shuo knew that even with this ability, he would not be able to personally help Chang'e get out of there and must find another way there. Chen Shuo realized that after all, his strength was not enough to fight the very strong Jade Emperor, and then how could he defeat the fighter? Chang'e told Chen, show that he can consider this dance a personal gift for him from her, and she is glad that she found such a friend today. But then Chen Shuo came up to Chang'e and stroked her hair and realized that he would give his best to help his friend and soon get her out. Chen Shuo told Chang'e that it was time for him to leave, and he thought that he would post a video and get likes, and then he could increase his strength. But at that very second, Chang'e grabbed Chen Shuo's hand and didn't want her best friend to leave, and she had to ask something else there. Chang'e asked Chen, show if he would come again, and she would wait for him, and next time they could play and she would show him their city. Chen Shuo asked Chang'e's best friend not to worry and said that he would come back and they could play games together for many hours. Chang'e told Chen Shuo that he must return, and she hopes that he will not forget his promise because many people forget. Chen Shuo went outside and thought that he knows that Chang'e is strong, and she should hold out there a little more time, and this is important. Chen Shuo thought that one day he would be able to take Chang'e away from the lunar palaces and she should see his world because she wants to know a lot. Chen Shuo decided that he was 100% sure that he would take Chang'e with him and let her not be nervous because he was used to keeping his word. At this time, in the office of one company, a guy told Miss Long Shui that she should take a look at this, and he knows that she is no longer indifferent. Chen Shuo's colleague named Wang Qiwei told Miss Long Shui that this video of Chen Shuo has gained unprecedented popularity again, and it is a shock. Department head Long Shui told Wang Qiwei that Chen Shuo was lucky, and he was an ordinary newcomer, and the guy said that she was helping his colleague too. Wang Qiwei asked Miss Long Shui if they could steal Chen Shuo's account, and then they would have a huge resource and reach their peak. Long Shui asked Wang Qiwei what he wanted to tell her and let him tell her all the information, and then she could decide what to do. Wang Qiwei told Miss Long Shui that they could take over Chen Shuo's account, and the money from views would be divided between the two of them only. Wang Qiwei told Miss Long Shui Chen Shuo's account is very popular and it is very valuable from a business point of view, and they can get rich. Wang Qiwei told Miss Long Shui that when they both become so popular, even the director of their company will depend on them. Long Shui thought and told Wang Qiwei that he was right and this was a great idea and they could easily earn so much money from his account. Wang Qiwei thought that how easy it is to deceive women, and for the sake of personal gain, he is ready to say goodbye to his conscience forever. And that's cool. Chen Shuo at this time returned to his familiar world and thought that he should upload a new video with his girlfriend Chang'e in the messenger. Chen Shuo noticed that Chang'e loves to smile, but she must unwillingly hide her emotions so that she is not scolded by all these people. And then Wang Qiwei approached Chen Shuo and asked if he was playing on the phone at work and he would report this to the head of the department, now quickly. Chen Shuo asked Wang Qiwei if it was him and thought, why he came to him, and you can expect anything from this man and he is bad. Wang Qiwei thought that Chen Shuo was just lucky to become important and famous by posting one video, and why he thinks he is cool. Wang Qiwei told Chen Shuo that Miss Long was calling him to the office, and she said that it was urgent and he should go there, and she would not wait. Chen Shuo knocked on the door of department head Long Shu and suggested that she could entrust him with some task and he was ready to complete. Chen Shuo entered the room and thought that he hoped that now he would not receive a reprimand from his superiors, because he was carrying out plans correctly. Long Jue told Chen Shuo that she heard that he accidentally made a video and it spread across the internet. And now he is popular in the world. Long Jue told Chen so that now the company is in great need of progress and therefore he should give his account to his company. Chen Shuo apologized to Miss Long Shui and said that he could not do this and she should understand because he needs an account. Long Shui told Chen so that now he is just a trainee and does not have enough experience and the company can manage the account better. Chen Shuo told Long Shuo that he created this account before he got a job there and she has no right to take away what belongs to him. And then Wang Qiwei came into the room and asked his friend Chen Shuo maybe he didn't want to give them his account and why he was testing everyone. Wang Qiwei said that they are civilized people and if he gives the account to the company there, Miss Long Shui will immediately give him credit. Chen Shuo asked Wang Qiwei what would happen if he did not give the account to the company, and he was interested to know what they would do to him in this form. Miss Long Shui slammed her hand on the table and asked Chen Shuo if she understood him correctly, and he doesn't want to give the company an account. Miss Long Shui stood up and told her friend that nothing would happen to him, but she wanted to finally warn him about an important matter. Long Shui told Chen Shuo that he should know that the strong always defeat the weak, and she has a lot of ways to make life worse. Wang Qiwei told Chen Shuo that he advises his friend to think about everything more carefully, and when he gives away the account, part of the earnings will be his only. Chen Shuo listened to him and Wang Qiwei said that there is no need to cut off your chance for a good future because of your hot temper. Wang Qiwei continued to hold Chen Shuo's shoulder and thought that his colleague was an idiot, and he did not understand that Long Shui would simply remove him immediately. But at that very second, Chen Shuo removed Wang Qiwei's hand from his shoulder and told them thank you for the advice, but they should not decide his future now. Chen Shuo began to leave the room and told his colleagues that he had not yet processed the video, so they should not distract him over trifles. But Long Shui threatened Chen Shuo and said that if he doesn't give them the account today, he can pack his things and leave their company. Chen Shuo stopped leaving and realized that he also wants to say what he thinks about Long Shui, because she also behaves very uncivilly with him. Chen Shuo told Long Shui that she seems to have a human appearance, but even evil dogs have a better character than her and let them be human. Wang Qiwei was furious at Chen Shuo's words and rushed towards him and immediately asked the freak what he said, and wasn't he afraid that he would get hurt? But Chen Shuo seemed to be protected by a barrier, and Wang Qiwei was unable to deliver his blow to his colleague and did not understand that he was protecting him from attacks. And then Wang Qiwei flew a couple of meters away from Chen Shuo, and he thought that his colleague was a weakling, and he could easily beat him up. But he was very mistaken. Wang Qiwei fell to the floor and thought that he definitely did not expect a retaliatory attack from the scoundrel Chen Shuo, and how dare he hit him and he would punish. Miss Long Shui was angry and asked Chen Shuo how he dared to hit his colleague Wang Qiwei like that, and maybe he thinks that he can defeat anyone. Wang Qiwei was knocked down at that time and could not understand what had just happened to him and why he was so far away from Chen Shuo for the blow. Chen Shuo asked Miss Long Shui why she thought that he hit Wang Qiwei, because he didn't even touch him with a finger and she was mistaken there. Miss Long Shui was angry and thought that how could Chen Shuo argue with her, and decided that he was right in the conflict and did not want to admit his guilt. Chen Shuo said that Wang Qiwei himself could not stand on his feet, and there is definitely no need to be angry. And angry because she failed to steal the account. Miss Long Shui told Chen Shuo in a menacing voice that he was fired, and he should now pack his things and go wherever he wants. Chen Shuo told Long Xue that he himself does not want to work in the company and they will soon cease to exist because of such decisions, and this is a fact. Chen Shuo threw his resignation letter towards his colleagues and said that he did not want to work in the same company with such two idiots. Chen Shuo's resignation letter touched Long Shu's head, and she decided that she would now punish the insolent person. And why was he throwing papers? And at that moment, the director of the company, Mr. Wang, came into the room and he was extremely surprised and asked everyone there why they weren't working. Director Wang asked the people what they did there, and maybe he should deprive them of their bonus so that they understand who they are all dealing with. Long Shui told Mr. Wang that he came on time and he should look at this chaos himself and what his employee was doing in their office. Wang Qiwei told the director that Chen Shuo is a cunning man and they work as a team, but he wants to take all the credit only for himself, and this infuriates him. Long Shui, in a pitiful voice, told the director that she wanted benefits for their company, and Chen Shuo, in response to her anger, decided to resign. Director Wang heard Long Shui's words that Chen Shuo also beat her there and was furious, and asked the head of the department what happened there. Wang Qiwei and Long Shui were delighted and thought that it served him right, and they would see how Chen Shuo would now be insolent, and they took revenge on him. Chen Shuo noticed that the director was moving in his direction and thought that he could not understand, and did the director really believe in all this nonsense? But the director told the guy that it turns out he was Chen Shuo and he had long wanted to meet him in person, and Long and Qiwei were shocked. Long Shui approached Director Wang and asked if he had mixed up anything there, and it was Chen Shuo who had caused chaos there, and he didn't care about the company. But the director pushed the head of the department, Long Shui, and asked if she also decided to teach him, and what she allows herself to do is starting to infuriate him. Long Shui flew towards Wang Qiwei and realized that it looked like Mr. Wang would not punish Chen Shuo, and they would not be able to frame him for their beatings. Director Wang told Long Shui and Wang Qiwei not to let both of them think that he doesn't know about their dastardly plans, and he will figure it out soon. Long Shui and Wang Qiwei listened in horror to Director Wang's words and were perplexed why he respects Chen Shuo so much and why he deserves all the praise. Director Wang told Chen Shuo that he did not expect such a talented employee like him to appear in his company, and it was a great honor. Chen Shuo told Director Van that he is exaggerating, and he is also glad to work for his company despite circumstances, and this is a fact. Director Wang told Chen Shuo that if he continues to make all the videos, he will allocate huge amounts of money to advertise his videos. Director Wang told Chen Shuo that if he stays in his company, he will fulfill his every demand, and he knows that Chen is popular. Chen Shuo thought that judging by the politeness of the director, he understands the scale of his fame, but if he becomes unpopular, he will be thrown out. Chen Shuo told the director that now Miss Long Shui scolded him harshly there, saying that his abilities are insignificant and he is unworthy of everything. Director Wang listened to him, and Chen Shuo said that he thought and realized that what Long Shui said was true and he no longer has any talent at all. Long Shui was shocked and asked Chen Shuo when she told him this and what kind of slander it was, and realized that he also decided to frame her. Director Wang ordered Long Shui to shut up, and she should not interrupt Chen Shuo now because he is communicating with him, and who allowed her to do this. Director Wang asked Chen Shuo not to take Long Shui's nonsense into his head, and his abilities are at a very high level and a most worthy friend. But Chen Shuo told Director Wang that he had already decided everything, and he asked him not to dissuade him and he would start looking for another job, and he decided. Director Wang told Chen Shuo that if he was so confident in his decision, then he would not dissuade him and he could quit immediately. Chen Shuo told Director Wang, "Thank you for everything, and he will never forget in his life how he supported him and helped him achieve results." Long Shui and Wang Qiwei stood in an embrace and were afraid that Director Wang might fire them for what they did to Chen Shuo. And this is so scary. Director Wang shouted at Long Shui and Wang Qiwei and asked why they were both trembling, and maybe they were tired of living and he would definitely not become richer. Wang Qiwei and Long Shui listened to the director, and he ordered them to pack all their things and get out of the company, and from that day not to appear in his city. And after a while, Chen Shuo returned home and thought that he was so tired and now he should devote some time to achieving his goals. Chen Shuo thought that if it weren't for all these showdowns, he would have edited the video with Chang'e long ago, and the scoundrels took up a lot of his time. Chen Shuo decided to send a video with Chang'e to all messengers, and she will help him succeed, and he will get likes and save her from shackles. Chen Shuo imagined the image of Chang'e and thought that he had met a queen and a goddess this week, and he could never imagine this. Chen Shuo was delighted and thought how cool this is, and now his whole life will change for the better and he will try to improve relationships. At this time, in a popular company, a guy asked the boss to look at it, and that person posted another video and became an internet sensation. The boss asked his people to push this video to the top of the trends and let him contact Chen Shuo and discuss everything. In another company, the head told his people that they must remember everything, that if they take Chen Shuo with them, then everyone will be rich. Chen Shuo began immediately after publishing the video to receive a lot of comments from fans, and they were happy about the star's new video. People were delighted with Chang'e and said that she was a sweet girl and asked the author not to stop shooting beauties, and they would support the guy. Chen Shuo Didn't even think that he would get into trends so quickly, and people appreciated the new video, and thanks for everything to my friend Changyi. Chen Shuo noticed that in 10 minutes the video had collected 200,000 likes, and the speed amazed him, and he could only dream of such fame. And then Lin Haodong wrote to the group and told the guys that they had not seen each other for 4 years, and maybe they could organize a meeting of their loved ones. Chen Shuo read all the messages and thought that they had not seen each other for 4 years, and why exactly today he remembered the students there. Chen Shuo suggested that Lin Haodong just wants to show everyone what he has achieved in life and brag about it, and he knows his thoughts. And then a person with the nickname Polka Dot wrote to Chen Shuo and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she was Zheng Lexiao and wanted to meet him. Chen Shuo continued to sit in the dormitory in the evening and thought that he immediately began to receive messages from all his old friends after the video. Chen Shuo could not remember who this Zheng Lexiao was, and it seemed that he had not met this person or had simply forgotten about it during this time. Chen Shuo thought that he didn't care and he wasn't up to it yet, and he also needed to increase the level of cultivation and become stronger and cooler. Chen Shuo told the system that he wanted to go to the training room and there no one would stop him from increasing his cultivation level today. The system agreed with the owner and said that he can demand whatever he wants from her, and she will try to do everything very quickly. Chen Shuo confirmed the payment and thought that he was interested to know what the training room looks like because entry to it is not so cheap. The system informed the owner that he paid 1 million likes and now he will enter the training room and it will perform. Chen Shuo put his phone on the table and thought that now he will not be distracted by other things that could stop him there. Chen Shuo saw that the system was opening a portal to the training hall and he must learn many techniques and then he will be confident in his strength. And a minute later, Chen Shuo found himself in another place and realized that his best system worked flawlessly and she quickly moved there. Chen Shuo was pleased and had a very pleasant feeling from these energies and he felt each energy in his body accepted the power. Chen Shuo thought that it felt like a fountain of water had now passed through his body, cleansing every cell, and he was in perfect shape there. The system informed Chen Shuo that the training would begin soon, and he himself must confirm his readiness, and he immediately did so and was ready. The system said that the training of the 72 transformation technique would begin, and Chen Shuo saw the Monkey King use it. Chen Shuo realized that although he now has the best conditions for training, he has nowhere to rush and will think about everything. Chen Shuo remembered that even the Monkey King mastered this technique in 3 years, and he will not rush, and the most important thing for him is to raise the level. Chen Shuo remembered the image of the queen and realized that he should already be able to repel enemies if they attack his lady in the world. Chen Shuo remembered the image of Chang'e and decided that only by becoming strong, he would be able to protect his girlfriends and not give offense, and he promises this to them. And 5 days later, Chen Shuo was sitting in the training system, and she asked him if he wanted to extend all the classes for 1 million likes. But Chen Shuo refused to extend the training, and the system immediately agreed with him there, and he has been training his skills and strength for many days. Chen Shuo realized that time flows differently in this room, and 5 days there are equal to 1 day in the real world, and his body went numb. The system congratulated Chen Shuo, and he reached the 4th level, and his 72 transformation technique reached the 2nd level. Chen Shuo was happy and thought that this was not bad. And in 5 days, he even improved his technique, and now he can give equal rebuff to all enemies. Chen Shuo exhaled, and the system told the owner that all their training was over, and she asked him to be ready to go to his homeworld. And a second later, the system moved Chen Shuo to his room, and he doesn't know how long it will take to max out their skills. Chen Shuo opened his eyes and thought that now he is proud of himself and wants to try his strength but does not know how to test it in reality. Chen Shuo clenched his fist and felt that he had become more powerful and now he would not be so easy to deal with, and his enemies would regret challenging him in battle. Chen Shuo realized that he already has a good level and he feels that his body is filled with strength and this training is just super cool. Chen Shuo thought that now he is free and today he can relax a little because these days he is tense and he had so much to do. Chen Shuo went outside and stood at the entrance to the Flying Car Club, and he still did not give up his ideas. And maybe he will soon buy himself a car. Chen Shuo thought that people tend to dream, and it would be very nice to rent a car, and he would discuss it with the employees and find out. The girl said good afternoon to Chen Shuo and welcome to this Flying Car Club of theirs, and they are glad that he took the time to visit them now. Chen Shuo asked the girl to show him the Ferrari. 488 now, and he wants to evaluate this car and understand its details. The girl led Chen Shuo along and asked the mister to follow her, and she would show him everything he wanted and he could find out everything. The girl showed Chen Shuo the right car and began to talk about all its characteristics at once, and Mr. can understand everything from her there. But Chen Shuo asked the girl not to continue, and he already knows this car so well, and let them quickly get down to business and details. The girl asked Chen Shuo for how many days he wanted to rent a car and 6,000 yuan per day, and he also needed to make a deposit. Chen Shuo told the girl that he was renting a car for 1 week and said that he was ready to sign a contract and immediately pick up the car from there. The girl agreed with Chen Shuo and asked the mister to wait for her a little, and she would bring all the necessary documents there for signing. And at that very second, suddenly some guy asked the guy if it was Chen Shuo, and he couldn't believe his eyes and was very glad to meet him. Chen Shuo realized that this was a classmate named Lin Haodong, and he was the one who organized the meeting and wanted them all to get together. Chen Shuo said hello to Lin Haodong, and they had not seen him for a long time, and he disappeared somewhere. And how was he doing? And he had changed a lot in appearance. Lin Haodong asked Chen Shuo if he could really afford a car and if he could rent it later without worrying about his food. Chen Shuo listened to him, and Lin Haodong said that if he damages this car, even his family will not compensate for the entire amount in his entire life. Lin Haodong laughed and thought that Chen Shuo was still the same loser, and he was 100% sure that he would never afford a car. Chen Shuo thought, maybe this Lin Haodong has problems in his head, and why is he insulting him for no reason and he can't understand the whole point? Lin Haodong told Chen Shuo that he wants to rent another car, and it will definitely cost more than the one he chooses today. The seller approached Lin Haodong and told Mr. Lin that he understood him and now they would do everything, and he should wait for them a little. And then Chen Shuo noticed that the system had given him a task and he had to find a way to disgrace Lin Haodong, and a surprise awaited him later. Chen Shuo thought that he never expected that the system would give him such strange tasks, and he could not understand the logic of their system. But Chen Shuo was happy, and he likes the task of the system so much, and he wanted to do it without this task, and now he is doubly happy. And after a couple of minutes, the girl approached Chen Shuo and told the mister that this was his contract, but suddenly he said that he did not rent their car. The girl was surprised and didn't know why Mr. Chen Shuo changed his mind, and he was ready to rent a car, and maybe he has a reason. The girl agreed with Chen Shuo and asked if he wanted to look at other cars and she could show him other brand models. Chen Shuo listened to the girl's words and told her that she misunderstood him, and he meant something completely different, and now he will explain everything to her. Chen Shuo pointed his finger at the car and told the girl that he wanted to buy it right away and would be glad if she prepared the documents for the guest. The girl froze in surprise and asked if she heard right and if he was sure that he wanted to pay the full amount for this car. Chen Shuo was completely confident and told the girl that of course he was not lying to her and he consciously made such a decision and would be glad of her help. Chen Shuo asked the girl if they had a new car and not this one from the window, and thought that since he was buying, he should immediately buy a new one. The girl listened to Chen Shuo's words and asked Mr. to wait and said that now she would clarify this with her superiors, and this is also important. Chen Shuo thought that the girl runs so fast in heels and she is not afraid to fall, and he is amazed by the courage of this girl, and this is cool. And 3 minutes later, the girl told Chen Shuo that there was only one car of this brand left in their province, and it would be delivered in 3 days. The girl told Chen Shuo that if he doesn't mind, then they can arrange delivery now, and he asked her what about the price for this car. The girl said that the discount would be 46 million yuan, and as a gift, he would receive a protective cover from the sun and a discount on gasoline. Chen Shuo told the girl that he agreed with her, and in 3 days he would come to them to get the car, and thought that this was how he exchanged his gold. The girl told Chen Shuo that he would not regret it, and he chose an excellent car that would serve him for so many years and would not break down. And after Chen Shuo went into a coffee shop and thought that now he can have lunch and drink coffee because soon he will get an excellent car. Chen Shuo looked at the phone and was shocked and shouted what was happening in the messenger, and how could this be, and maybe he was sleeping at home now. Chen Shuo noticed that he had alarmed all the clients and realized that he was too excited and needed to calm his nerves and emotions. Chen Shuo realized that this was so cool, and just a day passed and the video with his best friend Chang Ye received 3.5 million likes. Chen Shuo decided to check the comments and how people react to their videos, and maybe he needs to correct something and let him know. Chen Shuo realized that even he has haters, and they said that they don't believe it and there are a lot of filters used, and is it really so beautiful? Chen Shuo exhaled and decided that he doesn't care about criticism and still has a lot of likes and all the people are happy and want to meet the girl. Chen Shuo thought that they had freedom of speech and he would not pay attention to them, and he did not think that he would become the object of attention of companies. Chen Shuo realized that even the owners of TikTok have already decided to contact him, and therefore he can demand conditions from them because it's so cool. But Chen Shuo refused the company and now he has a lot of money. And why should he burden himself with cooperation, and this is not necessary yet? Chen Shuo thought that they could write unfavorable conditions into the contract in very small print, and they should not be trusted in such companies. And then, He Bingshui approached Chen Shuo and asked for forgiveness for making him wait, and today, there is a terrible traffic situation there. Chen Shuo told Miss He that it was okay, and asked her to take the menu and order whatever she wanted, and this cafe serves delicious food. He Bingshui asked the waitress to bring her an Americano, and Chen Shuo wanted to drink a latte, and she asked her customers to wait. He Bingshui thought that for some reason the waitress's behavior seemed strange to her now, and maybe she was tired and had a hard day. He Bingshui asked Chen Shuo where it is, and she wants to look at it, and she can easily attract a new audience to her channel soon. Chen Shuo handed He Bingshui a photo and said that he had prepared everything in advance and she could check everything, and he still wouldn't deceive her there. He Bingshui looked at the photo and saw this girl's face for the first time. And she is very beautiful, and why doesn't she want to become popular, and she is an angel? Chen Shuo didn't think that businesswoman He Bingshui would squeal with delight like a little fan because she managed to get a photo. Chen Shuo told He Bingshui that this is just a photo and why is she so happy, and such a photo can be taken any day of the week. He Bingshui carefully wiped the photo of the queen and was glad that she took out the photo, and now she will keep it carefully and will not give it to them. He Bingshui put the photo in her bag and thought that Chen Shuo was great, and he kept his word and did not let her down, and she is grateful. He Bingshui told Chen Shuo that there are few such beautiful girls on this planet and therefore she should be appreciated and not offend such an angel. Chen Shuo thought that it seems He Bingshui was right. And he remembered how the head came closer to him and he was amazed by her beauty then. Chen Shuo knows that the head is beautiful, and in truth, no one in this world can compare with her, and she is different from all the girls in the city. He Bingshui told Chen Shuo that she had long wanted to ask him something and he was ready to answer her question and was waiting for him to ask. He Bingshui told Chen Shuo that this girl seemed not from this world of theirs and did not look like she was an ordinary person, and she immediately noticed it. Chen Shuo was nervous, and He Bingshui asked his friend if it's not his secret how they met this girl, and it's interesting to know. He Bingshui put a cup of coffee on the table and thought that she knows that she will make an excellent psychologist, and she knows about characters. He Bingshui told Chen Shuo that, judging by the look of the girl in the photo, she does not look at him as a friend at all, and how he does not understand this. Chen Shuo told He Bingshui that he actually met this girl quite by accident and agreed to make a video with him. He Bingshui told Chen Shuo that she thought that he and the girl had a good relationship and then she would also meet her soon. Chen Shuo asked He Bingshui why she was so upset about this, because there are so many models in her company and they are also beautiful. He Bingshui told Chen Shuo that her project is simply at a dead end now, and asked not to take it to heart, and she said not seriously. Chen Shuo told He Bingshui that she can tell him anything, especially since she helped his family in the most difficult moment recently. Chen Shuo told He Bingshui that he wants to say something about her project, and it seems that he himself can help her with her research. Chen Shuo told He Bingshui that this is a youth preservation pill and she can research its components and she will create her own brand. But He Bingshui took Chen Shuo's temperature and thought that he was not himself and that he seemed to have a wild imagination, and he easily came up with this. He Bingshui asked Chen Shuo if he was sick, and it seemed to her that he was delirious and he needed to go home and rest and he was tired that day. Chen Shuo looked at He Bingshui without taking his eyes off and realized that she also has an incredible figure and carefully monitors her diet. He Bingshui asked her friend if youth pills exist, and this is a fiction from TV series and she doesn't believe it, and let him explain everything. Chen Shuo told He Bingshui that he knew that she would not believe him, but he still advised her to research the pill and the result would surprise her. He Bingshui took the pill in her hands and thought that she noticed that Chen Shuo was serious about this and did not seem to want to deceive. And after a while, Chen Shuo returned to the dormitory and he lay on his bed and thought that his life was a success and he was doing everything right. And then the system notified Chen Shuo and wanted him to look immediately at the phone and he should see it. She wants to inform him now. The system congratulated Master Chen Shuo for already reaching the 9th basic level, and he continues to develop and he has improved his skills. Chen Shuo did not think that in just 2.5 days he could reach the 9th level, and until recently he was a very weak and frail type. Chen Shuo was happy, and what a good system he came across, and she doesn't rest and always helps him. And she also wants him to be cooler. And then Chen Shuo received a call from the auto club and was told that his car had been delivered, and they asked him to come to the auto club and he agreed there. Lin Haodong wrote a message and told the guys that today they would all meet at Huahu Hotel number 888. All the friends told Lin Haodong that this was a luxurious room in an expensive hotel, and all the people wanted to be friends with Lin Haodong, and he was cool. Chen Shuo thought that today there is a meeting of all his classmates, and they respect Lin Haodong so much, and he wants to go. And at night, all the friends gathered together, and the students said that brother Lin Haodong came in a red elite car, and he is a cool genius. The student asked all the guys to leave and said that he had been friends with brother Lin Haodong since childhood, so he would be the first to greet him. The girl was outraged and asked her friend if he was worthy of this, and he was just his errand dog and no one respects him of all. The guy was furious and asked the creature what she told him, and he would quickly teach her manners and how to communicate with friends now. The student asked his friends not to swear and give way to their brother Lin Haodong, and they blocked his way and how he would get out of the car. The guy walked up to the car and told brother Lin Haodong that they had not seen him for a long time, and he was very glad that he came to visit his friends. But Chen Shuo got out of the car, and all his friends were shocked by this, and he asked the guy if he was disappointed that he was not Lin's brother. The girl asked her colleague if it was really Chen Shuo and how he could afford such luxury, and she doesn't understand it, and he's cool. The guy told the girl that this car was worth millions, and did Chen Shuo really rent it? And where did he get so much money for the car? Another girl approached Chen Shuo and grabbed his hand and immediately told all her friends that they were underestimating Chen Shuo, and in vain. The girl told all her friends that it is Chen Shuo who shoots all the videos that have become the most popular in recent times, and this is a fact. The guy was very happy and told Chen Shuo that it turned out that he was the author of those videos and asked if he had the number of all the beauties. Another guy asked Chen Shuo if he had a photo of the girl's face from the first video, and he hadn't slept for a couple of days and imagined her face. Chen Shuo asked for forgiveness from his friends, but he promised all these girls to keep all their data secret and not tell anyone. The guy told Chen Shuo that they studied together, and is it really a pity for him to give them the phone number of these ladies and it's not difficult? The former student told Chen Shuo that this was just the number of these ladies and not a piece of his meat, and so he could share with them, and that's true. The guy asked his colleagues if they were really stupid, and if they knew what a trade secret it was, and they thought that Chen Shuo was joking there. Everyone listened to him, and the guy said that he thinks that brother Chen Shuo tried so hard to make these beautiful videos and they only need numbers. The guy asked brother Chen Shuo not to worry, and since he doesn't want to give out the numbers of beauties, no one will force him to do it. Chen Shuo thought that this guy's skill in sucking up is still at the highest level as before, and his friend has not changed at all. The girl approached Chen Shuo and asked her brother why he never accepted her friend request in the messenger, and that's a problem. The lady asked the girl if Chen Shuo should report to her there, and why now she has become so polite, and this is ridiculous. But suddenly, at that very second, someone crashed into Chen Shuo's car, and he guessed who it could be because there is one idiot in the world. The guy got out of the car and asked what kind of idiot drives such a car and never learned to park, and maybe he just bought his license. It was Lin Haodong, and he told all his friends that it was his old acquaintance Chen Shuo there with them, and how glad he was to see him there. Chen Shuo asked Lin Haodong what he needed and let him speak, and they can figure it out together if he so wants it all. Lin Haodong said that their friend Chen Shuo is angry, and is it because he rammed the car he rented and he won't pay for it? But Chen Shuo told Lin Haodong that he only turned around to see how brave a person was deliberately damaging his car now. Lin Haodong was surprised and asked Chen Shuo why he calls it his car, and they both know the whole truth perfectly well and he won't lie. Lin Haodong said that a couple of days ago Chen Shuo was at the car club and he saw this friend renting this car, and this is the complete truth. People listened to him, and Lin Haodong said that then he immediately asked the manager and found out that Chen Shuo could not afford this car. Lin Haodong asked his friends if they really think that their friend Chen Shuo earned so much thanks to his stupid videos. The guy asked Chen Shuo how he will now pay the car club for the damage to the car, and it looks like he needs to sell something soon. The other guy was also happy and told Chen Shuo that he really rented a car and he thought that he earned money and bought it. The girl removed her hand and told Chen Shuo that she thought he had money and he just wanted to show off to his friends there. Chen Shuo thought that seeing a weak person, they all pounced on him like jackals on carrion, and they had not changed a bit over the years. Lin Haodong told Chen Shuo that he ruined all his fun, and today he will completely destroy his reputation, which is already at the bottom. Lin Haodong patted Chen Shuo on the shoulder and asked his best friend not to worry, and said that he had already called the boss of the car club in advance. Lin Haodong told Chen Shuo that if he admits in front of everyone that he decided to show himself in vain, then he will think about covering the expenses. Chen Shuo was surprised and asked Lin Haodong if he crashed into his car and he must pay for the damage, and he seems to be out of his mind. Lin Haodong asked the guy if he still didn't understand anything, and soon the car club workers would come there and he'd see how cool he was. The man got out of the car and wanted to quickly sort out this whole situation with the car from his car club, and Lin Haodong contacted him. Lin Haodong told Boss Joe that he came there and would be able to resolve all the nuances and confirm that Chen Shuo is to blame for everything, and this is a fact. Boss Joe looked at Chen Shuo's car and realized that another car hit him from behind, and why then should the guy be at fault? Lin Haodong asked Boss Joe not to be angry with his longtime friend, and this is his first time renting a car and he doesn't know all their rules at all. Boss Joe looked at Chen Shuo and realized that he had to discuss one important thing with him, and he had been wanting to meet him for a long time, and it was such an honor. Lin Haodong told Boss Joe that since Chen Shuo was his acquaintance, he should not scold him, but suddenly the boss pushed the guy aside. But when no one was expecting, Boss Joe shook Chen Shuo's hand and said that it was Mr. Chen who bought this car from them for cash. Chen Shuo listened to him, and the boss told his friend that his name is Zhou Yaodong, and he is very glad to meet him and hopes that they will become friends. All of Chen Shuo's former friends froze in place in surprise and could not believe that Chen Shuo bought this car, and this is absurd. Lin Haodong asked Boss Joe if he had mixed up anything and how Chen Shuo could buy a car, and he didn't call him for that, and he's annoying. Boss Zhou Yaodong was furious and asked Lin Haodong if he really dared to doubt him and who he even was, and he would become impudent. Boss Zhou Yaodong clenched his fist and told Lin Haodong that he only allowed him to pay the deposit for the car because of his long-standing friendship with his father. Lin Haodong listened to the boss Zhou Yaodong and told his brother that he wanted to tell him something completely different, and he misunderstood him, and this is his problem. Boss Zhou Yaodong told Lin Haodong that he had just crashed the car he rented and how he wanted to pay for the damage and expenses there. The girl said that she was not surprised by Lin Haodong's behavior, and he ran into Chen Shuo's car half the evening, and he himself had a rented car. The lady said that she thought that after paying for the damage, Lin Haodong would no longer be able to pay for dinner for all of them and let them chip in themselves. Lin Haodong was angry and told his friends that his luxury car was just being repaired now, and otherwise he would not have rented this car, and this is a fact. Chen Shuo said that since Lin Haodong's friend is so rich, he won't shy away from paying for the damage, and did he understand his friend correctly? Chen Shuo told Lin Haodong that if he thinks that the matter is in him, then let the police decide the issue, and judging by his face, he is in fear. Boss Zhou Yaodong approached Lin Haodong and threateningly told him that he was now obliged to discuss this incident in detail with his father soon. Lin Haodong asked the boss, Zhou Yaodong, if he really wants his father to finish him off, and he will not forgive him for such tricks there. Boss Zhou Yaodong told Mr. Chen Shuo that he still had a lot of things to do and had to go, but they would meet him soon and discuss things. Lin Haodong was shocked, and Zhou Yaodong told Chen Shuo that his car was covered by insurance and he should not think about the issue of repairs. Chen Shuo said thank you to boss Zhou Yaodong and apologized for the fact that they distracted him so late in the evening, and he didn't mean it. Boss Zhou Yaodong told Chen Shuo that he is their valuable client and he is happy to help him, and he can always contact him for any question. Lin Haodong listened to them, and Zhou Yaodong told Chen Shuo that, especially since he was wasting his own and his free time, it was definitely not his fault. Boss Zhou Yaodong immediately got into his car and drove away from there and decided next time he would not help Lin Haodong if he asked. Chen Shuo told his friend Lin Haodong that he should think first before doing anything and should not repeat such situations. Chen Shuo told Lin Haodong that otherwise he would not only be embarrassed, but also become an object of ridicule and would not be able to avoid it in any way. Chen Shuo asked Lin Haodong, If he needed this, and if he didn't believe his words now, he could take a risk and go against him in their affairs. Lin Haodong was angry and waved his hand and asked Chen Shuo what he said, and it seemed like he had completely lost his fear and was not afraid of getting there. The guys held Lin Haodong and asked him to stop conflicting, and they were classmates and they didn't need to create awkward situations. The girl asked Lin Haodong if he was tired of disgracing himself and should come to terms with the fact that Chen Shuo defeated him and he is a loser now. Lin Haodong told Chen Shuo that he will answer for everything and should no longer think that he will forget about what he did to him today, and he promises. And then Chen Shuo noticed luxury cars behind him and thought, who could come to the restaurant accompanied by such a rich guy? The guy asked his friends to pay attention and said that as many as 7 cars were heading towards them, and who else were they waiting for? And maybe it was one of his friends. The man opened the car door and wanted to help the miss so that she wouldn't open the door herself and he would do whatever the young miss told people to do. The girl began to get out of the car and realized that she was guilty and she would correct herself in front of her friends and hoped that they would understand her action. The girl asked her friends for forgiveness for the fact that she was a little late through no fault of her own, and now they will have a great time and promises. Lin Haodong realized that this was Qingran, and she was the daughter of one of those real estate company managers in Shanghai, and he was very rich. Lin Haodong realized that if he can make friends with Qingran, then he no longer has to worry about his future, and she will provide for him. Qingran started coughing and realized that she had to endure it for a minute, and then she would feel much better and the disease could not be cured, and it was such a disaster. The guy said that they say that Qingran has been suffering from a strange disease since childhood, so she didn't go to school very often and he was so sad. A friend said that he was sorry for Qingran and she was so beautiful and he wanted to date her, because it is very difficult to find such a lady in the world now. Chen Shuo realized that this is why he did not immediately remember Qingran, and he rarely saw her at school and does not even remember how they studied with the student. The guy asked his friend why fate was so unfair to this beauty, and she didn't do anything bad to anyone, and he felt sorry for the lady. But the friend was pleased and said that apparently money does not solve everything, because money cannot buy health, and they clearly see this today. And after a while, all my classmates went into the restaurant and thought that now they could have a great time with everyone and have dinner there. Lin Haodong told Qingran that his family owns a pharmaceutical company and he knows a good doctor who will examine her immediately. The brother told Lin Haodong that his sister was examined by hundreds of doctors and he thinks that his friend is better than them, and it seems that he is mistaken. Lin Haodong said that this doctor usually does not appear in public, but because his family's business is related to medicine, he knows him. Qingran continued to cough and thought that she was very tired of the disease and would be glad if someone found a way to treat the problem. The brother was very worried about his sister and asked Qingran how she was feeling, and he would now quickly help her and let her not worry. The brother gave his sister medicine and they will ease Qingran's pain a little, and he is ready if her illness passes to him. But unfortunately, this is not the case. Qingran took the medicine and thought that now she would feel better, and her bronchi were already hurting from the fact that she was always coughing, but she got used to it. Chen Shuo asked the system if it had a cure for Qingran disease, and it told the owner that it was now scanning. The system informed Chen Shuo that Qingran's body is full of energy, but she is not moving due to stagnation and she has almost 3 months to live. Chen Shuo was surprised, and did Qingran really have energy? And even in this world there are people who have cultivation energy in their body? Chen Shuo wondered if the same cultivation was also available to Qingran and how to cure her, and whether the system could help the girl. The system reported that in order to remove the stagnation of Qingran's energy, he needed to take a channel clearing pill, and he realized that it was so simple. Chen Shuo decided that he would not let Qingran die, and would save her so that she would not be doomed and would extend her life because he is a kind guy. The brother asked Qingran if she felt better, and she should answer his question, and then he would be calm because he was very worried there. Qingran told her brother that he shouldn't worry and that everything was fine with her, and, as always, he helped her on time and she was lucky to have him. Lin Haodong told Qing that since Qingran was suffering so much, he could invite a doctor and maybe he could cure his sister. Lin Haodong said that he still saw with his own eyes the skills of this doctor and he could get a person out of the world. The brother came to terms with everything and told Lin Haodong that he can call whoever he wants and if only this person helps his sister, and he hopes. Lin Haodong agreed with Brother Qing and said that he would immediately call an experienced doctor and he would come there and he would examine Qingran. Chen Shuo thought that he knows 100% that the doctors will not be able to help Qingran, and he must take everything into his own hands and help the lady. And then Chen Shuo told all his friends that in fact, he can cure Qingran there if they want it, and he is not deceiving everyone. Lin Haodong asked Chen Shuo to stop showing himself. And does he really think that he is capable of anything? And why is he interfering in their dialogue? The brother said that as far as he knows, there is no one there with a medical education, especially since the best doctors in the country did not cure his sister. Chen Shuo told Qingran that at lunchtime she already feels pain in her chest, and by 3 o'clock she feels dizzy, and by 5 o'clock she has cramps. Qingran was shocked and realized that Chen Shuo had just said what she felt every day, and could a friend really cure her? Friends were sitting in a hotel room, and Qingran asked her brother to give Chen Shuo a chance to try the guy to cure her, and she believed him there. The brother thought that he could trust Chen Shuo because he definitely had nothing to lose, and nothing would happen if he couldn't cure his sister. The brother asked Chen Shuo if he needed any tools, and if anything he could find any medicine for him, but he immediately refused. Chen Shuo listened to his brother's words and told him that he just needed to be alone with Qingran, and then he would help her and it would be easier for her. The guy listened to Chen Shuo's words and he said that there were too many people there and he and Qingran needed a separate room for his treatment. Lin Haodong asked Chen Shuo if he really wanted to be alone with Qingran and what he wanted to do with her and let him talk about everything. Chen Shuo told Lin Haodong that if he is so worried about Qingran, then let her brother go with them, and then his friend will not be nervous. Lin Haodong was annoyed by Chen Shuo's behavior, and he told him that he should let brother Qingran see what he would do to his sister soon. And after a while, they went into a separate room, and Chen Shuo thought that Qingran's case was difficult, and why didn't he meet the lady earlier? Chen Shuo thought that he would try to measure Qingran's pulse with his fingers and understand the state of the channels in her body. Chen Shuo didn't think that the energy channels could be so clogged, and it seems they urgently need to be cleared there now. But Chen Shuo realized that even if he uses the full power of his level, he still will not be able to completely penetrate them, and this is a problem. Chen Shuo asked the system how long it would take to break through the Qingran channel with its level, and it is important to find out. The system congratulated and informed the owner Chen Shuo that for this he needed 48 hours, and his level was not so high for her. Chen Shuo was so surprised and asked the system if the treatment would really take 48 hours and if there was another way for rehabilitation. The system told Master Chen Shuo that the purification pill would shorten the healing process to 2 hours, and it would be ideal for treatment. Chen Shuo froze in surprise and realized that this was a robbery because this pill costs 5 million and he doesn't know why it's expensive. Chen Shuo remembered that Buddha said that saving a person's life has no price, and he will earn likes, but Qingran's life will be saved. Chen Shuo told the system that he was buying a pill to clear the Qingran channels, and he was sure that in his place it would also save. The system deducted 5 million likes from Chen Shuo's account and gave him knowledge of Qingran's treatment so he can give her a new pill. The system told the owner Chen Shuo that he should massage in the indicated places on Qingran's body in order to break through her energy channels. Chen Shuo was amazed and told the system that all these places are not very decent, and she must understand this, and her brother will not understand this in any way. Brother Qing asked Chen Shuo what the current situation with Qingran's health was, and he should know about everything in order to help in time. Chen Shuo asked his brother not to worry, and Qingran would slowly recover gradually, and soon she would forget about her illness forever. Chen Shuo said that he only needed to do a massage to quickly revive the flow of energy. Qingran and Lin Haodong asked not to lie to them. Chen Shuo thought that he himself would never believe in such a thing, and would be sure that this person is blatantly lying and taking advantage of his care. But Chen Shuo was happy, and he is a cheater, and therefore he can heal Qingran with a massage and let all other people not believe the genius. Chen Shuo asked Lin Haodong, what if he cured Qingran and what would he tell her then? And he wanted to know if he was confident in him. Lin Haodong told Chen Shuo that if his massage really cures Qingran, then he will eat live what comes out of the 5th point. Chen Shuo told Lin Haodong that they agreed, and everyone heard his promise, and now she will not be able to say that she did not make a promise. Chen Shuo asked Qingran to lie on her stomach and trust him, and he won't harm her, because he respects her and she can beat him if she doesn't believe him. The brother realized that judging by Chen Shuo's confident look, he knows what he's doing there, and will he really be able to heal his sister? And that's cool. Chen Shuo knows that now, brother Qingran may immediately get angry with him, but he must give her a massage to clear the lady's channels. Chen Shuo asked Qingran to relax, and he promises that in a couple of minutes she will feel better and feel better. Chen Shuo used all his strength, and he will save Qingran because he, like superheroes, already loves to help people who have a problem. Qingran felt an unpleasant sensation, but she knows that this is how it should be, and she believes that Chen Shuo's friend will do everything to heal her. Lin Haodong asked Brother Qing to look at this, and Chen Shuo brazenly, under the pretext of treatment, paused Qingran, and how is he not ashamed and bad? Chen Shuo thought that Lin Haodong was interfering with him and why he simply couldn't wait for the result of his treatment, and he hated the scoundrel. And at that very second, Chen Shuo pushed Lin Haodong. The peony almost fell to the floor and thought that he was good at maintaining balance like that. Lin Haodong asked Chen Shuo what he dared to do to him, and he thought it was strange and what happened to him now, and he didn't understand. Chen Shuo asked Lin Haodong not to shift all the dirty thoughts onto him, and he himself wants this, and therefore he must remain silent now. Brother Qing was angry and told Lin Haodong that Mr. Chen Shuo had his own method of treatment, and if he interfered with him, he would throw him out of the room. Lin Haodong thought that the bastard Chen Shuo was openly groping his sister Qingran there, and what was wrong with his brain, and he was a half-wit and an idiot. Lin Haodong told Brother Qing that he was right, and thought that it was okay, and he would wait, and now his familiar doctor would come and quickly disgrace him. And a couple of minutes later, a man came into the hotel room and thought that he would try to come to the rescue because Mr. Lin Haodong called him. The doctor opened the door to the room and noticed people standing next to Qingran and trying their best to help her, and he appreciates it. The man told Brother Qing that Dr. Ye had come and would now examine the patient and make a diagnosis and find out the cause of her illness so quickly. Dr. Ye noticed that Qingran was lying in bed and she closed her eyes, and he doesn't know what kind of treatment all these people are doing to her, and this is absurd. Dr. Ye shouted at Chen Shuo and told him to take his hands off the girl and he would kill her. And why didn't they wait for him to come, and what are they doing? Brother Qing asked Dr. Ye if he was saying this seriously, and he wanted to hear why he decided so and what Chen Shuo was doing with Ran. Lin Haodong told Brother Qing that Dr. Ye was right, and he should just look at idiot Chen Shuo's strange methods, and he wants to torture her. Lin Haodong began to push Chen Shuo and said that he should quickly get out of there and he would finish off Qingran if he continued to heal. Chen Shuo thought that he had not yet completely cleared the Qingran channels, and he needed a little time, and then he would permanently cure the lady. Chen Shuo thought that this Lin Haodong was actively interfering with him, and it also seemed to him that Mr. Qing also believed that doctor and this was a mistake. Chen Shuo thought that if he forcibly treated Qingran, then Mr. Qing would definitely stop him and not allow him to cure her completely. Chen Shuo decided that he would leave some of his energy in Ran's body, and then her condition would stabilize and he would be calm for their friend. Dr. Ye was pleased that this newcomer stopped treating Qingran, and he would show him how to treat patients and let him learn from the genius. Dr. Yi started acupuncture and was 100% sure that it would help Qingran, and he was taught this matter by ancient professors. Lin Haodong called Chen Shuo a dog and said that this is how doctors treat her, and he just groped Qingran Guo and didn't cure her. And it's a shame. But at that moment, suddenly, Qingran started coughing up blood, and it was terrible, and everyone realized that it shouldn't be like this, and it was even worse for her sister. Brother Qing was very worried along with Dr. Yi and asked his sister what was happening to her and why she had not recovered from the needles. Brother Qing asked Dr. Yi what he did to her sister, and he said that he himself did not know, and he did ordinary acupuncture for the lady. But Dr. Yi told Brother Qing that Chen Shuo was to blame for everything, and because of him, the patient's condition worsened and the lady's blood pressure was weak. Chen Shuo listened to his words, and Dr. Ye said that it was impossible to subject Qingran's body to such manipulations, and he did not know all this. Dr. Yi said that that guy was massaging that girl's Guan Yuan point, and he wanted to kill her and subjected her body to such tests there. Chen Shuo thought, what kind of fake doctor this is, and he is delusional, and why is he talking about low blood pressure because his friend has plenty of energy? But Chen Shuo realized that his energy in her body had not yet disappeared and he needed to hurry. And if he continued treatment, there was a chance of salvation. The doctors told the guys that now they will react to Qingran, and he asks everyone to leave the room and they know their business and will help her. All the guys went out into the corridor, and Chen Shuo thought that this Dr. Ye had made a huge mistake and he shouldn't have treated the poor lady like that. Brother Qing took Dr. Ye by the scruff of the neck and said that if his sister dies there, he will finish them all off, and he promises this and he is angry. Lin Haodong was terrified, and he prays that Qingran will come to her senses there, and then her brother will forgive them and not take their lives quickly. And then Brother Qing noticed his father behind Dr. Ye, and did not yet know why he came to the hotel because he had so many important plans. King Beifeng himself came to the hotel and he wanted to find out what happened to his daughter there and find out all the important information and help her soon. Lin Haodong thought that now Chen Shuo would definitely end and he would bear all the wrath of Qing Beifeng and learn that he was very strong. Lin Haodong told Uncle Qing that this all happened because of Chen Shuo, and if Dr. Ye had not rushed, this idiot would have easily killed her daughter. And then the doctor opened the door and went out into the corridor and told Mr. Qing that Qing Ran was now in a coma, and her condition was getting worse and he felt sorry for her. The doctor said that just in case they should all be prepared for bad news, and he does not guarantee that Qing Ran will be able to survive. Qing Beifeng was very surprised and asked the doctor what he was saying. And even during the day, everything was fine with his daughter, and what did they do to her? Chen Shuo's classmate said that this was what he needed, and there was no need to interfere without knowledge and why he was sure that he could cure the lady. The bald guy said that Chen Shuo killed Mr. Qing Beifeng's daughter, and he too would not survive after that, and he would punish the scoundrel there. Chen Shuo's classmate said that Qing Ran didn't have long to live anyway, and her family extended her life, and Chen Shuo simply finished her off. Qing Beifeng asked Chen Shuo if he wants to explain anything to him, and he wants to know what they did to his sweet daughter, and this makes him angry. But Chen Shuo did not panic and was 100% confident in himself, and he told Mr. Qing Beifeng that he could save Qing Ran's life. Lin Haodong told Chen Shuo that he was completely crazy and he almost killed Qing Ran, but he continues to stand by his opinion, and this is stupid. Mr. Qing Beifeng grabbed Chen Shuo by the scruff of the neck and asked if he understood what he was saying to him now and why he was getting on his nerves again. But Chen Shuo asked Mr. Qing Beifeng not to be angry, and they can peacefully resolve all the nuances with him, and he should not worry about his daughter. Chen Shuo told Qing Beifeng that he told him that he could save his daughter there and she would survive, and she was his friend and he would save her right away. Mr. Qing Beifeng asked Chen Shuo if he now understands the consequences of his words, and he should be confident in his actions. Chen Shuo told Mr. Qing Beifeng that of course he is confident in what he is telling him, and Qing Ran is in good hands, and he promises him. Chen Shuo told Mr. Qing Beifeng that if no one bothers him anymore, then he will guarantee him that he will cure Qing Ran so soon. Qing Beifeng agreed with Chen Shuo and said that since he dared to say it to his face, he would believe him once in their lives. But Chen Shuo told Mr. Qing Beifeng that he has one more condition and he will no longer ask his father for anything, and he promises. Mr. Qing Beifeng asked Chen Shuo what kind of condition he has, and he is ready to listen to him and then give an accurate answer and understand the whole point. And at that very second, Chen Shuo told Mr. Qing Beifeng that he wanted to ask him for $20,000 and then he would cure his daughter. All the friends were shocked by Chen Shuo's words, and he told Qing Beifeng that he would not only resuscitate her, but also cure the disease forever. Friends said that Chen Shuo is stubborn and Mr. Qing Beifeng has not killed him yet. So he also set conditions and seems to not understand anything. A friend told the guy that Chen Shuo has become completely stupid because of the messenger, and he has driven himself into the grave and is aggravating his situation, and this is a disaster. Chen Shuo told Qing Beifeng that if he does not agree, he will still resuscitate her, but the disease will never be cured again in his life. Qing Beifeng agreed and thought that he should believe the guy and cling to every chance to save his daughter's life, and he believes him. Qing Beifeng told Chen Shuo that if he can cure his daughter, then he will give him at least $20 million and not lie to him there. Chen Shuo listened to Mr. and Qing Beifeng, said that if he loses his daughter, the guy himself knows what will happen to him, and he promises it. After Chen Shuo went into Qing Ran's room and thought that she shouldn't be afraid there, and he promised that he would help her and she was so dear to him. Chen Shuo thought that if these idiots had not interfered with him, then Qing Ran's condition would definitely not have deteriorated so much, and this is a fact. All of Qing Ran's friends and family were waiting in the hallway and thought that the father would give anything for his daughter to be healthy, and they were so sorry for the boss. Lin Haodong told Uncle Qing that that guy didn't understand medicine at all, and he only lied to him and he shouldn't be allowed to escape. Qing Beifeng said that there are his people everywhere in this building, and if he dares to try to escape, he will be immediately shot for his deeds. Lin Haodong listened to Mr. Qing Beifeng's words and said that he knew that Mr. was very wise, and he made the right decision today. Qing Beifeng thought that he would not need to get his hands dirty, and today Chen Shuo would end in any case, and he would not be able to escape death. And after an hour and a half, Chen Shuo left the room into the corridor, and he told all the people that he had cured Qingran and they could come to her. Qing Beifeng and Lin Haodong immediately stood up and thought that they did not think that Chen Shuo would keep his promise. And what did he do there? The entire family and friends of Qingran were frozen in place in surprise, and they thought that this could not be, and Chen Shuo performed a miracle. And thank you. Qingran was sitting in the room at that time and told her dad that she was very glad to see him, and now she already feels better than before. Qin Jin hugged his father tightly, and he told his beloved daughter that he thought he would no longer see her, and she was his happiness, and he is very happy there. Qing Beifeng bowed to Chen Shuo and said that he was grateful to him, and from that day on he was his debtor and would do whatever he wanted. Chen Shuo told Mr. Qing Beifeng that there is no need to bow to him and everything is fine, and he himself wanted to help Qingran, and this was important. Chen Shuo told Mr. Qing Beifeng that Qingran was alive now, and it was because he believed in him and it was right for them. Lin Haodong told Mr. Qing Beifeng that Dr. Ye should also be thanked, and he also tried his best to help her and saved her. Dr. Ye listened to Lin Haodong's words, and he told Mr. Beifeng that if it weren't for the doctor's help, Chen Shuo would not have been able to save his daughter. But Qingran asked her father not to believe him. And he is a deceiver, and he did not want to cure her, and on the contrary, worsened her situation, and this is true. Qingran told her father that if Dr. Ye had not interrupted Chen Shuo with his needles, she would not have been hanging on the brink of death today. Dr. Ye fell to his knees and told Mr. Qing Beifeng that he did not do this on purpose and he just wanted to help Qingran and not harm her. Chen Shuo stood in front of Dr. Yi and asked the scoundrel if he didn't want to repent and was still trying to get out of the situation again. Mr. Qing Beifeng was furious and ordered the guards to take Dr. Ye away, and he doesn't want to see his face in the city and he wants to finish him off right away. Dr. Yi continued to apologize to Mr. Qing Beifeng, and he did not want to harm his daughter, and he saw that Qingran was healthy. Dr. Ye shouted and asked Mr. Lin Haodong to save him, and he immediately came as soon as they asked for help, and he is their best friend. Chen Shuo approached Lin Haodong and said that he almost forgot, and he himself called this doctor and endangered Qingran's life. Chen Shuo asked Lin Haodong to let him tell them for what purpose he brought the swindler there, and maybe he had some kind of plan for this. Lin Haodong thought that he must cleverly get out of this situation, otherwise Mr. Qing Beifeng could easily punish him there. The friend said that Chen Shuo was right, and Lin Haodong called the swindler, and he wanted to take Qingran's life, and that was his whole plan. A friend said that Lin Haodong began to behave suspiciously ever since he saw Qingran, and she doesn't even know what's on the guy's mind. The girl told her friend that Lin Haodong just decided to appear rich to them, and she thinks that he did this act because of money. Lin Haodong was angry with his friends and thought that they were changing at the speed of light, and recently they were with him and support was with him. Chen Shuo told Lin Haodong that there was no need to do such a stupid thing today, and he advises him not to disgrace himself anymore. Chen Shuo patted Lin Haodong on the shoulder and said that otherwise he knows what kind of ending awaits him, and thinks that this will not suit his friend at all. Lin Haodong realized that Chen Shuo is not the main problem, and he completely forgot about Mr. Qing Beifeng, and he has not yet said anything to him now. Lin Haodong noticed that Mr. Qing Beifeng was completely furious, and he was standing right behind him and wanted to beat him with all his might, and he was thirsty. Lin Haodong fell to his knees and told Mr. Qing Beifeng that he did not do this to Qingran on purpose, and that he loved her and would always protect her. Lin Haodong hugged Mr. Qing Beifeng's leg tightly and said that he wanted to help Qingran, and especially now she is alive and not sick. Mr. Qing Beifeng asked Lin Haodong if all this was his fault, and he tells him as if he helped his daughter and saved her now. And at that very second, Qing Beifeng kicked Lin Haodong in the face and told the bastard that if it weren't for Chen Shuo, he would never have seen his daughter. Mr. Qing Beifeng told Lin Haodong that if it weren't for his father, he would have killed him for this act, and he should apologize to them. Lin Haodong thought, should he really apologize to Chen Shuo there? And for him, this means the complete destruction of his reputation there. Mr. Qing Beifeng looked at Lin Haodong menacingly and thought that he should immediately beg Chen Shuo to forgive him, otherwise he will regret it. Lin Haodong fell to his knees and realized that he had no choice, and Mr. Qing Beifeng would force him to apologize to the rotten beggar Chen Shuo. Lin Haodong asked for forgiveness from Qingran and said that he definitely didn't do it on purpose and she should believe because she is dear to him. Lin Haodong also asked Chen Shuo for forgiveness and said that he did not want to conflict with him, and now realized that his friend was right there. Chen Shuo told Lin Haodong that it's okay, and next time let him not do such stupid things as today. Lin Haodong thought that Chen Shuo should wait, and he will soon compensate him for today's shame tenfold, and he promises it. The system congratulated Chen Shuo for completing the task and his reward of 3 good luck spells and 3 bad luck spells, and whether he wants to know. The system said that if you stick a bad luck spell on a person, his luck level will decrease and it lasts for 1 month so that he knows. The system told Chen Shuo that he would receive a spiritual pill as a gift for this, and he decided to try all 3 spells of failure on Lin Haodong. The system agreed with Chen Shuo and immediately stuck 3 spells of failure on Lin Haodong because the owner wants this most of all. Lin Haodong wanted to quickly leave there to hide from shame, and he accidentally tripped and was surprised because he was walking on a flat road there. Lin Haodong fell to the floor and knocked over all the dishes and was confused and did not understand why his legs gave out, and maybe he was very tired there today. All the food went straight to Lin Haodong, and he had to quickly leave and take a shower, but it was already too late because all the people saw him with the dish. Lin Haodong swore and thought that he could not believe that he had disgraced himself so much, and maybe someone had cursed him and whom he might not please. The girl laughed and asked Lin Haodong if his legs were shaking too much from fear, and he was so scared, and it was so funny. Chen Shuo thought that if Lin Haodong had not touched him, he would not have taken revenge on him, and he asked for everything, and now knows his character. King Ran looked at Chen Shuo and thought that he was her best friend and did not leave her in trouble and healed the disease that had tormented her all these years. Chen Shuo told Uncle Qing that he wanted to ask him for something and he hoped that Mr. could listen to him, and he thought it was important. Mr. Qing Beifeng told Chen Shuo that of course he can ask him for anything and he will fulfill any of his requests, and this is not a lie. Chen Shuo told Mr. Qing Beifeng that he hoped that none of the people standing there would report what happened there. Qing Beifeng asked Chen Shuo not to worry and said that he personally promises him that they will keep today a secret, and this is true. Chen Shuo said thank you to Uncle Qing and thought that after all, he was definitely not a doctor, and the system only helped him and no one should know this. Chen Shuo walked along the corridor and decided that Seiyun could get there to the Western world because he promised the head that he would return to her very soon. Chen Shuo realized that he would end up in the Western world. Only the system would give him a task there. And how long could he wait for a task from it? And then, Chen Shuo heard a voice behind him, and Qing Ran asked her friend to stand and not go anywhere, and she wants to talk to him personally. King Ran told Chen Shuo that she was so grateful to him for his help, and if it weren't for him, she would definitely have left this world soon, but forever. Chen Shuo told Qing Ran that this is nothing, and she should not take his help to heart today, and he would help any day. Chen Shuo told Qing Ran that by the way she had just recovered and she should not subject her body to heavy stress yet, and this is a fact. Chen Shuo asked Qing Ran to start eating right after returning home and eliminating cold food from her diet for centuries. Chen Shuo said goodbye to Qing Ran and said that it was too late and he had to go, and they would see her again and let her take care of herself. Qing Ran happily looked at Chen Shuo and thought that he was a kind guy and no one except him and her family wanted to help her with trouble. Afterwards, Chen Shuo returned to the dormitory and was setting up his equipment in the room and thought that people needed content and he would give them a video. And then, the system gave Chen Shuo a task, and he must go to the heavenly palace himself and save the flower spirit and the reward for this weapon. Chen Shuo wondered what kind of weapon of the highest quality this was, and whether it was a golden staff or another sacred weapon, and this intrigued him. The system asked the owner Chen Shuo if he now wants to go to the heavenly palace without wasting time to complete the task. Chen Shuo agreed with the system and realized that the faster he will clearly complete the task, the faster he could get weapons. And this is cool. The system lit up with a bright light, and Chen Shuo knew that the process was already underway, and soon he would be in the heavenly palace for his mission. And a minute later, Chen Shuo disappeared from the room and went to another world, and thought that now no one would stop him and he would do everything. At this time, everything was quiet in the heavenly palace in the forest, and Chen Shuo did not want the system to immediately move him to a dangerous place now. The system has opened a portal in this world, and the owner can quickly and easily get as many likes as he wants if he is good. And then Chen Shuo began to fall from the portal and thought that it was a setup, and he hoped that this time he would not fall to the ground and it would hurt. Chen Shuo fell to the ground and thought that the system was laughing at him and wanted him to immediately get injured upon arrival in the new world there. Chen Shuo was angry and yelled at the system and said that he asked it to land him softer, and she asked him for forgiveness. Chen Shuo looked around and realized that he was definitely not in the Heavenly Palace now, and he wouldn't understand where the system had moved him. Chen Shuo could not understand what kind of primeval forest this was, and maybe the best system sometimes fails, and he should find out all the information from her. And the system said that in the Western world, there are 33 heavenly palaces, and at each palace there are worlds. This is the 7th palace of Kalina. Chen Shuo realized that the lunar palaces and the country of girls where the head is a lady are parallel worlds, and the heavenly palaces are also so parallel. Chen Shuo realized that it turns out that palaces have the shape of a tower, where each floor has its own virtual space, and this is interesting. Chen Shuo told his system that he came to save the flower spirit, but there was no one there. And could she answer his question now? Chen Shuo continued to call the system, but it did not respond to the cries, and he thought that it seemed that it also took a break and was tired of helping. Chen Shuo asked the system if it was there, and thought that he had never seen his system just disappear and not respond to its owner. Chen Shuo thought, did the system just turn off at such a dangerous moment, and he couldn't believe it and it really let him down? And then Chen Shuo looked behind the bushes and noticed a figure nearby, and realized that he had heard her voice there, and he could find out all the information from her there. Chen Shuo continued to look at the beautiful girl, and he could not understand if this was a flower spirit and one could fall in love with her. Some monster attacked the girl and wanted to scratch her with sharp claws, and she knew that she had to protect herself from this monster. The flower spirit was serious, and no one could harm her now, and everyone who dared to contact her would be punished. And then the flower spirit began to use magic against the monster and was not afraid of him at all, and let him continue to dream of defeating her in battle. Chen Shuo looked at this and was shocked, and realized that the flower spirit is not weaker than his favorite character, Lingji, and can she win? Chen Shuo thought that an ordinary person would come to an end if he decided to fight with a flower spirit there, and the system told him to save the lady. Chen Shuo was at a loss, and asked the system if it was sending him to his death, and how he could cope with such a fighter. The system informed the owner Chen Shuo that since he has a system, he is no longer considered an ordinary person, and he can trust it there. Chen Shuo told the system that although this is true, he is only still at the 9th basic level of cultivation, and compared to her, he is the bottom. The system said that the task cannot be changed, and the owner himself agreed, and in case of refusal, the system will not give him the task. Chen Shuo agreed with the system and thought that now he definitely had no other choice, and it was a pity that he arbitrarily agreed to the task. Chen Shuo thought that he had come across a capricious system that did not want to help him in this matter, and he was risking his life, and this is darkness. Chen Shuo jumped high into the tree and hoped that the level of all his developed skills and cultivation would be enough to complete their task. Chen Shuo carefully landed on a tree and thought that he was now determined, and the system would no longer prepare a surprise for him. Chen Shuo watched from the tree the fascinating fight between the flower spirit and a huge monster, and he too is not inferior to her in this fight there. The flower spirit bravely fought with the terrible monster, and she will not let him go anywhere and will not let her people be offended. Chen Shuo asked the system what kind of monster this is, and it is extremely strong and is in no way inferior to a flower spirit in a fight and has enormous power. The system informed Chen Shuo that this monster is a steel wolf, and he has a Lingji level of the 9th stage and is really difficult to deal with. Chen Shuo froze in surprise after the information from the system and could not believe that this was a steel wolf, and he had heard a lot about it. Chen Shuo thought, isn't this the monster who, according to legend, was the only one who was able to deceive the students and make Sun Wukong cry? Chen Shuo remembered that for the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, this monster was just a bug. But for him, he is the strongest opponent in the world. The Steel Wolf told Malva that they lived in peace for 500 years and did not interfere with each other. And why did she decide to attack him there today? Malva asked the Steel Wolf if he really thought that she both did not interfere with each other, and how his conscience allowed him to say such a thing there. Malva told the Steel Wolf that a couple of days ago she should have raised her level if he had not prevented her from doing this. The Steel Wolf swung at Malva, and she said that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have raised her level and become even stronger today. The Steel Wolf told Malva that if she raised her level, she would absorb all the spiritual energy and it would replenish for hundreds of years. The Steel Wolf spewed fire from his mouth and asked Malva if she really thought that in such conditions he would be able to increase his power level. The Steel Wolf asked Malva to understand him and said that her failure is a chance for him and he cannot miss it for anything in the world. But the flower spirit Malva was not at all afraid of the wolf and thought that he overestimated his strength and she would quickly pacify such fighters. Malva told the steel wolf that she would not answer for what he decided to fight with her there at such an important time for her and would regret everything. The flower spirit. Malva began to accumulate all her energy, and her enemy does not expect her to strike him with such a powerful blow. The flower spirit. Malva picked up a huge ball in her hand, and it will help her pacify her opponent's ardor, and the wolf will understand that he is weaker than Malva. Malva told the steel wolf that anyone who interfered with her would die immediately, and she sent this huge glowing ball in his direction. Chen Shuo, looking at this battle, was alarmed and asked the best system if she was sure that he should save this mad girl. Chen Shuo told the system that he needs 5 diamond spells and 5 stealth spells, and this is necessary to survive there. Chen Shuo decided that he should also take 10 lightning spells and immediately changed his mind, and 20 would be more reliable for all his protection. Chen Shuo realized that against such a strong enemy, he must prepare well, and then he could stay alive and get out of there. Chen Shuo knows that if he does not save the flower spirit, he will lose his reward and will also be stuck there. And this is an ambush and he is unlucky. At this time, the steel wolf was calmly looking at the huge ball, and she did not frighten him at all. And in his life, he had seen many powerful attacks. The steel wolf has prepared his response to the attack of the flower spirit, and she will definitely be shocked because he has special surprises for her. Steel Wolf destroyed Malva's huge ball with a strong flame explosion destruction technique and realized that it would help him in battle. The Steel Wolf sent his fire to the flower spirit, Malva, and he is not afraid that she might surprise him because he has been in all the battles. The flower spirit. Malva was confused, and she did not expect that the wolf would not give up and would respond to her blow with such a technique, and what should she do with the fire? The Steel Wolf intensified his attack on the flower spirit Malva, and he wanted to break her will so that she would stop defending herself and surrender. The flower spirit. Malva was horrified and realized that it looked like she would no longer be able to hold back the attack of vodka, and he had become too strong a fighter. Chen Shuo was scared and thought that this couldn't happen, and he definitely couldn't let the flower spirit get hurt in this battle of theirs. Chen Shuo was not taken aback and immediately used 3 of his lightning spells, and they will help him hold back the attack of the Steel Wolf for a minute. Lightning appeared in the sky, and Chen Shuo thought that although he was new to such battles, he knew the rule that beginners are most often lucky in battles. And then 3 lightning strikes directly at the Steel Wolf, and he was in great pain, and he did not expect that anyone could fight back except Malva. Chen Shuo used 5 diamond power spells, and he must not be confused, and gradually hit the wolf at its weak points in their battle. Chen Shuo clenched his fist and gained the courage to go to the Steel Wolf in hand-to-hand combat, and he would risk everything, and then he would be able to defeat the enemy. And at that very second, Chen Shuo hit the wolf in the face with his technique, and he wounded him, and thought that he turned out to be a strategist in battles with the monster. Chen Shuo carefully stepped aside and realized that the Steel Wolf did not get up, and he stopped attacking them, and this was a chance to run away with her. Chen Shuo thought that the Steel Wolf was very strong and it took him so much strength to hit him, and he could hit him back. Chen Shuo noticed that Malva had lost consciousness, and he told his system that he saved the flower spirit, and what should he do next in the world? The system immediately opened a portal for the owner, and he took the flower spirit in his arms and thought that now she was safe and in no danger. And after a while, Chen Shuo returned to his familiar world in the room and thought that he needed a break after the fight with a huge monster. The system transferred Chen Shuo to his bed, and he thought that now he believes in his strength even more because he hit the wolf himself there. And then Chen Shuo felt a burden on himself and thought that something was pressing on him there, and he could not understand what was wrong, and maybe he was sick in the world. But suddenly, he noticed the flower spirit Malva on himself and was in shock and could not understand why she was transferred with him. And it is so dangerous. Chen Shuo continued to observe the flower spirit, Malva, and he asked the system what happened and why it returned there with him. The system informed the owner Chen Shuo that the task was completed and his reward was a sharp eye, and asked if he wanted to accept this reward. Chen Shuo was delighted with the award and thought that it was a sharp eye, and he had long dreamed of such an award and wanted to try it in action. Chen Shuo immediately agreed with the system and thought that it would please him with various rewards and give him the necessary motivation to do everything. Chen Shuo realized that now he needs to wait to see how this technique will affect him, and if this is what he is thinking about, then he hit the jackpot there. And at that moment, Chen Shuo's entire room sparkled with a bright light, and he could not see anything in such a bright room, and he was blinded there. Chen Shuo thought that he felt as if his eyes had just been blindfolded with gauze, and he could not see anything yet and hoped that for a while. The system congratulated Chen Shuo for receiving the award, and his next task will begin in 15 days, and he must be ready. Chen Shuo thought that now he will find out what this sharp eye is and how he can control this gift, and he believes that she will help him there. Chen Shuo wanted to make sure whether this is such a sharp eye as it is always described in legends, and he often heard about this skill, and it's cool. Chen Shuo looked at the wall and immediately saw the next room and his neighbors who were minding their own business, and he realized that he was lucky. Chen Shuo remembered that the Monkey King could easily detect evil spirits everywhere and distinguish good from evil, and he wanted to be like the king. Chen Shuo realized that now he has the skill to look through any objects and he can do whatever he wants, and this is a nice bonus. Chen Shuo noticed that his keen eye works even better than he imagined, and he can develop his powers and understand them even better. Chen Shuo accidentally glanced at the flower spirit, Malva, and he noticed a lot of things in her, and even something that he shouldn't have needed, and it's a shock. Chen Shuo came to his senses and thought that because of this reward, he completely forgot about the flower spirit Malva, and the fact that she came to their world. Chen Shuo asked the system, what should he do now with Malva in a world where ordinary people live, and they will look at her strangely everywhere? The system told Chen Shuo that it does not interfere in such matters and he can deal with it as he wants, and he said that she was confused. Chen Shuo told the system that he is a decent man, and therefore he will not take advantage of this situation for such things. And this is true. Chen Shuo decided that he needed pills of immortality and snow-white skin and pills of flesh and soul return, and they would all help him there. Chen Shuo doubts and does not know whether these Malva pills will help and how they will act on her, and he can check it now. Chen Shuo realized that in any case, he needs to try to do this with her, and the pills will help her regain strength and energy, and she is suffering. Chen Shuo put the pill into the mouth of the flower spirit Malva and hopes that she will feel better because she received many injuries after this battle. And immediately after taking the pill, the flower spirit Malva lit up with a bright light, and many wounds and abrasions disappeared, and it helped. Chen Shuo thought, what a good medicine this was, and with the help of it, Malva's severe injuries healed instantly, and this is such a miracle. The flower spirit. Malva began to open her eyes, and she was no longer in pain at all, and Chen Shuo was able to cure her, and now he is calm for the lady. Chen Shuo was surprised and asked the flower spirit Malva if she had already woken up, and he didn't think that the pill would help so quickly. And at that very second, Malva suddenly swung her hand and wanted to attack Chen Shuo, and did not know what kind of person he was and what the guy's intentions were. Chen Shuo was horrified and told Malva that he cured her and he was definitely not her enemy, and he only gave her medicine and nothing more, and he was not lying to her. Flower spirit. Malva said thank you to Chen Shuo and asked him what this place was and why she was there, and let him explain everything. The guy told Malva that his name is Chen Shuo, and he travels to different worlds, and he saw her unconscious and took her there to his world. Chen Shuo told the flower spirit Malva that his world is called Planet Earth, and he lives there, and he was lucky that he managed to save her. The flower spirit was in a good mood and told Chen Shuo that her name was Malva, and many thanks to him for saving her from the enemy. Chen Shuo told Malva that she had nothing to thank him for, and he only did what he thought was necessary, and therefore she can calm down there. Chen Shuo asked the flower spirit Malva to let him ask her if she had always lived in that forest where she fought with the monster. The flower spirit. Malva told Chen Shuo that for as long as she can remember, she has always lived there, and she is used to this forest and there is everything there. The flower spirit. Malva told Chen Shuo that then a stupid and huge wolf appeared who got into a fight with her and injured her, and he is evil. Malva said that before the wolf could not defeat her, but a couple of days ago he prevented her from raising the level, and so she took revenge on him a long time ago. And then Malva hugged Chen Shuo tightly and said that it was good that he was there on time and saved her. Otherwise she was doomed in the forest. The flower spirit. Malva told Chen Shuo that otherwise the steel wolf would not have given her a chance and would have swatted her away, and therefore she will not forget. The next morning, He Bing Shui came to her company and thought that she was ready for this day, and she had many goals and would achieve them all. The girl approached the director, He Bing Shui, and said that they were looking for this girl with a photo all over the country but never found her. And this is strange. The girl asked the director, He being shui, maybe this girl used Photoshop and that's why they can't find this lady. He being shui told the girl that this cannot be and she knows that a face can be photoshopped, but this temperament definitely cannot be replaced. Director He Bingji told the girl that this lady definitely lives in the world and she feels it and trusts her intuition and she helps. Director He Bingshui asked the girl for one thing and let their people engage in a detailed study of Chen Shuo's environment, and this is important. The girl told Director He Bingshui that she understood her and they would all try their best and then they would definitely be able to find this beauty. He Bingshui decided that if this girl exists, then she must find her and she can raise their popularity and help their development. The flower spirit. Malva was walking around the dormitory at that time and she asked Chen Shuo what this thing was and she had never seen it. Chen Shuo told Malva that this is a video camera and he uses it for filming, and it can capture any event and it helps him. But Chen Shuo told the flower spirit Malva that the phone is great for this, and it is even more convenient and can be taken with you. The flower spirit. Malva asked Chen Shuo if he could now impress her without straining, and she was so interested in what would come of it. Chen Shuo was happy and told Malva that of course he would capture her, and he was very glad that she asked for it and he would show her all this. Chen Shuo was delighted and thought how lucky he was, and now maybe he will make a popular video again and people will be so happy. Chen Shuo showed the flower spirit Malva his phone and said that she could look at what he had filmed before, and it intrigued her. Malva looked at the video from Chang'e and told Chen Shuo that what kind of mysterious rectangle is this that shows both photos and videos. The flower spirit. Malva told Chen Shuo that this little girl is locked in a box and why is she laughing so joyfully, and it is a shock. Chen Shuo thought that it seems Malva did not understand the meaning of the word and she doesn't know what filming means and therefore thinks that he locked Chang'e there. Malva was happy and said that there are so many interesting things there and she doesn't even want to return to her world and wants to explore this world of his. But Chen Shuo told his friend Malva that she was not from this world and she would have to return because she was used to her environment in her forest. But Malva told Chen Shuo that the flow of qi in her body is now disrupted, and if she returns to her world, the wolf will finish her off immediately. The flower spirit. Malva grabbed Chen Shuo's hand tightly and she asked him if she could stay there for a while and then come back. Chen Shuo was shocked and wondered if Malva really wants to stay there and she wants to live in the same dorm room with him. And this is strange. The flower spirit. Malva asked Chen Shuo if he really wouldn't take pity on her and allow the steel wolf to easily finish her off and she's weak. Chen Shuo was silent and thought that he wanted to leave Malva, but he couldn't figure out where to hide her because they would immediately find her in the dormitory. The flower spirit. Malva told Chen Shuo that if he does not want this, then she will not insist and he can return her back to the forest. The flower spirit. Malva pretended to be crying and told Chen Shuo that she was poor and no one cared about her and no one cared about her. Chen Shuo decided that he could not do this to his girlfriend and he told Malva that she could stay and let her live with him. The flower spirit Malva was delighted and told her friend Chen Shuo that he was the best and she knew that he would make the right decision there. Chen Shuo was despondent and thought that how quickly her behavior changed and he felt like he was being scammed, and that's a fact. Chen Shuo thought that it was already late and the flower spirit Malva should already have found housing because the neighbors would report her presence there. And then it dawned on Chen Shuo that the flower spirit Malva was from another world and she should not be left alone, and this could be dangerous for the lady. Chen Shuo noticed that Malva entered the bathroom and said that she had found interesting water that could be controlled, and it was incredible. Chen Shuo went into the bathroom and told the flower spirit Malva that it was already late and it was time for them to sleep, and she should gain energy there. And at that moment, Chen Shuo froze in place and thought that the flower spirit Malva always surprises him, and how can he control himself with her? The flower spirit. Malva was playing in the bathroom with a shower and thought that this device could change the water, and this was a wonderful phenomenon in the world. And then suddenly the flower spirit. Malva asked her best friend Chen Shuo if they could take a swim and her friend would help her become much cleaner. But Chen Shuo immediately refused this and told Malva that he could not do this in any way, and in his world there are rules and he follows everywhere. Chen Shuo realized that he should be calm. And Malva is a creature from another world and she does not understand anything, and he cannot think about such things. Chen Shuo told the flower spirit Malva that her clothes were already wet and it was better to change them, otherwise she might catch a cold quickly. Flower spirit. Malva looked at the clothes that Chen Shuo gave her, and he takes good care of her, and with him she can learn many things. And then Malva began to cast a spell and removed all the water from her clothes, and now she won't catch a cold, and Chen Shuo can be calm about his health. The flower spirit. Malva asked her best friend Chen Shuo to look at her and said that now she is dry and will definitely not catch a cold, and this is a fact. But Chen Shuo told Malva that now she is in the human world and in such clothes, it is better for her not to go outside the building, and this is uncivilized. Chen Shuo asked his friend to wear this for now, and tomorrow he will buy her new clothes, and Malva agreed with her, and she will be obedient. At noon in the Dongfang group building, He Bingshui realized that she remembered that meeting and could not forget about it now. He Bingshui told all the people that next month there will be a press conference of international goods and they will all be ready. He Bingshui told people that if they do not release a new product, their shares will fall and investors will go to competitors, and this will be their downfall. But the man told the director that they had already researched all the recipes for goods that were on the market, and for a new product, a new recipe was needed. Director Hui Bingshui listened to him, and the man told her that it was impossible to invent a new recipe in 1 month, and he was afraid because of this. And then an employee approached the director, He Bingshui, and asked the miss what was happening to her, and it seemed she was thinking about something and was distracted. He Bingshui asked Mr. Tang if he had time if he could analyze the composition of one thing and handed him a pill. Director He Bingshui told Mr. Tang that a friend gave her a pill and he said it kept her young, and he was intrigued. Mr. Tan suggested that it seems that Miss He Bingshui is already at a dead end, and otherwise she would not believe in it, and he feels sorry for the director. He Bingshui thought how stupid she was, and why did she give Mr. Tang this pacifier, and what if there really was a secret in it? Director He Bingshui realized that if Chen Shuo told her the truth, then girls all over the world would immediately become fans of their products. At that time, Malva was walking on the street with Chen Shuo and asked him what it was, and he told his friend that it was a delicious lamb kebab. Malva said that it smelled so delicious and looked at everything there, and she was so happy, and told her best friend that it looked interesting. Chen Shuo was tired of walking and invited the flower spirit Malva to first buy her clothes and then have lunch, and he would treat her with delicious food. But the flower spirit Malva told Chen Shuo that she wanted to have lunch now and they could spend some time with a friend. But Chen Shuo immediately refused this and told Malva that he and she would first buy clothes and then have a hearty meal, and he promised her this. And after a while, Chen Shuo and Malva went into a women's clothing store together, and Chen thought that this was the first time he went with a lady. Flower spirit. Malva found a dress in a store and asked her best friend Chen Shuo if it was beautiful, and she really liked it. Chen Shuo told the flower spirit Malva that this is a good dress and her friend knows a lot about clothes, even without any experience. Chen Shuo also found several options for Malva and said that for now she can try on these outfits in the locker room and find the size. Wang Sui was standing next to them in the store, and her friend asked her to immediately look there and said that it was her ex-boyfriend Chen Shuo. A friend told Wang Sui that she didn't think Chen Shuo liked younger girls, but she was different from everyone else, and Chen was just a monster. But Van Shu decided to immediately go to Chen Shuo, and she wants to tell him all her opinion so that he understood that Chen is not good for anything. Wang Sui asked Chen Shuo who brought it to the women's store, and this is her former henpecked man, and why he decided to come there with his lady. Chen Shuo was glad to meet him and said that this was his mercantile ex and he didn't know why she decided to approach him after everything. Wang Sui told Chen So that she didn't think he had such bad taste and how could he choose such a cheap store to shop at. A friend asked Wang Sui whether this homeless man Chen has enough money for clothes, even in this store. And the clothes cost 50,000. Chen Shuo asked the girls, and what if the clothes cost so much, and thought how arrogant Wang Sui and her friend were behaving. And then Malva came out there and asked Chen Shuo who these two girls were and why they were so elderly, and they also stank a lot, and it was terrible. Wang Sui's friend was furious and asked Malva who she just called old, and maybe she had completely lost her fear and was pissing them off there. Wang Su was also angry and told Malva that she wears all the best perfume in the world and should she shut her mouth if she doesn't understand fashion. Chen Shuo told Wang Sui that the perfume smells good, but once it gets on her body, for some reason it starts to stink, and he doesn't understand the reason for the smell. Chen Shuo told Van Shu that her character is stingless, and she does not respect others and her mouth only pours dirt and why she is such evil. Wang Sui wanted to teach Chen Shuo a lesson. and asked the scoundrel what he told her. And he behaves as if Chen is the most handsome and rich. And at that very second, Chen Shuo suddenly threw clothes in Wang Sui's face and told her that even the best perfume in the world would not cover up this stench now. Chen Shuo told the flower spirit, Malva, that they should go from there and he can no longer tolerate this stench and they need to freshen up there. Wang Shui asked Chen Shuo if because of another girl he was ready to humiliate her like that in front of others. And he was not a man and she felt sorry for him. Wang Shui thought that Chen Shuo should wait, and he would wait, that she also knew how to be rude and would set him up and humiliate him in front of people. Chen Shuo was walking on the street with Malva and realized that she defended him well and insulted Wang Sui, and she was very angry at her words. Malva was furious and asked the best friend Chen Shuo, as these both girls only wear land and they are ugly people in the world. But Chen Shuo stroked Malva's hair and asked her to stop being angry with them, and these girls are not worth it, and that's why he advises this. Chen Shuo told Malva that the more she conflicts with these ladies, the more it turns them on and let them get angry and waste their energy. Malva told Chen Shuo that he speaks to her incomprehensible terms, and it seems that he has a special slang in which he is already accustomed to communicating. Chen Shuo asked Malva not to talk about such an unpleasant topic anymore, and they would rather go eat, and her friend was delighted with this. And after a while, Chen Shuo returned to the dormitory and thought that he should not take risks, and now he would always lock the door securely. Chen Shuo bought a lot of things and even flowers for the flower spirit, and he thinks that Malva will be happy because she knows everything about her plants. Chen Shuo thought that he had come up with such an excuse, and at that very second Malva began to turn back from a bouquet of flowers into a person, the flower spirit. Malva pressed tightly to Chen Shuo, and he froze in place in surprise and thought that she scared him and she was nimble. Chen Shuo asked the flower spirit Malva to only warn him next time when she turns back into a human. The flower spirit Malva immediately agreed with her best friend Chen, and she will do whatever he asks because he knows more than anyone. Malva sang a song, and she was in a great mood, and no one could spoil it because she was happy with their purchases and new clothes. Chen Shuo looked at Malva and thought that apparently people and female spirits equally like beautiful things, and this is so funny. Chen Shuo wanted to explain to the flower spirit Malva that when she changes clothes, she should go to another room, and this is so important. And at that very second, suddenly Chen Shuo was shocked and thought that he did not have time to warn the flower spirit Malva about this, and she was a miracle. Flower. Spirit Malva did not understand Chen Shuo's reaction and asked her best friend what he wanted to tell her, and he asked her to stand still. Chen Shuo told Malva that you can't change clothes in front of the guys, and you need to go to the locker room, or at least to the toilet for this. And this is important. Chen Shuo realized that it is not very convenient to live with a new girl in the same room, and he needs to come up with something, otherwise he himself will suffer in the end. The next morning, Chen Shuo slept soundly and thought that he could hardly go to bed yesterday, and Mallow did not give him rest, and it infuriates him. And then Chen Shuo heard the voice of the flower spirit Malva, and she wanted Chen Shuo to wake up, and a new day had already begun and she needed to get up. The flower spirit. Malva stood on Chen Shuo's bed and told him that it was time for him to get up, and then they would have time to make all their plans there. Chen Shuo was shocked and asked Malva if she wasn't embarrassed at all and wasn't afraid that he might do something to her now. The flower spirit. Malva told Chen Shuo that he saved her life, and therefore, she is not afraid that he will do something to her, and this is the honest truth. Chen Shuo came to terms with this and thought that apparently the spirits do not understand anything at all about such things, and Malva should understand everything gradually. And suddenly, at that moment, someone started knocking on Chen Shuo's door, and he was alarmed and realized that people might see Malva with him. The people behind the door told Chen Shuo that this is a room check, and he should not be afraid and let him open the door and they will check his room. Chen Shuo realized that if the person looking after the dormitory found a girl in his room, he would definitely be finished and she would immediately kick the guy out. But when Chen Shuo did not expect this at all, the flower spirit Malva said the woman that she would now open the door and went to the door there. Chen Shuo sharply grabbed Malva's hand and asked her to speak more quietly and for her to turn into a plant so that no one would notice her now. But Malva told Chen Shuo that her energy flows had not even accumulated the necessary energy yet, and she would not be able to be a flower for long. The looking woman thought was there really no one in the room, and she told the guy that if he didn't hear her, that she was coming into his room. Chen Shuo immediately quickly grabbed the flower spirit Malva, and he asked her for forgiveness and said that he was obliged to do this for her protection. Chen Shuo is covered in a sheet with the flower spirit Malva, and he is nervous that the two of them will be outside so soon. Malva did not understand what Chen Shuo wanted to do and why he was in a hurry, and she could clearly explain to the looking woman that she was a friend. But Chen Shuo was not taken aback and quickly stuck one of the stealth spells on Malva's forehead, and then the woman would not notice her in the room. Chen Shuo asked Malva to be as quiet as possible, and how much time they will spend in the dormitory depends on her behavior, and this is so important. Chen Shuo thought that just in case, he put his invisibility spell on Malva. Otherwise, she might start jumping around the room. The looking woman, despite everything, abruptly entered the room, and she told Chen Shuo that he was in the room and why he was silent for a long time. Chen Shuo lay on the bed and told the looking woman that he had just woken up there and therefore could not quickly open the door, and it was a pity. The flower spirit. Malva at this time could not understand what was happening to her now and why her heart was beating so fast, and it was incredible. The looking woman told Chen Shuo that he lives alone in the room and must follow safety rules and not use an iron. Chen Shuo agreed with the woman and wished her a good day, and she seems to him younger every day and looks like a top model. The looking woman closed the door and left Chen Shuo's room, and she believed that he lives alone in the room and is not lying to her now. Chen Shuo immediately jumped out of bed and exhaled with relief, and he realized that the looking woman had finally left and he could breathe there. Chen Shuo used the spell removal and the flower spirit. Malva can no longer lie there and be invisible, and there is no one in the room. Chen Shuo began to take the talisman back, and Malva did well, and she did not give away that she was in the room and sat very quietly on the side. Malva realized that now Chen Shuo was not in danger, and she, too, together with him, could calm down, and they were almost kicked out of their room. Chen Shuo gazed at the flower spirit Malva and realized that she was also a very beautiful spirit, and he could easily fall in love with her. Chen Shuo, without looking, handed Malva some clothes and asked her to quickly put on clothes without wasting time. Otherwise, she would catch a cold, and he was worried. But the flower spirit Malva told her best friend Chen Shuo that she would not catch a cold, and she was so hot under the blanket and she took off her clothes. Chen Shuo began to beg Malva to put on clothes and said that he asked her to do this and thought that he would soon burst with happiness. Flower spirit. Malva laughed and told Chen Shuo that if he asks her to wear these clothes, she will do it so quickly without any problem. At this time in the company, Mr. Tang called the director He Bing Shui and told Miss that the result had finally appeared and he did not expect it. Mr. Tang told director He Bing Shui that this pill really has anti-aging properties and it is incredible, and he is so amazed. Director He Bing Shui was completely shocked and asked Mr. Tang if it was true, and he said that they had discovered an important thing to do. Mr. Tan said that this pill can keep skin youthful for 5 years, and they will continue research, and the company is cool. Director He Bing Shui realized that her company had a great chance of success, and she thanked Mr. Tan for all his efforts there. Director He Bing Shui hung up the phone and realized that Chen Shuo had definitely not deceived her, and the rejuvenation pill really existed in their world. Director He Bing Shui realized that she only helped Chen Shuo's family, and he gave her a pill that would already cost hundreds of millions of yuan. Director He Bing Shui wondered if Chen Shuo didn't know the truth and value of this pill, and she remembered her best friend's words now. Director He Bing Shui remembered how Chen Shuo told her that he knew that she would not believe him, but advised her to investigate, and the result would be Director He Bing Shui realized that judging by Chen Shuo's confident face at that moment, he knew the cost of this pill, and he made a discovery. But Director He Bing Shui couldn't understand where an ordinary guy who recently graduated from school got such a thing, and it's strange. Afterwards, Chen Shuo went into a restaurant with Malva and thought that he would now treat his friend as promised, because they had already bought her clothes. The flower spirit. Malva was delighted and told her friend Chen Shuo that it tasted wonderful and she had never tried this dish. Chen Shuo told Malva that if she likes the dish, then she should eat more because she is so thin and needs to gain a little weight. Chen Shuo thought that he bought pills and all sorts of spells too often and he had critically few likes left. This is his problem. Chen Shuo realized that he needed to quickly come up with a new idea for the video, and if he filmed simple dances, the subscribers would definitely get tired. And at that moment, the flower spirit Malva shouted in the restaurant, and Chen Shuo was shocked by this and asked his friend what happened to her there. Malva was worried, and asked her best friend Chen Shuo what she should do, and she stained the clothes he bought her, and it was terrible. Chen Shuo told Malva that everything was fine, and the most important thing was that she didn't get burned because the dish was hot and they would fix the clothes. Chen Shuo handed the Malva flower spirit a napkin and said that they would change and wash the clothes and she should not be nervous now. And then Chen Shuo thought about what he just said to Malva and she should change clothes, and it seems he has a plan now. Chen Shuo sat down with Malva and asked her friend if she could dance beautifully, and she told her friend that of course she could dance cool. Chen Shuo showed Malva a video with Chang'e, and she told her best friend there that she would dance without any problems if she wanted, anytime. Chen Shuo asked Malva if she would mind if he took a video of her there, and he wanted to make a video because he has such a job in this world. Chen Shuo told Malva that as a reward she could ask him for anything right away, and he would fulfill her any request and he would not deceive her. The flower spirit. Malva asked Chen Shuo if he would fulfill her every request, and this is very interesting, and she thought about it and decides there. The flower spirit Malva came closer to Chen Shuo and asked her best friend if he would really fulfill any of her requests there. Chen Shuo was very worried and told Malva that of course he would do everything in his power and she should ask to do something real. The flower spirit. Malva told Chen Shuo that then she wanted to stay in this world for a couple more days and asked her friend not to drive her away. Malva told Chen Shuo that she also wants to eat at this restaurant again and she likes the way the food is prepared there and it is very tasty. After Chen Shuo brought Malva to the studio, and she asked Chen Shuo why they were filming her dance there, and this was no longer a cool place. Chen Shuo told Malva that it was spacious, and there were almost no people walking there, and she could use magic and not be afraid that someone would notice there. Chen Shuo told Malva that he would add the background later, and she asked her friend if he was talking about the background and asked the guy to look there. And at that same second, suddenly, Malva conjured a beautiful background there, and Chen Shuo froze in place and could not understand what happened. And this was a dream. The flower spirit. Malva told Chen Shuo that she can create illusions and her magic will help save his time, and she will help. Chen Shuo stroked Malva's hair and told his friend, "Thank you for all her help," and she saved a lot of his time and he will not forget it. Malva started posing for Chen Shuo, and at first she put on a very formal and classic style of clothing that shows off her intelligence. Afterwards, Malva put on modern fashionable clothes, and Chen Shuo was pleased because his girlfriend looked like a top model and was more beautiful than others. And finally, Malva put on the costume that princesses wore in palaces, and besides, she danced beautifully and can do anything. Chen Shuo was filming the flower spirit, Malva, and realized that his life was a success and he was lucky to meet such a sweet girl. And at that moment, Chen Shuo received a call from his friend and asked him to come to the university as soon as possible. And Chen asked the guy what happened to them. The guy was angry with Chen Shuo and said that it looked like he was in big trouble and it was better for him to come to the university and solve all his problems there. Chen Shuo quickly arrived at the university with Malva, and he stood near the director's office and thought that they were worrying about him in vain. Chen Shuo asked the director what happened and if he could explain to him clearly today so that he would understand what he did wrong in his studies. The director was looking for Chen Shuo and said that he had finally arrived there and they could not find him there and wanted to tell him important news. The director asked Chen Shuo why he offended Miss Qing so much, and he cannot do this, and he must find out all the information from the guy. Chen Shuo asked the director if he was talking about Mr. Qing Beifeng's daughter, and he agreed with him and said that he shouldn't have done all this. The principal told Chen Shuo that Qing Ran came to their school today with people in suits, and she told him that she was looking for him and that it was so important. Chen Shuo asked the director not to worry, and they will be able to quickly resolve this issue with him. And he has nothing to worry about, and he assures him. But suddenly, at that moment, the door to Chen Shuo's room was immediately opened from the inside, and he was surprised and thought that this man had such speed. Qing Ran stood in front of Chen Shuo, and she told Chen Shuo that she was so glad to see him, and it was good that he returned to his room so quickly. Qing Ran told her father that Chen Shuo had come, and now they can discuss all matters with him there and hope that he will understand their family correctly. Ting Beifeng sat on the sofa and said good afternoon to Chen Shuo, and they haven't seen him for a long time, and how is he doing? And how is his progress in his studies? Chen Shuo asked the director, Qing Beifeng, why he came there to see him, and he wants to know this and let him answer his question as soon as possible. The director calmed down and realized that he shouldn't have been scared, and Mr. Qing came to Chen Shuo for a good reason, and it seems they are friends. Qingran glanced at the Malva flower spirit and was surprised. And she was so young and cute and silently stood next to Chen Shuo there. Qingran was perplexed and wondered if Chen Shuo really managed to get a girlfriend very quickly, and where did he find this girl? Qingran continued to look indignantly at the flower spirit, and she did not understand why this girl reacted this way because she was not familiar. The school principal told Mr. Qing Beifeng that he would leave them there, and the boss said thank you to the man, and they would not take up much of his time. The school director thought that Chen Shuo seemed to be a very difficult type to be able to start a relationship with a business tycoon, and he would take this fact into account. The school principal was proud of Chen Shuo and thought that it was not in vain that he was their student, and their school raised a real leader, and he was proud of him. Qing Beifeng said that next month is Qingran's grandfather's anniversary, and he will be 90 years old, and can he come to them? Chen Shuo told Mr. Qing Beifeng, "Thank you, and he is honored that he personally decided to invite him, and he will definitely come to them soon." Qingran asked her best friend Chen Shuo if he had free time now, and she wanted to discuss something with him and would be glad. Chen Shuo told Qingran that he had time for her and asked his best friend what happened and what she wanted to ask him there. Qingran told Chen Shuo that a new pastry shop had recently opened nearby, and would he like to go there with her to have lunch with him. Chen Shuo agreed with Qingran and the flower spirit. Malva told her that, of course, they would go to the candy store without any problems and have lunch. Qingran asked her dad if she could go out with her friends, and he said that of course she could go anywhere with them. And after a while, Malva was happy and sat at the same table with Qingran, and Qing could not understand who this young girl was. And then suddenly the flower spirit Malva told Qingran that she was looking at her so intently, and was there really something on her face now? Qingran told the flower spirit Malva that she just already had one question for her and she wanted to ask her, and it intrigues her so much. Qingran was very nervous and thought that it was difficult for her, but she should ask Malva about it now and then she would calm down from her thoughts. Flower. Spirit Malva was waiting for Qingran and asked what question she wanted to ask her, and she was ready to listen to her and answer everything now. Qingran asked the flower spirit Malva if she is a girl and a faithful ally in Chen Shuo's life, and she wants to know this from her friend. Flower spirit. Malva smiled and thought that Qingran seems to love Chen Shuo and cannot yet confess her love to him there. Qingran was waiting for an answer from Malva and thought that her next actions would depend on her answer and she could lag behind Chen Shuo. But suddenly, the flower spirit Malva asked Qingran if she could explain to her what the girl Chen Shuo means, and she doesn't know it. Qingran froze in place after Malva's strange question, and she thought that this friend of Chen Shuo was strange, and what did she ask? And then Chen Shuo approached the girls and asked their friends what they were talking about, and it seemed to him that they had a serious conversation with Malva. Flower spirit. Malva told Chen Shuo that she and Qingran were just talking about his girlfriend, and she wanted to know one important detail. Chen Shuo was surprised and asked the flower spirit Malva about which girl he and Qingran were talking about because he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Qingran told Chen Shuo that it's just that Malva always goes with him, and that's why she thought that they were dating, and these are her thoughts. But Chen Shuo asked Qingran not to worry and said that she and Malva were just friends, and there had never been love or feelings between them. Qingran was very happy to hear the explanation from Chen Shuo, and this means that she still has a chance because she and Malva are just friends. Flower spirit. Malva told Qingran that Chen Shuo saved her life back then, and that's why he became her best friend, and she will never forget. Qingran was delighted and told Malva that Chen Shuo saved her life then, and after that, they became even closer and he helped so much. Qingran told Malva that she had been seriously ill since childhood, and if it weren't for Chen Shuo, she would have already died and he accomplished a feat for her. Flower spirit. Malva was glad to listen to Qingran's story and asked if it was true, and this acquaintance was amazing and so cool. Chen Shuo listened to his friends, and he didn't think that girls from different worlds would be able to find a common language so quickly, and how interesting it was to him. And then Chen Shuo heard that someone was calling him, and it was director He Bing Shui, and he didn't know what Miss wanted him, and he would find out soon. Chen Shuo answered the call and said, "Good afternoon" to He Bing Shui, and he is glad to hear her voice and what she wanted to ask him, and he listens. He Bing Shui asked her best friend Chen Shuo if he had free time for her the day after tomorrow, and she wanted to discuss something with him. Chen Shuo told director He Bing Shu that of course he has time for her and he can help her with anything, and he remembers her help. Director He Bingshui agreed with Chen Shuo and said that then he should be ready and they would see him at Dongfang Group. Chen Shuo told Miss He Bingshu that he almost forgot and wanted to ask her if she could help him with something. And he wanted to ask, He Bingshui told Chen Shuo that he could contact her with anything, and he asked the director if she knew any realtors. Chen Shuo said that he wants to buy a couple of apartments and one near the city center to meet his family and one apartment further away. Chen Shuo said that he will soon graduate from university and he needs to move out of the dormitory, and besides, his parents live so far away. Director He Bingshui told Chen so that she would help him find apartments without any problems, but where did he get the money for these apartments? Chen Shuo told director He Bingshui that his videos look very good and he received money from them and can now afford a house. He Bingzhu told Chen Shuo that she would help him find housing, and yet he helped her a lot by giving her that pill, and she would not forget the service. He Bingzhi told Chen Shuo that she and he are already friends and let him not call her so respectfully and they will not be embarrassed by each other. Chen Shuo agreed with sister He Bingshui and said, then before the meeting and when they meet, they will settle other nuances and he will also support his sister. He Bingshui wanted to ask Chen Shuo about that girl and whether she still doesn't want to see her and whether she won't offend her when she meets. Chen Shuo told He Bingshu that things had happened in the girl's family and she had gone to her homeland and he had not communicated with the lady for too long. He Bingshu told Chen Shuo that if he contacts the lady, then let him invite her to her, and she wants to see the unreal beauty of the lady. Chen Shuo agreed with He Bingshui and said that he would try and not forget about her request and she can be sure of this, and he will. Chen Shuo thought that he was afraid that he would have a hard time if she ended up in this world and the head was definitely not used to such conditions there. Chen Shuo then returned home and realized that in just one day he was able to gain 500,000 likes, and it seems that everyone likes Malva. Chen Shuo thought that the accumulated likes would be enough to buy a training room in his system for a day and he should develop strength. And then Chen Shuo remembered that the spiritual wounds of the flower spirit had not yet healed, and Malva had not fully recovered, and he would fix it soon. Chen Shuo asked the system if Malva could use his personal training room to restore his strength and health. The system informed Chen Shuo that the flower spirit Malva can train there as much as he wants without problems, and there is no need to pay for it. Chen Shuo was perplexed by the words of the system and asked why only for him. Everything is so expensive and for others it's free, and she doesn't love the guy. The system informed Chen Shuo that the flower spirit has its own aura and power, and it, like the system, has the status of a virtual being in the world. Chen Shuo called the flower spirit Malva and thought that she should take a look and he would explain to her how she could regain her strength and power. But the flower spirit Malva at that time was lying on the bed and talking to someone on the phone and said bye, and then they would discuss all their affairs. Chen Shuo thought that he missed Malva talking to someone on the phone for hours, and he should ask her to do it now. Chen Shuo approached the flower spirit Malva and asked his friend what she was doing and let her explain everything to him, and he was waiting for an answer from her. Flower spirit. Malva told Chen Shuo that she was talking on the phone with Qingran, and she is a nice girl and her best friend. Chen Shuo was very surprised, and when the flower spirit Malva and Zhan managed to become friends like that, and the girls have a completely different logic, and this is a fact. Chen Shuo told Malva that it seems she has quickly adapted to this world and even knows how to use a telephone, and she is amazing. Chen Shuo asked the flower spirit Malva if she really didn't want to return to her familiar world and didn't even miss the forest. Malva told Chen Shuo that her spiritual power has not yet been filled, and returning alone is very dangerous because the steel wolf will kill immediately. Chen Shuo told his friend Malva that he has a special room for training and he can lend it to her so that she can accumulate energy. Chen Shuo told Malva that he promises that in this room she will regain all her strength so quickly and even she will become stronger than before. But at that very second, Malva hugged Chen Shuo tightly and said that it was with such great difficulty that she found two friends in this world of his, the flower spirit. Malva told Chen Shuo that she hadn't really tried anything in this world and he was already driving her away and what kind of person he was. Chen Shuo was shocked and thought from whom Malva learned to be seriously capricious, and it looks like Qingran has a bad influence on her friend, and this is a shock. Chen Shuo told the flower spirit Malva that he was joking and let her go train first, and then they will discuss it with her again. Chen Shuo told the flower spirit Malva that after she goes there, she must choose the end time of training, and this is important. Flower Spirit Malva told Chen Shuo that she clearly understood him and said goodbye to him and went into the training room to improve the skill. The flower spirit. Malva disappeared from there, and Chen Shuo thought that he doesn't know why, but is a little worried and hopes that she will be healthy. And then, the system gave Chen Shuo a new task, and he must take the flower spirit Malva to her kingdom and finish off the steel wolf. Chen Shuo agreed to complete the task, and the system said that this passage was already open, and it began teleporting him to the world of Malva. And at the same moment, Chen Shuo disappeared from the room and thought that he did not know why the system gave him difficult tasks and believed in him so much. Chen Shuo found himself in a primeval forest and realized that his power was very much inferior to that of the steel wolf and how he could defeat him in battle. Chen Shuo suggested that he needed to use the pill spells received from the system as well as his ingenuity, and this would help them. Chen Shuo heard the voice of a steel wolf nearby and decided that the monster already knew that someone had come to the forest and would fight him there. Chen Shuo decided to use a magic cloud, and he hopes that the system will give him hints and help him defeat such a monster. Chen Shuo decided that since he needed to finish off the steel wolf, a direct confrontation with him made no sense, and this is true. Chen Shuo knows that if he is careless, the steel wolf can send him to the next world with one left hand, and the protection will not interfere with him. The steel wolf smelled Chen Shuo and asked the non-entity how he dared to return to his forest, and did he really think that he could defeat him? The steel wolf told Chen Shuo that last time he fought him dishonestly, and that's why he managed to take him by surprise and defeated him. And then the steel wolf began to attack Chen Shuo, and said that if it weren't for his attack from behind, he would have finished off the guy, and Malva long ago. Chen Shuo was horrified and asked the system if it was sure that its task was feasible, and it seemed to him that it wanted to kill the owner there. But the system told Chen Shuo that it was only giving a task, and he himself had to figure out how to defeat the steel wolf now. Chen Shuo listened to the system and was furious, and asked if there was at least some benefit in all her words and why she was setting them up like that. Chen Shuo realized that he would have to act on his own, and he definitely could not refuse the task and would come up with some kind of plan there. Chen Shuo used a lightning spell and thought that he would now try to attack the steel wolf in the same way, and maybe it would help. Chen Shuo continued to use heavenly lightning, and they should give him time to find the weak point of the steel wolf, and he is cool. All the lightning struck directly at the steel wolf, and he screamed in pain and thought that he didn't like that Chen Shuo was always hiding from battle. The steel wolf told Chen Shuo that he is a scoundrel and is attacking him from behind again, and he thinks that the wolf does not have enough strength to defeat him there. And at that very second, the steel wolf had already used the fiery dragon breath technique, and he would teach Chen Shuo a lesson on how to fight. And then a huge fiery dragon began to fly towards Chen Shuo, and the wolf wanted to quickly get rid of it and then find the spirit Malva. But Chen Shuo managed to dodge the fire dragon and realized that it was very close, and it's good that he was nimble and was able to move aside. Chen Shuo laughed at the steel wolf and asked him to at least look at the target before hitting, and he had been fighting for so many years. The steel wolf rushed towards Chen Shuo, and the wolf asked the enemy who he despises, and he himself is a scoundrel and weaker than all the other fighters. The steel wolf waved his hand and could not hit Chen Shuo with a blow, and he lost him and could not find him anywhere. And where could this guy hide? Chen Shuo was already standing on the ground behind the steel wolf and asked the stupid monster if he was looking for someone there and he could help him. Chen Shuo thought that his signature move was to anger his opponent in order to weaken their defense and attack their weakness. The steel wolf was angry and asked the scoundrel Chen Shuo if he still dared to deceive him and who was raising him. The wolf told Chen Shuo that he would finish him off, and the guy realized that the wolf was now very angry, and anger filled his brain and he would fight stupidly. The steel wolf continued to throw heavy blows but could not hit Chen Shuo at all and thought that he was too small to catch. But Chen Shuo appeared in the air again, and the steel wolf asked the coward to fight him face to face and stop hiding, and he was tired of looking. Chen Shuo asked the steel wolf, "Isn't he now fighting him face to face, and is he really so stupid and doesn't understand this?" Chen Shuo thought that his second signature move was to attract his attention and attack at the most unexpected moment, and that's cool. The steel wolf asked Chen Shuo to come down and come closer to him, and then they could talk like serious people and settle all matters. But at the same second, Chen Shuo again struck the steel wolf, and he hit him with the lightning technique and thought that the wolf did not notice the attack. The steel wolf received damage and lay on the ground and realized that it was very inconvenient for him to fight such an opponent who was always hiding there. Chen Shuo asked the wolf if he really wanted him, a newcomer to this cultivation, to fight an experienced and strong wolf face to face. Chen Shuo asked the Steel Wolf if he really takes him for a fool now, and he must understand that every fighter thinks about tactics. Chen Shuo thought that the third signature move was to anger his enemy by talking like he was cool, and his opponent couldn't do anything. Chen Shuo told the Steel Wolf that he was completely neglected, and only the grave would correct him, and creatures like them did not change for 100 years. Chen Shuo held an attack spell in his hand and told the Steel Wolf that therefore he would have to send him to the next world and let him not be angry. And finally, Chen Shuo used an attack and a spell called Sacred Banishment on the wolf and rid this world of a dangerous wolf. Chen Shuo thought that the fourth signature move was to wait there for the moment when the enemy stopped fighting and beautifully defeat. And then suddenly, Chen Shuo noticed that some kind of glowing ball came out of the Steel Wolf, and he didn't know what it was that came out of it. The system said that this is the stone of manifestation, and it allows him to show there anything he imagines, and he deserves this prize. Chen Shuo was very happy and asked the system how to use this stone, and she asked him to drop blood on it and it would help. Chen Shuo thought that why such an old-fashioned ritual, and maybe they couldn't come up with anything else or the system wants his blood. Chen Shuo quickly did what the system asked there and thought that it was not easy for him to defeat the Steel Wolf, and he is a very strong fighter. Chen Shuo decided that it seemed that this time he had come there for a reason and was able to receive such an award that he had never even dreamed of. And this is all great. The system informed Chen Shuo that the time for completing the task has expired, and it opens a portal for the return of the owner and is happy to help him. Chen Shuo quickly entered the portal and disappeared from this world, and now he can be calm that his friend Malva is not in danger there. But at that moment, suddenly someone appeared next to the wolf and realized that a guy had come to their world and he wanted to personally fight the wolf there. The man looked at the Steel Wolf and thought that the guy didn't seem to be from their world, and he immediately ran away from there by going into the portal, and he would find out about him. Chen Shuo returned to his dorm room and thought what a trap he had fallen into and did not realize what he was doing for days. Chen Shuo remembered how he could not understand what was happening and why his phone was making sounds by itself and he could not fix it. Chen Shuo realized that he had not only connected himself with the system through which he traveled to the Western world, but also began to project the image of a rich type. Chen Shuo thought that in both the real and parallel world he was already experiencing a pleasant feeling of becoming a stronger fighter. Chen Shuo thought that he even managed to finish off the monster from the parallel world and take his artifact, and this motivates him. However, Chen Shuo thought that as he became stronger, he ceased to feel like himself more and more, and he did not like this at all. Chen Shuo thought, what if the moment comes when he still has to start all over again, and what will happen to him then he still doesn't know? And then, the system wanted to notify the owner Chen Shuo about something, and he did not know what the system wanted to tell him, which sometimes substitutes. The system congratulated Chen Shuo for completing the hidden task and the open main line task, and received 5 million likes. Chen Shuo asked the system what it was telling him and what this hidden task and mainline was, and let the system explain it to him. The system reported that it provides other hidden tasks, the completion of which depends on the behavior of the owner, and he completed. The system told Chen Shuo that the owner did not become greedy because of all their bonuses that the system gave, and Chen still gets along with people. Chen Shuo told the system that he is not a superhero or the savior of the world, and before doing anything, he always thinks about the consequences. Chen Shuo told the system that it would not save him if something happened to him because he would brag there many times. The system told Chen Shuo that he thinks correctly and he is a very smart guy, and the system did not make a mistake in him, and he understands what he is doing with it. The system has given the task of the main line, and a certain secret connects the Western and real worlds with each other, and he must reveal it. Chen Shuo listened, and the system said that after the owner himself reveals the secret, the system will reward him with something mysterious immediately. The system told the owner that he must find 5 key artifacts in both worlds, and each of them will give him a hint. Chen Shuo thought that he had long known that these 2 worlds were connected by something, and finally he would be able to find out all the necessary information about the worlds. Chen Shuo remembered that Qingran is from the real world, but she also has cultivator energy, and he noticed all this that day. Chen Shuo thought that it seems that in order to unravel this secret, he needs to start his search with the Qing family, and they can lead him to the right trail. After He Bing Shui showed Chen Shuo the house and said that the house has a good location and developed infrastructure, and it would be suitable. He Bing Shui told her friend Chen Shuo that in general this is a good and not yet very expensive apartment, and she advises him to take it and will not regret it. Chen Shuo listened to He Bing Shui's words and thanked her for her help, and she was already able to find a great option for him in just one day. After Chen Shuo and He Bingshui were driving a car, she said that she was still very curious and wanted to ask him about one thing. He Bingshui asked Chen Shuo where he got the youth pill from, and he was 100% sure that it was her when he gave it to her. Chen Shuo told He Bingshui that he was recently returning home and he bought medicine for his father from an old man and he received this gift. He Bingshui asked Chen Shuo if this was true, and he said that of course it was true and he would not deceive his girlfriend today. Director He Bingshui asked Chen Shuo to wait for her there and she should settle some issues there and then they would leave from there. Chen Shuo told He Bingshui that he would park the car for now and immediately find a place. And she agreed with her friend and got out of the car immediately. Chen Shuo thought that he should find the right moment to tell He Bingshui everything and immediately dispel her doubts about him. And then suddenly a guy appeared behind director He Bingshui, and he recognized her and said that he was very glad to meet her, and he had heard a lot. He Bingshui asked the guy if it was him, and he asked his friend. Maybe she was still sad because she couldn't come up with a product. And then suddenly, the guy hit He Bingshui in the butt and said that he told her if she did not become his lady, he would give her the recipe. But director He Bingshui immediately pushed the guy and told him to go away, and she didn't want to communicate with him, and he was disgusting to her and should not make her angry. The guy smiled and told He Bingshui what an obstinate lady she is, and does she know how terrible the whole situation in her company is? The guy told director He Bingshui that he takes good care of her and the creature just shouldn't reject him, and this is his condition for his fool. But Chen Shuo arrived in time to the director He Bingshui, and in a second grabbed the scoundrel's hand and did not allow him to beat his girlfriend and will punish. Chen Shuo ordered the scoundrel to remove his dirty hand, and the guy screamed and was in great pain and asked to let go of his hand and this condition. But Chen Shuo just pushed the guy's hand and thought that he would never let him hurt He Bingshui and let him beat him there too. The guy fell to the ground and looked angrily at Chen Shuo and said that he would regret what he did to him and he would quickly punish the daredevil. And then the guy swung his hand and said to Chen Shuo in his entire life, no one dared to treat him so rudely, and he will not be the first and will die. Chen Shuo, in response to the guy's threats, only smiled and thought that he had seen a lot of such people and he would never be able to scare him. Chen Shuo put his hand in front of the guy and asked if he was talking rudely to him, and it seemed like he was mistaken and he didn't understand. The guy looked at Chen Shuo's fingers and could not move anywhere, and he thought that this friend of He Bingshui is brave and is not afraid of his threats there. Chen Shuo told the guy that he himself asked to let go of his hand and fell to the ground, and why now he blames others there for this. Chen Shuo told the guy that, judging by his suit, he definitely works as a boss somewhere, and he definitely has a lot of money and influence at work. The guy listened to him, and Chen Shuo said that he was dressed like a man, but he was acting like a lousy dog, and told him to be a man and not an idiot. The guy was angry and asked Chen Shuo what he told him, and Chen Shuo asked him what if his wife finds out about how he pesters the lady. Chen Shuo whispered in the guy's ear and said that he was afraid that his life would no longer be so pleasant and his wife would force him to answer the question. The guy thought that no one from his close circle knew that he had a wife, and how did this arrogant guy know about it? He didn't understand. Chen Shuo asked the guy not to even try to guess where he learned about his wife, but if he pesters the miss again, he will punish him. The guy wanted to beat Chen Shuo, but I'm sure that he will tell about the fact that he has a wife if he touches him, and now he has no choice there. The guy started to leave there and told Chen Shuo that he can definitely consider himself lucky, and today he is also in a great mood. Chen Shuo thought that the guy looked arrogant and was trying to show his authority, but in fact, henpecked and a coward is afraid of his wife. He Bingshui was happy and asked Chen Shuo what he said to this guy now and why he quickly ran away from there and was very scared. Chen Shuo told He Bingshui that he didn't say anything to this guy and just reminded him of something, and he didn't want a conflict with his friend. He Bingshui told Chen Shuo that he scared her and she thought that they would fight and said that she better not anger the Xia family and they are rich. Chen Shuo asked He Bingshui not to worry, and real gentlemen like him solve the issue with words and not with brute force. Like a guy. He Bingshui said that this guy's name is Liu Quan. He is a relative of the Xia family, and his company is under the protection of this family, and he is her problem. Director. He Bingshui said that if it weren't for the protection of the Xia family, she would have destroyed Liu Quan's company long ago and would never regret it. Chen Shuo laughed and asked Director He Bingshui to calm down and not be angry with such a person, and he is not worthy of her attention, and he assures. Chen Shuo told his friend He Bingshu that he guarantees her that this Liu Quan will not pester her anymore, otherwise he will face his wrath. Director He Bingshui was surprised and thought that Chen Shuo was the best at solving problems, and how could he make Quan disappear? Director He Bingshui was pleased and told Chen Shuo that she believed him and he had never deceived her and would always keep his promise. At night, Chen Shuo returned to the dormitory and went into his room, and he thought that now he could carefully think about their plan of action. Chen Shuo thought that he still needed to collect 4 artifacts and he would not hesitate to complete the task and would quickly cope with everything. Chen Shuo looked at the information about himself in the system and realized that he already had 1 artifact, and it was the Stone of Incarnation, and he took it then. Chen Shuo realized that he had 72 reincarnations left, and he must continue to develop his skills and level up. Chen Shuo thought that when Malva left the training hall, he could go there and work on himself, and then he heard a roar there. Chen Shuo turned around and noticed that a portal had opened behind him, and the flower spirit Malva had fallen onto the floor, and the system had failed the lady again. The flower spirit. Malva lay on the floor and said that she was in so much pain, and the system could have landed her easier and always sets her friends up. Chen Shuo looked at the flower spirit, Malva, and thought that he should find out how everything went and whether she suffered from such a fall there. Chen Shuo asked Malva's friend if she was okay and why she fell, and let her explain to him how everything went and what she did there. Malva told Chen Shuo that she had gone a little overboard with her strength when she left the room, and he asked her to be careful with it. Malva told Chen Shuo that the training room was incredible and she not only regained her strength, but also increased her power and strength. And then Chen Shuo, after the words of the flower spirit Malva, had an idea, and he wondered why he didn't think of this before. Chen Shuo asked his best friend Malva if she could help him, and he would be very grateful if she did not give up his idea, the flower spirit. Malva was surprised, and Chen Shuo told her that he needed to move to a new house, and there were large rooms and there was an idea. Chen Shuo told Malva that that's why he wanted to do something fun and interesting there, but she would have to spend a little effort on it. Flower spirit. Malva could not understand what Chen Shuo wanted to do in the room and what she would spend her energy on, and this activity is so interesting. The flower spirit. Malva was shocked and wondered if Chen Shuo was going to drag her into his house, and she didn't know his vile thoughts. Chen Shuo approached the flower spirit Malva and said that besides, only she could help him with this, and she was shocked by her friend's words. Flower spirit. Malva asked Chen Shuo if they are not in a hurry, and she likes him, but she thinks of him as her friend and appreciates them. Chen Shuo told Malva that they were in no hurry and would do it right after the move, so she could rest assured of his promise. Flower spirit. Malva listened to the words of her best friend Chen Shuo, and she agreed with him and said that then they will do this to him later. The next day, friends came to Chen Shuo's new house, and they were both delighted because it was an excellent house and already better than their room. Flower spirit. Malva was surprised and asked her best friend Chen Shuo if he really talked about this, and it seems she was mistaken yesterday. Chen Shuo wanted to attack Malva, and she asked her friend if he thought this was a fun and interesting activity, and that it was strange. Chen Shuo told the flower spirit Malva that she must repel his attack and he wants to upgrade his skills and reach a new stage. The flower spirit. Malva was very calm, and she also began to cast magic there, and thought that it seemed like Chen Shuo doubted her power. Chen Shuo froze in surprise and realized that he had underestimated her, and Malva could easily teach him a lesson and punish him for everything. And at that very second, there was a roar and an explosion. And Chen Shuo realized that his best friend Malva was very strong and had restored all her strength. Flower spirit. Malva turned away from Chen Shuo and said that a friend should have fun with himself, and she did not want to help him now. Chen Shuo hung on a tree and couldn't understand why the flower spirit Malva was so angry with him, because he didn't do anything to her, and that's a fact. Chen Shuo approached the flower spirit Malva and asked why she was angry with him, and said that all nerve cells cannot be restored. The flower spirit. Malva asked Chen Shuo if he even understood his mistake, and he must understand everything himself, and then he can fix everything. Chen Shuo froze in place and thought that the flower spirit Malva was already beginning to surprise him, and why this moment had such an impact on her character. Chen Shuo told Malva that he knows that he should not have attacked her with magic, and he asks for her forgiveness, and did not know that it would enrage her. Chen Shuo told Malva that just hearing that she had regained her strength He remembered that he himself was still weak and could not defeat everyone. Flower Spirit. Malva listened to him, and Chen Shuo told his friend that that was why he wanted to train with her and she could appreciate him there. And at that very second, the Flower Spirit Malva stood up and slapped Chen Shuo in the face and thought that he was naive and did not understand the whole mistake. And then Malva began to pull Chen Shuo's face and said that he was an idiot and should have told her right away about the training, and she would have been ready. The Flower Spirit. Malva asked Chen Shuo why he spoke to her in riddles yesterday, and she understood everything differently, and he confused her and it infuriates her. Chen Shuo was delighted with the words of the Flower Spirit Malva and asked if it was true, and she agreed to train with him in their yard. The Flower Spirit. Malva asked Chen Shuo if anyone besides her could help him with this, and she doubts it, and it's true. Chen Shuo was happy and told the Flower Spirit Malva that the lady was so good and he would forever remember her kindness, and she supported him there. Flower Spirit. Malva was not happy and thought that Chen Shuo had definitely pissed her off. And why couldn't she say that this was training with him? Chen Shuo told his best friend Malva that then they would go and train with her because she agreed to help him and he appreciated her character. The Flower Spirit. Malva asked Chen Shuo what he was talking about, and he could not correctly assess the situation, and he had just offended her there. Chen Shuo was training in the courtyard with Malva, and he could not hit her with attacks, and she thought that she had agreed to do all this there in vain. Chen Shuo told the Flower Spirit Malva that he must find her weak point there, and then he will defeat her, and he is a tactician and a genius in battle. But Chen Shuo again failed to hit the Malva Flower Spirit, and she told the guy that he was slow and weak and overestimated his skills. Flower Spirit Malva told Chen Shuo that he should try again, and she believes that he will be able to attack her with his attack. Chen Shuo told the Flower Spirit Malva that how powerful and fierce she is and why she doesn't want to give in to him and give him motivation. Chen Shuo realized that the attack ball of the Flower Spirit Malva is better than his, and he will not be able to defend against her attack for long, and she will defeat him. And at that very second, the Flower Spirit Malva hit Chen Shuo with her attack, and he realized that it was too early and in vain to challenge such a fighter. Chen Shuo fell on the grass and thought that he was in pain from training, and he must come up with a plan on how to defeat Malva and how strong she is. Malva told Chen Shuo that he can at least take her blow there and it's not so bad, but he needs to train more in the yard. The Flower Spirit. Malva told Chen Shuo that for this world all his skills are considered cool, but in the parallel world he is very weak. The Flower Spirit. Malva told Chen Shuo that in a parallel world, all the enemies would have dealt with him in a couple of seconds, and she says everything honestly. Chen Shuo told the Flower Spirit Malva that he understood her and he will try, and is 100% sure that he will soon be able to defeat everyone. And then Chen Shuo heard his phone ringing, and he should answer it there because it could be important, and this is his lady friend. Chen Shuo answered the call and told director He Bingshui that he was listening to her, and she could tell him what she wanted and he would understand everything now. Director He Bingshui was very nervous and told Chen Shuo that this was his youth pill and he should understand all the information from it. Chen Shuo asked director He Bingshui to first calm down and speak without nerves, and he could help her and they would fix everything with her. He Bingshui told Chen Shuo that this pill and many important results of her research were stolen, and Chen said that he would come. Chen Shuo told the Flower Spirit Malva that he had very important things to do and she should wait for him at home and he would soon return to her. Flower Spirit. Malva was surprised and agreed with Chen Shuo, and she thought that her best friend was worried and seemed to be in trouble. Chen Shuo thought that it was okay that the pill was stolen and he could give He Bingshui another one, but only if this pill was not stolen by her competitors. Chen Shuo continued to drive the car and realized that then the damage to the company of director He Bingshui would be enormous, and he understands this. And after a while, Chen Shuo quickly came to the Dongfang Group company and wanted to find out the truth and who needed the pill and why it was stolen from there. Chen Shuo entered the building with He Bingshui and noticed people on the floor unconscious and asked his friend what happened there, and it's so strange. Director He Bingshui told Chen Shuo that she had already called the police to the office and she did not expect this and could not imagine all this. The guy told Chen Shuo that these people acted very cruelly and the video surveillance system was destroyed, and they left no prints. Chen Shuo listened to him, and the guy said that these people even quickly took the bullets with them, and there is no evidence in this building, and he checked everything. Chen Shuo realized that there was definitely a traitor among them. Otherwise, they would not have been able to find the pill so quickly, and someone gave out all the information. Chen Shuo looked at the people and thought that since they had weapons, perhaps they hired foreign fighters and they were brave. Chen Shuo asked He Bing Shui and let her subordinates find out which of her competitors recently left the country, and it is important for them to find out. And then Chen Shuo looked carefully at the man on the floor and thought that he didn't seem to be imagining it and he should test this hypothesis. Chen Shuo noticed that there was something on the man's hand, and it could help him find the organization that robbed them in broad daylight. Chen Shuo realized that it was a button and asked the system to scan it and so they could find out the necessary information about the enemies. The system told Chen Shuo that this emblem on the button is the logo of a group of international assassins called the Dragon Clan, and this is accurate. Chen Shuo decided that he should share this news with director He Bing Shui, and she should be aware of all the events and they will find them. Director. He Bing Shui was very surprised by Chen Shuo's words and realized that this was an important clue for catching the thief, and he helped her a lot now. The guy told Miss Hai that he had checked everything, and a week ago the Liu family company invited a group of many foreigners to an investor meeting. Director He Bing Shui was shocked and realized that she assumed that this could be the Liu family company and they hate her, and this is despicable. But Chen Shuo approached He Bing Shui and asked her not to worry, and they would be able to find the reason why they did this and punish the villain. Chen Shuo told He Bing Shu that the people who dared to steal his thing and kill innocent people are scoundrels, and they will never atone for their guilt there. Chen Shuo was confident in himself and said that all these people will pay dearly for all their actions, and they will find out what he is capable of when he is angry with them. At this time, the killers settled in the city hotel, and they were very happy and satisfied that they were able to successfully complete the task without losses. The killers were sitting on the couch with the ladies, and Liu Quan told the guys that they had already received the thing he needed, and he didn't think they were so cool. Liu Quan asked the killers if now is not the time to sell him this thing, and they agreed that they would sell him this thing in a deal. But the killer told Liu Quan that he suddenly changed his mind and thinks that this product of his is worth $200 million, and then he will sell it to him. Liu Quan was shocked by the killer's proposed amount and asked how such a pill could cost $200 million, and he was lying to him there. But the killer told Liu Quan that he was serious and that he would give him this product in exchange for money, and such an agreement would quickly suit both parties. The killer put the goods on the table by force and thought that he and his friend had completed the tasks, and now they could dictate terms to Liu Quan. And that's cool. The killer told Liu Quan that he could pay for the goods now and then he would immediately give it to him. Otherwise, he would keep it for himself as a reward and sell it later. But Liu Quan told the killers that they initially agreed with them about the price, but now they decided to demand more, and this is robbery. But the killer's colleague told Mr. Liu Quan'll that if he doesn't want to buy the goods, don't waste their time and they will easily sell it to others. Liu Quan was angry and thought that he wanted to get the results of all the research now, and they decided to deceive him at the decisive moment. But suddenly, at that very second, Chen Shuo appeared behind him and told his friend Liu Quan that he so wanted to get benefits but was suffering losses. Chen Shuo told Liu Qin that God sees everything and therefore he will have to pay for his actions, and it was very cunning and vile on his part. Liu Quan was shocked and told Chen Shuo that this is the 20th floor and there are their guards everywhere, and how did he enter their room now? Chen Shuo stood in front of the killers and said that he believed that they killed the company employees and did not think at all that they had families. The killer sat calmly on the sofa and asked, "Is he the same Chen that Liu Quan told them about and they met him in person there?" The killer told Liu Quan that he was just a young brat, and why did he now wince so quickly in fear, and he thinks that the guy is a coward. The killer told Chen Shuo that although he does not know how he got there, but now he will have to say goodbye to life forever. And at that moment, the killer ordered his people to attack Chen Shuo, and he will already understand that it was in vain that he came there so bravely to take revenge. And at that moment, people with swords came out of the corners and they quickly surrounded Chen Shuo from all sides and would not allow the guy to leave the room. But to the surprise of all the people, Chen Shuo stood calmly in place, and he was not afraid of all the killers, and asked if these were all their fighting people. People with guns had already come close to Chen Shuo and thought that he was making a mistake and should pray to come out alive today. Chen Shuo swung and said that it was too easy for him to cope with them, and they should have called an army there to defeat him there. And at that moment, Chen Shuo dealt a powerful blow to the killer's stomach, and he always thought that they were stronger, but he would defeat any of them at once. The guy fell to the floor right in front of Liu Quan, and he sat in horror and did not know that Chen Shuo fought so hard, and when did he learn the techniques? Liu Quan couldn't believe his eyes, and did Chen Shuo really have enough time to deal with the dangerous killer in just a second and he's the one who's cool? Chen Shuo, at this time, continued to beat all the people, and he believes in his strength, and all the people were unlucky that they attacked such a warrior. Chen Shuo kicked the killer in the face and thought that they looked like mannequins, and why they couldn't do anything to him, and he was strong. One of the guys wanted to attack Chen Shuo from behind and said that he would die there and would not be able to beat them forever because he was faster than the impudent one. But Chen Shuo managed to react to the killer's attack and turned around and kicked the guy in the face, and now he will remember his name forever. The guy flew a couple of meters and got stuck in the ceiling and realized that it was a mistake, and Chen Shuo is better than others and he doesn't know why he is strong. One of the main killers stood in front of Chen Shuo and said that he should already admit that he fights well and was able to beat all the fighters. And at that very second, the killer pointed a gun at Chen Shuo and said that he knows that he definitely will not evade this thing. And these are all facts. But Chen Shuo believes in his potential and immediately quickly ran there towards the killer and jumped in his direction and wanted to knock him out. The main killer could not understand whether Chen Shuo had really disappeared and how he managed to step aside because he was in control of the entire situation now. And at that moment, Chen Shuo punched the killer in the face with all his might, and he must shut up, and now he will know how painful it was for those people. The killer fell to the floor and lost consciousness and was knocked out, and Chen Shuo was pleased that he was able to take revenge on the killers for what they did. The main killer froze in surprise and could not believe how Chen Shuo was able to beat his best friend because he was the most cunning. But Chen Shuo approached the killer and asked his friend not to worry, and he would not allow him to escape from the room, and he would feel all his anger. Chen Shuo told the killer in a menacing voice that now it was his turn and he would find out how hurt his people were, and he would not forget about their leader. The killer continued to sit quietly on the sofa, and Chen Shuo asked him because it was he who took the lives of all the employees of that company in their office. The killer was also confident in himself, and he had met many strong people, and Chen Shuo would not be able to scare him, and therefore he would no longer run away. The killer agreed with Chen Shuo and said that it was he who took the lives of all those non-entities, and they still begged him for mercy before dying there. The killer told Chen Shuo that these people were too boring and he sent them to heaven with one blow and no one could defeat the fighter. And at that very second, the killer stood up and wanted to use the technique and told Chen Shuo that he sent those people to heaven just like that. Chen Shuo was surprised and could not understand where the killer had evil energy in his body, and he must find answers to important questions, and this is an intrigue. The killer told Chen Shuo that he was a good fighter, but he had never met an enemy as strong as him and he would not be able to defend himself against him. Chen Shuo also prepared to strike back and asked the killer there if this was true, and he thought that he had not fought with such. And then the fists of Chen Shuo and the killer collided with each other, and he was sure that this killer would also not be able to defeat him. And he realized this. The killer was at a loss and couldn't believe how this was possible, and he doesn't know where an ordinary person got such power, and he has a secret. Chen Shuo told the killer that the battle is already in full swing, but he still allows himself to be distracted and does not know that this is the main problem. The killer was no longer so confident in himself. And Chen Shuo told him that even he himself did not understand how weak he was compared to him in their fight. Chen Shuo was able to hit the killer with his blow, and thanks to the system, he developed his skills perfectly and can easily defeat everyone there. The killer fell to the floor and thought that he didn't know why he couldn't finish off Chen Shuo today, because before that he had defeated all his enemies. The killer realized that he was left without a hand, and he was very scared, and he asked Chen Shuo to forgive him, and he promises him that he will correct himself. But Chen Shuo began to slowly approach the killer and thought that he hates such people who don't care about the lives of ordinary people. Chen Shuo asked the killer if he didn't kill those workers when they asked him for mercy, because he himself boasted about it, and he remembers the killer told Chen Shuo that if he dared to take his life, their Black Dragon clan would take revenge for him and he would be in great pain. Chen Shuo asked the killer why he decided that he would take his life and he should not make hasty decisions, and this is important. And then Chen Shuo threw a needle at the killer and asked why he was sure that he would get his hands dirty and he didn't know his character and will at all. The needle slammed into the killer's head, and he was in a lot of pain. And he definitely regretted that he just didn't run away from the room and why he attacked there. The killer continued to suffer and thought that Chen Shuo is not a person and he does not remember that anyone else could do this to him and he is so evil. Chen Shuo realized that the bad energy was controlling the killer, but he doesn't know where he got the energy from the parallel world and it's a shock. Liu Quan shied to the side and thought that Chen Shuo was not a man and how could he defeat this thug with his bare hands and a needle so easily? Chen Shuo glanced at Liu Quan out of the corner of his eye and asked the guy if he also wanted to try like these killers and attack him now. Liu Quan was horrified and asked Chen Shuo for forgiveness and said that he was to blame for everything and promised that he would be kinder to people in the future. Liu Quan told Chen Shuo that he should not have plotted something against him and that he deserves to die because he acted vilely towards him then. Liu Quan told Chen Shuo that the youth pill they stole was already in his possession and he asked him to let him go and he would never interfere with them. Chen Shuo asked the scoundrel Liu Quan if he really wanted him to let him go and he wanted to get off so easily and escape from problems. And then director He Bingshui entered the room along with the police, and she was worried about her best friend and did not want him to get hurt soon. And when director He Bingshui entered the room, she noticed that all the killers were lying on the floor unconscious, and Chen Shuo was just standing in front of Liu there. Director He Bingshui asked Chen Shuo if he was okay, and she was so worried about him and didn't know that he went to fight alone. Chen Shuo handed the documents to director He Bingshui and asked her to check if all the documents were in place and if anything was missing from there. Director He Bingshui was delighted and told her best friend Chen Shuo that everything was in place and the killers did not throw anything away, and they were lucky. Director He Bingshui said, "Thank you very much to Chen Shuo for helping her today, and without him, she would not have been able to find their documents." But Chen Shuo pushed He Bingshui and said that since all the documents are in place, then she should decide the rest of the matters herself, and he has things to do. Chen Shuo wondered and could not understand what kind of bad energy the killer had and how the guy was connected to the parallel world. Director He Bingshui once again thanked Chen Shuo and thought that only he helped her in this matter and did not even demand anything in return. Chen Shuo wondered where an ordinary person got ominous energy from a parallel world. And besides, Qingran also has its energy. Chen Shuo thought that it seems that the connection between the worlds existed long before his system appeared, and he only recently found out. And then a system appeared in front of Chen Shuo, and she wanted to tell him important information so that he would be aware of events and give him a task. The system said that the owner must find this artifact, the charm of the Shadow Star, within 3 days, and after that, he will receive another task. Chen Shuo was shocked, and why the system gives him deadlines to complete such a difficult task, and it seems like she is mocking him. The system reported that the owner must remember that he has only 3 days to complete the task. Otherwise, it will write off half of the likes. The flower spirit. Malva came out of the bathroom at that time and thought that it was so nice to take a shower, and she liked the atmosphere in this friend's world. Malva heard Chen Shuo tell the system that this is too much, and it only showed the outline of this necklace and he doesn't even know the type. Chen Shuo shouted at the system and said that 3 days is too little, and where should he go in search of the Shadow Star necklace? He is at a loss. The flower spirit. Malva was surprised and thought what was going on with her friend today, and since yesterday he has been angry, and now he is shouting at everyone. The flower spirit. Malva decided that she would rather wait until Chen Shuo's mood improved and then ask her friend what was going on there. 2 days later, Chen Shuo was sitting in the room and he asked the flower spirit Malva if Qingran had invited them to visit, and she agreed. The flower spirit. Malva sat next to Chen Shuo on the floor and said that he was saying everything correctly and they would go with him to visit a friend. But Chen Shuo had no time for that, and he told Malva that now he was looking for one thing there and could not find it there for 2 days in a row. The flower spirit. Malva asked Chen Shuo, what if a pleasant event happens there today that he doesn't even expect today? Chen Shuo agreed with Malva and thought that he had nothing to lose, and he still couldn't find the artifact and looked everywhere, and he was tired of everything. And after a while, Malva and Chen Shuo came to visit the Qing family's house, and Chen Shuo asked Qingran if her health was all right now. Chen Shuo realized that the Qing family has an elite house, and they have a lot of money, and her father is the boss of Qing Beifang, an influential director of a huge company. Qingran told Chen Shuo that she was fine thanks to him, and she no longer had any symptoms and was as healthy as everyone else. Chen Shuo looked at how nice and friendly Qingran and the flower spirit Malva were communicating, and thought that he was pleased that they were both friends. Chen Shuo realized that after curing Qing Ran, the energy in her body had already begun to flow like a stormy stream, and therefore she would never get sick. Chen Shuo thought that before, Qing Ran's energy seemed to be locked there with some kind of lock, and the barrier prevented her from being a healthy lady. The system told the owner Chen Shuo that the flow of Qing Ran's energy had already been completely renewed due to her recovery, and she would not get sick like that. Chen Shuo thought that the strange thing was that the other members of her family did not have any traces of spiritual energy, but where did Qing Ran have it? And then, suddenly Chen Shuo had a hypothesis, and maybe Zhan is a demigod, and therefore she has a special spiritual energy. Qing Ran told Chen Shuo that a little later she and Malva will go to her room to drink tea, and she wants to tell him something, and this is very important. Chen Shuo agreed with Qing Ran and thought that he could not refuse her and offend his friend because she is so cute when she is happy. Flower spirit. Malva dragged Qing Ran along with her, and she wanted to quickly see her friend's room and what games they would play there. Qing Ran went to the second floor and thought that she would show Malva everything she wanted, and believed that they would both have a great time with her. Qing Ran told her friend that this is her room, and if she wants to, she can look around there and take what she likes, and she is serious about it. Flower spirit. Malva was amazed and told Qing Ran that she has a beautiful room and seems to never get bored in her room. Qing Ran told her best friend Malva that she was exaggerating, and this is an ordinary room, but there are more things in it than in other places. Chen Shuo told Qing Ran that he thinks that he, being a guy there, should not interfere with the privacy of his best friends, and it is better for him to leave there. But the flower spirit Malva grabbed Chen Shuo's hand and said that there was nothing wrong with it and asked him to go play with them there. The friends were sitting at the table and drinking tea, and Chen Shuo could not think that the flower spirit Malva would become such friends with an ordinary girl from the world. The flower spirit. Malva was very happy and told her friend Qing Ran that she loved this food and was ready to eat it every day in a row. Qing Ran told Malva that she should eat more if she likes this dish so much, and a little later, they will serve other dishes for everyone. Chen Shuo thought that he would soon run out of time to complete the task, but he still did not find a single clue in the mission. And then Qing Ran told Chen Shuo that she heard from Malva that he was looking for the Shadow Star Charm necklace, and asked if it was true. Chen Shuo told Qing Ran that she was right, but he had not found any information in all these days and thought when Malva told her this, and then suddenly Qing Ran told Chen Shuo that she had exactly what he was looking for and she was sure that it was the same necklace, and it was true. The woman opened the box and showed Chen Shuo the Shadow Star necklace, and he must make sure that this is the jewelry he is looking for. Chen Shuo was shocked and froze in place, and Qing Ran told her best friend that she hopes that this is the necklace he is looking for everywhere. Chen Shuo realized that it is very similar to the image that the system showed him then, and this is a Shadow Star necklace and it is definitely a miracle. And then Chen Shuo thought, but where did Qing Ran get this artifact? And maybe she too is from a parallel world, or she might also have a system. Chen Shuo asked the system to check this necklace, and it told the owner that it was a Shadow Star Charm necklace, and he found it. The system said that the effect of the necklace is the elimination of any dark energy, and after he puts it on, it will heal any of his wounds. Chen Shuo was convinced that everything was correct and the name and appearance of the necklace now matched so precisely, and this was the very thing he had always been looking for. But Chen Shuo realized that the necklace belongs to Qing Ran, and if he tells her that he needs this necklace, then it will be rude to her. But suddenly, at that moment, Qing Ran herself told Chen Shuo that he should take the Shadow Star necklace, and she wanted to give it to him. Chen Shuo was amazed by Qing Ran's generosity, and she told her friend that Malva told her that he had been suffering for 2 days and was looking for this necklace. Qing Ran told Chen Shuo that since he needs this necklace so much, he can take it, and she is not against it at all, and she does not need this thing. But Chen Shuo told his best friend Qing Ran that the Shadow Star necklace was too expensive and he couldn't just accept it now. But Qing Ran asked Chen Shuo to stop being shy, and she still has a lot of beautiful jewelry, and they are no worse than this necklace, and this is a fact. Qing Ran told her best friend that he could therefore calmly take it and consider it gratitude for the fact that he himself saved her life. Chen Shuo said a huge thank you to his girlfriends and thought that this task was too easy and it was all thanks to his ladies. Flower spirit. Malva told Chen Shuo that they are friends and they should help each other and let him stop thanking them. And then the system informed Chen Shuo that the task was completed and soon it would publish a new task for the owner, and he did an excellent job. And then the system asked Chen Shuo to go to the country of girls and calm the queen, and he thought, What happened to the head there again? Chen Shuo stood up and told Malva that he wanted to tell her something and hoped that she would understand him because he trusts his girlfriends. Chen Shuo told Malva that he needs to go away for a long time on business, and this is for about half a month, and if she misses him, he will already return. But Qingran told Chen Shuo that he could go and Malva could stay at her house and she would take good care of her and protect her. Flower Spirit. Malva was delighted to hear Qingran's words and asked if she could live with her, and her friend agreed. Flower Spirit. Malva came up to Qingran and hugged her tightly, and she said that this was great and they would play with her every day. Chen Shuo was pleased, and now he doesn't have to worry about Malva, and he can calmly go to the country of girls and solve all the nuances there. At this time, in the land of girls, the queen came to the heavenly pool, and she could not forget about Chen Shuo because he promised her to return to her. The head thought that how nice it would be if Chen Shuo were next to her and she wanted to share her feelings with him today. And at that very second, the system opened a portal in the country of girls, and Chen Shuo began to fall down and thought that this was no longer funny but painful. Chen Shuo fell into the water and thought that the system still had not corrected this defect, and he would land anywhere, and it really pisses him off. Chen Shuo shouted at the system and said that it treats him cruelly every time. But for what? And for what it takes revenge on him, and it is a cruel thing. Chen Shuo realized that there was a familiar silhouette behind him, and there could only be one girl so beautiful in the entire universe, and this is his head. The queen was angry with Chen Shuo, and said that she should say these words to him because he always forgets about his promise to her. Chen Shuo told the head that he didn't do it on purpose, and she should believe him, and he had a lot of important things to do, and he recently decided on all the plans. But at that moment, the queen quickly grabbed Chen Shuo by the scruff of the neck, and he is a liar and a scoundrel. And how could he so brazenly deceive her and not return? Chen Shuo asked the head to talk calmly without nerves because they know that they will not be able to restore their nerve cells, and these are facts. Chen Shuo asked the head to see how wet she was, and she needed to change her clothes quickly, otherwise she might catch a cold, and he was so worried. The head was very angry with Chen Shuo, and told him that he was pretending that he didn't care about her health because she was suffering so much because of him. The queen told Chen Shuo that he promised her to return soon and she waited for him all these days, but he did not appear in her country and she suffered. And then, the head threw Chen Shuo into the water and ordered him to now count how long he had not appeared there and behaved like a scoundrel. But Chen Shuo accidentally, on reflexes, grabbed onto the head's clothes so as not to fall into the water and thought that his girlfriend should believe him now. The head thought that Chen Shuo did not want to admit that he was wrong and should ask her forgiveness because he made her nervous there. Chen Shuo fell into the water and thought that the head was right, and he forgot that he had promised her to return and why she wanted him to be hurt there. Chen Shuo asked the head if she was okay, and he accidentally grabbed her clothes and he didn't want to do it, and the girlfriend should believe him. Chen Shuo ruined the head's dress, and she thought that Chen Shuo was causing her nothing but trouble, and why couldn't she forget about this guy? Chen Shuo froze in place with fear and realized that now nothing would help him and he was finished because he almost stripped the head, and this was a death sentence. Chen Shuo asked the head to hurry up and return to the palace, otherwise she might catch a bad cold and he would not be able to cure her. Chen Shuo realized that although this queen is different from the one from his book Journey to the West, he no longer needs to anger her over and over again. The head thought that Chen Shuo would become impudent and allow himself too much there, and she should teach him a lesson so that he knows his place now. And at that moment, the head walked up to Chen Shuo and hit him right in the face and thought that with his actions he deserved this today. The head thought that Chen Shuo is a scoundrel and let him try to do this to her again, and she promises that she will hit him 100 times harder there. At this time in the evening at Qingran's house, the maid told Miss Qingran that this shadow star necklace is very important to her. The maid told Miss Qingran that although Chen Shuo saved her life back then, it was not worth giving this thing to an ordinary person today. Qingran told the maid that Chen Shuo completely cured her, and does she really think that he is an ordinary person and she is very mistaken? Qingran told the maid that Chen Shuo's friend Malva is also not an ordinary girl, and does she really still think that Chen is ordinary? Qingran told the maid that Chen Shuo left Malva with her, and this means that he is not afraid that she will find out their secret and he trusts her. Qingran told the woman that she thought that, and Chen Shuo knew that there was a lot of spiritual energy in her body, and he should have understood this. Zhan said that her father spent so much effort over the years to find her mother, and he did everything in his power, but it did not work. The maid asked Qingran if she really wanted to say that Chen Shuo could go to a parallel world and he could find his mother. Qingran told the maid that it is quite possible and Chen Shuo can find her mother, and she believes that he can find her there. In the morning, Chen Shuo learned everything from the head and was shocked and asked how their mother lake could dry up in just one night, and it's scary. The head told Chen Shuo that he understood her correctly, and the lake had dried up and they must find a way to stabilize the situation in their city. Chen Shuo asked the head what was happening and asked her to tell him all the important information so that he could help her and give advice. The head said that a couple of days ago, residents of the country who drank water from this lake began to feel heat and muscle pain from their water. The head said that doctors tried to use all the medicines, but it only relieved the symptoms but did not help in treating people. The head said that then she sent people to the mother lake and it turned out that it dried up overnight and no one noticed it. The head said that they were never able to find out the reason, and if everything continues like this, then their country will face a crisis and people will be furious with everyone. But Chen Shuo asked the head not to worry and said that she has him and she can trust him because this is their common problem between the two of them. Chen Shuo told the head that he would make every effort to solve this problem there and people would not have any questions about their lake. Chen Shuo asked the system to help him now investigate the reason for the drying up of the lake and provide a ready-made solution to the problem and help. The system said the reason, and someone poured Yumu poison into the river, and in order for him to return water to the lake, he needs to go to Dulin Mountain and find a flower there. The system told Chen Shuo that if he gives 2 million likes, the system will immediately deliver this flower to him, and he realized this is robbery. The system told Chen Shuo that the terrain of the mountains creates many dangers, and the spiritual mountain flower is guarded by monsters and is difficult to obtain. The system warned Chen Shuo and said that the owner should be very careful there, and he could easily get injured along the way. Chen Shuo told the head that tomorrow he needs to go to Mount Dulin, and he must find something, and then he can help the people. The head was completely shocked by Chen Shuo's words and asked her friend what he was telling her and whether he knew what kind of place this was and whether it was difficult for him to get there. The head said that it is too dangerous there, and they say that no one has returned from there alive and therefore no one even comes close to Dulin. But Chen Shuo told the queen that in order to solve the problem with the lake, he must go there, otherwise he will not be able to help her with the problem. Chen Shuo asked the head not to worry and said that he would take care of himself and return safe and sound, and he promised his friend this. But the head told Chen Shuo that she would go with him and then she would be calm for him because she could protect him from monsters herself. Chen Shuo was surprised by the words of the head. And is she really not afraid now after all? She herself told him that no one returned alive. Chen Shuo told the head that it was very dangerous there, and he would go there alone, and she was the queen. And what would the people do if something happened to the head? But the head told Chen Shuo that she should go with him to this Dulin mountain, just because she is the queen and is responsible for everyone there. The head told Chen Shuo that she would do it for the sake of her people and he should not dissuade her, and he still wouldn't succeed. The head told Chen Shuo that especially if something happens to him, she will feel guilty and she will never have peace. Chen Shuo agreed with the head and said that then they would go together and protect each other from various dangers and defeat everyone. Chen Shuo told the head that she also has magic and he is sure that together it will be easier for them and they will provide the people with water so soon. At this time, it was very quiet on Dulin Mountain, and Chen Shuo thought that the head scared him by saying that no one had ever returned alive from the mountain. And at that very second, a portal opened on Mount Dulin, and Chen Shuo realized that he had to be prepared for anything because the system had already warned him. Chen Shuo came out of the portal along with the head, and she gives him the necessary motivation and confidence to go to Mount Dulin, and this makes him happy. Chen Shuo looked at the system, and it said that the flower is in that cave, and the owner should be very careful and take care of himself. Chen Shuo told the head that they would go and see what was inside, and she agreed with him and they would protect each other and keep an eye on everything. Chen Shuo entered the cave with the head. And why can this flower only be found in this cave and maybe the climate does not allow it to grow everywhere? Chen Shuo asked the queen to stay behind him and he would protect her there because it was very dangerous there, and it's not for nothing that there are so many legends. But suddenly a huge bat appeared behind the head and it wanted to attack the girl because they immediately smelled the smell of people at home. The head turned around and realized that Chen Shuo was right and she did not expect that the monsters would immediately attack them, and she was not ready to defend. Chen Shuo asked the head to take care of himself and quickly destroyed the monster, and he was glad that he managed to notice the monster before it harmed the lady. Chen Shuo asked the head not to forget to look behind him, and all cunning monsters like to attack them from behind when they are not expecting an attack. The head told Chen Shuo, "Thank you for saving her," and thought that she herself knows that she needs to look around all the time. And at that moment, when Chen Shuo and the head did not expect this, many bats began to fly towards them, and they wanted their blood. Chen Shuo was surprised and could not understand where there were so many vile and annoying creatures and how they could defeat all of them. He does not yet know. But the queen was confident in her abilities and told Chen Shuo that she could handle them, and he didn't have to think about it and she would protect her friend. The head used the Sacred Purity Zone technique to now protect him and Chen Shuo from the flying monsters that were attacking. The head put a barrier in front of them and the flying monsters could no longer do anything to them, and they could not bypass this protection now. The head told Chen Shuo that now they can go further with him, and she thinks that the flying monsters will soon leave them behind from powerlessness. Chen Shuo was despondent and thought that he told the queen that he would protect her from monsters, and in the end, he screwed up so quickly. And this is a fact. And after a while, Chen Shuo and the head reached that place and she asked her best friend what it was, and it seems that this is what they were looking for. Chen Shuo looked at this thing and thought that this was the flower that the system was talking about, and he and the head managed to find it in the cave. Chen Shuo thought that the system said that this flower had protection there and it would not be so easy to get it. But he did not understand this yet. And then Chen Shuo heard some sounds behind him and found out that his system did not lie to him, and it seems that the flower really has protection from them. And at that same second, an explosion thundered, and Chen Shuo managed to quickly move to the side along with the head, and they almost suffered from this explosion. Chen Shuo realized that there was a beast there that guarded this flower, and therefore no one was able to take the special flower with them from the caves. The head told Chen Shuo that she knew that there was a beast in this cave and all the people were afraid of it, and that's why they didn't even go near this place. A huge beast stood in front of them, and the head told Chen Shuo that she knew that it was because of this monster that no one got out alive. The huge monster told the insignificant people not to even dream of getting his spiritual flower, and he would finish them both off. Chen Shuo thought, why monsters always immediately get into a fight and they could come to an agreement with him culturally without violence, but he didn't understand. The head began to defend herself from the attacks of the monster and thought that he was strong, and it was not for nothing that not a single person could escape from the cave, and these are legends. The head created a protective ball and deftly moved away from the monster's attack, and she hoped that Chen Shuo would not be hurt either, and she was responsible for the guy. The queen told her best friend Chen Shuo that this beast is huge and fast, and it can easily kill them, and let him be careful there. Chen Shuo told the head that it was unlikely that it would be possible to escape, and the monster had blocked the exit, and therefore they must come up with another plan with her. Chen Shuo told the head that this was a great opportunity to test his recent achievements in cultivation and find out what he was capable of there. Chen Shuo directed the beam towards the huge monster and thought that he had been training his skills for so many days and they should save lives. But the monster also directed its attack towards Chen Shuo, and he is sure that after so many years he has become invulnerable and even strong fighters have died. The monster's beam passed through Chen Shuo's attack, and he was more cunning and was able to take the guy by surprise. And why did he think that he could defeat him? Chen Shuo froze in surprise and learned that the monster was strong, and it was not for nothing that all people were afraid to even approach Mount Dulin. And this is so true. Chen Shuo with great difficulty resisted the monster's attack and thought that he would not last that long, and the head should help him with tactics there. The monster was wondering how long these pathetic people would live, and they were holding up normally and had not yet begged for mercy and had not surrendered to him. Chen Shuo saw that the monster's battle ray was flying towards them, and he no longer knows what they will do with their friend if the defense breaks through there. But suddenly, the head told the huge monster that this protective barrier could not be broken so easily, and he could try as much as he wanted. The huge monster was very surprised and asked the queen what she was talking about, and it looked like she had gone crazy if she thought that she could stand there. The queen told the huge monster that in her hands is the amulet of the country of girls, and she believes that he can protect her even from this monster. The huge monster asked the head, and what if she has a talisman and they may not even dream of stealing a mountain flower from a cave? The head realized that she would have to fight the monster for a long time and find its weak point and strike to defeat it now, Chen Shuo. And the head sent their technique at the same time, and it immediately collided with a huge monster ball, and they had to hit it. Chen Shuo's attacks and the heads flew to the side and crashed into the wall. And he thought that he had the best defense in the world and therefore no one would defeat. Chen shuo didn't believe it and asked the head if this attack never broke through the monster's defense and why they couldn't do anything. Chen shuo decided that if other techniques and attacks did not work on their strong monster, then he would have to use this stone right away. And then Chen shuo conjured the Stone of Incarnation, and he can now come up with a dangerous weapon that will break through the defense of a tough monster. Chen shuo turned this thing into a shadow wolf spear weapon, and he does not want to stand on the defensive and will attack him from all sides. Chen shuo told the head that they must get to the heart of the monster, and then he will not be able to defeat them, and they will get out of there with their girlfriend. Chen shuo stood right in front of the monster and told the head that then they would be able to deal a fatal blow to the monster and he would not defend himself there. The queen told Chen shuo that this monster has a huge body and where his heart could be, she has no idea, and maybe a friend knows. Chen shuo used his golden pupil skill and now the monster will not hide, and he will discover his weak point because he has a trump card. Chen shuo found the heart of a huge monster and told the head that he was already sure that he could at least fight back the monster and she would definitely survive. But the huge monster did not feel any danger and told Chen shuo that even if he found his weak point, he still would not defeat him there. Chen shuo asked the head to lift the barrier for a while and he will use her spiritual power and show the monster what people from the world are capable of. Chen shuo was not at all afraid of the huge monster and told the scoundrel that it was in vain that he challenged him and he might not be able to fight him now. Chen shuo jumped towards the monster and said that now he will see all human power and he will no longer call them cowards. The huge monster told Chen shuo that they were brats and could scare him until the morning, but he still wouldn't be scared because there was no one stronger than him. Chen shuo swung and dealt a heavy lightning strike to the monster, and this was his final chance, and there may not be a second attempt in battle. Chen shuo charged the monster's body with lightning and he was in a lot of pain, but it's not scary, and very soon he will restore all his strength there. Chen shuo shouted to the head and said that she should now do what he told her, and then they would have a chance of success in the battle with him. The head sent bright rays towards the huge monster and told Chen shuo that this is all her strength and she too is running out and needs to apply pressure. Chen shuo knew that there was no way back and they could leave the cave only by defeating the monster, and he dreams that he will show him their masterclass. Chen shuo and the queen poured on one point in the monster's defense, and they hoped that sooner or later it would misfire, and then they would win. And then Chen shuo waited for the monster's defense to crack, and it was not in vain that he believed that the head could fight monsters of any level there. Chen shuo became furious from the accumulated power, and thought that now he would strike a furious blow at the monster and try to break his will. Chen shuo continued to attack the monster and pierced it with the wolf lot technique, and now let him boast of his experience in battles. The ancient huge monster couldn't believe that an ordinary guy could already fight back, and it seems he underestimated Chen shuo, and that's a problem. And then Chen shuo was not at a loss and used a through blow and realized that this should be enough to send the monster to the next world right away. Chen shuo punched the monster right through and he deserved it, because he could have just let them go, and they would have become great friends and colleagues. Chen shuo knew that if he stopped attacking the monster, he could rest and regain his strength, and it was so dangerous for him there. Chen shuo remembered what the system told him. And if this flower of theirs can correct the situation in the country, he is ready to risk it with all his heart. Chen shuo noticed the flower, and now he will not lose it, and hopes that none of the monsters are guarding the flower anymore because he no longer has the strength. Chen shuo was approaching the flower and was glad that the head was not hurt or seriously injured, risking his life to protect it. Chen shuo came to the country of girls on time, and he will be able to improve their lives, and he does not need praise, and he simply fell in love with this country of theirs. Chen shuo took out the flower and told the head that everything was ready, and he was 100% sure that they were no longer in danger, and they had defeated him. The head looked at her best friend Chen shuo and was pleased and realized that no one except him agreed to help her, and she would remember. The head told Chen shuo that she didn't think that he could fight so well, and he defeated such an opponent as this monster, and that's brave. Chen shuo told the head that she praised him, and he was able to defeat the monster only because they worked together and helped in the battle. Chen shuo told the head that now they can save the country of girls and they should not suffer because of such scoundrels as a huge monster. The head took the flower and thought that Chen shuo was kind, and he was able to save her there several times, and she would not have been able to defeat the monster there alone. Chen shuo smiled and was in a great mood. And people will not need anything, and the most important thing is that they are alive and healthy. And then, suddenly, a tornado appeared in front of the head, and she didn't know where Chen Shuo had gone, and he just disappeared, and she didn't understand what was going on. Chen Shuo began to disappear in this wave and asked what was happening, and his girlfriend also could not understand this and wanted to save Chen Shuo. And after a while, Chen Shuo opened his eyes and could not remember what happened to him and why he felt weak and what they wanted from the newcomer. Chen Shuo wondered where he is and what the head thinks about it, and where his best friend is now, and who is involved in this magic he doesn't know. And at that very second, Chen Shuo suddenly noticed that he was tied up and could not get out, and he tried, but all attempts failed so quickly. Chen Shuo asked someone to give him answers to questions and what happened to him there and where he is, and why he doesn't remember anything, and how he disappeared then. And at that moment, Chen Shuo noticed the scorpion and wondered if she was involved in his disappearance and what she wanted to do with him there. Scorpio approached Chen Shuo and asked if he had woken up and she was waiting for him and wanted to discuss one thing with him if he doesn't mind everything there. And then a girl appeared in front of Chen Shuo and told the guy that she was glad that he had finally come to his senses because Chen had been passed out for a long time. Chen Shuo asked the girl if she was the one he was thinking about, and the system told the owner that he immediately made the right assumption. Chen Shuo yelled at the system and asked what the assumption was and asked it to help him get out because the scorpion could harm him right away. But the system informed the owner Chen Shuo that the lady's magical power is very powerful, and therefore she does not advise him to engage in battle with her like that. Chen Shuo listened to the system and was angry and said that he himself knows all this and therefore asks the system to help him, and he is so stupid. Scorpio told Chen Shuo that judging by his reaction, he already knows who she is and she cannot introduce herself to him and save time. Chen Shuo told the scorpion that she was beautiful like a goddess and it was a sin for him not to know her, and thought what a strong aura this girl has. Scorpio told Chen Shuo that he knows how to flatter and quickly managed to find beautiful words so that she would not harm him, and this is absurd. Chen Shuo realized that his damn system was throwing him away again at a critical moment, and it looked like he would have to act on his own again. Chen Shuo hoped that he would be able to escape from there, but if she caught him again, she would torture him so that he would die painfully. Chen Shuo decided that since he could not fight a scorpion, he would have to use soft power and believe that it would help him. And then Chen Shuo remembered one detail and froze in place, and realized that it seemed that all his plans were cancelled, and he had completely forgotten about it now. Chen Shuo remembered that the legend said that the Scorpion Queen dragged the Tang monk into a cave to do various things with him. And then it dawned on Chen Shuo that now the Scorpion Queen had dragged him there and would do whatever she wanted with him and how to escape. Chen Shuo thought that although he is not in the legend and she is not the same head of the scorpions, but judging by her actions, he will have to do this to her. Scorpio told Chen Shuo that she wants to spend an incredible night there with him, and he must do whatever she wants, and this is her condition. Chen Shuo was shocked and thought that he was not her Tang monk, and he was still so young and had not done everything yet, and he did not want to be a husband forever. Chen Shuo asked the Scorpion sister to stand still and not make hasty conclusions, and they can settle this all civilly, and he will explain everything to her. Chen Shuo told the Scorpion that they were not even strangers and they should get to know each other better, and it would be dishonorable to treat a guest like that. Scorpio asked Chen Shuo if he really wants to say that he already wants to date her only after the wedding, judging by the guy's words. Chen Shuo told the Scorpion that usually such things are done after the wedding and it would be more correct this way, and she should understand him there. Chen Shuo told the Scorpion that she had tied him up, and besides, she was so strong and he still wouldn't be able to escape from there if he wanted to. Chen Shuo told the Scorpion that maybe she could untie him and they could chat over a drink and she could tell him her story. Chen Shuo told his Scorpio friend that then everything would start by itself, and she told the guy that he was right and she agreed with her friend. Chen Shuo thought that it seems that he has succeeded in deceiving her for now, and now he needs to think about how to escape from there, and it is so difficult. Chen Shuo thought about it and decided that the queen must already be so worried about him because he just disappeared and left her alone in their cave. And then suddenly, the Scorpion asked Chen Shuo not to forget that now he is on her bed and she knows every thought in his mind. Chen Shuo turned around and was in complete shock and didn't know why the Scorpion told him this, and apparently she doesn't trust him and they can understand her. Scorpio grinned viciously right in Chen Shuo's face and asked how he dared to think about another woman and whether he knew what awaited him there. Scorpio threw Chen Shuo by force onto the bed and thought that he was not who he said he was and deliberately seemed polite, and he was a liar. Scorpio told Chen Shuo that she knew that men cannot be trusted at all and they can deceive at any moment, and this is all true. Chen shuo froze in surprise and wondered if the scorpion could also read minds, and how then would he be able to escape from captivity? Chen shuo was at a loss and asked the scorpion how she knew about this and wondered if she had heard his conversation with the system. Scorpio told Chen shuo that he dares to think about that head of the country of girls on her bed, and she immediately felt it. And what a shame. Chen shuo was glad that the scorpion at least couldn't read minds and realized that she only felt his thoughts about the queen because he liked her. Chen shuo looked at the scorpion and now squeezed his clothes even more tightly, taking him by the scruff of the neck, and he had not yet come up with a plan to escape from her. Scorpio was furious and told Chen shuo that it seems that he is very much in love with her and still thinks about the head of the country of girls, and this is a fact. But suddenly the scorpion showed Chen shuo sharp teeth and said that, however, tonight the man of the head of the country of girls will already become her. Chen shuo asked the scorpion not to do this and wondered if he would die there after going through so many trials, and it would be sad. And at that moment, the head of the country of girls appeared in the room, and she told the scorpion that she did not think to meet a real monster. The head of the country of girls told Scorpio that she had sunk to the point of forcibly dragging strangers into her house and how shameful she was. Chen shuo was delighted to see the chapter and said that she was the best, and he had never been so happy about the arrival of his friend, and she was a miracle. Scorpio looked menacingly at the head of the country of girls and said that she had just remembered her and she appeared there only a second later. Scorpio asked the head of the girls' country how she dared to brazenly spoil all her plans and whether she really had nothing to do and why she needed a boyfriend. But the head of the country of girls did not listen to the words of the scorpion, and she immediately began to cast a spell so as not to leave her a chance and save her friend. Scorpio was surprised and looked at Chen shuo and realized that he was slipping away from her hands so slowly, and was this really one of her spells? And at that very second, the head of the country of girls quickly pulled her boyfriend Chen shuo to her and thought that she would not let the scorpion harm him. The head began to quickly run away from there with Chen shuo, and he told her that he was waiting for his dear friend, and the scorpion ordered everyone to stand there. Scorpio was furious and said that they both could not even dream of escaping from there, and she would not allow them to do this, and would prevent them there. And then the scorpion began to attack the head of the country of girls with a spear, and said that now she will get what she deserves for her arrogance and lies. But the head of the country of girls was not at a loss, and immediately used a protective sacred barrier against the scorpion so that she would not hurt them there. But the head failed to conjure protection, and she realized that the mana had not yet been fully restored and she had to wait a little. Scorpio at this time did not want to let Chen shuo go, and there she came up with various attacks against the head of the country of girls in their battle. Scorpio burned everything in front of the head and Chen shuo and blocked their path so that the lady could not hide anywhere, and now she is trapped with Chen. Chen shuo asked the queen to untie him, and he could help her defeat the scorpion there, and he knows that she is very strong in battle, and this is a fact. Scorpio told the head of the country of girls that she has now come to her territory and stole her man, and does she really still want to escape? Scorpio sent a combat beam towards the head of the country of girls, and she told her friend that she would not be able to escape from there intact with him. But Chen shuo also didn't want to just stand on the sidelines, and he immediately conjured a shadow wolf spear for himself and began to run towards the scorpion. But the monster's combat beam hit Chen shuo, and he realized that he was in a hurry and had to look in all directions and not miss the scorpion's attack. Chen shuo was in pain, and he realized that the scorpion is stronger and more cunning than his past enemies, and what he can come up with against her now there. Chen shuo began to defend himself, and the head of the country of girls asked his friend there if he was okay. And he said that he was not harmed by the monster's attack. Scorpio said that she wanted to see what skills this man had who was chosen by the head of the country of girls, and this is important. Scorpio told Chen shuo that she found charm and also courage in him, and it is not surprising that he was able to melt her cold heart. Scorpio told Chen shuo that if the head of the country of girls does not die now, she will interfere with them, and she will not be able to do this to him. Chen shuo noticed that the scorpion's sting is very dangerous, and it even burned the ground there, and he must be extremely careful when fighting with it. Chen shuo asked the head to be careful and said that her stings are very poisonous and she should not receive a blow and a dose of poison from the monster in the cave. Chen shuo fell to the ground along with the head and was able to save her again from the scorpion's attack, and she is very difficult to fight and the monster is insidious. And then Chen shuo was very alarmed and noticed that something had just happened to the head, and she was lying on the ground, and it was very painful for her to get up. And then, suddenly Chen Shuo noticed that the scorpion had wounded the head of the country of girls, and he began to think what to do and how to help his beloved. Scorpion told Chen Shuo that she advises him not to fight with her, and it is better to give up and not get injured, and this poison can kill a horse. Scorpio said that even if the head has a hardened steel body, she will still feel hellish pain, and the head is also human. Scorpio told Chen Shuo that in less than 6 hours the head of the country of girls will die, and he will not be able to save her. And the lady is doomed. Chen Shuo thought that the magical power of the scorpion was very great, and the head lost consciousness from injury and seems to be in so much pain now. Chen Shuo realized by thinking logically that if he fights with the scorpion, he will suffer huge losses, and he is confident of this today. Scorpio told Chen Shuo that now no one would interfere with him, and if he obeyed her, she would leave the corpse of the head of the country intact. But Chen Shuo asked the Scorpio for forgiveness and said that she was definitely not too charming to bend him, and he did not love his friend. Scorpio was furious and told Chen Shuo that he was a scoundrel and she would make him respect herself, and how dare he say such things to a beauty. Scorpio continued to attack Chen Shuo and asked the arrogant guy if he wanted to die, and she could easily arrange it. Chen Shuo noticed that a scorpion battle ray was flying towards him, and he knew what to do and would protect the head of the country of girls to death. Chen Shuo was pleased and thought that the Scorpio fell for a trick, and now he will do what he thought of now, and maybe he will defeat the lady. Chen Shuo used the moving technique and thought that this could already be their chance of salvation because the scorpion is difficult for him to defeat. And at that moment, an explosion thundered and destroyed everything in the cave, and the scorpion was already sure that no one could defend against this powerful attack. Scorpio approached this place and thought that she seemed to have gone a little too far with this one, and she shouldn't have attacked her boyfriend so harshly. And then the scorpion noticed that she had destroyed the wall and thought maybe Chen Shuo used a moving technique and managed to escape. Scorpio guessed that Chen Shuo seemed to have deliberately angered her so that she would attack him, and this was his cunning plan there. Scorpio picked up the hairpin of the head of the country of girls and thought that Chen Shuo caught the right moment and ran away, and he was very unnerving. Scorpio thought how interesting these people are, and you can expect anything from them, and they are unpredictable and all very cunning. Chen Shuo hid behind the wall and thought that it was dangerous, and he had to take a risk because he did not think that he would deceive the scorpion. Chen Shuo realized that there was not much time, and he needed to quickly return the head to the palace where they could help her, otherwise she would die. Chen Shuo knows that if he hesitates, he will not be able to save the life of his best friend there, and he will not survive this and will suffer so much. Chen Shuo took the head of the country of girls to her chambers, and she has doctors, and they must examine the queen and give her an antidote to the poison. The girl went into the head's room and asked Mr. Dr. Chen Shuo how the queen was feeling now, and only he could help her. Chen Shuo asked the girl not to worry and said that now he is making every effort to cleanse the lady's body of poison. Chen Shuo told the girl that the head of the country of girls was seriously wounded, and over time, her vitality left her and she suffered a lot there. Chen Shuo asked the lady to continue preparing the medicine according to his recipe now, and not to worry, and the chapter is in the safe hands of his best friend. The girl went to prepare medicine according to Chen Shuo's prescription, and now he thought that things were bad and the head's condition was worsening, and he was afraid. Chen Shuo tried his best and thought, is it really impossible to remove this poison from the body, and how then will it help his friend? And then Chen Shuo remembered that the Shadow Star necklace has many healing properties, and they could be useful to him in treating his girlfriend. Chen Shuo asked the system whether this necklace can now cleanse the body of the head of the country of girls from poison, and he is interested in knowing this. The system told the owner Chen Shuo that the necklace can cure the head, and he just needs to put it on the queen's neck and it will help. Chen Shuo told the system that it gave excellent information, and his best friend will be saved, and the best necklace will help her in an instant. But the system reported that this necklace is one of the important artifacts for completing the task and can be worn once. Chen Shuo was surprised and wondered if the necklace really only works once and why it can't be used as much as its owner wants. But the system told the owner that if he uses the healing properties of the necklace there, it will turn into an ordinary decoration without magic. Chen Shuo froze in surprise and thought that this was terrible, and he would lose the magical properties of the necklace after just one time now. Chen Shuo realized that now he needs to make a choice between saving the chapter quickly and completing an important task. And it's so difficult. Chen Shuo thought that today he would have to choose between an important artifact that would help solve the riddle of the system very soon, and also the salvation of the head, who was ready to sacrifice herself for his salvation and protected him even at the cost of her personal life. The system asked the owner Chen Shuo to think very carefully, and a lot depends on his choice, and he could lose something forever. Chen Shuo thought that if the Shadow Star necklace can be used once today, and after that it will already become an ordinary thing. Chen Shuo thought about it and decided that he simply had to save the life of the head, and then he would be calm. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive her death now. Chen Shuo quickly put a necklace on the queen's neck and hopes that she won't be in so much pain again because she is a brave warrior and is not afraid. The necklace immediately began to affect the head of the country of girls, and Chen Shuo was pleased to see how his best friend was recovering there. The Shadow Star's necklace began to remove all the poison from the head's body and cleansed all the organs so that her illness would now disappear forever. Chen Shuo looked at the head of the country of girls and thought that the necklace had unique properties and it could help so quickly. And then Chen Shuo heard the head begin to make sounds and was so happy and realized that the necklace had cleansed her body of toxic poison. The head opened her eyes and thought that it was as if she had just fallen asleep and had just woken up, and it already seemed like something had happened to her in their battle. Chen Shuo sat in front of the head and beamed with joy and told the head that he was very glad that she opened her eyes and he was very worried about her there. The head asked Chen Shuo what happened to her, and she no longer remembers many events and her friend must tell all the information at once. Chen Shuo told the head that nothing happened and they were able to escape from that cave of Mount Dulan together and completed the mission perfectly. Chen Shuo told the head that he had already cleansed her body of poison and she did not need to overexert herself and just needed to rest, and this would help the lady. The head of the country of girls was surprised and told Chen Shuo that this scorpion poison is very persistent, and how did he manage to remove it from her body? Chen Shuo lied to the head and said that he would make an excellent doctor, and for him, this was nothing, and he could cure any illness of his girlfriend. The head asked Chen Shuo if he was telling her the truth and thanking him for pulling her out of the cave and helping her overcome the monster's poison. The head of the country of girls asked Chen Shuo how their battle in the cave with the scorpion ended, and she passed out and does not remember the end. Chen Shuo told the head that the best strategy is to run away. And is it really so bad to run away when the enemy is stronger, and he is absolutely sure that this is so? But the head told Chen Shuo that she knows the character of a scorpion, and she will not leave them alone just like that. And what should they do now? Chen Shuo asked the head not to be nervous. And he knows how to solve this problem of theirs, and he is 100% sure that he has come up with a good plan. Chen Shuo told the head that he has an idea on how to completely deprive their world of the scorpion, and she should approve of it, and they will overcome it together. The head asked Chen Shuo what he was up to, and she did not understand what he meant and how it was possible to defeat such a strong monster. Chen Shuo told the head that she shouldn't think about it and asked her to rest and he would do everything himself and trust him, and she agreed. Afterwards, Chen Shuo moved to the Lunar Palace and asked Chang'e if she wanted to go to the Light Palace to find the Star Spirit there. Chen Shuo told Chang'e that such a dangerous scorpion queen simply appeared in the country of girls, but only the Star Spirit will help in battle. Chen Shuo doesn't know if he can find it. And in that legend, the Monkey King found the Star Spirit after his punishment from the Bodhisattva. Chen Shuo said that only Sister Chang'e could help him with this, and he didn't know who he could turn to for help except her now. Chang'e told Chen Shuo that she would like to take her friend to the Bright Palace of Guo. She must not leave this place, otherwise she will be punished so much. Chang'e said that there are guards everywhere around the lunar palaces, and a person can go there, and if she is not there, an alarm will sound immediately. Chen Shuo asked Chang'e not to worry and said that he has one idea for this case and he thinks that the lady will also take a long time to arrange everything. Chang'e was surprised and didn't know what Chen Shuo had come up with. And now she is so interested in finding out because he will always figure out how to surprise his friend. Chen Shuo pointed his hand towards the rabbit and used a shape-shifting spell there, and he must try it for the first time. And at that moment, suddenly the rabbit turned into Chang'e and they looked the same. And at first glance, they could not be distinguished. Chang'e was shocked and looked at the rabbit and thought that he had already become the same as her, and what Chen Shuo did to the cute rabbit now. Chen Shuo told Chang'e that if someone replaces her, the lunar palaces will not be empty and no one will raise the alarm, and he started all this. Chang'e asked Chen Shuo if this was possible, and he told his friend that Chang'e sat alone all the time and did not think of such a thing. Chen Shuo told Chang'e that before they return, her animal should spend a little time in her form, and then there will be no questions there. Chen Shuo told Chang'e that now they could go with her, and she agreed with him and thought that Chen Shuo was an enthusiast and came up with everything. Chen Shuo thought that he had not fully mastered his 72 transformation technique, and therefore it would last more than an hour. But Chang Qi's sister knows the way, and therefore they will have time to return with her by this time, and no one will notice that she is missing. And he thought about it. At this time, in the country of girls, ladies said next to their head's bedroom that the doctor was simply incredible and he and the head saved the lake. The head heard a dialogue between two ladies and decided to overhear their words, and they said that the doctor was also able to remove scorpion poison from the body. However, the ladies said that the doctor then had to use one magical thing to cure the head, and he was very worried about her. The girl told her friend that such poison is almost impossible to expel from the human body, and she heard a glimpse of some of the doctor's details. The girl told her friend that the doctor said that he had a very important choice to make, because that magical thing was very important for his goal. A friend said that since the doctor chose to save the head by destroying all the magical properties of this important thing, it means that the doctor is kind. The head realized that in order to save her, Chen Shuo took such measures, and he is a true friend. And how did she not understand this, and he did not tell her about it? The head thought that she was a fool, and although that thing was important for a friend, the lady said that the queen's life was more important than anything. At this time, Chen Shuo and Chang Ye arrived at the Bright Palace, and he said that he was the minister of the country of girls and they had recently been attacked. Chen Shuo said that they were attacked by the Scorpion Queen, and he asks them to help their people protect themselves from her. Otherwise, she will begin to take revenge on people. Chen Shuo said that his head said that she could help them get rid of the scorpion there, and so he came to her there with a request. Chen Shuo thought that he was asking for forgiveness from the Bodhisattva, and he could only ask her for the salvation of the people, and no one would help him. The Bodhisattva told Chen Shuo that since he asked her, she would go with him to destroy the Scorpion Queen and everything would work out for them. Chen Shuo told the deity that he thanked her for her help and realized that everything went easier than he thought, and he did not expect such a result. Chen Shuo showed his friend Chang Ye the thumb and said that everything worked out and thanked her for showing him the way quickly. Chang Ye was surprised and asked Chen Shuo if this was also possible, and she realized that he does not like to complicate matters, and this is the right approach. Chen Shuo listened to Chang Ye and said that, after all, he received a blessing from the Bodhisattva today, and now he can do whatever he wants. After this, Chen Shuo came to Pippa's cave and thought that now he is ready to fight the scorpion and will take revenge on her for his head soon. Chen Shuo shouted at the scorpion and said that she should go out there to fight if she is not afraid and she is an ugly monster and will lose to him easily. Scorpio told Chen Shuo that last time she deliberately let him escape and did not expect that he would return to her so soon. Scorpio asked Chen Shuo if he had already missed her, and she offered him to become husband and wife, but he himself refused. Then, Chen Shuo told Scorpio's sister that she had a lot of self-importance today and she would regret underestimating him in battle now. Chen Shuo told the scorpion that he would not chat with her for long, and he came to finish her off, and she would not be able to harm his people. Scorpio told Chen Shuo that with his current cultivation, he would not be able to do anything to her, and she would easily defeat him at any time. But Chen Shuo waved his hand and told the scorpion that he didn't care, and he wanted to try to defeat her, and if you believe he'll succeed. Scorpio told Chen Shuo that he was very handsome and interesting, and therefore she was ready to forgive him and not bother the guy anymore. But the scorpion told Chen Shuo that apparently he wants death too much since he provokes her, and she will give him a chance to die, and ran to the guy. Chen Shuo smiled and thought it was funny that the scorpion is confident and thinks that he cannot do anything to her, and he will show her strength. And then, with one movement, Chen Shuo deftly dodged the enemy's attack, and the scorpion could not hurt him and thought that he was a nimble guy. Chen Shuo asked the scorpion if she could aim first and then hit. Otherwise, she misses her attacks by a kilometer now. Chen Shuo told the scorpion that even with a low level, he could easily evade her attacks and maybe his sister had lost her form. Scorpio thought that Chen Shuo was a scoundrel, and she would soon show him a masterclass, and he would understand that it was in vain to come to fight with her without help. Scorpio also easily defended herself from Chen Shuo's attacks and asked her future husband if he doubted her skill, and that was stupid. Scorpio told Chen Shuo that it seems that he will not calm down until he definitely lies in the coffin, and she will ensure this for him, and he will be the last to see her. Scorpio almost roasted Chen Shuo and said that he definitely longed for death, and how did he have the courage to behave like that with a lady? Chen Shuo realized that it was very dangerous, and the scorpion almost burned him there, and he managed to step aside but must be careful. Scorpio asked Chen show where his courage went and why now he is only running away from her and does not want to attack. And this is so strange. Chen Shuo told the scorpion that he was doing what he liked, and he would not listen to her orders, and he chose a different battle tactic. Scorpio was surprised and told Chen Shuo that even now he is insolent to her, and now he will not leave there, and did her a favor by returning to the fight. Chen Shuo told the scorpion that in the end, they will see which of them will be prey there. And let her be careful, and he is also strong. Chen Shuo directed an attack towards the scorpion and wished her good luck, and she must fight seriously. Otherwise, she may not have enough skills. Scorpio was ready to repel Chen Shuo's attack and realized that he was teasing her for a reason and that he had a clear plan and she could not understand them. Chen Shuo stood in a fighting pose and thought that he didn't care who would fight with him and who his enemy was, and he should believe in himself and his power. Scorpio asked Chen Shuo if this is all he is capable of, and he clearly underestimates her because even the head could not defeat her in battle. Chen Shuo told the scorpion that she should show off less, and now she will completely disgrace herself and she may be ashamed of herself. But at that very second, the scorpion struck and told Chen Shuo that he was a dreamer, and imagined how easily he defeated her and humiliated her, and this is nonsense. But the scorpion again could not hit her opponent with a blow and was not happy, and this begins to infuriate her, and she will soon correct her accuracy. But at that moment, someone's shadow completely blocked the scorpion, and she didn't know who came to help Chen Shuo, and it seems his friend is huge. Suddenly, the scorpion turned around and noticed a huge rooster behind her and thought that this couldn't be because it was just nonsense. But the scorpion realized that she was not sleeping and this was all real, and was now terrified and wondered if the star spirit, Anzi, had come to her there. A huge rooster told the scorpion that she is such an impudent evil spirit, and he is ridding the world of such people because they interfere with ordinary creatures. The spirit of Anji told the scorpion that she should give up. Otherwise, he would take action himself, and she would not like what would happen to her in the future. And after a couple of minutes, the spirit of Anji stood in front of Chen Shuo and held some kind of ball in his hand, and he would tell his friend all the important information himself. The spirit of Anji told Chen Shuo that he imprisoned the scorpion spirit in this ball and let him keep it for himself and can decide what to do with his enemy. Chen Shuo bowed and said, "Thank you to the spirit of Anji, and he helped him a lot, and without his help, he would not have been able to defeat the scorpion in this battle." Chen Shuo was proud of himself and thought that he was a super predictor, and he had finally solved this problem, and now the scorpion would not interfere with the head. Chen Shuo thought that he read Journey to the West well and still remembers the plot of this book, so he knows everything in advance, and it's so cool. Afterwards, Chen Shuo returned to the country of girls to his chambers and thought that today was a productive day, and he managed to do a lot of things. Chen Shuo thought that during his time in the parallel world, he greatly increased his cultivation with the help of the local aura and upgraded his skills. But Chen Shuo realized that there was one problem, and he completely forgot about it, and traveling greatly distracted him from other important matters in their world. Chen Shuo realized that he had not made a video for a long time and could not get all the likes, and he must soon correct his entire situation before it is too late. Chen Shuo thought that besides, he never found a way to activate the Shadow Star necklace there again, and the system disappeared somewhere. Chen Shuo decided that he himself would have to see if he himself could buy something for likes and later look for a way to repair the necklace. And at that moment, someone knocked on Chen Shuo's door, and he looked at his watch and realized that it was already late and who could need him at this time. The girl told Mr. Doctor that the head wants to see him, and she asked her to call him, and she says that this is an important dialogue. Chen Shuo agreed with the lady and said that he would come now and that the head wanted to discuss with him, and he was ready to help his friend around the clock. Chen Shuo put his amulet in his pocket and thought that he would try his best to find a way to restore all its properties to the necklace. Chen Shuo came to the palace, and the lady told the head that the doctor had arrived and was ready to talk to her, and she would leave them alone and be there nearby. Chen Shuo bowed and asked the head why she called him, and he was ready to answer any of her questions and help Miss in any matter. But the head turned to Chen Shuo and looked at him angrily and was not in the best mood and thought that he should tell her the truth. Chen Shuo was very alarmed and asked the head what was wrong with her, and he did not understand why she was so angry with him and what he could have done wrong. Chen Shuo wondered if the head was angry with him because he didn't tell her that he destroyed the Scorpion Queen today with spirit. Chen Shuo told the head that today he destroyed the scorpion, and he is so guilty for not reporting it right away, but he will soon correct himself. But the head came even closer to Chen Shuo and asked him to tell him how he cured her, and she wants to hear all the information and let him not lie. Chen Shuo told the head that he used energy to expel the poison from the body, and then the medicine also helped, and she was miraculously cured of the disease. But the head asked Chen in a menacing voice whether even now he doesn't want to tell her the truth, and why is he hiding it and not telling her? Chen Shuo was surprised. And did the head really know everything? But how come he didn't tell anyone about it and maybe the ladies heard about it in the palace? The girl told Chen Shuo that being the head, she not only recently put him in danger, but also caused him so many problems in the case. The head told Chen Shuo that in order to save her, he lost something important to him. And why didn't he just leave her and risk everything he had? The head told Chen Shuo that it was a wrong move, and he should never lose what he needs for her sake, and she doesn't want all of this. But Chen Shuo asked the head why she thinks that he lost what was important to him there, and the head is very mistaken in his opinion. Chen Shuo told the head that her life is more important to him than any of his artifacts, and he will always help her in such a situation, and this is all true. The head thought that Chen Shuo was really a kind guy and he saved her life, and without the help of her friend, she would have gone to the next world long ago. Chen Shuo told the head that there is no need to blame herself and she is not to blame for anything, and let her remember this once and for all and not piss her off. Chen Shuo told the head that besides, he already understood how to restore this artifact, and therefore she does not need to worry, and everything will be great. But Chen Shuo said that he just needed the help of the head, and then he would definitely be able to bring his brilliant idea to life so soon. The head immediately agreed with Chen Shuo, and said that she would do everything in her power and they would be able to restore his artifact, and she promises. Chen Shuo was perplexed, and did the head really agree to help him so easily and quickly, and he likes that he has such friends. The head told Chen Shuo that he saved the entire country and her life, and she was even ready to go down into the sea of fire to help him in their cause. Chen Shuo told the head that everything is not that serious, and the head just needs to participate in the filming, and that's all he can ask for. The head was very surprised and asked Chen Shuo what filming she should participate in because she has no idea how it goes. The head told Chen Shuo that she agreed to this only because of all her gratitude to him, and at any other time she would refuse this. Chen Shuo dressed the head in modern clothes, and she told her friend that she would never do such a thing again, and she was so uncomfortable now. The head noticed that Chen Shuo was frozen in place and staring at her, and she was furious and asked the idiot whether he could hear her now or not. The head told Chen Shuo that no one should find out about this, otherwise she will tear him apart, and he will not be able to fix the situation with the video. Chen Shuo told the head that he understood her perfectly and asked his friend not to be nervous, and this is just filming and she is very beautiful. Chen Shuo filmed the head of the country of girls and asked his friend to change poses and get used to the lens, and then everything would be great. The head asked Chen Shuo if it was possible to quickly film her, and she was already tired of standing there and she had a lot to do, and she was starting to get angry. Chen Shuo listened to the head and said that this was great, and asked her to raise her hands higher and she would begin to learn how to pose correctly for the camera there. And after a while, Chen Shuo showed the head the camera and said that this is the very instrument that captured it and now everyone can see. Chen Shuo told the head that she looks very good on the set, and if she wants, she can easily become a star and blow up the internet. The head was in complete shock, and thought that this thing so clearly and without problems clearly shows the past and how this is possible, and this is cool. Chen Shuo suggested the head to shoot a couple more videos by changing her outfits, and she would become even more beautiful and no one could compare with her there. Chen Shuo told the queen that they can start a new filming and he is sure that soon she will get used to everything and will ask to film it herself. And then Chen Shuo noticed that the head was filming herself and thought that she could take a lot of photos and she would remember those days there. Chen Shuo was surprised and asked the head what she was doing, and they were wasting time with her and why she was filming herself now. But the head looked at Chen Shuo seriously and did not want him to interfere with her study of this instrument because she had just received it in her hands. Chen Shuo froze in place and told the head that he understood her and would not disturb her, and remain silent was the best solution, and she convinced him of this immediately. Chen Shuo waited until the head dealt with the camera and asked his girlfriend if they could now start filming because they were behind. The head stood in the right place and Chen Shuo asked his friend to be ready for anything, and he will tell her what positions the lady needs to stand in. The head closed her eyes and thought that Chen Shuo was right, and she began to get used to filming, and she always wants to try on different outfits. The head stood in front of Chen Shuo in a beautiful dress and thought that he forced her to wear it and she would never try on such dresses in her life. The head after that tried on other clothes and was very similar to the top models, and no girl can be as beautiful. Chen Shuo froze in place in surprise and thought that the head was definitely not a person, and she was an angel who was sent from heaven, and he fell in love with her. The head thought that although she doesn't know what Chen Shuo needs this for, she is happy to help him and he can ask her to do anything. And after a while, Chen Shuo sat in the room and thought that only a day had passed there and the video with his head had already received 500,000 likes. Chen Shuo thought that it seems like everyone likes to look at beauties and a huge number of people like the video and want to marry the head. Chen Shuo thought that since he had not posted such videos for a long time, the moderation of the site promoted him to the trends. And this is not bad, and he is proud. Chen Shuo went into the comments and noticed how a person wrote that the author had run out of money and he decided to show the face of this girl. Chen Shuo was outraged, and who said that he filmed his chapter due to lack of money and he has not yet received any benefit from the video with her. But then a system appeared and told the owner Chen Shuo that he made a video to earn likes and buy items in this store. Chen Shuo told the system that it was right, but he has no other choice, and he also helps all the ladies he films there. Chen Shuo asked the system if the number of his likes was enough to buy one important thing, but the system said that it was not enough yet. The system reported that the effect of the necklace can be restored, but this requires celestial energy and several high-level masters. The system told the owner that his level is now very low and he will not be able to do anything if he breaks through several levels. Chen Shuo was very hurt by the information from the system that he does not have such a high level and cannot be responsible for any actions. Chen Shuo asked the system if it really wants to say that the artifact can be repaired, but it won't allow it because it is very weak. The system agreed with Chen Shuo, and so she told him then that the Shadow Star necklace can only be used once in a lifetime. And at that moment, the head of Chen Shuo knocked on Chen Shuo's door and asked him if he was sleeping, and she wanted to discuss something with him and it was important for them. Chen Shuo told the head that he was listening to her and was not sleeping, and thought that she should not find out that he was communicating with the system, and would decide that he was an idiot. The head entered the room and asked Chen Shuo if he had found a way to restore his artifact, and she wanted to find out all the news from him. Chen Shuo was upset and told the head that it seemed he was mistaken then about the fact that it would be easy to restore it, and now he understood everything there. The head extended her hand and asked Chen Shuo what this artifact of his looked like and could he show it, and maybe she could personally help him. Chen Shuo handed the artifact to the head and told his friend that it was just a necklace and there was nothing interesting in it, and she could look at them. The head was in shock and looked intently at the necklace and thought and decided that it looked like she had seen this necklace somewhere and remembered it all. Chen Shuo noticed the head's reaction and asked his friend what happened to her there, and maybe she knows something about their Shadow Star necklace. The head told Chen Shuo that it seems she read about this necklace in one book, and she remembers important information about his artifact there. Chen Shuo listened to the words of the head and asked if this was serious, and she surprised him, and maybe she would find a compromise on his question now. The head said that in that book it was said about a colored drawing on the wall in the Cave of 1,000 Clouds, and she carefully studied this book. The head told Chen Shuo that this particular amulet of his was drawn on her, and therefore she knows well about their Shadow Star necklace. Chen Shuo realized that the artifact for which the system sent him was located in the Cave of 1,000 Clouds, and could there really be clues in the cave? The head told Chen Shuo that the Cave of 1,000 Clouds is already filled with a huge amount of energy, and there is a special pond in front of the entrance. The head said that just touching spiritual water with this artifact is enough, and it will restore its original appearance, and she is sure. Chen Shuo was amazed and asked the head if this really means that there are celestial energies in this place, and the friend agreed with the friend. But the head said that she had never been to this place and only read about everything and was not sure that the pond could restore the artifact immediately. Chen Shuo thought that maybe the amulet on the cave wall was drawn for a reason and that by visiting the cave he would find clues about other artifacts. Chen Shuo was full of enthusiasm and told the head that then he and she would set off tomorrow morning and be able to find answers to questions. Chen Shuo was lying on the floor and thought that the head told him important information, and now he can restore the necklace, and that's cool. The head thought that Chen Shuo behaves like this every time, and it is so difficult to communicate with him, although she really wants to tell him what she feels. At this time at night in the Qing family house, the youngest daughter Qingran was delighted and told the flower spirit Malva that she should take a look. Qingran showed Malva the phone and said that this was Chen Shuo's account on social networks, and she didn't know that he had his own address there. Flower Spirit. Malva was very surprised and asked Qingran what an account was and asked her to explain because she herself didn't know. Ran told Malva that she was just watching one video and only then went to the author's page, and there she found a video with a friend. Flower Spirit. Malva asked Ran to give her a phone number, and she really wants to look at her video and she hasn't seen it, and it's intriguing. Malva told Ran that this is the same video that Chen Shuo filmed a long time ago, and he asked her to star in it for something. Ran told Malva that this account was indeed their friend Chen Shuo, and Malva told her friend that she thought it was so. Malva asked Ran why she was so happy, and there on his channel she didn't find anything interesting and it was very boring there. Ran told Malva that last night, Chen Shuo posted another video with a girl she had never seen, and she was so beautiful. Malva was perplexed by her friend's words and asked what she said there and who else the girl was, and who else their friend Chen Shuo was communicating with. Ran showed Malva a video of the head and said that it looks like this is the same girl that Chen Shuo filmed at the very beginning. Malva told Ran that Chen Shuo said that he went there on very important matters and he has been gone for half a month, and what is he doing there? The Flower Spirit. Malva was furious and told their friend Ran that in fact Chen Shuo was walking with beauties and did not say anything. Ran laughed at Malva's reaction and asked her to calm down and not worry, and she knows that Chen Shuo will be able to explain everything to her friend. The Flower Spirit. Malva told her friend that Chen Shuo didn't even take them there with him and left them at home. And why is he acting like he's not their friend? Ran was very surprised by Malva's words and thought that he should not have taken his girlfriends to meet another lady then. Ran approached Malva and asked her not to be angry, and they would ask him so well when he returned and find out the answers to the questions. Flower Spirit. Malva agreed with Ran and said that she should not waste her nerves on Chen Shuo, and he himself knows what he is doing. Ran was glad that her friend calmed down, and Malva is not even Chen Shuo's girlfriend, and therefore she has nothing to worry about, and it's true. Chen Shuo, at this time in the country of girls, sneezed and thought it looks like someone remembers him and only his good friends can remember him. The head asked Chen Shuo why he was sneezing, and maybe he slept there without a blanket and caught a cold, and she warned him, and this is a fact. Chen Shuo told the head that this is not the reason, and it is possible that now someone is remembering him, and that is why he cannot stop sneezing there. The head thought that she and Chen Shuo have known each other for a very long time, but she still knows nothing about his country, and this is not good. And then Chen Shuo was happy and told the head that she should look, and there is that pond she was talking about, and the legends don't lie, and it's cool. The head saw the pond and told Chen Shuo that he was right, and this was the same pond that she told him about, and they quickly found this place there. The head suggested that Chen Shuo go there and see what was there, and he immediately agreed with the head and thought that they should be on alert. Chen Shuo told the head that this is the spiritual source she was talking about, and it looks like he will be able to implement his plan right away. Chen Shuo. And the head looked at the spiritual source, and Chen Shuo said that it looks very strong and seems that it cannot be broken. The head told Chen Shuo that he should try to fix his amulet, and then she too will be happy and will no longer think about him. Chen Shuo agreed with the head and thought that the necklace might still be useful to them for healing their health, and he must fix it now. Chen Shuo began to use the spell and believes that the head was 100% right, and the Shadow Star necklace will be saved. And at that very second, strange events began to happen to the water, and he realized that the spell was working, and now they would make it all happen. The Shadow Star necklace reacted with the water from the pond, and everyone was happy, and Chen Shuo thought that he could do this every time. Chen Shuo's artifact began to glow, and he thought that he did the right thing that time, and he was obliged to save the life of the head, and he respects her. Chen Shuo jumped high and wanted to get his Shadow Star necklace and thought that the system didn't even want to help him that time. Chen Shuo placed the Shadow Star necklace into the round substance and realized that the ritual seemed to be completed and he should check it there. The head asked Chen Shuo how it was going, and she hopes that the necklace will work as before because she read that pond water heals. But Chen Shuo told the head that it didn't work and the necklace had definitely not returned to its original condition and still did not have magical strength and power. Chen Shuo told his best friend that spiritual water alone doesn't seem to be enough there, and they must come up with another way for the artifact. The head thought that this was bad news, and she hoped that her friend would not lose his magical thing, and it seems difficult to return it to them. Chen Shuo thought that it looked like it was possible to repair the amulet, since the system told him about it, and he would have to find experienced cultivators. Chen Shuo thought that Queen Chang'e and Malva have cultivation, and they are also considered very strong fighters, but there is one nuance. Chen Shuo thought about how he can gather all his girlfriends together, and this is the most difficult thing, and he must think about how to solve this issue for him. Chen Shuo decided that he had better forget about this idea. Otherwise, the girlfriends will quarrel among themselves, and this will lead to nothing in the end for everyone. Chen Shuo continued to communicate with the head and decide what to do next. And at that moment, a monster began to swim up to him quietly and silently. Chen Shuo. And the head turned around because they heard sounds behind them, and they were in complete shock and realized that they had come there in vain, and it was already dangerous. Chen Shuo saw a huge monster behind him and asked the head if it was a three-headed snake, and he had read about it in a legend and did not believe. Chen Shuo asked the head if such a monster really lives there in a spiritual spring and it shouldn't be like that and why the system was silent. The head listened to Chen Shuo's words and told him that it seems that the snake has been living there for a long time, and they must come up with a plan to escape there. The three-headed snake began to approach Chen Shuo and the head, and they were both ready, and if the monster attacked them, they would defend themselves from it. But at that very second, the three-headed snake opened its mouth and a girl came out, and she thought that she had to tell people something urgently. The girl told the hated people that they dared to invade her territory, and she would not spare anyone and punish all the insolent people. Chen Shuo froze in place and told the head that how disgusting this girl looks now and where she came from, and you need to keep an eye on her. The head was also despondent and told Chen Shuo that she hated this sticky mucus, and it seemed that the girl had not been paying attention to beauty for a long time. Chen Shuo asked the girl if she could wash herself and asked what would happen if she stained his clothes because he is always very neat. The girl wanted to attack Chen Shuo and the head and said that it seemed like they didn't want to live at all, and that's why they were provoking her to attack. Chen Shuo said that it looks like he came to a good place, and now it seems to him that this is not her territory at all, and where did she come up with this? The girl listened to Chen Shuo and he asked her friend if she was holding captive the real owner of this place, and he suggested this. Chen Shuo told the girl that she is holding back the owner and considers herself the main one in this territory, and she was mistaken, and he knows it with his friend. The girl was angry with Chen Shuo and said that he was a scoundrel and would get what he deserved for such kind words addressed to her, and he was tired of living. The girl told Chen Shuo and his friend that they would now go to the next world and ordered the monster to attack them and take revenge for the words. The three-headed snake began to release steam from his mouth, and he will immediately fulfill all the lady's instructions, as long as she is happy and not angry there. Chen Shuo realized that it was smoke and was worried that it might be poisonous, and he did not want to be in the same situation with her again. And then Chen Shuo realized that it looked like the smoke was not poisonous, and he clearly recognized the smell of steam because before that he had smelled the same thing not so long ago. Chen Shuo thought that it looks like it's aluminum and the kite is letting off steam, and he still can't understand what this girl wants to do and what the plan is. The girl told the three-headed snake that he should go forward and he could defeat the arrogant man who imagined himself to be a hero. Chen Shuo only now seemed to understand the girl's plan and how he couldn't have guessed what she wanted to do before, and he made a mistake. The snake was ready to release fire from its mouth, and Chen Shuo knows that now a reaction may occur that he and the head will definitely not like. And at that very second, there was a powerful explosion, and Chen Shuo realized that he was already beginning to forget his chemistry lessons, and this was not good, and he had made a mistake there. The snake incinerated everything around Chen Shuo, and he knows that now he will definitely not be so thoughtless about the monster because the girl is insidious. Chen Shuo stood in the protective barrier of the head and said that he did not know that this monster had such a skill and was clearly stronger than others. The girl told Chen Shuo that she thought that he was at least a little stronger than the others and why he couldn't do anything with the monster. The girl told Chen Shuo that she was disappointed in him and he could only hide behind her skirt and why he was weak and did not attack her. The head suggested doing as usual and tearing out the monster's heart and then finishing him off, and Chen Shuo agreed with his friend, and that's right. Chen Shuo began to use the golden pupil, and he could quickly find the heart of the monster and then strike with its head. But suddenly, at that moment, Chen Shuo froze in place and told the head that he couldn't believe it because it was impossible and it was clearly nonsense. The head asked Chen Shuo what happened and why he was so surprised, and she would help him if he needed it and let him tell everything to the lady. Chen Shuo told his best friend that if he told her, she definitely wouldn't believe his words because he wouldn't believe himself, and that's strange. And then Chen Shuo told the head that this monster has no heart and he no longer knows how to defeat it, and how then they can strike at it. The head was very surprised and could not believe that this monster has no heart, and then she thinks that an explanation can be found for this. The head asked Chen Shuo if the heart of this monster was separate from the body, and a friend told her that this was a completely possible idea. Chen Shuo told the head that if they don't find the monster's weak point, then it will be useless for them to fight him and they still won't defeat him there. The girl asked the pathetic people what they would do now. And they would not do anything to her powerful monster, and she would defeat both of them there. The girl asked Chen Shuo and the head if they really wanted to find her weak point, and it seems they don't know how to defeat the monster in battle. The girl asked people if they were joking and believed that they would find their weak point, and she would say that none of the people even hurt them there. Chen Shuo used transformation and thought that he could take his time to defeat the monster, but he was sure that it would be very difficult for him there. Chen Shuo thought that he should be faster, and if he doesn't rush, he can become food for the monster and is obliged to protect the head, and this is a fact. The monster began to attack Chen Shuo and the head with fireballs, and throughout his life he defeated a lot of such enemies, and they are all weak. The head realized that the fumes were still poisonous, and they needed to be extremely careful in battle, otherwise they could suffer like a scorpion. And at that moment the head decided that she would have to use all her power, otherwise they would not be able to leave there, and the monster would attack them immediately. The head became very strong, and she used all her power to once and for all defeat the monster that is already preventing them from living in peace. The head sent combat rays at the monster and thought that now he would not go anywhere and should fight her because he wanted to finish them off. The head decided that she would give her life but would still protect her best friend Chen Shuo there, and he should soon return home safe. It was difficult for the monster to defend himself from the constant attacks of the head, and he did not know at what angle to attack her in order to find her weak point. The girl realized that the head of the country of girls is not so simple, and she can compete with any monster and fight on equal terms, and she is cool. Chen Shuo approached the queen and realized that she had spent so much effort to damage the monster, and he should already help her get up. Chen Shuo asked the head if she was okay. And he didn't know that she uses complex techniques so easily, and she is a tough fighter, and he is proud. The head stood up and told Chen Shuo that they should leave with him, and she thinks that their strength is not enough to defeat such a monster. The head told his best friend Chen Shuo that they should run as fast as they can before the monster attacks them again, and they now have a chance. The monster at this time regained its strength and prepared to attack the people who offended their lady, and they would not be able to escape anywhere. The girl ordered the monster to turn these pathetic people into dust, and they will never be able to escape because her monster will not let their enemies go. And at that very second, the monster directed fire towards Chen Shuo and the head with all his might and wanted to fry his opponent and teach them such a lesson. And then the girl said that she was sorry, and she wanted to personally take the lives of two arrogant people who dared to appear without an invitation. But the girl said that she let these enemies escape, but now she's not worried about anything because she knows that they won't be able to defeat her there. The girl told her monster that they would catch up with them anyway and they should return, and she would give her cutie a treat for his work. Chen Shuo and the head hid in the forest at that time, and her best friend said that he thinks that for now they are safe and there is time. Chen Shuo said that this was a problem, and at the most decisive moment this artifact of his did not want to transform and always fails him like this. The head asked Chen Shuo if maybe this happened due to the poisonous fumes of the monster, and this could be the reason for the failure of the artifact. Chen Shuo told the head that this could be, and it was not in vain that the monster released its fumes so many times, and this was the stinking girl's plan. Chen Shuo told the head that he noticed something strange and the girl could easily have caught up with them, but did not give chase, and strangely, the head told his best friend Chen Shuo that she agreed with him. And this monster did not run after them, but returned to the pond, although he could have caught up with both. The head told Chen Shuo that perhaps the enemies were hiding something there, and Chen Shuo told his best friend that she was telling the truth about the enemy. Chen Shuo told the head that they should wait there for the right moment and attack, taking them by surprise, and then they would know their secret. The leader told Chen Shuo that she agreed with him and thought that there they would be able to find the heart of the monster and deal a fatal blow to their monster. And after a while, Chen Shuo and the head began to go down into the water and look for a clue that would help them in the fight against the monster and her personal lady. Chen Shuo held his breath and thought that the monster had hidden so deep there, and it seemed like it would not be so easy for him and the head to find them both. The head thought that Chen Shuo looked like a child, and she had to watch him everywhere so that nothing happened to him, and she was so worried. 20 minutes ago, the head asked Chen Shuo how she should wear this, and she was not at all used to such clothes, and he became too impudent. The head asked Chen Shuo why she had to swim underwater in these uncomfortable clothes that make her feel shy, and it's terrible. The head screamed at Chen Shuo and asked why he was dressed normally, and it seemed like he lied to her and she would never trust his words again. Chen Shuo listened to the words of the head and looked for an excuse to convince her that she must wear such clothes to dive into the lake. Chen Shuo told the head that he himself designed the design of this clothing specifically for its size so that the lady would be comfortable diving with him. Chen Shuo told the head that she should not look at the fact that there is little material in these clothes because the work on them was very serious. Chen Shuo told the head that he also designed this beautiful swimsuit according to the laws of physics so as to increase her speed. Chen Shuo held the transformation stone in his hand and told the head that this is why this swimsuit is the best option for her in the situation. The head told Chen Shuo that he should consider that by agreeing to this swimsuit, she is grateful to him for saving her life, and he helped so much. Chen Shuo looked at the transformation stone and thought that what a good thing he had, and it helped him a lot, and he was pleased. And then the head froze in place and thought that something seemed so strange to her, and she wanted to find out the truth and her best friend would answer her. The head noticed Chen Shuo's camera in the bushes and she did not understand how it ended up there, and a friend is obliged to answer all important questions there. The head could not understand where this thing came from because they left it in the palace and Chen Shuo can explain everything so quickly. The head called Chen Shuo and he is obliged to answer her, and then she will begin to trust him. Otherwise she will completely lose trust. And this intrigues the head. The head asked Chen Shuo what his camera was doing in the bushes, and he couldn't be there by accident, and let him explain everything to her at once. Chen Shuo was very worried and told the head that he seemed to have just recently lost his camera, and it was great that she found it there. And at that moment, the head noticed the transformation stone in Chen Shuo's hand and realized that he was cunning and insidious and she must punish him. The head was very angry and asked Chen Shuo if he had specially made such a swimsuit for her so that he could secretly film her there. Chen Shuo was very worried and told his best friend that she had misunderstood him and he could explain it to her and let her not be nervous. The head started screaming and hitting Chen Shuo on the head and let him know that he shouldn't do this to his girlfriend and it was mean and stupid. Chen Shuo was on his knees and asked the head to forgive him, and he would not do this again and promised that he would improve for the better. The head told Chen Shuo that they must go, otherwise they would miss the monster. And he told the kindest girl on the planet that he understood her clearly. Meanwhile, Chen Shuo and the head continued to descend into the water and realized that their enemy was capable of manipulation, and they both must be prepared. And at that moment, Chen Shuo froze and stopped swimming. Realizing that this was exactly what he was thinking about, and he and the head managed to find this refuge. Chen Shuo noticed some kind of portal underwater, and he thought so, and all his guesses turned out to be correct, and he managed to find this place quickly. Chen Shuo thought that it seemed that the three-headed snake was more powerful than the scorpion, and he should be prepared to defend against its dangerous attacks. And then the head of their water came out and realized that they had been swimming there for a long time with Chen Shuo, and now they managed to find this place, and she was so pleased. Chen Shuo helped the head out of the water and said that she should be more careful there and dangers could await them in any corner. Chen Shuo was amazed and told the head, "This is what the place where the monster is hiding looks like," and he could never imagine such a thing. Chen Shuo. And the head realized that this was a very beautiful place and saw jellyfish there, and she couldn't understand how they all appeared there now. The head told Chen Shuo that he should not lag behind her, and they already need to go there, and then they will quickly reach their goal in an instant. The head, together with Chen Shuo, examined this place and realized that it was not in vain that the monster chose this place, and it is truly incredible and enchanting. The head knew that they were close to the goal and they could not stop searching there, and then they would definitely be able to find what they were looking for and deal with the enemy. And then the friends reached the place and the head told Chen Shuo that it seemed that this was what they were looking for and they could not make a mistake with him in their calculations. The head told Chen Shuo that this is the thing that the monster is so protective of, and he knows that his life will be in danger if someone finds him there. And then, suddenly the friends noticed a little girl sitting there and she was holding in her hand. It seemed like what they needed and how she got there. The girl sat motionless in place, and the head thought that she and her friend Chen Shuo had been diving for so long, and how could the girl get there? And then the girl suddenly opened her eyes and looked straight at her friends, and she didn't take her eyes off them and seemed to want to tell them something right away. Chen Shuo asked if this vile owner of the three-headed snake was holding a little girl captive, and how could she do such a thing? The girl asked the head and Chen Shuo who they were and why they both came there, and maybe she could help them with something or show them everything. The head decided that she was obliged to find out important information that could help them get rid of the monster and her mistress once and for all. The head thought that she should find out what kind of ball is in the girl's hands, and she suspects that this is exactly what they have been looking for a long time. The head approached the girl and asked what she was doing there alone, and it looked like they should help her and let her briefly tell the lady about everything. The girl was very afraid and said that the three-headed snake was to blame for everything. And then she noticed someone there and stopped communicating with the head. Behind Chen shuo and the head stood the owner of the monster, and she told them that they were great and she didn't expect that they were both so persistent. The owner of the monster told her friends that they were able to find even this place, and she is proud of them, and they could become friends with them. Chen shuo told the monster's owner that she is a snake and he hates her and will gladly punish her when he gets the chance to do so, and he is not joking. The girl thought that it was in vain that people came there, and now the hostess will punish them all, and there will be no mercy, and she doesn't like guests at home so much. Chen shuo used illusion deployment, and this way it will be much easier for him to resist the mistress. And where did her cool monster go? The owner of the monster told her friends that if she had known that they were both so stubborn, she would have finished them off right away and would not have let them go recently. And at that very second, the owner of the monster sent a very dangerous deadly ray towards the enemies, and she is sure that they have never seen. The owner of the monster wanted to deal with the girl, and her beam almost reached her, and she thought that she was already doomed, and no one would save her there. But suddenly, the head of the country of girls stood in front of the girl, and she immediately repelled the attack of the monster's mistress and easily defended herself from her ball. The head asked the girl not to worry and said that her sister would stand there until the end and would not let this evil ant offend her and harm her. The head looked at the girl and said that she would protect her and guarantee this to her, and she could take her word for it, and then they would leave together. The girl saw the scepter and thought it was really the brave sister queen, and she had long dreamed of meeting her and getting advice. Chen shuo decided to help his best friend and jumped towards the owner of the monster and said that now she will receive a portion of pain for the attack. Chen shuo swung his spear, but was unable to harm or hit the enemy and even lost sight of her and did not know where she suddenly hid. But Chen shuo turned around and heard the owner of the monster tell him that it was very good and he was preparing for the fight with her perfectly. But the owner of the monster waved her weapon and told Chen shuo that he still lacks speed and she is too fast for him. Chen shuo defended himself from the attack of the monster's owner and asked her what kind of jokes they were and why she couldn't resolve the whole conflict culturally. But in response to Chen shuo's words, the owner of the monster only laughed and immediately sent another attack on her opponent, and how he would defend himself against it. Chen shuo collapsed to the ground and thought that the owner of the monster is strong, and he must come up with a plan and lure her into a trap. Otherwise, this will be the end. But the owner of the monster attacked Chen shuo and said that this time he would not leave and she would not let him and her friend go and would finish them both off. But the head watched the fight between Chen shuo and the owner of the monster, and she was not confused and used the heavenly attraction technique immediately. The owner of the monster at that time targeted the place where Chen shuo was sitting and thought that this guy was brave but immediately died. But the head managed to pull Chen shuo to her and asked if he was okay, and he said that he was safe and thanked his head for saving his life. The owner of the monster told Chen shuo that he was a weakling and also wanted to steal her treasure there and how he wanted to defeat her. She doesn't understand there. But when the owner of the monster clearly did not expect this, Chen shuo stood up and smiled and asked the ladies who said that he already wanted to steal it. The owner of the monster was surprised and did not understand what Chen shuo meant, and he spoke to her in riddles, and it seemed like he still had his own plan. Chen shuo told the owner of the monster that he would not directly ask this little sister of his for this treasure. And isn't it much simpler? The girl was delighted and realized that these two people were braver than all the others, and they were able to challenge the owner of the monster and outwit her. The head didn't know what Chen shuo was up to again, but it worked, and the lady was clearly angry and he managed to hurt her feelings with words. But the owner of the monster began to laugh. And Chen shuo could not believe that he had missed some detail, and the girl managed to outwit everyone herself. The owner of the monster told Chen shuo that he could try it and they would all see if the girl had the courage to give him her treasure. The girl had doubts and knows that the owner of the monster can easily harm her new friends and she wants to protect them both. The owner of the monster reminded the girl that she could call her pet and asked her to think very carefully before answering. The owner of the monster told the girl that now her life is in her own hands, and if she gives the ball to people, she will die, and she promises her this right away. The owner of the monster told the girl that if she doesn't want to die, she should give her this ball now, and this will definitely be the right decision. The girl listened to the owner of the monster, and she told her friend that then she would think about whether she should be spared or executed for her act. The head told the owner of the monster that how vile she is and how you can steal a child and threaten her with the fact that he will destroy her now. But at that moment, Chen Shuo grabbed the head by the hand and thought that it would be easier for him and his girlfriend, and he was trying to protect her from their enemy. The head was very surprised by Chen Shuo's action, and he asked her not to worry and said that in the end, everything would be fine and they would overcome. Chen Shuo told the head that he believes that the girl will definitely make the right choice now, and they will be able to get the heart of the monster there. At this time, the girl continued to sit on the floor and thought that the lives of her defenders depended on her actions, and she would not let them down there. The head agreed with Chen Shuo and thought that he was right, and she also believed in the girl, and her intuition said that she was mature and would outwit the enemy. The girl got up from her seat and told the owner of the monster that she was saying everything correctly, and she supported all her words and knew that her sister was dangerous. The girl stood next to the head and Chen Shuo and told the owner that she was afraid of death and thought that every person in the world was afraid of dying. The owner of the monster was pleased and told the girl that this was great and asked her to give her the ball, and then nothing would happen to her in her cave. The head thought that things were bad, and the owner of the monster was luring the girl to her and she should not give her her heart, otherwise they are all doomed. But Chen Shuo patted the head on the shoulder and thought that he knew that his girlfriend was angry and wanted to attack and finish off the owner of the monster herself. But Chen Shuo, with all his appearance, gave a sign to the head that there was no need to attack the owner of the monster, and they should wait to see what the girl would do to her. But suddenly, the girl told the owner of the monster that she would die in any case, and therefore she had nothing to lose and she wanted to help people. The girl told the owner of the monster that she wants her death to no longer be in vain, and therefore will help her close friends there. And at that moment, the girl began to break the ball and thought that without this thing, the owner of the monster would lose all her strength and would not be dangerous. The owner of the monster was very angry with the girl and told her to stop and she would regret it if she did it, and wanted to direct her monster at her. But the head was ready to protect the girl at any cost, and she also did not wait and began to retaliate against the owner of the monster. The head repelled all the attacks of the ferocious monsters and thought that they all had to hurry, otherwise the owner of the monster might take it away from the girl. The owner of the monster was furious and told the head of the country of girls that she would also die and that she was helping the wrong side and had the wrong idea. The girl was destroying the ball at that time and she was in great pain because she is connected to this monster's heart but must save both colleagues. Chen Shuo decided to use the moving technique, and he will definitely no longer stand by and watch when an active fight is already underway. And at that very second, Chen Shuo deftly waved his spear and so easily deprived the owner of the monster of her hand, and she no longer noticed the insolent attack. The owner of the monster screamed and was in great pain and asked Chen Shuo what he had done to her hand and how she would fix it now. Chen Shuo asked the owner of the monster if he could let the lady have her way, and she made a mistake by underestimating him, and he is much cooler. The girl threw the monster's heart up and gave a signal to Chen Shuo, and she told him that he must act on the enemy right now. Chen Shuo understood the girl's hint, and immediately he threw a spear towards the owner of the monster and thought that the girl was very smart and she protected them. There was a roar, and Chen Shuo realized that it seemed that the owner of the monster had already lost her heart and now they had to finish her off together with her friend. Chen Shuo was happy and thought that you should always trust children and they can play a decisive role in the battle with a huge monster. The head also watched Chen Shuo's spear throw and realized that this girl was very brave and she was not afraid of the threats of the monster's mistress. The girl was happy, and soon she wants to ask a lot of questions to her queen because she has read many legends about her and is glad to meet her. The owner of the monster said that this could not be, and she did not expect that the girl would be able to outwit her. And why did she not give her heart? The owner of the monster began to disappear and realized that she had lost in this battle, and her friends were able to defeat her by acting together. And this is the secret of success. The owner of the monster could not believe that she would never again be able to take revenge on the villains and how they found her shelter underwater. And at that very second, the owner of the monster began to disappear from there, and in another life, she remembered Chen Shuo and would take revenge on him. And this is all personal. The friends were glad that they managed to stop the owner of the monster, and now she could not harm anyone, and in vain she attacked their friends. But suddenly, the girl began to fall to the floor and the head was in shock, and she asked the girl how she was feeling and where she was hurting now. The head quickly approached the girl and asked what happened to her and she should not close her eyes, and she and Chen Shuo would soon help her. But the girl smiled and said thank you to the head and Chen Shuo for freeing her and ridding the world of the owner of the dangerous monster there. Chen Shuo handed the ball to the girl and said that this thing was important to her, and he guessed it because he looks at his artifact in the same way. Chen Shuo told the girl that he was returning it to her, and she herself could decide what to do with it, and no one would interfere with her, and he promised her. The girl said thank you to Chen Shuo and closed her eyes and thought that now she can spend her energy on what she had planned. The girl realized that this ball would help her achieve what she had dreamed of for so long, and the owner of the monster would not let her do it in any way. And then the ball began to glow, and Chen Shuo froze watching the glow and thought that he didn't know what was happening to the girl and what she was up to. And then the guardian of the Cave of 1,000 Clouds appeared in front of them, and her name is Hua Yin, and she appeared before their friends in a different form. Chen Shuo was shocked and told the girl that this is what she looks like, and he was so interested to see her real appearance, and she is beautiful. Hua Yin invited her friends to go outside and chat there, and she doesn't want to stay in the cave of the monster's owner anymore, and that's true. Chen Shuo asked Hua Yin if she really guarded this spiritual artifact and was ready to give her life for it, and that's why she was locked up. Hua Yin smiled and told Chen Shuo that in reality everything is wrong, and she will tell her friends all the information and they will understand the whole truth. The friends went outside and found a tree and could rest there because they were all very tired after a long fight with the owner of the monster now. The friends sat down together, and Hua Yin said that she was guarding her cave of 1,000 clouds and was waiting for the owner of the red cloud to appear. Then, friends listened to Hua Yin's words, and she said that anyone who dispels the spell of the red cloud could become the master, and this was the right moment. Hua Yin told her friends that one day a three-headed snake came to her, and he brazenly burst in when she did not expect his visit there at all. Hua Yin said that the owner of the monster was not able to dispel the spell of the red cloud, and she was not so smart as to dispel it in the cave. Hua Yin said that the owner of the monster was angry and put a curse on her there, and she ordered her life crystal to be guarded. Chen Shuo told Hua Yin that the owner of the monster is too cruel, but how did she think of giving her heart to the person she locked up? Hua Yin said that the owner of the monster forced her to put her energy into her crystal, and this made the lady stronger every day. Chen Shuo remembered that the system spoke about 5 artifacts, and he thinks that the red cloud is one of the artifacts, and it is quite real. Hua Yin told her friends that since they came there, they must be looking for a spiritual artifact, and she is interested in finding out the reason for both of them's visit. The head in Chen Shuo froze in place, and he thought that he did not expect that, acting almost blindly, he would be able to obtain 3 artifacts already. Hua Yin told her friends that then, they should follow her and she would show them everything and try to help them find what they had been looking for there for a long time. However, Hua Yin told her friends that whether they will be able to take this artifact or not depends on their skills, and they themselves will decide their luck. Hua Yin took her friends to a place where they could get what they wanted, and she would be eternally grateful to both of them for saving her. Chen Shuo looked around and thought that this place seemed to be written about in legends, and he thought that this place did not exist there. Chen Shuo looked at the huge door and realized that this place seemed to be very dangerous and he had to be careful and not get hurt soon. Hua Yin began to cast a spell, and thought that if Chen Shuo wants to get this thing soon, then she will direct him and the head along the right route. And at that very second, Hua Yin finished casting her spell and realized that now there was no turning back, and friends must understand that everything depends on them. Lights were burning in this place, and Chen Shuo thought that it looked like Hua Yin was not lying to them, and she knows these places well because she has been guarding them for so many years. Hua Yin opened the door, and Chen Shuo realized that this was a huge and such an old cave, and anything could happen to them there today. Hua Yin told her friends that to get to the red cloud, they would have to go through traps and many obstacles, and it was hard. Chen Shuo told his friend Hua Yin that he and the queen would take a risk, and he wanted to get to this place and nothing would stop him, and he was ready. Chen Shuo and the head went on the road and told Hua Yin that she should wait there for good news from them, and they would try not to get hurt there. Hua Yin wished her friends good luck, and she will pray for them, and they should not get hurt, and they need to take care of themselves and help each other. Chen Shuo and the head continued their journey through the cave, and Chen Shuo told his friend that it was so spacious, and there was a lot of space. The head asked Chen Shuo if he heard this sound, and she thinks that someone passed next to them, or it just seemed to her, and this is important. Chen Shuo told the head that she didn't hear something, and something sounded there in front, and they should be prepared for any dangerous situation. Chen Shuo heard a rumble in front, and it looked like something was happening there, and they had better not go in that direction for their safety. Sounds could still be heard in the hole, and it seemed to friends that something was moving in their direction, and he was ready to use his technique right away. Chen Shuo stood still and stopped walking towards the sounds and definitely does not advise the head to go there. And then he will be able to protect her from problems. And at that same second, suddenly a huge cobblestone began to roll towards them and they realized where all the sounds were heard from. Chen Shuo was delighted and thought that how dangerous it is now, and it was as if he was in the movie Indiana Jones, and he clearly remembers everything. The head asked Chen Shuo to bend down and said that she would destroy this stone and it would not roll to this place, and she assures him of this. The head pointed her staff at the cobblestone and thought that they had nothing to fear and she could soon correct the whole situation, and this is a guarantee. The head directed a dangerous beam at the cobblestone to destroy it, and Chen Shuo can stand aside and learn how to solve such matters. But to the surprise of the head, the stone did not want to collapse and she still continued to direct the combat beam at the stone, but it did not work. The head wondered if this was the stone of a sleeping tiger and why she couldn't destroy it, and it seemed like some kind of spell was working on it. Chen Shuo told the head that the stone is getting closer to them and they have nowhere to hide with it, and he is thinking how they can protect themselves from the huge cobblestone. Chen Shuo asked his best friend not to worry, and he already has an idea and she should trust him and he can protect the queen. And then Chen Shuo stuck his spear into the ground and thought that he had come up with a plan and hoped that it would work and the head would not be harmed. Chen Shuo held his spear tightly and he was prepared for various surprises in this cave, and he has several ideas to help. Chen Shuo told the head that since this stone cannot be broken, then they can throw it and then they can easily get rid of their problem. The stone continued to roll towards Chen Shuo, and it rolled there at a very high speed and there was no way to stop it. But Chen Shuo was not afraid at all and stood firmly on his feet and thought that he was a man and a warrior and could protect his sweet queen from harm. And at that moment, Chen Shuo lifted the stone with the help of his staff onto his shoulder and thought that now he must make every effort there. Chen Shuo shouted and used all his strength, and even a huge stone there will not be able to stop him from the path, and he will remove everything from the path now. And at that very moment, Chen Shuo picked up the stone and threw it in the other direction, and thought that thanks to the system he had developed all his skills. The head asked Chen Shuo to be careful now, and he should not overexert himself so much, and she believes that he can do anything. The head noticed that Chen Shuo threw the stone easily, and she never thought that this guy had so much power and energy, and he was very cool. The head told Chen Shuo that he was great, and she didn't think that he could save her from a huge stone so easily, and now she believes. Chen Shuo told the head that he is not that strong and is simply using all his knowledge in physics, and therefore all children should also study. Chen Shuo told his best friend that they were continuing their journey and nothing could scare him, because he was a man and would protect his beloved. And after a while, Chen Shuo began to scream in fear because he noticed a spider there, and he is very afraid of spiders, and how can he avoid the spider? And on the way, the head noticed a snake next to her, and Chen Shuo was there screaming in fear again, and how her friend was able to take the snake with her hands, and it's a shock. Chen Shuo thought that he believed that they were close to the goal, and he and the head had been walking for so long and his legs were tired and he did not want to continue their path. And then the head told Chen Shuo that most likely there was a treasure waiting for them ahead, and Chen listened carefully to the words of his best friend. Chen Shuo told the head that this must be what they were looking for, and they were able to go through a dangerous path together and did not get injured along the way. Chen Shuo decided that it looked like this was a red cloud that Hua Yin told about, and she showed them the right path and they were able to come there. Chen Shuo thought that if he was not mistaken, then after going through all these tests he would be able to pass through the protective barrier of the red cloud. The head told Chen Shuo that it seems that something is written on this stone, and the deity of the red cloud left a relic there for the chosen one. The head continued to read the inscriptions on the wall, and the wanderer who passed the tests will become the chosen one, and will be able to take the relic, and that's cool. Chen Shuo realized that it seems that now he will have to explore this panel, and it looks like he needs to step on the squares, and which one of them? Chen Shuo didn't think long, and immediately stepped on one of the squares he needed, and thought that he was not afraid of what might happen to him. Chen Shuo decided that everything is so simple and you just need to step on these squares and anyone can cope with this task easily. Chen Shuo hurried and he would step on all the squares he needed and he would immediately take for himself the relic that the deity left in the cave. Chen Shuo continued to step on the squares and thought why they then came up with just such a task, and it couldn't be so easy for them. Chen Shuo put his hand on the illuminated square and thought that if everything is as easy as he thinks, then he is very lucky and lucky. Chen Shuo stood still so as not to fall and thought that he was satisfied and the head was not badly damaged by the journey and he was completing the task. Chen Shuo realized that 4 limbs were only enough for 4 squares, and he no longer had arms and legs to put on the squares. And at that same second, Chen Shuo noticed another square below, and he didn't know what to do now because all his arms and legs were already occupied. Chen Shuo was very surprised and did not know how to pass this test, and he has one guess, but such a guess can only be there. Chen Shuo froze in place and thought that this is a problem, and how can he solve this already, and what should he put on this square now? Chen Shuo thought, and came to the conclusion that everything there cannot be so immoral, and the ancient people should not have done this. Chen Shuo heard the squares begin to make sounds and realized that this was a problem, and now he must hurry if he wants to accomplish everything. Chen Shuo was at a loss and did not know that there were also time restrictions, and why he was in no hurry before this and had been standing for a minute. The head realized that Chen Shuo needed help, and she quickly ran to her best friend, and only she could help him complete this task. Chen Shuo didn't understand what the head wanted to do and why she wanted him because he was carrying out a task and maybe she had some kind of plan. And then, the head swung her leg and Chen Shuo thought that this was not good, and for some reason he thought that the head wanted to punch him and he was afraid of her. But at this moment the head deftly placed her foot on the square. And this way she and Chen Shuo will be able to complete the task and leave the cave faster. Chen Shuo exhaled, and he thought that he would have to say goodbye to his happiness, and it's good that the head protected him and she scared him. But Chen Shuo turned around and was in complete shock because another square had lit up there, and he needed to put another arm or leg and quickly. The head realized that this was their last chance and began to deftly reach for this square, and she didn't care, and she would help Chen Shuo get it. The head put all his arms and legs on the squares and thought that now they can go through the task and Chen Shuo should not be afraid of this. The head told Chen Shuo that he should not misunderstand her, and she was only thinking about how he could get the relic because he wanted it so much. The head told Chen Shuo that she really wants him to pass the test because she sees how he suffers to reach the main goal, and that's cool. The head was very angry with Chen Shuo and told him not to make such a happy face there, and he was pissing her off, and she would punish him for such a reaction, and this is true. And suddenly, at the same moment, another square lit up next to Chen Shuo, and he realized that to complete the task, another human organ was needed. Chen Shuo wanted to tell the head that there was another square, but she asked him not to tell her anything, and she herself knows what he wants to say now. And at that very second, the head laid her head on this square and thought that she would never again in her life agree to do such things as with him. Chen Shuo was delighted that the head clung to him and said thank you to God for giving him the opportunity to meet his head. The head continued to lie on Chen Shuo, and he thought that he was already tired of being in this position, and maybe the system would allow him to get up and do everything. Chen Shuo was furious and thought, does it really take a lot of people to complete this task, and why can't they complete it with the head? But the queen told Chen Shuo that he should not be nervous, and they had already completed the task with him and he could even stand up if he wanted to. The head told Chen Shuo that the barrier had already disappeared, and this means that they did everything right with it, and can be proud of themselves because it was difficult. And then Chen Shuo noticed a weapon in this place, and thought that all this time he thought that he would find another thing there, and it seems he was so mistaken. Chen Shuo asked the head if this was really a red cloud, and maybe the head also wanted to see something else there, but that was their expectation. Chen Shuo took the weapon in his hands and realized that a different aura emanated from him, and he immediately felt a surge of energy in his body, and it was not in vain that he found it. Chen Shuo realized that it was not in vain that this relic was hidden so securely in a cave, and not every person is given the opportunity to receive it, and he was so lucky with this. Chen Shuo was very proud that he now holds a divine weapon in his hands, and he must accept it with awareness of what he is doing. Chen Shuo was still just holding this weapon in his hands and continues to feel a huge surge of strength, and he is ready to perform feats with it. And then suddenly the head heard some sounds in the cave, and she realized that someone there clearly didn't like it, and that they wanted to take away this weapon. Stone monsters began to wake up in the cave, and they did not want to let Chen Shuo go and would take away his weapon and put him in his place. Chen Shuo saw these monsters and was very happy and told the head that he wanted to now test this sword and understand what he was capable of with it. All the monsters decided to rush at Chen Shuo in a crowd, and they will be able to defeat the guy in numbers, and he will not be able to do anything to all of them. Chen Shuo was very calm and believed in his strength and thought that the monsters would no longer be able to do anything to him because he had gained such experience in battles. Chen Shuo noticed that all the monsters began to move in his direction, and they all thought that he would not be able to show them his full potential in battle. And at that moment, Chen Shuo struck with his weapon and realized that the red cloud has two forms and he can use any of them. The damage from Chen Shuo's weapon was crushing, and the enemies could not even approach him and scattered in different directions and were powerless now. Chen Shuo realized that the first form is called the red handle, and it is more accurate and faster and more accurate, but is more vulnerable. And that is why there is such a problem. Chen Shuo liked to fight with new weapons, and the head may not help him, and he will be able to defeat all the terrible monsters in close combat. Chen Shuo learned that she also accumulates energy from each blow, and this gives him motivation to fight even more, and that's so cool. Chen Shuo hit the circle, and all his opponents regretted that they all came so close to him and how he could become so strong. Chen Shuo had a lot of fun with the monsters, and they are funny, and you won't get bored with them at all, and he will invite them to train and teach them to fight. And after just a couple of minutes, Chen Shuo dealt with all his opponents, and he was not even tired after the fight and wanted there to be more of his enemies. Chen Shuo realized that it is so good when he can fight for hours and not get tired during all this time, and therefore today he learned the truth in their battles. Chen Shuo realized that all these stone monsters were too weak and he would definitely not be able to develop his skills by sparring with them. And then Chen Shuo noticed that the ceiling began to collapse and thought maybe it was an earthquake, and he couldn't understand what was happening in the cave. And at that moment, suddenly a huge stone monster appeared behind Chen Shuo, and he wanted to take revenge on him for destroying everyone. Chen Shuo realized that the energy of his weapon is at its maximum, and he will be able to fight for a long time with different monsters and is not afraid of monsters. And when Chen Shuo wanted this, he quickly changed his weapon, and he really likes that he can change the weapon whenever it is convenient for him. Chen Shuo realized that now his weapon is a cloud axe, and with it, it will be much easier for him to fight huge monsters like this golem. The huge stone monster wanted to grab Chen Shuo, but he was ready to immediately repel his attack, and then he would understand who he ran into now. Chen Shuo was determined, and he is confident in himself, and no one can defeat him even with all the desire because he has this weapon. Chen Shuo was eager to test the axe and what damage it would do to his enemies, and what weapon would be easier for him to use in battle. Chen Shuo jumped straight into a giant monster, and he wants to face it and find out which of them has more strength and desire to defeat the enemy. But when no one expected this, Chen Shuo dealt with the monster in just a couple of moments, and the huge monster was crushed and broken. Chen Shuo realized that having taken possession of this sacred weapon, he did not need to use the stone of hundreds of incarnations in battle, and this is so cool. Chen Shuo was sorry that his level was still too low, and he could not yet fully demonstrate the power of this weapon, but he would soon correct this. The head told Chen Shuo since they passed all the tests and he received the weapon, they can return to the country of girls, and he agreed with his lady. Hua Yin was waiting near the door at that time and thought that her friends would not return yet, and she hoped that everything was fine with them and they were not suffering. And at that same second, Hua Yin suddenly noticed that the door had opened, and were her friends really able to find the weapon so quickly? And was she surprised by them? Chen Shuo waved his hand at Hua Yin and said that he and the head had already returned safely, and she said that they were cool and she believed in them. Hua Yin told her friends that there is not a single scratch on them, and they are both great, and she learned that they cannot be broken and they are brave. Chen Shuo listened to Hua Yin and thanked her, and she supported them both at such a difficult moment and correctly directed them to that place there. Chen Shuo told Hua Yin that he wants to tell her something else, and it is so important for him now to know her opinion and what she thinks about this. Chen Shuo told Hua Yin that he needed to gather several cultivation masters soon to restore his Shadow Star necklace. Hua Yin listened to her friend, and Chen Shuo told her that she was a strong master, and he wanted to ask her if she could help him with this matter right away. Hua Yin told Chen Shuo that she is grateful to him, and therefore, of course, she will be happy to help him and can contact him for any reason. Chen Shuo was happy and thanked Hua Yin very much and thought that he had almost solved this issue, and now he only had a little time left. Afterwards, Chen Shuo came to the courtyard and thought that he should take a little break from his affairs and gather his thoughts into one there. Chen Shuo sat and thought about what to do in the future, and he can no longer afford to make a mistake because he is responsible for his girlfriends. Chen Shuo thought that Chang'e could not leave the palace, and he now has Queen Malva and Hua Yin, and only they can help him. Chen Shuo realized what was happening to achieve the goal. He was missing one person, and he didn't know what to do or how to solve this issue. And then the head asked Chen Shuo if he was still thinking about how to return all the magical properties of the amulet soon, and couldn't forget it. The head told Chen Shuo that everything was ready in the spiritual pond, and all that was left was for them to gather people and then they would be able to restore his talisman. Chen Shuo told his best friend that he doesn't know where he can find such a strong master, and maybe she can help him with the issue. The head suggested that Chen Shuo try to find people with a basic level, and they could be an excellent solution to his problem in the future. The head told Chen Shuo that let them invest their strength during their important restoration of the amulet, and so they can return to full condition. Chen Shuo thought about the words of the head, and she tells him the decision, and he still cannot decide who to invite there and who will agree to it. And then suddenly, the image of his friend Qingran appeared in Chen Shuo's head, and he remembers that she was ready to do anything for him, and he really appreciates it. Chen Shuo remembered that Qingran has the energy of a cultivator, and she can greatly help him in this matter and act as a master in the world. The head was surprised and asked Chen Shuo who Qingran was, and for some reason, he didn't tell her about her, and maybe he didn't want her to know all this. And at that very second, Chen Shuo ran up to the head and hugged her with all his might and immediately told her that she was his savior and he couldn't cope there without her. Chen Shuo told the dear head that now he will quickly return to his world for Qingran and bring her there and she will help him with the necklace right away. The head listened to Chen Shuo's words and asked her best friend not to rush, and she wants to ask him one question, and it is important for her to hear his answer there. The head told Chen Shuo that she didn't have any business in the country of girls and wanted to ask if she could go with him and see his world. Chen Shuo was very surprised by the head's request and could not understand why she wanted to visit his world so much because there was nothing interesting there and it was so boring. Chen Shuo imagined what would happen when all his friends met in one place and they would conflict, and he would not be able to stop them then. The head told Chen Shuo that if this is difficult for him, then he can forget about it, and she will no longer ask for anything, and understood what he was thinking. Chen Shuo listened to the words of the head and said that this is not what she thought, and he really wants to take his best friend with him to his familiar world. Chen Shuo told the head that she should only obey him. Otherwise, they will soon have problems with her in his familiar world, and he asks her. Chen Shuo began to open a portal to his familiar world and asked the head to wait for him, and he needed to wait a little for the portal to the world to open. And at that moment, Chen Shuo sharply grabbed the head by the hand and thought that now he and she could enter the portal and he would open his new world for her. Chen Shuo asked the head to hold on to him tightly, and then nothing would happen to her and he would protect her from any problems, and he adores her. Chen Shuo entered the portal with the head, and she wanted to learn a lot of new and exciting information that could help her in the future. And when they returned to the familiar world, Chen Shuo again fell to the floor with a roar and thought that the system was incorrigible, and he hated it for it. Chen Shuo was lying on the floor and was in a lot of pain and thought that this happened to him again, and how can he bring what he wants to the system? The head asked Chen Shuo for forgiveness, and she didn't want him to fall to the floor like that, and he told his friend that he was fine and healthy there. Chen Shuo told the head that now he will call Qingran and ask the lady to come there in hopes that she will not refuse his request. Chen Shuo started looking for Qingran's contact on his phone, and he put her photo, and she was beautiful in the photo, and Chen Shuo would call her immediately. The head was very surprised and asked Chen Shuo whose portrait this was, and the guy always keeps a photo of this cute girl on his phone. And then suddenly, the head said to Chen Shuo, looking at Qingran, that this is a familiar face and she definitely saw her somewhere and cannot remember when. Chen Shuo was at a loss and asked the head if she really knew Qingran and how could she know her because she was from another world. The head told Chen Shuo that she had never heard the name Qingran, and just looking at her thought that she had seen her somewhere a long time ago. The head told Chen Shuo that she thought that Qingran was her old sister, and then Chen Shuo called his friend again and wanted to ask. Chen Shuo was happy and told the head that Qingran picked up the phone and now they can discuss all the nuances with her and find out her opinion now. Chen Shuo asked Qingran if she has time for the next few days, and this is so important for his future, and she should help him soon. But suddenly, Qingran asked Chen Shuo if he was slowed down or if he was hit in the head, and he didn't understand what she was saying and asked what she was talking about. Chen Shuo asked Qingran what she told him, and when they hit him in the head and he didn't slow down and it looks like she's talking some kind of nonsense there. Qingran asked Chen Shuo for forgiveness and said that this was not said to him, and he should not be offended because she respects her friend very much. Qingran played a game with Malva and asked her to quickly hit Liar with this shield, and another one would appear there, and she should be on guard with her. Malva and Qingran were having a great time together, and she told her friend Chen Shuo that she was glad to hear from him and how he handled the task. Chen Shuo told Qingran that if she has time, let her take Malva with her and they will all get together tonight and discuss everything. And after a while, all the friends gathered in a cafe on a shopping street, and Chen Shuo wanted their meeting to take place without conflicts between the ladies. Qingran looked at the head and thought how beautiful she is, and she has never seen such girls before, and it's like she's from another planet and she's an angel. Malva was also delighted with the beauty of the head and told Chen Shuo that now she understood why he had been gone for so long and he was with the lady. Chen Shuo was very nervous and asked his friends to talk about daily matters better, and they still know how to discuss all the intrigues when they have time. Chen Shuo told his friends in detail about his plan, and Qingran and Malva froze in surprise and thought that he had gone crazy. And 20 minutes later, Chen Shuo told his friends all the information, and he said that this is the whole essence of the situation and now they know everything. Malva told Chen Shuo that she would help him without any problems, and he saved her life and she guarantees that she will never forget about it. But Malva told Chio Shuo that Qingran is not from a parallel world, and she cannot help him in this situation even if she wants. Qingran said that although it's hard for her to believe it, Chen Shuo doesn't know how to lie, and therefore she is ready to believe his words, and it's true. And then, suddenly a flame appeared on Qingran's hand, and she told her friends that this energy had bothered her since childhood. She's not lying. Qingran told her friends that she hates this energy because of all the suffering it brought her, and she cannot forget it in any way. Chen Shuo was surprised and listened to her, and Qingran said that, however, if she could use this energy for his benefit so soon, the head thought that Qingran is a very interesting girl and it's good that Chen Shuo introduced her to her today and she will become friends with her. Chen Shuo thought that if it were not a good place and time, then Qingran would no longer be with them and she would die from the accumulated energy. Qingran was in a great mood and told Chen Shuo that then she was ready to accept her energy and help him in this matter with everyone. Chen Shuo told Qingran thank you very much and she is his best friend and he will not forget what she did for him and will remember all his life. But Qingran told Chen Shuo that she could not accept his gratitude now because she herself would be grateful to him all her life. But at that very second, the head suddenly stood up and thought that she should express her opinion to them, and then they would improve all relations with their friends soon. The head looked intently at Qingran, and she asked her friend what happened, and maybe the head saw something on her face and wants to say. The head told Qingran that ever since she saw her portrait, she wanted to ask her a question and she should answer if it's not difficult. Qingran was surprised and asked Chen Shuo what portrait her friend was telling her about, and whether he really painted her portrait, and when did he do it. Chen Shuo listened to his friend and told Qingran that the head there was telling her about her avatar and thought that it was a portrait and that was nonsense. The head asked Qingran if she knew the painting goddess named Dancing, and she wanted to hear the answer to her question now. But Qingran was very surprised by the head's question, and she honestly doesn't know who her friend means and maybe she just confused her. But the head continued to wait for an answer from Qingran and thought that she was not mistaken and was always confident in her words, and she saw this lady. The flower spirit. Malva said how Qingran knows dancing and the goddess of drawing has already secluded herself in the Kunlun Mountains for 300 years. The flower spirit. Malva said that Danking still has not left this place, and according to legend, she is still there, and why won't she come out? And then Qingran began to get nervous and thought that it looked like she was now beginning to understand who the head meant and she would answer the question. Qingran asked the head if she was really talking about the cute goddess of painting, whose name is Zhang Danqing, and she knows who this woman is. Flower spirit. Malva was surprised and asked Qingran if she really knew Zhang Danqing and was interested in finding out all this. And then suddenly, Qingran told her friends that Zhang Danqing is her mother, and therefore she knows her better than all other people, and this is true. The flower spirit. Malva froze in place and thought that she definitely could not imagine such an outcome of events and how this was possible. Chen Shuo was also speechless, and was the painting goddess Zhang Danqing Qingran's own mother? And why didn't she tell them about her mother? Chen Shuo hit the table and asked Qingran if she is now talking about the goddess of drawing and she is her own mother, and this is fantastic. Chen Shuo thought that it was not surprising because the system told him that their worlds were connected, but then he could not understand this and was at a loss. The head asked Qingran if she could then tell her where her mother is now, and she is her old friend and she misses the lady. Qingran asked the head if she could tell her about this another day, and now they need to help Chen Shuo with his trouble as quickly as possible. Chen Shuo told the head that perhaps Qingran does not want to mention her family history, and it is better for them not to interrogate her or put pressure on her there. The head listened to her best friend Chen Shuo and said that she understood him and would no longer ask Qingran about this family information. The head thought that she knew it because two people cannot be so similar, and there must already be some kind of connection between them. Chen Shuo asked the flower spirit, Malva, whether her body had already recovered, and he wanted to find out because he was worried like her friends. The flower spirit. Malva told Chen Shuo that everything was fine with her, and she was ready to work miracles and bring goodness to all her loved ones. Chen Shuo told Qingran that if she feels uncomfortable, she should immediately tell him about it and he will understand her and will not interrogate her. Qingran listened to the words of her best friend and told Chen Shuo that she understood him and would do everything as he said, and they would achieve results. And at that very second, Chen Shuo opened the portal and thought that if all his girlfriends were ready, then they should no longer waste time in the restaurant. Chen Shuo told all his girlfriends that now they will go to that world and they must be prepared and their landing will be hard. And all the friends entered the portal and thought that now a wonderful and unforgettable adventure awaits them, and they will always help each other. Qingran was falling from the portal, and Malva asked her friend not to be afraid, and she would help her land softer, and now she would catch her in an instant. The head was calm and thought that she was already accustomed to the fact that this Chen Shuo portal does not work well, and it always gives such glitches. Chen Shuo was horrified and thought that he would one day punish the system for not learning how to land the owner on the ground during all this time. Chen Shuo screamed with all his might and could not understand why the portal had now opened so high because he could get hurt and injured. Chen Shuo told his friends that they would all die, and for him, it was an honor and he was glad that such nice girls were friends with him there. But the head quickly approached Chen Shuo and grabbed him and thought that he was screaming like a girl, and why was he so afraid that he might die there? The head thought that she promised Chen Shuo that she would protect her there from any dangers, and he should not be afraid when she is next to him. The head created a protective barrier around them in a matter of seconds, and he and Chen Shuo were not harmed at all and softly landed there. Chen Shuo opened his eyes and saw grass under his feet and thought that he had already died, and he had so much fun with his friends and it's a pity that it's all over. But Chen Shuo turned around and noticed that the head saved him and was very happy and realized that his life goes on and he is grateful to the lady. The head called Chen Shuo a coward and said that everything was already over and he was screaming non-stop and thought that he would die during the fall now. Flower spirit. Malva grabbed Qingran so she wouldn't fall, and she flew up to her friends and asked if they were okay, and she was worried. Chen Shuo confidently asked Malva if something could happen to them there, and he is ready to protect his girlfriends from danger and is not afraid. And then, suddenly Malva remembered one important thing and realized that this was a disaster and how could they do this, and now she will not forget it. The flower spirit. Malva told her friends that it seems they completely forgot to pay at the cafe and they should pay when they return. Chen Shuo was surprised because he didn't think about it at all, and he was so sorry for the waiter who served them, and they let him down so brazenly. At this time, in a cafe, the waiter approached the table of close friends and did not find anyone there and realized that they had cleverly escaped and he did not see. The waiter was shocked and thought, where is his money? And now he has to pay the customer's bill himself, and they let him down greatly and he is so angry. Chen Shuo told his friends that now they would reach the lake, and there he would show his friends many interesting places that they had dreamed of. Qingran asked Malva to go slower, and she couldn't catch up with her, and where was she in such a hurry, and Malva asked her friend not to be afraid there. And then Qingran noticed something in the forest, and realized that she should check everything. And this is a very fascinating world, and she is happy with it all. Qingran asked her friends if these were spiritual stems and how big they were, and she wanted to touch them, because she had never seen them anywhere before. But Malva told Qingran that it is better not to touch it at all, and this is dragon droppings, and it serves as fertilizer for the spiritual stem. And this is true. Qingran froze in place after learning this information and thought that Malva did the right thing by warning her about this, and this was clearly a shock. Chen Shuo saw his friend there and told Hua Yin that they had returned and he was glad to see her again, and it was good that she was waiting for them there by the lake. Hua Yin told her friends that she was ready to start at any time, and he must be sure that together they could cope with everything at once. Chen Shuo was surprised and said how clean the water was and asked Hua Yin if it was she who purified the water and did a good deed. Hua Yin told Chen Shuo that he was right and it was she who purified all the water, and it was her duty to protect this place and she would do this all the time. Chen Shuo told Hua Yin that he will introduce his friends to her, and these are Malva and Qingran, and she is sure very soon they will all become friends. The lady bowed and told her friends that her name is Hua Yin, and she is there protecting this lake, and she asks to love and favor her new friend. Qingran smiled and told Huayin that there is no need to be so polite with ladies and she can communicate with them as friends. Flower Spirit. Malva asked Qingran if she could release energy today, and she had long wanted to ask her friend about this. Qingran asked Malva what energy she was telling her about, and it seems she spent it completely last time, and her energy is gone. But Malva told Qingran that she was mistaken and she felt the flow of her energy there, and she would try to concentrate the energy in her hand. Qingran told Malva that she would try to do it, and Malva told her that she should do it a little slower, and she was great. Malva told Qingran that her energy is getting bigger and bigger, and she should never doubt herself or be embarrassed. Qingran began to strain with all her might and thought that Malva was right, and she often doubts her abilities even though she has talent. And at that second, suddenly a huge stream of energy came out of Qingran's hand, and she couldn't stop it, and thought it was strange. The flow of Qingran's energy reached heights, and this meant that she was a very strong girl, and she had so much energy and was worrying in vain. Qingran asked her friends if she did everything right, and they could all reprimand her if something was wrong and she would fix it all. But Qingran looked at her friends and asked what happened to them, and they all looked strange and seemed to be delighted with something. And what is it? All of Qingran's friends froze in shock and told their friend that everything was fine and they had nothing to say to her, and she did everything so cool. Chen Shuo told Qingran that if she does this again, she should reduce the power by at least half and it will be safer. Qingran smiled and told Chen Shuo that she agreed with him, and next time she would be more careful and control the power. And after a while, all the friends sat down in the center of the lake and thought that they would try to help Chen Shuo restore all the properties of the necklace. Chen Shuo asked Qingran if she was ready, and she told her best friend that she was 100% ready and he didn't have to ask her. Qingran closed her eyes and began to accumulate her energy in her hand, and she remembers how Chen Shuo persistently decided to help her, and she will help too. The head also accumulated all his power in his hand, and so they all together will be able to help Chen Shuo, and he too saved his life by wearing this necklace. Malva gathered all her energy into a single hole and thought that their friend Chen Shuo had helped them all out so many times, and he didn't ask for anything in return. Huayin also didn't mind helping Chen Shuo, and he saved her from the captivity of the monster's mistress, and he bravely fought with her and forced the lady to surrender. And at that very second, Chen Shuo directed all his energy towards the necklace and thought that he was absolutely sure that it would help today. Chen Shuo thought that even if such a method did not return all the properties of the necklace, he could throw this jewelry into a landfill immediately. Inexplicable things began to happen in the lake, and the friends realized that they were doing everything correctly according to the instructions and could not make mistakes. The lake began to glow, and Chen Shuo realized that he had the best friends in the entire galaxy, and they were always ready to help him with trouble. The friends continued to sit and can sit for a whole day. And for them, the most important thing is that the Shadow Star necklace be restored. And at that moment, the necklace began to glow, and last time nothing happened to her there during the ritual, because he did it all wrong. The necklace shone brilliantly, and Chen Shuo hoped that a miracle would happen, and they would be able to return what was lost, and all the ladies were very strong. Chen Shuo was delighted and saw that the necklace was reacting, and he could already draw conclusions that they were doing everything right, and he was shocked by them. Chen Shuo asked Qingran to add energy to him, and they had a little more time left, and then they would see the end result of their ritual with everyone. Qingran transferred her energy to Chen Shuo and thought that he should already wisely spend all the energy on the necklace, and it would work. Chen Shuo immediately felt a surge of strength in his body, and Qingran has a lot of energy in her body, and she must learn to use it after the case. Chen Shuo directed the entire flow of energy into the talisman. And now they have nothing to lose, and they made every effort to repair the thing. Chen Shuo decided that he could not ask his girlfriends for anything else, and they spent a lot of time on him and already agreed to come there. The necklace shone with renewed vigor, and strange metamorphoses began to occur with it, and Chen Shuo had not seen this phenomenon in the past with the thing. Chen Shuo saw a bright glow and asked his friends what was happening. Is there a reasonable explanation for this phenomenon, and what happened to his necklace? Huayin also asked her friends what was going on with their friend's talisman. And maybe they transferred too much energy to him for the sake of the necklace. Everything around began to sparkle, and the beast continued to spin the waves, and many girls observed such a wonderful phenomenon there for the first time. Qingran hid behind Chen Shuo and asked her friend if she really ruined everything, and it seems her energy can only destroy everything. But Chen Shuo asked Qingran to stop saying such things, and she didn't spoil anything and, on the contrary, really helped her friend there. Chen Shuo was delighted, and told Qingran that they succeeded and they can be proud of themselves because they are all masters, and he respects his friends. Chen Shuo saw that the Shadow Star necklace began to sparkle in a new way, and this is all thanks to so many efforts of his cool girlfriends. Qingran began to lose consciousness and told Chen Shuo that she was glad that everything worked out for them and that he was able to return the power of the necklace today. The Flower Spirit. Malva was alarmed and asked Qingran what was happening to her and said that she was tired and should rest a little. And after a while, Chen Shuo bowed to the girls and told them, "Thank you for their help, and he is grateful to everyone and will never forget this." The Flower Spirit. Malva told Chen Shuo that he helped her then and she helped him today and repaid the debt, and for which he thanks her now. Chen Shuo told his Qingran that she had used too much energy and he would take her home so she could rest and sleep. But Qingran told Chen Shuo that everything was fine with her and he shouldn't worry about her so much, and the most important thing was that she was able to help her friend. Qingran told Chen Shuo that this is her mother's homeland after all, and she wants to do something if none of her best friends objects. The head said that in a couple of days there will be a meat festival in the country of girls, and maybe Qingran will stay and spend time with the ladies. The Flower Spirit Malva was happy and told the head that she would definitely stay there in Qingran. She asked the head what kind of meat festival it was. The head told Qingran that this is the most important holiday in their country, and it is celebrated by all their people, and every year they look forward to this holiday. Huayan told the head that she had heard a lot about the festival of the meat-eating people and asked if she could also go with them to this festival. The head said to Huayan, "Welcome, and everyone will be glad that such a beautiful girl will soon visit them, and she will have fun until the morning." Chen Shuo thinks that in the country of girls they will definitely not encounter danger, and he can be calm about his girlfriends and they are protected. Chen Shuo told his friends that since the queen herself invites them all, they will stay in the country of girls for a couple of days, and then they can leave from there. Chen Shuo's friends were incredibly happy about Chen Shuo's words, and they all said that this was great and they would have fun from morning to night with him. And after a while, all the friends came to the country of girls, and they clearly felt the atmosphere of the holiday in this wonderful city of their friend. Chen Shuo realized that the weather outside was pleasant, and he wanted to go outside and take a walk without worries because he was tired of fighting evil spirits. Chen Shuo went out onto the balcony and looked at the streets of the country and thought that this country has a moderate life and he can get used to it right away. Chen Shuo thought that at first he was worried about Malva in his world and then about Qingran in the parallel one and could not find peace for himself anywhere. But Chen Shuo realized that his girlfriend's ability to adapt to new conditions exceeded his expectations, and they clearly surprised him, and this is a fact. In the country of girls, the street was noisy at that time, and all the people were having a wonderful time and walking, and no one wanted to sit at home on holidays. A woman was walking with her child and asked her grandmother to give her one portion of her wonderful dish, and they would appreciate its taste because today is a holiday. The seller told the girl that this is a new model of the hat and it suits her so well, and she looks gorgeous in this headdress now. The friends were walking on the street, and Malva said that there are so many people on the street, and Qingran asked her best friend to walk slower there. Flower Spirit. Malva pointed her finger at the stage and told her best friends that they should look there, and they would miss everything important. Flower Spirit. Malva asked people to let them in, and Qingran there told Huayan that they should go there, and she agreed with her. The woman on the stage asked the dear guests not to jostle and keep in line, and there would be enough space for everyone, and they would have fun with the people. The woman said that the meat-eater competition for blowing out candles will begin now, and the contestants should be ready for the tests. Qingran was intrigued to find out what kind of candle-blowing competition this was, and Malva told her friend that it sounded so interesting there. And then, the woman told all the people that this was the highlight of their program and they shouldn't be upset because they wouldn't regret coming. And then suddenly, huge candles appeared behind the woman. And the lady said that it was not in vain that they came up with this competition and that they would have so much fun. The friends froze in surprise, and Huayan realized what kind of candles they meant, and she thought that they would have standard candles. The presenter asked her colleagues to light the candles and they would start the best competition, and she would explain to the contestants what they need to do now. A sharpshooter shot at the candles and thought that people would be happy, and they definitely did not expect that they had prepared a surprise for them today. The candle began to light up, and the presenter thought that she also felt the holiday atmosphere, and they live in the best country, and this is a fact. The candle continued to burn, and the presenter told people that they did not change the rules, and they were the same as last year, and this is the same principle of their arena. The presenter told people that whoever defeated last year's champion will become the new champion, and they must make every effort. The presenter told people that a pleasant bonus awaits them, and the winner will receive not only the title of the first daredevil and the love of the entire public, but the presenter said that they would also receive a card with which they could visit their mother's sweet shop in the world for free for a week. The flower spirit. Malva was intrigued and thought that she was one of those who loved these sweets, and she should defeat everyone in the competition. The presenter told people that registration was starting and they could come up to her there and she would start registering all the people who wanted to there. Flower spirit. Malva immediately raised her hand and told the host that she would be participating today, and Qingran asked what she was doing. The presenter told the people that in just a second, they had found the first very brave participant who was determined to defeat everyone and win a prize. The presenter told the people that they would find out if this girl could become the new champion and she should defeat their current champion. The presenter told the people that now she is calling on stage the first brave lady of the country of girls who are not afraid of anything in this life. The presenter asked to greet the fatal rose of all Western lands with a standing ovation, and she is sure that they were so looking forward to seeing her now. The presenter introduced everyone to a very strong lady, Su Mengzhou, and she did not give anyone a chance to win, and today she must defend their title. The presenter asked the new participant to enter the arena, and Su Mengzhou was waiting for her opponent at that time and thought that she would break the lady. The flower spirit. Malva told her friends that she would win and no one could take away her sweets, and Jean asked them to be careful. The presenter told the people that here is their participant and she wants to take risks for the sake of a prize, and she likes brave participants and they will always win. The presenter asked the brave participant what her name was, and she should introduce herself to the public there so that people knew the name of their future hero. The flower spirit. Malva stood boldly on the stage and thought that no one would scare her, and she even fought the steel wolf in their forest. The flower spirit looked straight into Su Mengzhou's eyes and told the host that her name was Malva, and she was glad to meet everyone, and they were wonderful. Su Mengzhou told Malva that she would not give in to her and her sister should be very careful not to get injured in their fight. But the flower spirit Malva told Su Mengzhou that she had better take care of herself. Otherwise, she might disgrace herself after their tournament. The presenter asked the audience whether Malva could beat the champion, and they hoped that she would at least give equal resistance and competition to her. The presenter told the audience that there was another interesting question, and whether the fatal Rose Su Mengzhou could retain her title in the tournament. The presenter raised her finger up and thought that both participants should be ready and they would soon start the tournament and no one would wait for both. The presenter told people that she was already announcing the 78th candle blowing games open, and they would start the game, and that's cool. Su Mengzhou looked straight at Malva and thought that it was in vain that this girl agreed to fight with her, because all the other participants suffered. And after a while, Su Mengzhou and Malva approached the candle and thought that now nothing was stopping them, and they could start the competition there now. The fatal Rose Su Mengzhou asked Malva if she would start first, but she refused her friend's offer and said that she would wait for her. Su Mengzhou told Malva that then she would not stand on ceremony, and she was sorry that she would absolutely not be able to defeat her and would be disgraced. Su Mengzhou was 100% ready and thought that the title would definitely not go anywhere, and she would defend it for more than 1 year and would not give it to everyone. Su Mengzhou sat down and thought that Malva doesn't seem to know what she will do because last year she was not in the country and she remembers. Flower spirit. Malva heard how people were delighted with Lady Su Mengzhou and said that she uses the same technique, and it is a shock. The girl said that for the sake of this competition, Su Mengzhou even quickly learned a special technique, and now she will become invincible there. A friend said that due to the huge expenditure of energy, Su Mengzhou did not use this technique for 4 years, and today they will be able to recognize her. The friend agreed with all the ladies and said that she would be able to see this reception again, and the fatal rose of Su Mengzhou would definitely defeat her. People said that rumors say that Su Mengzhou disperses the air in his mouth with his tongue movements and sets the direction of the air with his hands now. People know that when her tongue accelerates to its maximum, you can already start using the turbo jet speed technique in the tournament. And after that, Su Mengzhou used the gentle hurricane technique, and she was sure that it was not in vain that she had saved up energy for so many years and it would help. Su Mengzhou continued to blow out the candle and thought that the sympathy of their public would also be on her side because she wins very beautifully. People said that this is incredible and Su Mengzhou is so fast, and this is the strength, and is this really the legendary power of Su Mengzhou now? And a minute later, the presenter told the lovely ladies that Su Mengzhou blew out 7 candles there, And this is an incredible result, and she is already amazed. The presenter said that Su Mengzhou broke her record and asked if Malva had a chance to overtake the fatal rose, and she doubted her success. Su Mengzhou told Malva that now it was her turn and asked the very fragile girl to be careful and she should suffer there. But Malva thought that this was not a problem, and Su Mengzhou already had some strength and talent, but she was not too surprised by the result. Malva began to walk towards the candle and told Su Mengzhou that she should already admit that for a person, this is a very good result and everything is super good. But the flower spirit. Malva continued to smile and told the fatal rose Su Mengzhou that now it was her turn and she should watch there. The flower spirit. Malva stood firmly on her feet and thought that during all this time she had learned one lesson, and one should not judge all the strength by appearance. The flower spirit. Malva thought that she would try to surprise all the people who came to watch them, and they would not be angry. Su Mengzhou thought that she knew that Malva did not pose any threat to her, and she did not have to worry about her strength, and that was a fact. King Ren and Hua Yin shouted loudly and told Malva that they wish her good luck and she should show everyone the masterclass there. Flower spirit. Malva took air into her lungs and thought that people don't know what a flower spirit can be capable of. And at that same second, the flower spirit Malva blew with all her might and was sure that she would extinguish no less candles than her opponent now. And such a powerful wave from Malva's action was even noticed by Chen shuo, who was standing at a decent distance from the balcony, and it's so powerful, all the spectators and the presenter froze in place with their mouths open and said that Malva managed to blow out 10 candles and how quickly she did it. The fatal rose Su Mengzhou also froze in place and was speechless and did not believe that Malva managed to overtake her, and how this was all possible. Su Mengzhou realized that Malva blew out all 10 candles and set a new record, and she managed to hit even her, and she is a cool girl. The presenter screamed in surprise and said that Malva blew out 10 candles on the first try, and she had never seen such an upset there. Su Mengzhou asked Malva who she was and how she was able to quickly blow out all the candles because she was thin and the lady clearly lacked raw power. The flower spirit told the fatal rose Su Mengzhou that she was Malva and promised her that she would show a masterclass and kept her promise. Chen shuo continued to stand on the balcony and asked the head what happened there, and he saw a surge of energy, and it was very powerful. The head told Chen shuo that nothing terrible happened there, and Malva was having fun with her friends and having a great time there. The head told Chen shuo that their girlfriends attended their candle-blowing competition today and seemed to perform well. The head asked Chen shuo to invite all her friends to join them, and the celebration ceremony will begin very soon and they should not miss it. The head told Chen shuo that she would prepare the outfit for now, and Chen shuo agreed with his head and said that he would soon call everyone there. And at night, all the residents gathered near the palace and thought that today they were having an unforgettable holiday, and the head tried very hard. The girls blew into a huge horn, and this is also part of their culture and all their traditions, and they never forget about their ancestors and relatives. All the people gathered in the square near the palace and thought that this is not the end, and the show continues and they like everything and it's so cool. The woman said, "Welcome to Her Majesty," and they were all waiting for her to appear. And without her, the holiday takes place in the wrong atmosphere. All the women warriors paid tribute to the queen, and they are ready to do anything for her because they know that she can support everyone. And then the queen appeared in front of the people in a beautiful outfit, and people were delighted and wished her happiness and prosperity, and she's cool. All the women were glad that the head personally visited the holiday, and she does not rest for a single day and always wants to develop their country and everywhere. King Ran was filming the chapter on Chen shuo's phone and thought how beautiful their friend was, and she picked out an incredible outfit for herself. The head said that the holiday of meat eating has come, and according to all ancient traditions, on this day they do not eat meat, and they thank the spirits of nature. The head told all residents that on this day, she also wants to personally thank the person who made a huge contribution to their country of girls. The head told the people that this man was helping them restore their dry lake of mother and child, and he did not complain or ask for anything. Chen shuo was climbing the stairs, and the head said that he risked his life to obtain a mountain flower and defeated so many dangerous monsters. The leader told the people that the person they were grateful to was Chen shuo's friend, and he thought that Qing Ran should take a better photo of him. Chen shuo knelt down and wished prosperity to the head, and said that she was leading the country well, and everyone was happy with her, and she was happy. The head told Chen shuo that she wants to enjoy their holiday feast with him if he doesn't mind because he deserves it all. Chen Shuo listened to the words of the head and told her thanks for the fact that she does not forget about the help of friends and he is ready to do anything for the sake of his best friend. And then the head told Chen Shuo that she would give him another reward and she knows that he is interested in such things and will be delighted with them. The head told Chen Shuo that these are the best ingredients of their country and she wants to give him this set so that he will never forget his friends. Chen Shuo was shocked and thought that he had read about these incredible ingredients in novels and always wanted to try everything. The system told Chen Shuo that when eaten, earthly pearls improve health and add years of cultivation, and she's not lying. Chen Shuo was curious and asked the system what would happen if he ate everything at once and could he then become immortal from this. The system asked the owner Chen Shuo why he wanted to eat everything there at once, and it was strange, and why he decided that he would become immortal. The head told Chen Shuo that he should accept these gifts, and they would definitely be useful for his cultivation, and his friend would be able to achieve success. Chen Shuo told the head, "Thank you for everything," and he needed wonderful ingredients, and he had not trained his cultivation for a long time, and this is a problem. The head hit the ground with her staff and thought that everything was going according to plan, and she was glad that no one was complaining about anything, and they did everything perfectly. The head told dear people that she was announcing the beginning of the celebration ceremony and wished everyone happiness, and may everyone be friends there. People started setting off fireworks, and Qingran and all her friends were immersed in the celebration, along with the people of the country of girls, and it's cool. Chen Shuo was also happy and thought that everything was going according to plan and people were having fun, and what else was needed for complete happiness, and he was also happy. And then the flower spirit Malva noticed a familiar person and decided that she should say a few nice words to her and cheer her up quickly. The flower spirit. Malva told Qingran that she would go there and be back in an instant, and she asked her friend to be careful with her affairs. And while the country of virgins plunged into an atmosphere of fun, and no one wanted to be sad or think about problems, and everyone just wanted to have fun until the morning, a crisis of incredible proportions began to slowly approach, and none of the inhabitants of the country of girls suspected it at the time. The guy told his friend that how fun it is now in the country of girls, and they think that they have settled all the external problems of the country and are relaxing there. The guys were standing near the forest, and he asked a friend if they could start acting with him, and it looks like now is a great moment to start them. At the same time, in the orphanage, the fatal Rose Su Mengzhou delighted all the children there and gave them gifts, and Malva watched from the sidelines. The boy asked his father why he obeys the orders of the heavenly palace, and they are definitely very far from this palace of theirs. The father listened to his son's words and said that they are doing this because they are dragons and are forced to obey him, and these are their rules. The boy listened with interest to his father's words and thought that it looked like his father was right, and he somehow didn't think about it and did something stupid, and that's a fact. The father told his son that this is the only reason they still exist, and he too would like to fix it, but he can't do anything, and this is their decision. The guy grew up significantly and remembered how he asked his father why they should obey the heavenly palace, and it infuriates. The guy told the crown prince that they could start and he was just waiting for him to give the order if his friend thought the time was right. But the crown prince was very angry and told the guy that if he called him that again, he would kill him and there was no need to play with fate. The guy told the prince that he was just joking and it was already dark and he was already sure that the guard's vigilance had been lowered, and this was the perfect moment. But at that very second, the guy jumped down from the tree and he no longer wants to listen to the guy's words, and he himself will show him how to act. The guy thought that the prince infuriates him, and he is always angry with him when he calls him the crown prince, but it's the truth and he's not lying. At this time, the guards of the girls' city stood at the southern gate and they had dinner there and were in a great mood because nothing threatened them. The gate guard girl told her friend that she really wanted to eat meat, and it would give them more energy and strength than grass and a lot of calories. A friend told the girl that she had to wait just one day and tomorrow she would eat as much meat as she wanted and no one would stop her. And then a colleague approached them and asked the gate guards who was there, and she clearly saw a man approaching towards the city. The guy said good evening to his ladies and said that he had recently lost something in their city and came to get it back today. The guy asked the lovely ladies if he could go into the city and he would immediately take his thing and leave from there and would not disturb anyone there anymore. But the gate guards were against this and told the guy that they were now closed for the holiday and he couldn't come in and he had to leave. The guy told the ladies that he was very sorry and he wanted to enter their city on good terms, but they did not allow him to do this and he was already angry. The ladies asked the guy to move to a safe distance and then nothing would happen to him. Otherwise, they would be forced to attack him for it. The guy told the gate guards that there was something behind her and she definitely had to look there for her safety, and he wanted to help her. But the lady was angry with the guy and said that she was definitely giving the last warning and would now be forced to punish him for his impudence. But the friend looked back and was horrified and told the commander that she should also look at it, and she had never seen anything like it. The commander turned around and couldn't understand why all her soldiers were so nervous because they could easily punish this guy for his deeds. But the commander noticed a black figure behind her and realized that she could not do anything to him, and what kind of creature it was, and they were in danger. The guy opened the door and thought that the ladies should have believed him, and then he would not have treated them this way and would have dealt with them differently. The guy began to enter the city of girls and thought that the gate guard had no sense of humor at all, and all the soldiers were quickly susceptible. At this time, all the friends went into the palace of the head and had a great time together and thought that today nothing threatened them in the country. There was a cheerful atmosphere in the palace, and the head thought that people were still dancing, and where did they get so much energy from? Qingran told Huayin's friends in the head that when the ladies in the world go out, they always take a fashionable handbag with them on the road. The head told Qingran that she also wants it, and Huayin also wants a handbag for herself, because in it, you can store all the things the girls need. Chen Shuo was filming at this time and telling the audience that this was all happening for real and he was conveying it live to them now. The girl danced and was perplexed, and Chen Shuo told people in the messenger that this was the dance of an innocent girl and let them like it. And then a girl approached the head and said that the first Empress wanted to see her and Dr. Chen Shuo and said that this was very important. The head asked the girl to take good care of the guests and she would go to her together with Chen Shuo and find out what was the matter and why she was calling them. The head told all the people that she was very pleased with their ceremony today and declared the holiday over, and all the ladies were tired. All the girls said glory and honor to their queen, and she made a great holiday for them, and they haven't had so much fun for a long time and love her. The head told Chen Shuo that they should go with him to the same place and she will explain everything to him along the way, and he will understand that this is all very important. The girl told the guests that she asks them to follow her and she will show them the exit, and she is glad that they all took the time to visit the palace. Chen Shuo stopped filming and wondered why the head was calling him, and it looked like something had happened, and he had to help his friends. Chen Shuo approached the head and asked what happened, and he wants to immediately find out all the information to understand how he can help his friend. But the head told Chen Shuo that she would change clothes and they would go with him to the first Empress, and she wants to tell them something, and this is so important. Chen Shuo was surprised and wondered if they would go with the head to the first Empress, whose existence he didn't even know yet. Chen Shuo stood in the palace, and he didn't even know that the queen had a mother, and the book didn't write about how the throne is passed on in the land of maidens. Chen Shuo wondered if this world is not like what is written about it in the book, and this cannot be, and he cannot believe in such events. And then the head told her protector that she and Dr. Chen Shuo would move on, and she should stay there and protect the other ladies. The head asked Chen Shuo to follow her, and then they would quickly settle all their affairs and he could return to the room and take a break from their affairs. Chen Shuo. And the head continued to walk through the palace, and she asked the guy if he wanted to ask her anything, and maybe he wasn't interested in it. Chen Shuo told the head that he wanted to ask her about the first lady in the palace, and he had no idea that the head had a mother and where she was then. The head told Chen Shuo that she is the only daughter and she has a mother, and she loves her very much and will always protect her until the end of her days. The head said that upon reaching adulthood, the inhabitants of the country of girls accept the gift of the lake to mother and child, and this is their necessary ritual. The head said that thanks to him, their country has a high life expectancy, especially among the rulers, and that's why her mother is still alive. Chen Shuo asked the head if this really means that she is also old and her age is not what he thought and she has already aged like a lady. The head was furious and asked Chen Shuo how old he thought she was, and Chen Shuo said that she always looked like she was 18. And after a couple of minutes, the head told Chen Shuo that they had come to the place she told him about and he could see everything with his own eyes. Chen Shuo was amazed and told the head that he did not know that there was such a building in the palace, and this room of theirs was very different from the others. The head told Chen Shuo that the Empress had settled there after abdicating her throne, and she did not want to disturb others in the palace. The head told Chen Shuo that this door can only be opened with the help of her spiritual power, and the Empress herself decides when to open the door. And at that very second, the door began to open, and this means that the lady was waiting for them, and she wanted to tell them one important information so that they knew. The head told Chen Shuo that she had not seen the Empress in the palace for a very long time, and she rarely calls her to her place and does not want to disturb her. The head told Chen Shuo that they should go quickly, and he immediately agreed with her and thought that he was interested in knowing the head's mother. The evil guy at that time was secretly watching Chen Shuo and the head, and he realized that he would soon be able to find out all the secrets and he would not let everyone go. Chen Shuo asked the head what the Empress eats, and the head told him that her mother is starving and she doesn't eat anything, and this is her decision. The head told Chen Shuo that besides her, he was the first outsider whom her mother called to her, and therefore it seems that she found out about something. Chen Shuo was shocked, and the head told his friend that, more precisely, he was the first male person to enter there, and only girls went there. And then, the head stopped walking and realized that they had come to the right place and now they could discuss all matters with her mother and find out what she wants. Chen Shuo saw a huge building and asked the head if this was an underground palace, and it was very spacious and beautiful, and this is a fact. The head told Chen Shuo that they are there, and now she will find out why her mother called him, and what is special about him and why he is so cool. Chen Shuo asked the head what kind of water this was, and she said that this was the same source of mother and child that she had told him about recently. The head told Chen Shuo that this source was protected by rulers at all times, and this will continue and she doesn't know how long. And then Chen Shuo and the head stood near the door, and the head said that mom is inside this building and they should ask permission to go there. And at that moment, the head fell to her knees and thought that her mother was a very wise woman and she could give the best advice and help with matters. The head said that it was an honor for her to see her mother, and she came at her call and brought Chen Shuo with her because her mother asked her about it. Chen Shuo also fell to his knees and said that it was an honor for him to see the Empress, and he had heard a lot about her and did not know that he would see the lady. And then the door slowly began to open, and Chen Shuo thought that he was not yet ready to meet the head's mother and how she would behave there. The door swung open, and Chen Shuo immediately began to feel a draft and an unpleasant cold from this room, and thought that he was a little afraid. Chen Shuo was surprised and thought that this was darkness, and how could the head's mother already live in a place where there were no amenities, and he couldn't understand it. The head told Chen Shuo that they should go with him, and her mother opened the door for them and allowed them to enter. And this is good, and they are so lucky. Chen Shuo asked the head to wait for him and said that he was catching up with her and she was simply moving too fast. And where did she get so much power from? Chen Shuo told the head that he wanted to find out more information about this palace because she had never told him about it, and he would ask. Chen Shuo asked his best friend what kind of statues these were, and the head said that these were past rulers and these statues were erected in their honor. The head told Chen Shuo that this is not only a sacred palace but also something else, and he will know about everything if he listens to her words there. And then the head told Chen Shuo that this was also a tomb. And Chen Shuo immediately asked his best friend why this bird was in the center. Chen Shuo carefully studied the bird statue and thought that this country seemed to be connected with it. And it was not for nothing that they put the bird statue with them. The head told Chen Shuo that this is not a bird, but a deity protecting their country of girls and the Xiliang mainland, and they believed that he already existed. And then, suddenly the head's mother told Chen Shuo that the legends tell them that this deity is the reincarnated first ruler of their country. Chen Shuo was very surprised and wondered if this woman was exactly the one he was thinking about, and he imagined his mother's head differently. There was a sweet old woman standing in front of Chen Shuo, and Chen Shuo realized that it looks like this is the first Empress, and he is honored to stand in front of her now. The guy immediately fell to the ground and bowed to the head's mother, and said that insignificant Chen Shuo was glad to see her, and she was just a miracle. The head's mother asked Dr. Chen Shuo to get up quickly, and there is no need to behave like that with her, and she is the same creature as her friend. The head's mother told Chen Shuo, "Thank you for your help," and thanks to him their country overcame the crisis, and he helped many people, and this is important. Chen Shuo listened to the words of the head's mother and said that she should not say thank you to him because he did what he considered necessary then. The head told her mother that she was glad to meet her, and the Empress immediately told her beloved daughter that they had not seen each other for a long time and she missed her so much. The head asked why her mother called her there, and she wants to know the whole reason because they won't wait and will immediately act there. And then mom began to condemn the head and said that she asked her not to let her hair down and what a mess she had on her head, and it was terrible. The head was indignant and told her mother that the doctor was looking at them, and Chen Shuo also didn't want to wait, and he didn't know why she called him. Chen Shuo thought that all mothers are the same and they love their children more than anything in the world, and began to film it all on video as a keepsake. But the head looked angrily at Chen Shuo and he immediately hid the phone, and her mother continued to say that she had skinny arms and did not eat. But the mother told her daughter that the main thing is that she is alive and well, and other problems can be easily solved at any time if the lady wishes. The head listened to Mom's words, and she said that she invited them both to tell them something important, and they should listen to her there. But the first Empress wanted to say that there was no place for such conversations and asked them to follow her, and she would lead them along. And then, the head's mother took the guests to a secret floor of the palace and said that they could go there, and Chen Shuo said that everything in the room is books. The head's mother told Chen Shuo that she likes to retire and read books because this way she can escape from other thoughts and it helps her. Chen Shuo told the head's mother that it seems like it takes forever to read so many books and how many books she managed to read. The head's mother said that after abdicating the throne, she began to guard the palace and she does not interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. The head told his mother that when the ruler's child reaches age, the ruler is obliged to resign from the throne, and this is written in the rules of their world. The head's mother said that she remembers how, at the age of 4, she always tried to open the door to the divine palace without her noticing. Mom told her daughter that later she knocked out several of her teeth by falling down the stairs, and she was so worried about her daughter at that moment. Chen Shuo thought that the cold-blooded queen was such a mischief maker in childhood, and if it weren't for her mother, he would never have known about it. Mom told her daughter that she often ran away from the palace to play outside, and every day she saw the guards looking for her and she liked it. The head asked her mother to stop talking about it, and the woman said that she was young then and the years have not been kind to her, and she knows it all. The head invited the mother to talk about serious things and said that then she would come to her more often and they would talk about different things with her. Chen Shuo looked at them, and the mother told her daughter that she just hadn't chatted with anyone for a long time, and she agreed to talk about something serious with the head. And then, the head's mother turned to Dr. Chen Shuo, and he told the lady that he was there and listened to her and she could ask anything. The head's mother told Chen Shuo that he was not from their world, and she immediately understood this because he behaves differently, and this is noticeable to the lady. And then the head's mother told Chen Shuo that he was not from their era, and he didn't have to hide it because she was able to understand it. And it's not a secret. Mom told her daughter that she doesn't understand why a person came from another world and helps their country so much, and she knows the answer to this. The head's mother said that there is only one reason for this, and she can clearly explain to him if he does not want to talk about the plans himself. And then suddenly the head's mother told Chen Shuo that he wanted to rob them and therefore decided to gain the trust of her daughter, and she understood his plan. The head's mother began to strangle Chen Shuo with her magic and thought that she would still force him to tell the truth and would not hide his plans from her. The head's mother asked Chen Shuo and told him to quickly answer her question and why he became close to her daughter, and she knows that he is a liar. The head's mother told Chen Shuo that if he doesn't tell her the truth, she won't let him go and will punish him for a long time and no one will find him there. The head was shocked by her mother's behavior and asked her to stop strangling him there, and Dr. Chen Shuo saved her life and everyone in the palace knows this. The head asked her mother to weaken the power of magic and said that otherwise her friend Chen Shuo would die and she was too strong and he would not be able to cope with her. The head told Mom that she swears on her life that Chen Shuo is a good person and he didn't want to steal anything, and Mom was so wrong. Mom told her daughter that if Chen Shuo's goal is the treasure of their country, then everything in Xiliang will come to an end and they will not be able to fix anything about it. Chen Shuo thought that he had no idea about this treasure and he didn't want to come there and how to say that the system threw him there. Chen Shuo thought that the head's mother was a grandmother who had gone crazy, and he realized that in any case, he was finished and she would not let him go. And this is a fact. And then Chen Shuo told the head's mother that Xiliang was in trouble and he came there to save him, and he did not have any selfish goals or plans. And then the head's mother stopped strangling Chen Shuo with her magic and realized that his words were convincing and she could believe him now. Chen Shuo could not understand what was happening and why his grandmother decided that he was a thief and a swindler who only thinks about stealing treasures. The head asked Chen Shuo if he was okay, and he asked his friend not to worry and said that he felt great and he was not lying to her. The head's mother used the thread of truth and wondered if Chen Shuo was telling the truth, and could it be that even in such a situation he could deceive everyone? Chen Shuo thought that now he was just talking nonsense to survive, and he had a bad feeling, and the head's mother might punish him for this. And then, suddenly, a system appeared in front of Chen Shuo. A man gave him a secret task and he must save Xiliang, and Chen Shuo could not understand the system. Chen Shuo thought, why the system decided to give him a hidden task right now, and why he must save Xiliang, and this is clearly not easy. And then, the system informed Chen Shuo that the difficulty of Task C, and Chen Shuo was completely shocked and thought that this was one of the most difficult. The head's mother decided to turn to Chen Shuo and thought that she was obliged to ask for forgiveness from the guy and knew that he was hurt. The head's mother asked Chen Shuo for forgiveness and said that she was forced to do this and he should not hold a grudge against her now. Chen Shuo told the head's mother that he understood that she was worried about the state and thought that the head's mother was as insidious as her daughter. The head's mother told Chen Shuo that the threads of truth hurt those who lie to her, but this did not happen, and this means that he is the man from the prophecy. Chen Shuo froze in surprise and asked the head's mother what kind of prophecy they had, and it seems he had never heard of this prophecy. But suddenly, the head also told my mother that she too had never heard about this in her life and what kind of prophecy it was, and let her tell. Chen Shuo thought that this was even scarier, and he was afraid to hear all this information and it could terrify him, and he was not ready for it there. The head's mother said that Dr. Chen Shuo probably doesn't know how the country of girls was already founded, and she will tell him about everything now. The head's mother said that in ancient times, the goddess Nuiva was repairing the firmament while soul stones began to fall from above nearby. Grandmother told Chen Shuo that one of the stones was then filled with feminine yin energy, and it fell into the settlement of one tribe then. The stone formed a crater and then a pond of souls. The people of that Kyle tribe drank that water. After that, they began to have girls. People began to consider this pond a miracle of God, and the girls were very beautiful, and they were lucky that a stone fell from the sky on their territory. But the power of this stone attracted monsters hunting for spiritual power, and they continued to go there and immediately attack all the inhabitants. And this tribe was constantly attacked by various evil spirits, desecrating the souls of the inhabitants there, and everyone wanted to get the treasure of that tribe. But one day, the soul stone attracted the attention of the spirit bird Bifan, and she drove away all the evil spirits, but did not take the soul stone from the tribe. The spirit bird Bifan sealed the king of evil spirits, but because of this, she immediately lost all her power, and she turned into a human and lived with the tribe. And together with that tribe, she founded the country of girls in which they are now. And he had to hear this story from her, Chen Shuo. And the head realized that this country has such secrets, and now it's clear why she treated the guy so cruelly. The head asked her mother what kind of prophecy, and she never knew about it, and she should tell her important information now. Mom told her daughter that it all started with the evil king who was locked up like that, and he accumulated anger all the time and wanted to take revenge on everyone at once. The head's mother said that the evil king was locked inside the seal, but was not killed. And this was the main mistake of the hero, and he did not foresee all this. Mom said that the king of evil spirits began to regain his strength, and Bifan began to lose her strength with age, and she was no longer so powerful. And before her death, Bifan left a prophecy for her descendants, and if this king of evil spirits is resurrected, only a warrior will be able to defeat him in battle. The descendants listened to Bifan's words, and she said that the warrior would be from another world and he would help them defeat the king of evil spirits. And he was strong. The following rulers not only guarded the Silians, but also expected that this warrior from another world would appear and help them defeat their enemy. Chen Shuo was at a loss and asked the head's mother why the king of evil spirits should steal the soul stone and why he always wants to do this. The head's mother said that she doesn't know, but the Yin Soul Stone is the treasure of the goddess Nuwa that can change the lives of thousands of beings. Mom said that having got it, the king of evil spirits will destroy not only the entire land of Silian, but also all its inhabitants. And this is where his idea lies. The head's mother told Chen Shuo that she thinks that it is because of this that the evil king is looking for the Yin Soul Stone and he wants to crush everyone there. But Chen Shuo told his grandmother that the king of evil spirits had not yet appeared, and he did not understand why he was the person from the prophecy. And this is strange. Grandmother asked Dr. Chen Shuo maybe he forgot why the mother and child lake dried up, and the servants of the king of evil spirits were looking for the stone. The grandmother said that the head of the scorpions also serves only the king of evil spirits, and if her daughter had not saved him, he would not have escaped from the monster. Chen Shuo. And the head listened to her words, and the grandmother said that perhaps the king of evil spirits had been watching him for a long time and soon he would appear on his own. The head's mother told Chen Shuo that she believes that his appearance in the country of girls is not a coincidence at all, and he will be able to save his loved ones. Chen Shuo asked his grandmother if she really wanted to say that the king of evil spirits was already free, and she said that the aura around Xiliang was darkening. The Empress began to look for ancient scrolls and told Chen Shuo that she sensed the approach of evil and therefore wanted to warn everyone. Grandmother said that this had not happened for thousands of years, and this can only mean that the king of evil spirits has returned and will soon strike there. Chen Shuo realized that all these events are different from those in the book, and maybe he changed the whole plot and he should move on. Mom asked her daughter to come up to her and said that she had to explain something to her, and only she could understand her own mother there now. The mother showed her daughter how her hand was glowing and said that this was her spiritual strength and she wanted to show her what she was capable of now with the attitude. Mom told her daughter that this spiritual power will help her discover all her hidden abilities, and she hopes that her daughter will help her mother. Mom told the head that she is no longer so young, and Celian's life is now only in her hands, and she must protect all the inhabitants of the country from evil. The head wanted to argue with her mother because she is still very energetic and can easily deal with many of the villain's servants in a battle with them. The grandmother told Dr. Chen Shuo that the life of her daughter and all the people from their country of Shiliang depended on him, and he must take it seriously. Chen Shuo asked his grandmother not to worry and said that he guarantees her that he will definitely save this world, and thought that he told her. The head's mother told Dr. Chen Shuo that she thanks him for all the help, and he is a true friend, and they so need such people in the battle against evil. The grandmother told her family and friends that she had already conveyed the most important thing to them, and now they can return and strengthen the country's defense. Chen Shuo bowed and said, "Glory to the Empress," and he will not forget how she believes him and promises that she will try to defeat evil in an epic battle. The head also saluted and respected her mother, and thought that if she had been a little younger, she would not have even noticed the evil and would have protected them. The head's mother told Chen Shuo that she is already an old woman, so she asked the children not to honor her like that anymore, and she is suffering more and more every day. Chen Shuo and the head began to leave this place and thought that her mother had helped them a lot, and now they know what enemy is waiting for them. The friends closed the door and thought that now they would not disturb her mother, and she was truly an old woman and could no longer help. Finally, the head told her mother that she could contact her for any reason, and they would see her more often and she would visit. Mom told her daughter that she wants her ancestors to protect them, and they will soon face absolute evil and must fight back in battle. The grandmother said that she wishes Celian prosperity, and now all hope is on them, and she will pray that they do not suffer after the battles. The first Empress sat on the floor and thought that so many events had happened during these days, and Chen Shuo's arrival there contributed to this. The head's mother thought that she never expected that the king of evil spirits would advance the prophecy these days, and Chen Shuo appeared on time in their world. Grandmother could not even think that the prophecy would come true in her lifetime, and she would be able to see all the events with her own eyes, and this is incredible. Grandmother thought that she believed that the gods would save Celian and all their peaceful people, and they would not suffer after a collision with evil. The first Empress realized that age had not spared her, and she was no longer as strong and invulnerable as in her youth, and old age awaits everyone. The head's mother thought that she was ready, that she would soon go to heaven and all her relatives should be happy, and she lived a long life. The head's mother told her ancestors that soon she would be able to see them, and they should wait for her there, and she missed them and wants to meet them soon. The head's mother thought that it was a pity she couldn't regain 50 years of her life and help her people get rid of evil at the beginning. Chen Shuo and the head at that time began to leave this place and were confident in their abilities, and she gave them the necessary motivation. Chen Shuo asked the system if they were really in the world of this book, Journey to the West, and why there was such a difference in events. But the system listened to Chen Shuo and asked the owner to guess everything himself, and it would not help him, and this is a matter of principle. And at that moment, the head stopped walking and wanted to tell Chen Shuo something, and he should help her, and he will always find the right solution to everything. The head asked Chen Shuo to listen to her, and she wants to ask him about their whole business and what he thinks about it, and this is very important to her. Chen Shuo was surprised and asked the head maybe something had happened and she should immediately tell him about it, and they would take action with her. But the head was furious and told Chen Shuo that if he tells anyone about what happened today, she will kill him, and she is not joking. Chen Shuo told the head that he understood her and would not talk about this to anyone, and he initially did not want to report this incident to anyone. Chen Shuo smiled, and he didn't think that the head could be so sweet, and she was a completely different person next to her mother, and he understood her nature. The queen thought that being the ruler of her country, she should control her emotions in any situation and not show them to everyone. The head took off the elastic bands with which her mother did her hair and realized that she was a miracle and she would never be able to find the same person. The head realized that she should communicate more often with her mother while she is alive, because their time passes quickly and she may not have time to hug her mother. The head told Chen Shuo that he is the only one with whom she can have a heart-to-heart conversation, and he understands her like no one else, and she appreciates the care. The head told Chen Shuo thank you for what he did for Xiliang, and no one but him helped her complete so many tasks, and she will not forget. Chen Shuo thought that the head is the best, and next to her, he feels like a child, and she can always calm him down in any situation. At this time in Qingran's room, the friends were sitting together and having fun, and realized that fate had brought them together, and now they were friends. Qingran told Hua Yin that she remembers how Chen Shuo scared the school principal and he was furious with the students' action and wanted to punish. Qingran told Hua Yin that the director thought that she and Chen Shuo were from the same family there, and she had never seen his face so scared. Hua Yin told Qingran that she couldn't believe that this happened to them, and it was very interesting and she was learning new details. And then Qingran thought that she had not heard the voice she knew for so long, and it was strange because she was used to it and it was true. Qingran asked Hua Yin where their friend Malva is, and she hasn't been returning to them for a long time, and so she begins to worry about the lady. Hua Yin suggested that Qingran look for Malva, and she was guarding the spiritual pond and therefore she cannot sense the human aura there. But after Hua Yin locked the three-headed snake, her strength began to disappear, and she did not fully restore them, and is not so strong yet. Hua Yin asked Qingran if she could use some of her powers, and she asked if this would be enough, and Hua Yin said that this would be enough for her. Qingran transferred part of her energy to Hua Yin and said that she wanted to find out from her how she would use this power, and this is so important. Hua Yin told Qingran that she felt that Malva was very close to them in the western side of the city, and she felt it. Hua Yin told Qingran that she will follow her and will soon bring Malva there, and she should not worry about her and it is not worth it. Qingran asked Hua Yin how she would get to Malva and did she have wings, but Yin told her friend that she could not fly. However, Hua Yin told Qingran that in any situation you can find a solution everywhere, and therefore she asked her friend not to waste her nerves. And at that very second, suddenly Hua Yin conjured and created a monster and said that this animal can fly and he can find their friend there. Qingran was delighted and said how soft and fluffy he is, and maybe this is her pet, and how did she conjure him there so quickly? Hua Yin told her best friend Qingran that this is her spiritual beast and his name is Dudu, and he is very happy to meet her friend. And it's true. Hua Yin asked Dudu if he could take her to Malva, and he made it clear to her that he was ready to do anything for his friend, and they would find their friend together. Qingran asked Hua Yin if Dudu really changes form, and this is fantastic, and she is lucky that she has such a useful spiritual beast, Dudu. Qingran told Hua Yin that she needed to fly with her, but she asked her friend not to bother herself and she would return soon with the funny Malva. Hua Yin flew on her spiritual animal Dudu and asked Qingran to rest already, and she should gain strength and energy to play with them. Qingran listened to Hua Yin's words and asked her to be careful, and then they would play different games with them, and she would wait for them all. At this time, the flower spirit Malva continued to sit in the orphanage with Su Mengzhou, and she explained her entire biography to her friend. Su Mengzhou told Malva that she did not think that she was not a person but a spirit, and that is why she was so strong and was able to defeat her in the competition. Malva listened to Su Mengzhou's words and said that she is the strongest and also the most powerful of all the people she has seen, and she is a champion. Su Mengzhou told Malva that she feels that she is not an evil spirit at all, but on the contrary, she is kind and thinks about the feelings of other people, and she is a miracle. The flower spirit. Malva told Su Mengzhou that she is so strong, and why does she still live there and she can move somewhere else? Su Mengzhou told Malva that she made a promise and therefore she cannot leave this place, and she will tell her all the information about it. Su Mengzhou told Malva that she served in the border troops and maintained the security of the Xiliang borders, and she fought there. Su Mengzhou said that her colleagues began to die in battles one after another, and she was left alone, and she did not want to put up with this fact now. And they agreed that if one of them remained alive, she would protect the children of her colleagues, and after that she got a job in an orphanage. Su Mengzhou said that children who have grown up already have a chance to get a job themselves and help the orphanage, and they help them. Su Mengzhou said that looking at these children, she remembers her temporary service and thinks that without her, they will be in trouble and she will protect them all. But Su Mengzhou understands that her comrades can no longer be returned, and no matter how much she wants it, she has come to terms with it, and now she misses them. Su Mengzhou said that this is why she must raise all their children, otherwise she will not be able to look into the eyes of all her friends in the next world. The flower spirit. Malva told Su Mengzhou that now she understood what was going on, and she spoke well, and now it won't be so hard for her. Malva asked Su Mengzhou that after a long service in the army, isn't she bored of living an ordinary human life because she fought with enemies? Su Mengzhou told Malva that sometimes she misses serving in the army, but for her, the most important thing is the children, and she will protect them from all enemies. And then, the flower spirit Malva noticed that something flashed next to her, and she could not understand what it was, and maybe the window was open. The flower spirit Malva thought, "Is it really sand?" And she doesn't know where the sand came from because there is no beach anywhere nearby, and there is not even a lake either. Malva asked Su Mengzhou if there are sand winds in Xiliang, and this is the first time she has seen such a phenomenon in this country, and it surprises her now. Su Mengzhou told Malva that after the whole country was planted with different trees, the sand winds no longer appeared, and it was so strange. And at that moment, suddenly Malva handed Yama Manzhou something, and she told her friend that she had to take it, otherwise she would be offended. Malva told Su Mengzhou that she had to go, otherwise her friends would definitely start worrying about her because they had been sitting with her for a long time and it was all true. But Su Mengzhou asked Malva to stand, and she must listen to her words, and this is very important. Otherwise, she herself will be offended by her for her action. Su Mengzhou told Malva that she lost the competition and the prize should be hers, especially since she loves sweets and she insists on it now. But the flower spirit Malva told Su Mengzhou that this is not for her but for the children, and they can eat treats because all children love sweets. Su Mengzhou told Malva that then thank her very much, and all the children will be delighted because her sister will treat them with sweets for a whole week. Malva told Su Mengzhou that now she has flown and she did not tell her friends that she will come to her orphanage, and they do not know where she is. Malva told Su Mengzhou that they would see each other again, and she told her friend before the meeting, and they had a great time together, and she was glad to meet you. Malva was flying in the sky and thought that Qing Ran and Hua Yin were probably already both fast asleep because she stayed too late in the orphanage. Malva realized that she needed to go into their room quietly so as not to wake them up now. And tomorrow she would devote all her time to both friends. And then the flower spirit Malva again noticed sand next to her and realized that this was not accidental and that it seemed like this was unusual sand in their world. The flower spirit. Malva decided that she would fly for sand, and then she would be able to find out the secret, and she herself was interested in finding out what kind of sand it was. Malva looked at the street and was surprised, and thought, where were the people and where did they go? Because she remembers how they all had fun at that time. Malva thought that in the country of girls there is no curfew, and at this time the square should be crowded, and it seems that something happened. The flower spirit. Malva realized that there was more and more sand, and she had to find out where the sand came from, and this intrigues her very much. And at that moment, someone wanted to attack the flower spirit Malva, and he was sure that she would not expect an attack, and now she was already vulnerable. The flower spirit. Malva wondered if this was the one she was thinking about there, and she thought that he would never appear in their country of girls. And then Malva turned around and realized that someone wanted to attack her, and it's good that she develops reflexes and can notice the attack of enemies. And when Malva didn't expect this at all, an explosion thundered there, and she thought that she knew it, and why didn't she stop the villain right away? Malva looked at the scene of the explosion and noticed another spirit there. And it seemed like he was working for someone, and why did he want to attack her there? The flower spirit. Malva thought that this character likes to use sand in all his atrocities, and he has the same handwriting. The flower spirit thought that there was only one such person, and at the beginning she assumed that it could be him and was not mistaken then. The flower spirit. Malva noticed the silhouette of a guy above and realized that it was Huang Fengling, and she had to find out from the scoundrel why he had come. Malva said that it was the hurricane bastard Huan, and he said that he hates the flower race because they are all so sensitive. Malva told Huang Fengling that he killed her people and he destroyed the whole tribe, and that was not enough for him, and now he came there again. Huang Fengling asked Malva not to misunderstand him, and he did not come there for them, and her race no longer poses any threat to his people. But Huang Fengling told Malva that although he would not refuse to carry out a massacre with her, she began to run towards the enemy and called him a freak. The flower spirit waved her hand and told Huang Fengling that he would die, and in vain he brazenly came to the country of girls and he would never be welcome. Huang Fengling told Malva that he didn't want to fight with her now, but she successfully ended up in front of him and now he is charged with fighting with the spirit. Huang Fengling told Malva that he would leave killing the villagers for last and would deal with her first and teach her a lesson in fighting. Malva could not hit Huang Fengling, and he deftly dodged her blow and thought that he should not take Malva seriously there. Huang Fengling told Malva that she has an explosive character, but she definitely doesn't have enough strength and she needs to develop her skills to become better. And then Huang Fenglin was surprised and thought that this was not part of the plans, and he should come up with a way to quickly defeat the Malva spirit in their massacre. Huang Fengling thought that the flower spirit Malva was really brave, and few ladies dared to attack him and be confident in his strength. Flower spirit. Malva told Huang Fengling that she will not allow him to continue to do evil, and he should not do this, and it is not good. The flower spirit Malva told Huang Fengling that he underestimated her and began to use the magic of a couple of moonflowers, and she would protect. Huang Fenglin told Malva that this distance of her attack is not ideal, and she forgot the main rule of attacks and should not allow the enemy to come to her. And at that same second, Huang Fengling made an explosion, and the flower spirit had already flown a couple of meters away and realized that the enemy was unpredictable and cunning. Huang Fengling continued to blow up everything around him and thought that no one could defeat him because he had been preparing to attack them for a long time. The flower spirit. Malva told Huang Fengling that he should go back to his Feng Huang and there he belongs and no one is welcome in the country. And then Malva froze in place and thought that Huang Fenglin had greatly improved his skills and she could not resist him in this battle. Huang Fengling told Malva that she was already able to wound him even from such a close distance, and it seems that she did not lose sight in the battle. Huang Fengling told Malva that for her age she clearly has good skills and she even surprised him and he didn't think that she was so strong. Huang Fengling told Malva that he had to praise her, and he does not hesitate to recognize the strengths of his opponents in their fight. The flower spirit. Malva told Huang Fengling that he was a bastard and how dare he look down on her, and did he really think that she had given up? Huang Fengling told Malva that he had enough of playing with her, and he no longer wanted to waste time, and he had too many of their plans in their country. And at that very second, Huang Fengling sent a sand leopard shot towards Malva, and she would understand that he gave in to her and did not attack there. Flower spirit. Malva began to quickly escape from Huang Fengling's attacks and thought that he did not stop attacking her, and how could she escape? The flower spirit, Malva thought, is this scoundrel Huang Fengling really immortal because she couldn't even hurt him, and this is terrible. Malva wondered if all of Huang Fengling's power lies only in these sands, and she doesn't understand this, and it looks like he's preparing his blow. And then the flower spirit Malva realized that she had an idea, and now she knows what to do, and she must lure Huang Fengling into a trap. Malva thought that she would not allow Huang Fengling to harm all her friends, and she would punish him for wanting to finish off the residents. Huang Fengling continued to attack Malva and thought that if he did not stop, then soon the flower spirit would give up, and he was sure there. The flower spirit. Mallow began to fly towards Huang Fengling, and she was not afraid of his attacks and he would not harm her if she was brave now. Huang Fengling told Malva that she knows how to dodge and he still can't hit her, and that's why he thinks that the lady is strong. Malva realized that she would have to take a risk, and then she would be able to defeat the villain. And she knows that his skills are stronger, but now she doesn't care. Flower spirit. Malva began to use a couple of moonflowers, and Huang Fengling will not take this attack seriously, and she is waiting for it. Flower spirit. Malva used division and thought that she had not met such an opponent for a long time and he should leave their country. Huang Fengling realized that he could not defend against all of Malva's attacks, and she is nimble and she can quickly move to all sorts of places. Huang Fengling asked Malva if she was using this technique again, and he knew how to restore health and she would not win. Flower spirit. Malva did not listen to Huang Fengling's words and immediately began to use the heavenly hurricane attack and then carry out the plan. Huang Fengling was surprised and asked the flower spirit Malva where his hurricane was, and he couldn't find it, and what she did to him now in battle. And then Malva asked Huang Fengling that he restores his health with the help of sand, and she was able to guess about it now. Huang Fengling froze in surprise and thought that this was a problem, and how Malva was able to guess about it, and now he doesn't know what's wrong with her. The flower spirit. Malva told Huang Fengling that now she will blow him away, and he will not be able to do anything with her, and will regret that he attacked her. Huang Fengling said that this cannot be, and how he missed the moment when the flower spirit Malva came up with such a cunning plan. Flower spirit. Malva sent the entire hurricane straight to Huang Fengling, and thought that now she has nothing to lose and must finish there. Huang Fengling continued to say that this cannot be, and how she managed to outwit him, and he was always more insidious than his enemies. Flower spirit. Malva thought that Huang Fengling is a scoundrel, and she already knows that he always comes to cause chaos, and she hates them. The flower spirit. Malva told Huang Fengling that now he will die and now he will not be able to get out of the hurricane because she has developed the skills. But suddenly, at this moment, sand appeared in front of the flower spirit Malva again, and she did not expect that Huang Fengling had not disappeared from there. But when Malva did not expect this at all, Huang Fengling appeared next to her and began to choke her and grabbed her throat tightly now. Huang Fengling told the flower spirit Malva that he had to admit that she is very smart and she always fights the enemy well. Huang Fengling told the flower spirit Malva that if her entire race had brains, they would definitely not have sunk to such a level. Huang Fengling told Malva that he was sorry, but he was not afraid of a wind of such strength and she could attack him as much as she wanted, and he didn't care. And then Huang Fengling began to use the sand prison technique, and then Malva would not be able to interfere with his plans and would not fight like that. Huang Fengling told Malva that he didn't know what she forgot in Xiliang, but he noticed that she has great potential and is so strong. Huang Fengling asked the flower spirit Malva to join them, and Mr. Baigu will give her endless power, and this is true. Flower spirit. Malva asked Huang Fengling if he was talking about that man from Baigu Street, and she had heard information about him. And then Huang Fengling told Malva that Mr. Baigu liked her aura, and he showed her an artifact in the shape of a skull so that she would understand all this. Huang Fengling told the flower spirit Malva that their army was already there inside the city and they would quickly restore order in this country of girls. And Huang Fengling told Malva that when Mr. Baigu is fully restored there, they will rule the world and no one will defeat them all. Huang Fengling was happy and told the flower spirit Malva that they will return the power of evil spirits in this world, and they are definitely not opponents for them. But the flower spirit Malva told Huang Fengling that she would obviously not join them today, and she would fight them to the end there. Huang Fengling was surprised by Malva's answer, and she said that evil spirits and deities should coexist together. And that's right. Malva told Huang Fengling that they wanted to seize all the power but for their benefit, and her race did not accept him at first, and he began to kill. The flower spirit Malva was furious and told Huang Fengling that they were all a bunch of scoundrels and nothing would work out for them, and she was sure they're covered. Huang Fengling thought that he could not lure the flower spirit there to his side and she could help them take over all their territories. Huang Fengling began to cast magic again and told Malva that then she would die and no one would help her, and the lady was doomed to death today. And then Huang Fengling wanted to attack Malva with his attack and thought that now she definitely wouldn't be able to defend herself from a huge monster. The flower spirit. Malva thought that she was ready to die and give her life but would never be together with Huang Fengling. And he is real evil. But at that moment, a fiery ray began to fly towards them and it immediately rushed there, and Huang Fengling thought that he should be calm. Huang Fengling was surprised because his beast did not respond to his orders, and he realized that someone was stopping him from doing this, and he had to fix it. It was Hua Yin, and she flew to the aid of her best friend, and she will instantly save her along with the animal Dudu. And he also wants to help her. Hua Yin saved Malva and asked her friend if she was safe, and Malva didn't think that Hua Yin could find her, and she is so happy to see her now. Hua Yin told Malva that she felt that Huang Fengling's spiritual power was very great, and they should quickly leave there with the lady. Huang Fengling asked the girls if they really want to run away, and they both think that he will just let them go and they are mistaken, and this is not so. Huang Fengling began to follow Hua Yin and Malva, and he was shocked because they really think that he will just let them go and not finish them off. Hua Yin realized that this was a disaster and she should make an attempt to attack Huang Fengling in response, and then they could escape from the attacks. And then Hua Yin began to use the sea wave technique, and this way she could detain Huang Fengling, and he would not harm her friend Malva. Hua Yin directed all the water towards Huang Fengling and thought that he would know who he was messing with and would regret it, and she was sure there. Hua Yin continued to direct the attacks of the sea wave, and Huang Fengling stopped communicating with them, and Hua Yin thought that this made her happy there. Hua Yin was surprised whether she really managed to defeat Huang Fengling, and she herself did not believe in it, and thought that she did not have enough experience in battle. The Flower Spirit. Malva was also pleased and told Hua Yin that Huang Fengling had already stopped chasing them, and that's why Hua Yin was cool. Huang Fengling was not happy that Hua Yin was using water techniques, and his recovery was slowing down, and he could not fight there as well. Malva told Hua Yin that it looks like her attacks can hold off all of Huang Fengling's abilities, and she seems to have an idea, and that's cool. The flower spirit Malva asked Hua Yin if she could surround her body with water, and she told her friend that she could easily do it with her now. The flower spirit. Malva told Hua Yin that now they will defeat Huang Fengling, and he will not be able to crush the two best friends, and they are powerful. At this time, everything was quiet in Chen Shuo's room, and he was pleased that he was able to communicate with the first Empress, and she is a wise lady. The girl told the head that today they had a huge holiday, and all the people wish her happiness, and they are glad that they have such a leader. The head told the girl that she had taken the throne not long ago, so it was better to wish happiness to the Empress, and that she was involved in success. The head told the girl that she grew up with her, and she too had already gone through a lot over the years, and let her rest today. The girl was happy and said thank you to the head, and she is the kindest, and she is really very tired today because they always have something to do. And then, suddenly, a guardian of the country's gates appeared behind the head, and she told her that she should not violate the decree of the Empress there today. The assistant to the head asked what decree of the Empress she just said, and the head was angry and asked Sewer to leave there, and this is an order. The head told Sewer that the place where her mother is kept a strict secret and how she learned about her decree, and this is very strange. The head told Sewer that even more so, the guards are forbidden to enter the queen's chambers, and she doesn't know the rules of this palace at all now. Sewer silently listened to the words of the head and realized that she really didn't know about this and thought that the head was able to understand what she was up to there. The head was furious and told Sewer that this was too bad and clearly not a credible disguise, and she doubted that it was Sewer. The head immediately took out a sword and pointed it at Sewer and told the guards that they had to act, and she knew that it was not Sewer but a traitor. The head asked all his soldiers to quickly capture Sewer, and then they could interrogate her, and why he came up with such a cunning plan now. Sewer smiled in the face of the head and thought that she was smart and knew how to distinguish her own person from strangers, and now she would not be able to escape. Chen Shuo was sitting in the room at that time and asked the system why he was faced with a level C task and he didn't know what was going on. Chen Shuo told the system that he was just a student who couldn't do anything except show off, and he didn't understand what he should do now. But the system asked the owner not to worry, and he was lucky because Chen Shuo was even able to find hidden tasks and should not doubt there. Chen Shuo asked the system, "And what about it?" And it generally likes to immediately disappear at the most important moment, and he doesn't know what to do. But suddenly, the system told Chen Shuo that after completing this task, he would be able to make any wish, and the system would fulfill it. Chen Shuo was surprised and thought that he could really make any wish, and he didn't know that the system could offer him such a thing there. The system told Chen Shuo that of course it was true, and had she ever lied to him, and he thought that for some reason he didn't want to believe the system. And at that moment, Chen Shuo felt the ground tremble under his feet, and he was surprised and didn't know what happened, and it was all so strange. Chen Shuo thought it was really an earthquake, and he didn't know that even in the country of girls, one could see such a phenomenon, or he was immediately mistaken. And then a guard ran into the room and asked the doctor if he was okay, and they were in trouble, and Chen Shuo asked the girl what happened now. The guard was very alarmed and told Chen Shuo that there was an explosion in the chambers of their leader, and they should help them, and it seems they are in trouble. Chen Shuo was terrified and wondered if something had happened to the head, and he should help her. Otherwise, he might not be able to bear it, and he was so afraid. Chen Shuo immediately jumped up from his seat and thought that this was a problem and they should solve it, and then the head would not be harmed and they would save the lady. Chen Shuo thought that everything started so quickly, and he was not prepared for the attack of their enemy, and it seems that he was waiting for the best moment for his attack. The head at that time was sitting on the floor, and all her guards lost consciousness from the explosion, and Sewer stood in front of her, and she thought that the head was weak. The head asked Sewer to show his true appearance and why try to hide, and maybe he doesn't want her to find out who attacked the head. The head asked this man if she was really so afraid to show him her face and why he attacked the palace, and what was the purpose of his attack. The guy told the head that he agreed with her, and he still didn't like this look at all, and he wanted to get rid of it and show his face. But the guy told the head that he had to admit that she was very smart and her insight was at a high level, and she was able to understand the lie. The guy told the head that if she gives him the treasure of their country, then a not-so-terrible end awaits her, and he promises the queen all this. The head told the guy that the fourth son of the emperor was daydreaming, and the chairman of the dragon race serves the king of evil spirits, and this is understandable. The guy told the head that the dragon race is too cowardly, and only he is the king of evil spirits who can save them, and they must help him with this. The guy asked the head that Cillian's treasure was behind the door and asked him to open it for him, and then he would be pleased with his girlfriend. The head looked intently at the guy, and he said that otherwise he would kill her right away and she would understand what cruel punishment is, and he promises it. But suddenly the head started laughing and asked the heir what he was telling her. And was he really sure that he would kill her and he knew how to make her laugh? The head asked the heir if he really thinks that she is so afraid of death and out of fear she will give him the treasure of her people, and he is funny. The head asked the guy what he thinks, why she is the head of the country, and it's not for nothing that she occupies the throne and he doesn't understand anything there. The head said that the great fourth son of the emperor stooped to serve the king of evil spirits, and how proud the Dragon King was of his son. But the head told the guy that if he thinks that in her country of girls there are people who are afraid of death, then now she will show him their character. The head told the guy that now he will see the strength of Queen Silion, and he will be surprised because he thinks that they are weak and will surrender to him so easily. The head sent many sharp weapons towards the guy, and he knew that he needed to be careful and protect himself from the head's attacks, and this is important. The guy jumped high and thought that now nothing really threatened him anymore, and the head wanted to suddenly attack him, but he was also cool. The guy told the head that he told her that he would kill her if she didn't cooperate with him. And she made a mistake, and that's a fact. The guy started using Dragon Flame and thought that now he knows what to expect from the head, but she doesn't have the strength to defeat him now. The guy directed many of his attacks towards the queen and thought that he would show her a different level and teach her how to fight with enemies. The head, in response to the guy's actions, decided to use the technique of printing 4 images, and so she could defeat him in battle there. And then suddenly people appeared in the room and began to protect the head, and they would not let her suffer from the guy's attacks and punish him for his impudence. The man said that Zhuan Wu came to the rescue and he will defend his head to the end, and she can be calm, and they will risk everything. Another girl jumped towards the guy and said that she would quickly finish off the one who attacked the head, and did he really think that he would defeat her? The girl used the fang of a white tiger and thought that he would understand that you should not underestimate your enemies because they can crush. The guy easily defended himself from the girl's attacks and said that these were childish tricks, and she would not be able to surprise him with such attacks. And this is true. The girl was surprised and wondered if the enemy's armor was made of strong and impenetrable dragon scales, and that's why he easily defended himself from the attack. The girl continued to fight with the 4th son of the dragon family, but her friend asked to let her deal with this scoundrel in a fight. A friend used the shackles of Ju Kui, and she will take revenge on him because he thinks that her friend does not have enough strength to defeat him. And this is his problem. The guy realized that he would not be able to repel an attack from both sides, and it would be difficult, but he would try to find a way out of this situation now. The girl hit the guy and said that he should quickly fall to the floor there, and then he would feel all the rage of her friend and would be broken there. The guy said that even if she manages to fetter his movements, she still won't have enough strength to cope with him, and he guarantees, but the girl decided that she knew a way to defeat the guy and immediately used the green dragon tooth technique, and so she would break him there. The girl was 100% sure that the dragon's tooth would be able to pierce its scales, and the enemy would not be as confident in his abilities there. The girl threw a spear straight at the enemy, and he thought that he shouldn't have been so confident in himself, and he felt all her blows. The guy was screaming, and he was in a lot of pain, because the green dragon's tooth is really capable of breaking through his scales, and how does she already know about it? The guy fell to the floor with a crash and thought that he would soon take action against these impudent girls, and they would pay for this rage of theirs. The warrior girls quickly tied the guy up from all sides, but for some reason he continued to laugh, and the ladies thought that he was clearly in trouble. The head told the guy that her guards are martial arts elites, and when any threat to the country arises, they begin to kill mercilessly. And then the head asked the guy why he obeys the king of evil spirits, and what he promised him for what he would do there. And it would be interesting to know, but the guy didn't want to answer the head and thought that he would defeat them all anyway, and in vain they hoped that they could stop his attack. But at that very second, the warrior again began to inflict damage on the guy and was sure that he deserved it, and therefore should not be surprised by this. But the guy showed no signs of life, and all the warriors were surprised, and they thought that it would be much more difficult for them to defeat this guy there. The girl asked her friend if this guy had already died, and she didn't know that the dragon race was so weak and why he attacked the head. But the head was sure that the 4th son was very insidious, and they clearly should not underestimate him, and he could crush them and deceive them there. And then the guy appeared behind them and said that their country should not be underestimated, and they have enormous power, and he was convinced of this. The 4th son of the Dragon Emperor looked at his friends and was informed that they would not give up and he needed to destroy the will. But the guy told his friends that ordinary people are still pathetic and they won't be able to do anything to magical creatures, and he knows everything. The warriors of the country of girls noticed the dragon scales and realized that it was really a clone, and that's why he couldn't do anything to them in their battle. The guardian of the country of girls wanted to attack the 4th son, and how dare he deceive the head. and will now be punished for his impudence. The country's guardian girl told the guy that he had to defend himself, and he had never encountered such force and she would crush him with a blow. But the fourth son of the emperor held the shield with one finger and did not allow the guardian of the country to strike himself, and realized that they were naive. The fourth son told the guardian of the country that her fighting spirit and attitude were good, but she did not have enough strength and she would not be able to destroy him in this battle. The fourth son began to destroy the girl's shield and said that it is already fashionable to split people by pressing on their shortcomings, and they understand all this. And at that moment, the guy broke the warrior's shield and said that then people can be completely destroyed and no one will be able to defeat him in battle. And then the fourth son told all the soldiers that he would now show everyone something, and he was sure that they would be delighted and had never seen. The guy told the defenders of the country of girls that he would show them all the strength of the dragon race, which would be difficult for them to cope with in the palace. And at that very moment there was a roar. And the fourth son of the emperor blew up everything around him and thought that there was no need to thoughtlessly go into battle with him. The brave warrior lay on the floor and showed no signs of life, and people were shocked when they saw this sight and thought that the guy was very strong. The guards of the country of girls asked the fourth son of the emperor how he dared to do this to their colleague, and he prepared his attack there. The guard girl asked the fourth son how he dared to send their friend to the next world, and he is evil spirits and they will quickly pacify him now. The head was furious and asked her guards to catch the scoundrel, and she should have a personal conversation with him and show her all her anger. The girls told the guy that he would also die, and why did he think that he could escape punishment after so many violations? And this is strange. The fourth son of the Dragon Emperor said that he knew that they would stop there and would not be able to show him anything, and this is weak. The guy told the guards that he would quickly crush them, and none of them would be able to fight back, and he knows this for sure and is so sure. But the girl didn't care about the enemy's words, and she ran to him and she wanted to avenge her friend who bravely fought the villain. The fourth son of the Dragon Emperor began to use the Dragon Flame technique and thought that he realized that ladies are strong but stupid. But the girl hit the enemy's hand and said that he was daydreaming and would not be able to use this technique and would beg for mercy from the head. The girl tied the enemy's hands and thought that now he would not be able to harm them using his magic, and she would strike the enemy. But the guy was extremely calm and thought that this girl definitely didn't have enough strength, but she might try to beat him or punch him with it. The girl asked the villain where he was looking because she was standing in front of him, and it seemed he couldn't follow their warrior because of her speed. The girl hit the enemy with all her might with the weapon, but it broke into pieces and she could not understand whether the guy really had such a strong body and spirit. The girl was at a loss and couldn't believe that the enemy had broken the dragon's tooth weapon, and how could she defeat him in battle now? The guy asked the girl if she really wanted to defeat him just using her tooth, and she was too naive and thought that he was so weak. The guy told the girl that he was a descendant of a family of dragons, and she could not defeat him with just such a weapon, and she needed something stronger. The girl froze in place in surprise and asked the enemy if he was so connected with the family of dragons, and that's why he broke her weapon there. A friend asked the green dragon what she was doing and asked her to fight and not be afraid of this enemy, and he was manipulating her mind now. The warrior said that she had already locked up the spiritual power of the enemy and asked the white tiger to save the green dragon and did not want to listen to her friends. The warrior told the enemy that if he crosses these chains, then his spiritual power will already be in her body, and she is not joking and can try it. The guy told the warrior that this is a very good idea, but she doesn't know what will happen to her if she holds back such powerful energy. The guy swung and thought that he was not afraid of anyone because they had never encountered such enormous energy, and they were all weak. The guy told the warrior that she should think about her heart if she doesn't want to get hurt because he knows what will happen to her in the future soon. The fourth son told the warrior that this power would cause rejection in her body, and she would not be able to curb this power and would be doomed to death. A friend noticed that something strange was happening to the warrior, and she immediately asked Ju Kei what was happening to her, and maybe she needed help. And at that very second, Ju Kui collapsed on the floor and lost consciousness, and everyone was shocked and asked the warrior what was happening to her, and she was scaring them all. The guard girl was horrified because she noticed that Ju Kui had stopped moving somehow, and she realized that their enemy wanted to break everyone. And then the warrior girl was not at a loss, and grabbed the sword and told the fourth son that she would teach him a lesson, and he would know all the fury of the warriors. But the fourth son told the soldiers that they themselves were to blame, and he asked them all not to fight him, but they were sure that they would defeat him. The enemy told the girl guard that they were all too weak, and even the head would definitely not be able to help, and their country of girls would fall to their army. The warrior girl was in a lot of pain, and she realized that she had underestimated the guy in vain and he could seriously injure her and she should be careful. The fourth son of the Dragon Emperor told the warriors that today, they would all die there like pathetic insects, and in vain they stood in his way. The fourth son of the Emperor believed that he could seize the territory and no one could stop him, because he was stronger than all people. The warrior girl realized that the dragon race has now become so powerful and they cannot do anything to them, and where do they get such power from? The brave warriors were lying on the floor, and they now understood why no one wanted to mess with him. And he could really defeat any fighter. The brave warriors showed no signs of life, and the leader realized that their people would never forget about their exploits and courage in front of this enemy. The fourth son of the Dragon Emperor began to approach the head and thought that now no one would stop him from properly conducting a dialogue with her. The guy asked the head to give him the treasure, otherwise they will continue to die one after another and he will not spare anyone, and he promises her this. The fourth son of the Dragon Emperor told the head that otherwise her life today would end, just like those brave warriors of the country of girls. The head said that during the entire existence of Delion, evil spirits had never really penetrated into the country, and what a shame on her that she let them in. The head told the scoundrel that even if she dies today, he still won't achieve his goal there, and she won't allow him to take the treasure. The head said that he left her no choice and she would have to kill the fourth son of the Dragon Emperor with her own hands, and this is true. And at that very second, the head began to use the technique of the full power of the barrier, and she would not allow the enemy to break through the country's defenses. But the enemy used the dragon seal, and he deftly defended himself from the attacks of the head, and did not allow her to hit him with a blow, and he knows everything. The head realized that the fourth son wanted to deliver a blow and immediately wrapped herself in such a sacred barrier of state protection, and it would not pass. The head stood in a protective barrier, and the fourth son could not deliver his attack, and he must find a weak point in his opponent's defense. But the fourth son continued to put pressure on the head's barrier, and was sure that soon he would break through the opponent's defenses and punish her for resistance. The dragon surrounded the head, and she realized that she was now trapped and could no longer go anywhere, and how could she save herself from the dangerous attacks of this scoundrel? The head thought that what power the fourth son had and her barrier could barely withstand these blows, and soon it would crack and he would defeat her in battle. The head realized that she must hold out until Chen Shuo arrives and he himself can save her, and she is trying her best, but it is very difficult. The fourth son told the head that since she refused to obey him, he would take away her spiritual power, and then she would not be able to defend herself. The fourth son of the Dragon Emperor clenched his fist tightly and thought that he would not spare the head because she did not want to help him. And this was a disaster. The huge dragon opened his mouth and listened to the order of his master, and he realized that his success was not so far away, and he was on the way to his treasure now. And then the fourth son of the Emperor gave an order to the dragon and told him to swallow the head, and she begins to enrage him because she does not obey his order. The head noticed that a huge dragon began to move towards her and thought that she would have the courage to fight him face to face and defeat. The head told the fourth son that she would not allow him to absorb a drop of her spiritual power, and she put a ban on all this from the Holy Virgin. But suddenly, at that moment, someone began to attack the huge dragon, and someone fought him mercilessly and did not let him harm his head. The fourth son of the Dragon Emperor was surprised and thought that he didn't know who helped the leader defend himself from the dragon because he was so close. The head looked at her hero without taking her eyes off and thought that she had waited for him, and it was not in vain that she believed that he could save her and that he was the best. The head realized that this was her best friend Chen Shuo, and he came to help her defeat the dragon, and together they could defeat all enemies quickly. The queen was delighted to see Chen Shuo, and thought that now she was much calmer, and she was next to him as if behind a stone wall, and he was cool. Chen Shuo said good evening to the head, and he came to her aid. And now the two of them will be able to punish the enemy for his actions, and he believes. The head agreed with Chen Shuo and thought that he was right, and she believed in the words of her mother, and Chen Shuo was the chosen one and only he could ward off evil. Chen Shuo called the guy an unclean scoundrel. And does he really think it's cool to invade a country where girls live and he's strong there? Chen Shuo told the fourth son that now he must attack him, and he is his enemy now, and let him show him what he is capable of in battle. The fourth son asked if there really was a guy living in the country of girls. And this is very interesting. And maybe they want to expand the country, and this is funny. The fourth son of the emperor told Chen Shuo that although he doesn't care and he doesn't want to chat with them anymore, they will take action with him now. The guy started using a hurricane attack and a dragon seal against Chen Shuo and thought that he was no match for him and would die there. Chen Shuo called the fourth son of the emperor a small devil, and he will greatly regret that he decided to attack him and also underestimated him. Chen Shuo told the fourth son that he would now send him into the air and he would regret that he came to the country of girls and wanted to steal the beauty. Chen Shuo used the red cloud and thought that the system had awarded him many techniques and he would use them during the battle there. Chen Shuo swung and wanted to use the heavenly strike against the scoundrel, and he would not be able to escape from him anywhere, and he would break through his defense. Chen Shuo stood boldly in front of the guy and thought that the main thing is willpower and he will not lose to him in battle because he has such strong support. Chen Shuo told his opponent that the thunder was powerful and the rain was light, and he only wanted to scare him and not cause harm, and he is so kind. The head was very worried and asked Chen Shuo to look from above, and then he would discover the danger and he should be careful in their battle. Chen Shuo looked up and noticed that the enemy wanted to attack him when he did not notice it and deliberately diverted his attention and interest. The fourth son was furious, and he began to use his dragon seal, and this way he could surprise Chen Shuo because he is also not a weak fighter. The fourth son used the 6 dragon claws technique, and Chen Shuo managed to put up a block and defend himself from the furious blow of the arrogant fighter. From the force of the blow, Chen Shuo's leg broke the asphalt, and he understood why all the warriors could not defeat this guy, and he really has a lot of strength. The fourth son of the Dragon Emperor told Chen Shuo that it was already hard for him to stay there, and why should he suffer so much when he could give up? Chen Shuo asked the guy if he really assumed that he felt hard with him and that he was fine and in better shape there. And then suddenly, Chen Shuko's eyes lit up, and he said thank you to the enemy and his attacks help him a lot, and he should continue to attack. Chen Shuo used the red cloud release technique in weapon form and threw it directly towards the Emperor's son with great force. The son of the Dragon Emperor wanted to attack Chen Shuo with Dragon Flame, and she helps him defeat persistent people like this guy. Chen Shuo was surprised and asked the guy if he really wanted to release his dragon energy now and thought it was very interesting. Chen Shuo asked the Emperor's son if he could cope with his very fast attack speed and defend against all his attacks. Chen Shuo realized that the red cloud would help him and dealt a heavy blow to his opponent, and thought that this should help him in their battle. The son of the Dragon Emperor had not yet responded to Chen Shuo's attack, and he thought that he had better wait to see what he would do there. Chen Shuo went down to the floor and thought that he would wait for the guy's reaction, and he clearly did not expect that he would refuse him an equal rebuff in their fight. The head asked Chen Shuo if he was okay, and she was very worried about him because she knows what his opponent is capable of, and he is very cunning. Chen Shuo listened to the chapter and told his friend that everything was fine, and this was just another eccentric of theirs who overestimated his strength and his intelligence. And then, suddenly the head froze in place in surprise and thought that Chen should not be distracted, and he needed to pay attention to the enemy. The head pointed her finger and told Chen Shuo that he should already be prepared for anything, and she thinks that this guy should not be underestimated. The head told Chen Shuo that there is something in the fog and he must be careful and the enemy can do anything, and she is worried. Chen Shuo wondered if he really couldn't defeat this guy because it was his strongest move and he doesn't understand why he didn't die. The fourth son of the Dragon Emperor began to move and Chen Shuo was sure that this guy was not so easy to defeat and he was a tenacious type. A huge metal thing in the shape of a dragon rose, and everyone was waiting for what would happen next and how the fight between Chen Shuo and his enemy would end, and this intrigues everyone. The guy stood up and asked Chen Shuo if this is really the power of the cloud, and thank you for teaching him this technique and now he knows the technique. The Emperor's son told Chen Shuo that thanks to him, he now perceives people differently, and he changed his point of view there. Chen Shuo asked the head to quickly leave there and said that this enemy is not like the previous ones, and surprises can be expected from him for them. The Emperor's son looked at Chen Shuo and waited for him to finish his dialogue with the queen, and then they could get down to business with his friend. Chen Shuo told the head that he would deal with the guy and she should find a safe place there and take refuge, and she agreed with him immediately. The guy asked Chen Shuo if he was talking about his previous opponents and meant the Scorpion Queen, and he knew her personally. The fourth son told Chen Shuo that he heard that the scorpion was then subdued by one of the deities, and probably not without his help. Is that true? The guy asked Chen Shuo which of the deities he invited there this time, and he wants to see them in person and ask about something important. Chen Shuo asked the guy if he really knew a scorpion, and his guess was confirmed, and now he will explain to him what he was thinking about there. Chen Shuo told the guy that this means that the scorpion and he are at the same time, and then suddenly an explosion thundered in front of Chen Shuo's face and he was wounded. Chen Shuo froze in shock and couldn't understand how he didn't notice the attack and stepped on a trap, and why he often doesn't notice the trap. Chen Shuo couldn't understand what kind of sudden explosion it was, and this was such a strange technique, and he didn't know that such a technique like this existed. The guy asked Chen Shuo to listen to the voice of the dragon, and this technique will amaze him, and he clearly does not know what will happen to his friend again. And then there was an explosion again, and Chen Shuo thought that this guy was pissing him off, and why was he attacking him when he was not expecting an attack? Chen Shuo was lying on the floor, and the Emperor's son began to approach him and knows that he needs to finish off his opponent, otherwise he may take revenge in the future. Chen Shuo was powerless and realized that he was clearly not prepared for their enemy and did not know that he posed such a threat because he had recently learned about him. The guy told Chen Shuo that they went into battle in order for everyone to protect something important to them, and it was a matter of their honor and principle. The fourth son of the Dragon Emperor told Chen Shuo that he understood everything, but Chen was too weak and he would not waste time on him. But Chen Shuo asked the guy to stand and he wants to tell him something, and he should listen to him if it's not difficult and it won't take much effort. Chen Shuo asked the guy not to speak as if he were a martial emperor and was able to achieve success in all matters and the absolute ruler of the world. Chen Shuo asked the guy what he even understands about this, and is it really necessary to ruin other people's lives in order to protect something? The guy stood silently and listened to Chen Shuo's words and thought that the guy didn't want to lose and he was ready to do anything to stop the enemy there. Chen Shuo began to get up and thought that no one could break him, and he would fight back in any condition, and the guy would not get anything there. Chen Shuo told the Emperor's son that he does not know what exactly he is protecting there, but if he wants to get out of there, he will get out through his corpse. Chen Shuo told the guy that weaklings don't know what it means to protect someone, and for them the meaning of life is violence, and he knows a lot of people. And at that very second, Chen Shuo wanted to attack the guy and said that they would still see who would defeat them and let him not be confident in himself. The Emperor's son realized that Chen Shuo is very fast, and he cannot catch up with him, and how this guy was able to develop his skills and strength so much. Chen Shuo swung his hand and told the scoundrel that now he will return him to his previous appearance and then he will not forget who he was in the past. The guy realized that Chen Shuo is too close and he can't use a sonic blast now, but Chen is seriously injured. The guy realized that he had to increase the distance from Chen Shuo, and only then he would be able to deliver his attack and pacify his opponent's ardor right away. The guy wanted to attack Chen Shuo with an hourglass attack and realized that they would also cause serious damage, and Chen would not defend himself. But Chen Shuo didn't want to just give up and used an evasion spell and don't let his enemy think that he defeated him and he's still in the game. Chen Shuo told the Emperor's son that now he would break his cool rattle and he would not be able to cast spells and would become much weaker than him. The guy was very surprised and could not understand why Chen Shuo was approaching him because he had dealt so many blows to him, but he didn't care about the damage. And then Chen Shuo dealt a heavy blow to the red cloud and thought that this way he could deprive the enemy of his advantage and he would lose his skills. Chen Shuo hit the rattle of the Emperor's son, and he hopes that the head has already moved to a safe distance and will not get hurt now. And at that moment, there was an explosion, and this thing could not withstand the blow from Chen Shuo's sword, and he realized that he managed to do it, but he gave up his strength. Chen Shuo was lying on the floor and thought that he really wanted to lie on the sofa and watch TV series and why he needed to fight monsters. Chen Shuo started coughing and thought that now he doesn't know what ideas he needs to come up with in order to defeat a strong fighter, at least for a minute. The fourth son of the Dragon Emperor told Chen Shuo that he definitely hates him now, and he is an insignificant person, and he angered him there. The guy couldn't come to terms with the fact that there was a person who could fight him on equal terms, and he hadn't experienced such difficulties for a long time. The villain asked Chen Shuo how he dared to hurt him, and he will not forget this, and will remind him of everything when he tortures him and guarantees. The fourth son of the Dragon Emperor told Chen Shuo that now it is difficult for him to even stand up, and his whole body is bruised and bruised from the blows. But the guy asked Chen Shuo why he was still fighting with him, and he had to answer him why, and he surprised him so much with his behavior. Chen Shuo told the guy that he does not know what he is protecting, but he knows that a true protector will not rob others to protect his own. The villain was shocked by Chen Shuo's words and thought that this opponent is not the kind of person who just gives up, and he thinks differently now. Chen Shuo told his opponent that any robber should lose everything, and then he would know what pain he caused to all ordinary people. But the guy was having fun, and he thought that Chen Shuo was funny, and he says such things to him and seems to want to convince him that robbery is so bad. The guy continued to laugh and thought that Chen Shuo is naive and he doesn't know anything about anything and therefore thinks that he is that villain and robs others. The guy told Chen Shuo that the robbers are left with nothing in the end, but the dragons never robbed the Celestials, and he tells him the truth. The guy said that they stole everything from them, from people to territories, and his cowardly and weak father became a vassal of the Celestials. And what is the result? But the guy said that he understood one thing, and he must become stronger to protect his people and must destroy the current order. The guy told Chen Shuo that this is why he is not afraid of anything, and he wants his people to also feel strong, and he will provide for everyone. And then suddenly the guy lost his hand and told Chen Shuo that for the sake of strength he was ready to do anything and could prove it to them in deeds and not in words. Chen Shuo was shocked and thought that the guy seems to have problems with his head, and he should see a doctor, and that's why he behaves like this. The guy said that the leader of the evil spirits promised him that if he gets him their treasure, then the dragon race will destroy all the Celestials there. The fourth son told Chen Shuo that he was sorry, but now their dragons are weak and it's good that the head of the evil spirits awakened and helped them with their affairs. And then suddenly the guy's hand grew back, and he said that the great and terrible head of evil spirits helped him gain unprecedented power. Then, the son of the dragon emperor told Chen Shuo that he recognized all his power and realized that he could fight him on equal terms whenever he wanted. Chen Shuo listened to the heir to the throne of dragons and thought that this guy clearly had mental problems and was hit by the enemy in childhood. The guy told Chen Shuo that despite all his courage, he must admit that he is weaker than him and cannot interfere with his plans, and this is a fact. The heir to the throne of dragons told the insignificant man that he was infuriated by Chen Shuo's diligent appearance and wanted to immediately change his grimace. The heir to the throne of dragons told Chen Shuo that now he will instantly show him something that he did not expect to see and let him be jealous now. The guy told Chen Shuo that he would see the power that the king of evil spirits gave him, and it's not for nothing that his people believe the owner and he is a powerful boss. The heir to the throne of dragons appeared before Chen Shuo in a completely different form and said that this is great power and he is now the best fighter. Chen Shuo took out the pill and thought that it could help him defeat the heir to the dragon throne there, but he still doubts. Chen Shuo couldn't decide whether he really should use it, and he thinks that this is the right moment and he could use help there. Chen Shuo remembered how he told his system that he had no likes, and could he then exchange this pill, and he definitely needed money. But the system told Chen Shuo that this was a good thing, and why did he want to exchange the pill and she would not advise him to do this there? The system told Chen Shuo that he would gain the power of the Celestials if he took the pill and would become much stronger and be able to defeat his enemies. But the system warned Chen Shuo that the side effect would affect his rebirth, and she must notify him about this important. Chen Shuo then asked the system what this meant, and he did not yet understand the meaning of her words, and the system asked him to just be more careful. Chen Shuo realized that now he does not have time to think and he must act quickly, otherwise he will not be able to save Xiling from darkness. Chen Shuo ate the pill and decided that he would think about it after this battle, and he was ready for the side effect in order to save his best friends. Chen Shuo realized that this is a very vile pill, and he doesn't like the taste at all now, but the system said that this is a very tasty pill. And then Chen Shuo opened his eyes and realized that he was not in so much pain. And it seemed that the pill acted instantly on his body, and he did not know about it. Chen Shuo thought what kind of place this was and how he ended up there, and it seems his pill affects him like that, and he doesn't know how it affects him now. Chen Shuo noticed that all his wounds had healed, and was their pill really so powerful that it could help a person heal in a minute? And then suddenly, someone told Chen Shuo that he had come, and the guy could not understand who was talking to him and why everything around him was so strange. Chen Shuo saw the silhouette and said that he knew it and read about it in a book then, and did not expect to see it. And that is why he surprised him so much now. The man told Chen Shuo that he had been waiting for him there for a long time, and finally they could discuss important matters and they would help each other today. The man told Chen Shuo that he didn't appear there because of the pill, and his name was Bacon, and he wanted to talk to him, and that's why he was waiting for a friend. Chen Shuo asked Bacon what kind of deity he was, but he said that he was not a deity, and although from his point of view he could be called that now, Bacon told Chen Shuo that he is the author of adventure stories and let them chat with him. Otherwise, the plot is almost over, and that's a fact. Bacon told Chen Shuo that already in this chapter the manhwa will end, But after their conversation, it will cease to influence his fate, and this is true. Chen Shuo listened, and Bacon said that maybe someone would want to continue this story someday, but even he doesn't know how to finish the book. Chen Shuo said that he did not want the story to end like this, and he had not yet had time to confess his love to the head and was busy with his own affairs. Chen Shuo said that he was very pleased to be in this world of theirs, and that he had just almost died, and whether he would die at the hands of his enemy. Bacon asked Chen Shuo maybe he was joking and he was the main character and how he could die, but he couldn't defeat this enemy in any way. Chen Shuo smiled and told Bacon that he also thinks so, and yet he knows that everything cannot be perfect and he will get used to everything. Bacon said that it is impossible to predict events, and he thinks that he will lose the battle for Silion but will visit the Heavenly Palace estate. Bacon told Chen Shuo that he no longer has the strength to continue this story of his, but he knows that he will find many friends and everything will be fine. Bacon told Chen Shuo that he was really trying very hard to write this story, but he couldn't find the motivation because he was used to the character. Chen Shuo listened to him, and Bacon said that he wants him to live his life not as a tool, but as an independent person, and wants this. Bacon told Chen Shuo that he felt that he was given a certain soul during the creation of history, and although he carried out the idea not perfectly, but Chen Shuo patted Bacon on the shoulder and asked his friend not to be sad, and he was happy all this time and thanked him for the great mood. Chen Shuo told Bacon that he did not exist, and then he created him and gave him a lot, and he was happy to be in their history. Chen Shuo told Bacon that he had made good friends and solved many problems, and even met the queen of the country of girls. Chen Shuo told his friend that he can consider that he has not seen this world in vain, and although the ending was not ideal, he is not angry about anything. Chen Shuo said thank you to those who read this story, and they are brave and decided to read so many pages, and it seems they were interested. Bacon suggested Chen Shuo to rest for now and said that he was also a little tired and they would soon continue their journey and return.